Chen Xi traverses into the perilous realm of Marvel. As the adage goes, the impoverished rely on mutations while the affluent depend on technology. Yet, what if one lacks mutant genes? Fear not, for I possess the Kryptonian Template. Or the likes of Apocalypse, Dormammu, Thanos, Odin, and the Celestials compared to me. Can I not embody the might of steel Superman? If that proves insufficient, then I shall transform into bronze Superman. Should you continue to boast, do not be surprised if I decide to converse with you as silver Superman in a more earnest manner. With the ruthless methods of an Asura and the compassion of a Bodhisattva, as long as I accumulate enough points of justice, Chen Xi can amalgamate any superhero template. In pursuit of justice, Chen Xi clandestinely modifies the script to enhance his strength. It is only when he vanquishes the likes of Abomination, Red Hulk, Apocalypse, Thanos, and the Celestials that he realizes, perhaps unwittingly, he has become the most formidable ancestor of all. Chapter 1. I shall protect my Earth. I am Iron Man. As the words of Tony Stark resonated, the press conference fell into an immediate silence, which then erupted like a virus, spreading throughout the globe. Chen Xi smirked as he turned off the television, shaking his head in disbelief. He was already aware of everything. Wanda, you have lost. He playfully winked at Wanda, his smug grin causing her cheeks to flush, prompting a desire to bite him in annoyance. Maximoff Wanda, indeed, your suspicions may hold merit. Had it not been for Chen Xi's intervention, she would have already achieved great fame, undoubtedly becoming the Marvel queen of popularity beyond the screen. Yet now, she finds herself relegated to the position of someone's assistant, often bullied in that role. You insufferable brat. How could you possibly know that Tony Stark would reveal his identity? Wanda shot Chen Xi an exasperated glare, contemplating whether she would once again find herself in an embarrassing situation. Although she didn't wholly despise it, it still felt rather unfair to him. Do you truly believe that Tony, with his restless spirit, would remain complacent? He is renowned for his flamboyance. After all, Chen Xi replied with a grin, fully aware that this was merely a development in the storyline. I'll concede you are impressive, Wanda muttered begrudgingly, preparing to make a swift exit while Chen Xi was distracted. However, without her awakening, escape from his grasp was a futile endeavor. With a gentle tug, she found herself falling onto the sofa as Chen Xi gestured for her to hurry, eager to relish the fruits of victory. Wanda's face flushed crimson, leaving her too embarrassed to retort, staring at him for a moment before. You've shown a bit of growth. Very nice. Chen Xi enjoyed the moment with a smile. Wanda, born in 1989 in Sokovia, was indeed in the prime of her youth, a time filled with blooming beauty. He possessed her youth, yet she was not his only source of vitality. Reflecting on his initial days after crossing over, he too had felt lost and fearful as an undocumented immigrant. His language skills were rudimentary at best, barely able to communicate in halting English, which was the least of his worries. Primarily, he had to work under the table that he once found himself sympathizing with Pecker, feeling a deep sense of empathy for his plight, which only intensified with his own experiences. Serving plates, washing dishes, running errands, delivering food, countless undocumented individuals like him filled the streets of America, as they were favored for their cheap labor. But this was not the life he desired. He had no wish to become cannon fodder in some grand battle, losing his life without a trace. Desperately saving money, he managed, after 2 years in an era of insufficient policies, to bribe a lawyer and obtain legal status, thus shedding his identity as an illegal immigrant. As for the future, he felt it was inconsequential. After all, justice would ultimately triumph over evil, so he was eager to become wealthy and enjoy life to the fullest. Thus, he single-handedly reimagined countless blockbuster films that had once dazzled the silver screen, sending the cinematic world into a frenzy. Titanic, The Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, the Vampire series, and other super IPs. Chen Xi skyrocketed to fame at an astonishing pace, becoming a household name, even surpassing the notorious playboy Tony Stark in popularity. Almost everyone found it hard to believe that an Oriental could pen such extraordinary masterpieces. Hollywood film companies regarded it as an honor to collaborate with him, while the starlets of Hollywood employed endless strategies to win his affection. Boom! Indeed, this is the Marvel world, a battlefield rife with chaos, even more intense than my current circumstances. After a slight smile, Chen Xi chose to remain unfazed, gradually acclimating to the new reality since Iron Man had drawn back the curtain on the Marvel Universe. Wanda glared at him with displeasure, her expression too pitiful for him to bear. Moments later, Wanda shot him an exasperated glare, while Chen Xi pretended not to understand her need to visit the restroom. Just 100 meters from the luxurious villa, the hulking green figure rampaged across the ground, occasionally lifting small cars as if they were toys. The military helicopter's machine guns proved utterly ineffective, failing even to breach the Hulk's defenses, merely scratching at him. Oh, they really think they can capture the Hulk? Such folly. Chen Xi scoffed, dismissing the notion. The Hulk was indeed a unique anomaly, and he was uncertain which Marvel universe he had entered, making it difficult to gauge power levels. For Chen Xi, it seemed that since the day he became wealthy, he had developed a sense of superiority. He looked down upon these natives, a feeling difficult to articulate, akin to a deity observing mortals or a gamer surveying NPCs. At that moment, if you possessed the power to change everything, what decisions would you make, or what path would you choose? It was as if the echoes of the cosmos reverberated through the vastness of space, breaking through countless universes. In an instant, Chen Xi found himself amidst the stars, yet he felt no fear. After all, he had faced death once before at the hands of the mysterious woman in the mask, and had witnessed the boundless expanse of the cosmos. If I possessed the power to change everything, could you grant me such abilities? Chen Xi inquired nonchalantly, knowing that what was meant to come would eventually arrive. Of course. Would you prefer to be a superhero or a supervillain? Can I choose neither? I believe being an anti-hero, like Deadpool, is also a splendid option. Chen Xi felt that it would be impossible for a greedy, lustful, and despicable individual like himself to embody such noble ideals. His motto was, "My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror, and all my endeavors are for the sake of justice." Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining self-awareness and unlocking hidden personal attributes. Ancestor of the humanity. Reward. Super 1 discount card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Super Kryptonian Template. Bronze Age. Template pending unlock. Silver Superman. Ding! Ability acquired. Steel Body. Ding! Ability acquired. Super Strength. Ding! Ability acquired. Super Speed. Ding! Ability acquired. Super Intellect. Ding! Ability acquired. Biofield. Ding! Ability acquired. Heat Vision. Ding! Other abilities pending unlock. As for Superman's abilities, I shall refrain from further elaboration, for I trust you understand the immense power bestowed by the Kryptonian genetic legacy. Chen Xi smiled gently. Of course, I am more than willing to embrace the role of a peace-loving individual fond of consuming night. High emotional intelligence. Employing ruthless methods while nurturing a compassionate heart. Low emotional intelligence. I must protect my Earth. Chapter 2. This world has become tainted once more. Accompanied by the fusion of the Super Kryptonian Template. Chen Xi's body felt as if it were not merely burning but exploding, undergoing a complete transformation from the marrow to the surface. The pain, an excruciating agony that penetrated deep into his bones, only alleviated when the system shielded him from some of the sensations just as he could no longer contain his grimaces. It was then that he found his respite, rushing into the bathroom and plunging into the bathtub to cool himself down with a splash. As the water from the shower head cascaded against his skin, it evaporated into steam. Perhaps this was the true essence of a steel body, as scorching as molten metal. Wanda looked at him with deep concern, and just as she reached out to touch him, he barked an admonition. Are you out of your mind? Time passed slowly, and gradually, Chen Xi began to recover from his alarming state of heat. He felt as if he had undergone a metamorphosis, transcending to a higher plane of existence, as if he had evolved into a superior life form. Instinctively, he sensed boundless strength coursing through him, yet it felt utterly unmanageable. He sat still, afraid to move, keenly aware of the changes in his physical prowess, terrified that a mere slip could cause the bathroom to crumble around him, thus obliterating his hard-earned reputation. Cautiously, he clenched his fist, momentarily savoring the gifts bestowed upon him by the system. Without it, he would merely be a slightly more formidable Kryptonian infant. As he gradually adapted, he tightened his grip, feeling the terrifying force that could almost shatter the air, a stark contrast between possessing power and wielding it. Fortunately, his super intellect guided him on what to do, though most of the time it simply urged him to hurry and use your super strength to obliterate the enemies. After several minutes, he finally began to acclimatize to some of his newfound strength, at least enough to walk without leaving craters in his wake. He was not particularly well-versed in the nuances of superhero lore, given that their powers were often described in terms of quintillions of tons, extinguishing stars in a single breath, or dragging entire galaxies adrift. The arguments over who was superior, Platinum Superman, Golden Superman, or Thought Superman, were endless, each side stubbornly defending their champion. However, he believed that Bronze Superman was the most intriguing, embodying limitless potential. If pressed to choose a superior, he would cast his vote for Dr. Manhattan. Ultimately, regardless of the form of Superman, he felt sufficiently empowered to roam the earth with the audacity of a crab. Of course, for the time being, he needed to exercise a modicum of caution. Once he tanned a bit more, he could unleash his full potential. Feeling the inexhaustible strength of Superman within him, he was increasingly eager to inquire about unlocking the Silver Superman template. System, how do I unlock a new template? You embody the essence of the just Superman. Thus, you must act justly to unlock the new template. And how does one achieve that? Quite simply, by combating supervillains and performing acts of kindness. Understood. I shall create some criminals. Chen Xi nodded, fully grasping the task at hand. This was trivial for him. Question: what characteristics define a villain? Answer: villains possess exceptionally high intelligence, unwavering perseverance, and resolute determination. They harbor grand ambitions, are self-disciplined and diligent, often outpacing the majority in their studies and reflection. Question: are those not the traits of a hero? Answer: then let us bestow upon them a tragic backstory. Are villains in the Marvel Universe inherently villainous? They merely strive to survive, only to be crushed by the protagonists like insects. Just consider Dr. Lizard, Dr. Octopus, Magneto, Loki, and countless others. Heroes are destined for a tragic end, often remaining humble, self-sacrificing, and altruistic, seeking no reward and indifferent to others' opinions. Reflect on Iron Man's fate. His sacrifice led to Stark Industries being consumed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, let us commence the system's mission. The God of Humanity makes his debut. Confronting Abomination and Hulk. Task reward: 50,000 justice points. The system promptly issued the mission. Although the narrative had diverged somewhat, did it truly matter? Not in the slightest. Let me see how many justice points are needed to unlock the Silver Superman template. Chen Xi did not immediately accept. He pondered whether the Bronze Superman could evolve into Silver Superman through mere sunbathing. Oh, for heaven's sake. 1 million? I think not. Wait, that is not right. With a discount card, it seems that 100,000 justice points are not entirely out of reach. The task is accepted. The Silver Superman's most remarkable trait is that he lacks a defined set of abilities. Anything one can conceive, he can manifest at will. Are you all right? Wanda's eyes were filled with concern as she approached him, seeing him returning to normal. Haha, I'm perfectly fine. In a moment, let us engage in some delightful activities. Chen Xi replied with a grin, deftly diverting the topic. Wanda shot him a disdainful glare. There's no land that hasn't been exhausted. Only bulls that have died from overwork. Take it easy, lest you find yourself unable to act later. Haha, splendid. You will soon pay dearly for your ignorance and arrogance. Chen Xi laughed heartily as he donned her black mask from their couple's game, striding confidently out the door. As a man of modesty, he did not wish for his extraordinary looks to incite frenzied screams from female admirers just yet. At this moment, Chen Xi was still unable to fly, so he could only leap in place like Clark, sprinting toward the scene of the incident. In the crime-ridden city of New York, it appeared that the citizens had become desensitized to explosions. The police chief, George Stacy, Gwen's father, was desperately attempting to maintain order amidst the chaos. The audacity of the citizens was infuriating, especially as his daughter Gwen and her classmates were nearby, behaving like a raucous crowd, debating whether the Green Hulk or the Yellow Hulk would emerge victorious. This world has indeed become tainted once more. Chapter 3. He emerged from the ruins, yet lived as a deity. New York, the center of the world and the universe, teemed with various villains. One wonders what is so appealing about this city that draws villains like moths to a flame. At this moment, the streets of New York were shrouded in thick smoke, littered with the wreckage of innocent storefronts and vehicles, shards of glass scattered everywhere. Amidst the throngs of onlookers, supermarkets, hotels, and clothing stores were packed with spectators. For wherever one turned, there were always those eager to witness the spectacle. The Green Hulk stared fixedly at the Yellow Hulk, his emerald eyes ablaze with rage, his childlike intellect grasping that the grotesque figure before him intended to confront him. Roar! The super-duper heavyweight showdown had arrived. Muscles, flames of battle, black smoke, explosions, and crumbling edifices. Boom, boom, boom. Observing from the shadows, General Ross decided to assist Abomination by unleashing gunfire upon the Green Hulk from a helicopter. After all, his target was the Green Hulk, and while Abomination slaughtered innocents, he was ultimately just a soldier clad in monstrous skin. The furious Green Hulk sought nothing more than to pummel the grotesque figure before him, while the bloodthirsty Yellow Hulk was determined to eliminate the Green Hulk, striving to prove himself the ultimate super soldier. The two behemoths began to accelerate, charging towards one another, their paths destined to collide. Boom, boom, boom. Every stride reverberated through the earth, a testament to their immense weight. Closer, closer, boom. Suddenly, the two colossal beasts propelled themselves off the ground in a fierce clash, hurtling towards each other. Yet, it was evident that the formidable soldier was gaining the upper hand, as he deftly seized the green brute and hurled him towards the street. Blocked by a forsaken vehicle. Boom, boom. The green giant was sent soaring over 100 meters, crashing into a dozen unfortunate cars in a dazzling display of sparks and flames, sending dust and debris into the air. The onlookers, terrified, screamed and fled, narrowly escaping what could have been their demise. The green brute, having crashed to the ground, paused momentarily before staggering back to his feet, clearly dazed, his head ringing with a cacophony of confusion. Ha! Come on. The villain, with heavy footsteps, approached, exuding the arrogance of a conqueror. Roar! The furious Hulk, in a fit of rage, seized a nearby car and flung it towards the approaching adversary, as if it were a mere toy. Bang! The villain did not flinch. He raised his palm-like fist and swatted the car away, indifferent to the collateral damage it might cause. Boom! Boom! The green giant reveled in throwing debris, while the villain advanced, relentless. Watch out! At that moment, a car was propelled skyward by the villain, hurtling towards the crowd, who scattered in panic, leaving behind a girl who was too distracted to notice. When George Stacy's frantic cries rang out, it was already too late. Gwen looked at the incoming vehicle, frozen in terror, desperately wanting to flee, but her legs betrayed her. Alas, was this beautiful young girl destined to perish in the aftermath of a battle? Everyone nearby regarded Gwen with sympathy, nearly convinced of her imminent demise. Gwen's terrified scream pierced the air, a manifestation of her despair, while her father, George Stacy, stood by, tears streaming down his face. Just when all hope seemed lost, a towering figure descended from the sky, delivering a punch that sent the car flying once more. The protagonist always makes a dramatic entrance. After all, it is how the brilliance of a hero is revealed. Chen Xi, well-versed in the narratives of countless novels, understood this all too well. Anticipated pain never came. Gwen, eyes clenched shut in expectation of death, trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. A tremendous cheer erupted around her, voices shouting with excitement for the superhero. Disbelieving, Gwen lifted her gaze only to behold an eccentric figure clad in a mask and hood. Could this be her savior, a superhero who resembled a robber? Gwen stared at the man, bemused, noting the stark contrast to her imagined Superman. Was he robbing a bank while simultaneously saving someone? The absurdity brought a bittersweet smile to her face. Sir, thank you for saving me. I understand your profession may be inconvenient, but could I have your number? Gwen asked politely, her voice laced with hope. The classic trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress never fails to ensnare a woman's heart. She did not sense the spider sense tingling, implying she was not the Spider-Woman Gwen, but perhaps a more exhilarating game of growth awaited her. Chen Xi's thoughts were a whirlpool of intrigue, yet he had no time to respond as a myriad of weapons suddenly pointed in his direction. A stern and serious George Stacy, gun in hand, addressed Chen Xi. Sir, while I do not understand why you wear a mask in public, please release my daughter. We can negotiate, just do not harm her. Chen Xi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Which of your eyes saw me harming her? If you are blind, kindly donate your eyes to someone in need, thank you. Gwen burst into laughter at his words. His humor was disarming. The other spectators were left speechless, wondering if someone merely wearing a peculiar outfit was automatically branded a terrorist. Boom. At that moment, a car plummeted from the sky, and Chen Xi could not waste time with George Stacy's banter. He struck it away with a swift punch, indifferent to any potential collateral damage. You. George Stacy's eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed hard. It dawned on him that the man before him was a monster. Thud. Chen Xi stomped the ground, propelling himself into the air once more. Boom. The earth cracked beneath him, creating a fissure 2 meters long, with shattered concrete strewn about. The Hulk and the villain were now engaged in a distant brawl, the battle's destruction already beyond estimation. Who could possibly stop them? The military seemed impotent. Nearby shop owners cursed vehemently, their hearts aching from the immense losses they were suffering, just as despair settled over them. The battlefield bore witness to an astonishing turn of events. Boom. A seismic tremor resonated, dust swirling in the air as the world fell silent. As countless astonished eyes beheld the scene, a towering figure emerged from the swirling black smoke, illuminated by the sunlight, a celestial being amidst the chaos. In this moment, Chen Xi had discarded the hood and mask, appearing as a deity emerging from the ruins, an explosive entrance that captivated all. The tremors of the earth were palpable, leaving those nearby in a state of bewilderment. This spectacle would be etched into their memories forever. As dust settled, even the Hulk and the villain paused, gazing at the crater left in the ground and the cracks that extended for meters. Hiss! General Ross, peering through binoculars, gasped at the devastation below. The soldiers around him felt a chill. Two monsters still roamed free, yet another had emerged. Who was he? Goodness, he was formidable. Hiss! A titan. They were engulfed in doubt, questioning how they could confront such a terrifying presence. Once General Ross regained his composure, a fervent realization dawned upon him. He fixated on Chen Xi with unbridled enthusiasm. Perfect. A flawless super soldier. This is the work of a divine being. I must obtain his genes. Devoted to the research of super soldiers, Ross would not overlook any opportunity. A super soldier like Chen Xi, retaining self-awareness and possessing a perfect physique, was his ultimate aspiration. Feeling the fervent gaze from above, Chen Xi recognized Ross as the Hulk's lifelong adversary. Heh, intriguing. My genes have caught your attention? Chen Xi smirked, dismissing the thought entirely, as his focus was solely on the two monstrous foes before him. Having just acquired boundless power, he was eager to test his strength against formidable opponents. Excellent. You both are quite worthy. Chen Xi gazed at the green and yellow behemoths with fervent battle intent, a manic smile gracing his features that sent shivers down their spines. The yellow behemoth, feeling provoked, seethed with rage. After all, he was not one to tolerate such insolence. With a thunderous roar, he charged at Chen Xi, bellowing, "Die, insect." In a leap that covered nearly 2 meters, he raised his hand, as large as a grinding wheel, aiming to crush Chen Xi's skull. In his mind, a successful strike would render Chen Xi to pulp, akin to smashing a watermelon. Yet, Chen Xi displayed not a hint of retreat. Instead, he met the attack with fervent resolve, throwing a punch of his own. The collision erupted with a deafening roar, the shockwave powerful enough to overturn nearby vehicles. In the next instant, the yellow behemoth's expression morphed dramatically as he staggered back several steps, his disbelief deepened by Chen Xi's unwavering stance. Crack! Crack! The ground beneath them, unable to withstand the hundreds of tons of force exchanged, began to fracture, quickly giving way to a gaping chasm. Why you? The yellow behemoth stammered, his eyes wide with incredulity, his trembling limbs betraying the extent of his defeat. With a slight smile, Chen Xi reveled in his strength. Even raw power alone had overwhelmed the yellow behemoth. He mused that should he master the art of control, even 10 of these brutes would be nothing more than mere chickens. He chose not to respond to the yellow behemoth, but instead launched a swift counterattack, his speed akin to a phantom, creating a tremendous gust of wind. FK. The yellow behemoth was taken aback by the ferocity of Chen Xi's assault. Wasn't this a bit too overwhelming? Yet, he had no time to ponder. He could only brace himself against the onslaught. Boom. Chen Xi, armed with only his brawling instincts, had yet to learn any sophisticated techniques. But he didn't need to. Raw strength could shatter all barriers. When one's power reaches a certain threshold, finesse becomes superfluous. Every punch must land with brutal impact. This was merely the beginning. He still needed to refine his combat skills. Otherwise, he would end up like Clark, who, despite his immense strength, could only crash into things, leaving him vulnerable against opponents like Fiorella. The yellow behemoth, a formidable opponent in his own right, was undeterred. He was a man of iron, ready to clash head-on. Chen Xi, intent on honing his skills through battle rather than seeking a swift resolution, engaged the yellow behemoth in a fierce exchange of blows. Naturally, Chen Xi was no match for the mutated soldier, Bronsky, who had trained as a special forces operative. However, there was a saying in the industry, in this world of martial arts, speed is invincible. Chen Xi's swiftness surpassed that of the yellow behemoth by a significant margin, his reflexes operating on an entirely different level. At this moment, he was even faster than Fiorella upon her arrival on Earth. After exchanging dozens of blows, Chen Xi had almost completely absorbed the yellow behemoth's fighting techniques. It was a testament to the terrifying capabilities of his superintelligence. With a resounding crash, Chen Xi appeared behind the yellow behemoth, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring. The street erupted with explosions as vehicles were overturned and destroyed. Grr! The yellow behemoth, filled with pain and fury, slowly rose amidst the chaos, casting a venomous glare at Chen Xi. Yet, before he could retaliate, Chen Xi was upon him once more, launching a rapid assault that resembled a cannonball. Caught off guard, the yellow behemoth felt his leg ensnared, and in an instant, he was flung through the air as if he were a shot put. Ah! He screamed in frustration as he was hurled away, powerless to alter his fate. Chen Xi, relentless, followed suit, leaping high and aiming a devastating blow directly at his chest. Crack! Ah! The sound of bones shattering echoed as Chen Xi's foot crushed several ribs, unleashing a pain so severe that even the yellow behemoth could not suppress his cries. The concrete beneath them could not withstand such force, collapsing into a massive pit over 2 meters deep and 8 meters wide. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their eyes widening in disbelief as they witnessed the rapid succession of blows. The visceral thrill of each punch landing resonated through the crowd, their adrenaline surging as they gripped their fists tightly. This unparalleled excitement far surpassed any cinematic experience, the palpable intensity leaving them breathless, even as they were tossed about like rag dolls. "You've lost," Chen Xi proclaimed, looking down at the yellow behemoth with an air of superiority. "Lost." The yellow behemoth, in agony and defiance, stared up at Chen Xi, his spirit unyielding. For his entire life, he had prided himself on being indomitable, willing to endure even the most perilous gamma radiation. Yet, before this man, all his efforts felt utterly futile. "God, why do you favor him so?" he bellowed in anguish, questioning the heavens. He could not accept that after years of grueling training, this man had so effortlessly absorbed all his skills in mere minutes. "Since you have no last words, then perish," Chen Xi replied coolly, embodying the essence of a killer. In the daily chaos of gunfights, he had learned the art of taking lives. If he were ever to meet his end, it would simply be due to his own inadequacies. He bore no regrets. "Stop." Just as Chen Xi prepared to deliver the final blow, a commanding voice rang out from above, belonging to Ross, who issued his orders with an air of authority. "Fool," Chen Xi scoffed, casting a dismissive glance, showing no regard for Ross's demands. "Do you not realize I am now a superhero? Do you not understand what that entails? I am the god of this world. My ego has inflated immensely, and I have no intention of acknowledging you. As I said, from the moment I transformed into the embodiment of justice, I shall protect this earth." Crack. The yellow behemoth stared vacantly at the overcast sky, accepting his fate without resistance. The despair in his eyes spread like a shadow, tinged with bitterness and an unmistakable sense of hopelessness as he departed this world. "Did you not hear my command to cease? Are you deaf?" Ross's enraged voice boomed as he flapped his wings, unable to contain his fury. His authority had been repeatedly challenged, and it was clear how infuriated he was. Had everyone grown so audacious in the face of his ire? Chen Xi paid little heed to this mere supporting character. Ross's words were nothing more than a breeze passing through his ears, left unheard. At that moment, the green behemoth, though not particularly intelligent, had enough sense to remain a bystander during the battle. Chen Xi was intrigued by the legendary figure known as the Hulk. Was the myth true that he grew stronger with his rage? As Chen Xi stroked his chin, musing aloud, he unwittingly further incensed the disregarded Ross, whose expression darkened with murderous intent. "Attack," he commanded. Thus, he decisively commanded the assault. The soldiers were paralyzed with fear, their limbs rendered cold by the overwhelming might of Chen Xi. They could scarcely believe that Ross had actually ordered them to engage such a ruthless adversary. Curiosity gnawed at them. They wished to pry open Ross's skull and ascertain whether it was filled with nothing but mush. However, as soldiers, obedience to orders was their paramount duty, and they had no choice but to comply with Ross's military commands. In an instant, a torrential downpour of bullets and shells cascaded towards Chen Xi, as if intent on drowning him entirely. "Damn it! Is this how gratitude is repaid? This isn't a human being." The soldiers cursed in disbelief. "I must lodge a complaint. I'm a reporter for the Galactic Daily, and I will vehemently condemn Ross's murderous actions on the front page. He deserves to be cursed by all his ancestors." The onlookers were in an uproar. It was evident that the so-called superhero had subdued the mindless slaughterer, yet the military not only displayed incompetence, but also turned against those who had saved them. America was a nation that idolized individual heroism, particularly adoring superheroes like Captain America, who selflessly risked their lives to save others, much like Chen Xi did now. Ross's expression darkened, his face morphing as if he had swallowed a fly. Here, it mattered not that he was Ross. Even the president would be subjected to scorn from these free-spirited citizens. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught, Chen Xi's demeanor also darkened. How dare they challenge him? How could this ironclad body fear such trivial projectiles? Even armor-piercing rounds did not faze him. He could evade them or simply endure the blows, though he was relatively unperturbed. The pain of being struck was undeniable, especially since his steel frame had only recently merged and required ample time in the sun to fully acclimate. It wasn't in his nature to refrain from retaliation. With a swift motion, he seized a small car from the ground and hurled it at a low-flying helicopter. "Humph. I refuse to believe your strength surpasses that of the Hulk." Ross, brimming with confidence, scoffed. Yet in the next heartbeat, his expression shifted drastically as he bellowed at the pilot. "Oh, damn it. Ascend. Ascend." But alas, it was too late. With a thunderous crash, the car struck the helicopter's tail, sending it plummeting to the ground amidst a cloud of black smoke. In the nick of time, Ross and his daughter, among others, hastily donned parachutes to escape. Huh, I expected more ferocity from you. Chen Xi smirked disdainfully, then leaped into action, heading towards the direction where General Ross would land. His actions left the surrounding crowd in a state of shock. Oh my god, is he really going to take out Ross? This guy is incredible. He's insane. They gasped. Finish him off. It became apparent to everyone that Chen Xi was on a path of revenge against Ross. They were astonished by his brutality and madness. Was this behavior not a direct affront to the entire nation? The violent figure vanished from view, only to reappear in a heartbeat, grinning as he awaited Ross's impending descent. Suspended in midair, Ross was no fool. He struggled valiantly to alter his trajectory, but how could he exert force while airborne? Watching the comically awkward scene unfold, Chen Xi could not suppress his laughter. In the face of death, all beings are equal. Just look at his clumsy predicament. Haha, General Ross. How does it feel to be the fish while I wield the knife? Oh, wait. I suppose a man of your ignorance can't appreciate the profundity of my language. Chen Xi taunted, his smile dripping with mockery. Humph, do not be so arrogant. Do you truly dare to kill me? Ross's voice trembled with a false bravado, though it was pathetically weak. No, I truly do not dare. However, I can certainly torment you. Chen Xi's gaze turned sinister. He had long harbored an idea for an experiment, and now he had found the perfect subject. What do you intend to do? Ross stammered, fear gripping him at Chen Xi's malevolent grin. Ah, you'll find out soon enough. Chen Xi replied, inching closer with a devious smile. Ross, terrified, stumbled backward until Chen Xi seized him. He then executed his signature move, the cutting off future generations kick. This was his favorite technique in battle, one he had previously refrained from using out of fear of retribution, but now the time for restraint had passed. Fortunate Ross became the inaugural victim of this technique. Ah, damn it. The excruciating pain penetrated him to his very soul, and he crumpled like a boiled shrimp, collapsing to the ground. The physical torment was indescribable, and the mental anguish could not be washed away by an ocean. If resentful glares had levels, Ross's would surely be off the charts. Don't look at me like that. You should be contemplating how you will take your revenge on me. Chen Xi crouched down, patting his face, still wearing that unervingly cheerful expression. How does one cultivate a villain? He mused. Through chaos and turmoil. Chapter 6. Banner, you wouldn't want anything to happen to Betty, would you? Chen Xi had not received any system notification indicating the completion of his mission, which implied that the Hulk was still at large. He turned to glance at the green giant in the distance, who appeared to be attempting to flee. Hey Hulk, what do you think about Betty? Are you really willing to abandon her? Chen Xi shouted at him. The Hulk halted mid-stride, clearly unwilling to concern himself with Betty's fate, yet Banner felt compelled to care. They were, after all, two halves of the same entity, and at that moment, Banner was embroiled in a heated argument with the Hulk, insisting he could not neglect Betty. The Hulk despises threats. With a roar, the Hulk reluctantly charged towards Chen Xi, fully aware that a confrontation was inevitable. Ha ha ha, Betty, congratulations on surviving. Hey, quite impressive. Chen Xi teased, retracting his mischievous hands, a look of satisfaction plastered across his face. Betty glared at Chen Xi with venomous fury. Though she despised him, her trembling body betrayed her true feelings. She really didn't want any of this. She was no longer a child. Banner's emotional outbursts could trigger the Hulk, and she had nearly been burned alive in the past. Boom. Banner, cloaked in shadows, seethed with rage. He yearned to rend the masked man before him into pieces to quell his wrath. The Hulk, fueled by fury, grew ever stronger, and under Banner's influence, his power surged. As the tidal wave of energy surged forth, Chen Xi did not shy away. Charge. Collision. Explosion. Boom. A resounding clash erupted, and a powerful shockwave radiated from their epicenter, sending Betty and Ross, even at a distance of 100 meters, tumbling through the air. Crack. Boom. The storefronts surrounding them suffered catastrophic damage as glass shattered into a million fragments. When the dust finally settled, the two oddly matched figures re-emerged, their feet leaving deep fissures in the ground, the earth itself caving beneath them. Chen Xi looked worse for wear, his garments resembling rags more than clothing, hanging from him like tattered strips. He cast a jealous glance at the Hulk's iconic shorts, unmistakably envious of their marvelous quality. Perhaps he too needed such a battle outfit? Chen Xi murmured to himself, lamenting the inadequacy of the biological force field, which was far too weak to withstand such a vigorous impact and protect his attire. Indeed, the furious Hulk was formidable, yet one could hardly forget that he had moments ago nearly breached the sanctity of another's beloved, almost leading to their mutual destruction. After sensing the might of the enraged Hulk, Chen Xi understood his own power better, approximately 1,000 tons. While the Hulk in his normal state likely possessed around 400 tons of strength. Clearly, this universe's Hulk was not the grotesquely overpowered protagonist type. At that moment, the green behemoth lunged at Chen Xi with ferocity, intending to throw him as he did Loki. A trivial skill, Chen Xi thought, fully aware of Hulk's limitations. This brute relied solely on his innate talent, never having mastered any combat techniques. In the face of such an overt assault, Chen Xi swiftly sidestepped to the right, using his left arm to deflect Hulk's grasp aimed at his own left arm, effectively neutralizing the attack. However, having absorbed the martial prowess of Blonsky, Chen Xi was more than willing to engage. With a sudden twist of his left hand, he seized Hulk's left wrist as the green giant stumbled, exploiting his momentary imbalance. Bang! In an instant, Hulk felt an overwhelming force yanking him uncontrollably toward Chen Xi, and any resistance was futile. The power Chen Xi wielded was too great. Stepping forward, he crashed into Hulk's embrace, delivering a brutal knee strike that nearly ruptured the green behemoth's lungs. But that was not the end. Relentlessly, Chen Xi bent his right arm and propelled himself forward, delivering a vicious horizontal strike to Hulk's throat from the side. Bang! Roar! The excruciating pain penetrated to his very marrow. Although Hulk's regenerative capabilities were formidable, even he could not remain immune to pain at such an intensity. His throat was evidently a crucial vulnerability. Hulk's eyes turned crimson, veins bulging as he clutched his throat, struggling to maintain his footing. The healing factors within his cells worked frantically to repair the damage and alleviate his suffering. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward, 50,000 justice points. Just as Chen Xi expected a notification from the system, it appeared. The resilient Hulk, akin to an indomitable cockroach, managed to recover within mere seconds. As Chen Xi approached, intent on delivering a finishing blow, the Hulk turned and fled, heedless of Banner's furious shouts. Though youthful, Hulk embodied the essence of a child when faced with defeat. He instinctively fled rather than stubbornly persevering. The surrounding crowd, numerous onlookers, were utterly astonished, even dropping their phones in shock at the sight of the once mighty green giant retreating in disarray. Seconds later, an explosive sound erupted. Oh my God! Unbelievable! The Hulk fled? How extraordinary! This man is truly powerful. He struck the green giant and trampled the yellow one. Sir, may I take a photo with you? Countless spectators, exhilarated, gazed with reverence at the slightly disheveled figure in the distance, whose ragged attire now seemed so stylish, a mark of glory. Ignoring their adulation and cheers, Chen Xi approached Betty and presented her with a business card. Miss, are you feeling lonely? Please call me. I am a responsible man. Betty stared at the shameless man in disbelief, thinking, are you joking? Tony Stark? Boom. Amidst the crowd's fervent admiration, Chen Xi leapt skyward, vanishing from sight within moments, leaving only dust and a damaged ground in his wake. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, pondering the identity of such a powerful man. Not long after Chen Xi departed, an elderly courier seemed to gaze through space, fixated on his receding silhouette. Chapter 7. The gift of meeting Oya on a bench in a small park. Chen Xi, rejuvenated, basked in the beauty of the sunlight. Where did the clothes come from? Isn't there an abundance of clothing stores belonging to him? If possible, he would prefer to forego clothing altogether, relishing the warmth and grandeur of the sun. At that moment, every cell in his body greedily absorbed the energy emanating from the sun, the jubilant chorus of countless cells allowing him to experience unparalleled joy. As trillions of cells celebrated, his strength surged, growing exponentially with every passing second. This was a miracle of life, a miracle defying the laws of energy conservation. What a spectacle it would be if the entire universe were filled with Kryptonian legions. Chen Xi murmured in utter astonishment. No wonder Krypton met its demise. They were too powerful, forcibly written off on their home planet, unable to find a yellow sun. Feeling his power continuously amplify, Chen Xi clenched his fists and struck the air with ferocity, resulting in an explosive shockwave. This was true security. He shook his head, displaying a bittersweet smile. Despite possessing a fortune of over $1 billion, soon to surge into the billions, he understood the precariousness of his situation in this perilous Marvel universe, rife with heroes and villains alike. The fear lingered that one day, a madman or an uncontrollable mutant might end his life. Suddenly, a voice welcomed him. Young man from another world, welcome to the Marvel universe as a guest. A kindly old man appeared, beaming at Chen Xi from one side of the bench. Greetings. Old sir, I did not wish to come here, Chen Xi replied, taken aback, managing a wry smile after a long pause. Though aware that the system had guided him here, he felt a profound anxiety facing this supreme deity of the Marvel universe. He was acutely aware that as an interdimensional stowaway, he could not remain unnoticed. Initially, he believed that the old man would be indifferent, considering how insignificant one ant might be in the grand scheme of things. Yet now, as this ant prepared to stir the pot, he wondered if he might not be crushed underfoot, for it would be infinitely easier to extinguish his existence than to squash an ant. Do not worry, young man. I bear you no malice. I merely find you intriguing. Among the many travelers who have come to my world, you alone carry an inexplicable aura of cause and effect. The old man replied with a warm smile, expressing his curiosity. There are countless travelers. To me, they are but a drop in the ocean. How much of a stir could you possibly create? Chen Xi probed further, testing the waters, emboldened by the realization that he would not be crushed. A scheme? What scheme? This is merely a single universe within the vast multiverse. I can easily create another. Everything is merely a thought away. A massacre? The notion of equality among beings is but an illusion. It is merely a relationship of competition, and death is the ultimate destination. Countless animals are sent to the dinner table, and in their world, humans are all villains. In an infinite multiverse, is there truly a distinction between good and evil? At each stage of life, with every experience, new understandings arise. I hope you do not lose your original intention and have no regrets about your current actions. Chen Xi found it difficult to regain his composure, staring vacantly at the scenery ahead as it gradually lost focus. Was this truly the realm of existence? Was the annihilation of countless lives across the universe so utterly cold? It seemed that his heart remained fervent after all. Very well, in time, you shall comprehend. I am also aware of the origins of your karma. As a token of our first encounter, allow me to present you with a gift. The elder, observing Chen Xi's dazed expression, chuckled and patted his shoulder. In an instant, an indescribable brilliance flashed, and in his hand appeared an object resembling a Rubik's cube. This is a cross-universal teleportation matrix. Should you ever face the peril of annihilation at the hands of a formidable being, and I am not here to guide you, shattering it will allow you to randomly transport to another universe. However, I sincerely hope you never find yourself in such a predicament. Chen Xi, regaining his focus, gazed at the mysterious cube, feeling a heightened sense of security. He had not only escaped unscathed, but had also received such a boon. How delightful. Thank you, old man. If that is the case, I shall roll up my sleeves and work diligently. Chen Xi said, half in jest. Take it easy, lad. I am quite content living here. I rather enjoy it. The elder waved dismissively, then rose to leave, swaying like an ordinary old man, leaving only his silhouette behind. As the elder vanished from view, Chen Xi returned to contemplation, pondering the nature of the karma the elder had mentioned. After a prolonged silence, the system finally replied. What he has surmised is merely the limit of his abilities. You need not delve deeper. Chen Xi fell silent. Understanding that any traveler would be curious about the origins of their system, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Yet, considering his life was already of little worth, each additional day of good fortune felt like a profit, allowing him to enjoy a life that was never rightfully his. Could you please organize my information? I feel utterly bewildered at present, Chen Xi inquired. No problem. Host information has been compiled. Host, Chen Xi. Age, 24, in this universe. Faction, the ever-fluctuating rogue. Companion, the yet-to-awaken Scarlet Witch, Wanda. Physique, Bronze Superman, awaiting unlocking of Silver Superman. Strength, 1,060 tons. Speed, 3 Mach. Abilities, Steel Body, Biological Force Field, Heat Vision. Other abilities pending awakening. Justice Points, 50,000. Upon reviewing the system's organized panel, Chen Xi finally grasped the extent of his current power. As long as those few bald-headed adversaries did not appear, he was akin to a crab, strong and resilient. Although the Marvel Universe lacked kryptonite, magic indeed existed, along with formidable practitioners of the mind. Superman's magical resistance could not match his physical resilience, yet it still surpassed that of an ordinary person. If he truly wished to grow formidable, he would need to find ways to enhance his magical resistance. Defeating magic with magic? Perhaps basking in the rays of a blue star? Or a neutron star? A quasar? These chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed as impractical. Ultimately, he focused on the justice points, naturally skeptical that they served only to unlock templates. To his delight, he discovered a system shop window beside him. Upon entering the shop, he realized his financial situation resembled that of a beggar. Chapter 8. A new beautiful henchwoman, Terminator TX. The system shop featured a variety of categories, encompassing both sci-fi and fantasy realms. As long as one could afford it, all needs could be satisfied. For instance, various technological products from certain worlds, such as the inexpensive T-Series robots from the Terminator universe. Additionally, there were Autobots from the Transformers world, easily obtainable with a modest sum. Of course, items from comedic anime worlds were conspicuously absent, as the system appeared to disdain them. Outside the realm of humor, they were merely absurd. After browsing, he found gray pages, indicating insufficient privileges. Even if he had the funds, he could not partake. The Terminator robots were indeed quite affordable. Even the impressively powerful TX from the film required merely 2,000 points. There were also pricier items, like the exquisite devil fruits from the One Piece universe, such as the Thunder fruit and the Quake fruit. He refrained from citing other excessively expensive items, as they held no practical value for him. Should he acquire companions in the future, perhaps they could benefit from them. The auxiliary items were decent, but he truly had no need for anything else that could enhance his strength. Chen Xi smirked. He was not envious. Did a Superman like him require these flashy trinkets? No matter the schemes devised against him, he could shatter them with a single punch. His current goal was to amass wealth to fuse templates, aiming for the Silver Superman. He also noticed the template for the Ancient Destroyer, which was not any less expensive than the Silver Superman. If he could fuse the indestructible Cockroach Superman with the infinitely potential Silver Superman. Oh, how exhilarating. The fervor online escalated, with enthusiastic fans multiplying, yet some individuals were troubled. Whether the police or military, their disdain for these unbridled superhumans was palpable, as they rendered the authorities seemingly ineffectual. Upon returning home, Chen Xi opened the door to find Wanda staring at him intently, her unnerving gaze making him feel somewhat uneasy. Well, our great hero has returned, Wanda teased, pointing at a photograph on the computer screen. She had not anticipated that the person she spent every day with would conceal such a significant matter from her. Clearly, he did not trust her. That scoundrel desired to take advantage of her. What do you mean I hid anything from you? Wasn't I just in the bathroom, looking like a cooked lobster? I suddenly awakened my mutant genes, which is why I became so formidable. Faced with Wanda's discontent, Chen Xi shrugged, resorting to a serious yet nonsensical explanation. After all, it was all rather similar. Really? Wanda regarded him skeptically. His explanation did seem plausible, especially considering the peculiar circumstances earlier. However, she had never heard of any mutant awakening with such ferocity. He was akin to the Hulk. Hey, are you disregarding my temper? If you don't listen, I'll be left with no choice but to resort to force. Chen Xi feigned displeasure, intending to brush off the situation for the time being. Wait, you can't do that. No, it's broad daylight. Wanda's face flushed as she hurriedly pleaded for mercy, knowing full well that she had no means of handling him. What's wrong with that? Isn't a game beneficial for both body and mind? The more, the merrier. Chen Xi grinned wickedly as he scooped her up and dashed toward the bedroom. No amount of resistance from Wanda proving effective. Before long, her screams filled the air. George Stacy felt increasingly frustrated. Ever since that day, their officers had been severely outnumbered, with countless delusional youths mimicking Chen Xi on the streets. As for the $0 shopping phenomenon, that had become a daily nuisance, with the police station inundated with reports to the point of exhaustion. At his middle age, his health was already frail. Working overtime and burning the midnight oil was no easy feat, and his wife had transformed into a formidable tiger, nearly exhausting him completely. In this universe, his wife had not perished. His daughter, Gwen, also added to his headaches. The young lady, at the tender age of 18 and experiencing her first crush, had become infatuated with a legendary hero, leaving her utterly smitten. Violence would only beget more violence, and though everything seemed utterly unreasonable, he sensed that something was amiss. As night descends, shadows emerge, relentlessly pursuing criminals, their faces obscured from view. Ding. Task completed. Reward, 500 justice points. Ding. Task completed. Reward, 300 justice points. Ding. Task completed. Reward, 300 justice points. The fruits of a night's labor amounted to over 7,000 points. Yet Chen Xi found himself profoundly dissatisfied. Damn superheroes. This is hardly the work of a mere mortal. Indeed, I am ill-suited for the role of a hero. It is truly unfathomable how Spider-Man manages to tirelessly combat crime year after year. On the rooftop of a towering building, Chen Xi, having just assessed his meager accrual of justice points, could not help but admire Old Parker. Old Parker is akin to an ideal. He embodies a spirit rather than a mere individual. While Peter Parker represents the harmonious fusion of knowledge and action as extolled by the great sages. To speak candidly, like many Marvel enthusiasts, he harbors a fondness for Peter Parker, yet he has no desire to emulate him. A hero who, in his quest for justice, finds himself middle-aged and destitute, unable to afford his aunt's medical bills. Such a narrative elicits sympathy, But how many would dare endure the trials that heroes face? Only through first-hand experience can one truly comprehend such hardship. Only those who have lived through it possess the authority to speak of it. Thus, Chen Xi resolved to act. System, I require the customization of 2 TX robots. They should suffice to handle common crime. Even ordinary 2- or 3-tiered mutants would hardly pose a challenge to TX, given the latter's formidable prowess. Lower-tier mutants exhibit singular abilities and various deficiencies. Even 3-tiered mutants, such as Human Torch or Frogman, would be easily subdued by TX. Host, you are quite the genius. The system replied. But let me ask, will you succeed? Chen Xi paid no heed to any disdain from the system. After all, it matters not whether the cat is black or white, so long as it catches mice. The crux lies in creating confusion, allowing him to reap the rewards as the puppet master. I cannot interfere with the system's rules. Any actions within its parameters are permissible, the system replied coolly. Merely a program tasked with maintaining operational integrity, devoid of authority to interfere. Ignoring the system, Chen Xi accessed the store to purchase 2 exquisitely designed female TX Terminators. Since this was a system transaction, there was no concern regarding Skynet. However, gazing upon the flawless visages of the TX, a twinge of regret lingered. If only they could emit some gas. Chapter 9. The remarkable turnaround of Spider-Man Parker. Master. The 2 TX Terminators bowed slightly, addressing him respectfully, as they were, after all, purchased by Chen Xi. Very well, from now on, do not call me master. Refer to me as boss. Henceforth, you shall be known as Boda and Bodhi. Understood, boss, they responded with unwavering respect. Although the technology here resides within the Marvel universe, the majority of Earth's networks are far from the sophistication of the future. Therefore, you are to infiltrate the various official surveillance systems of New York. Upon encountering criminals, you may exercise your own judgment for resolution without needing to report back. Yes, boss. Boda and Bodhi nodded without hesitation, their awareness levels considerably advanced, far beyond the capabilities of the current JARVIS. Allowing the Terminators to handle these trivial criminals suited Chen Xi perfectly. He found such monotonous tasks utterly unbefitting of his disposition. Selfless dedication may be old Parker's ethos, but his is a philosophy of profit. Time swiftly passed, and before long, several days had elapsed. During this period, New York witnessed a dramatic decline in crime rates. A rare sign of peace. Alas, it was the criminals who suffered, facing injuries ranging from severed limbs to eternal rest. Chen Xi had recently withdrawn from the studio, spending his days basking in the sun, occasionally flipping over to avoid being scorched. Meanwhile, Wanda buzzed about like a diligent bee, managing various trivial matters, invitations, and copyrights. Boda, keep an eye on old Parker's movements. Have they gone to that ridiculous exhibition? Chen Xi inquired lazily, eyes closed. Given the jumbled timeline of Marvel, he could only discard preconceived notions, particularly regarding Spider-Man, whose timeline could be conveniently ignored. After all, he had been consuming these narratives for quite some time. Boss, he has proceeded to the research pavilion, and Bodhi is shadowing him. Any anomalies will be reported to you. At this revelation, Chen Xi sprang to his feet with alarming speed. There was no time to waste. Without further ado, he departed quickly, leaving Boda perplexed. Regardless of Spider-Man's origins, his sole concern lay with the spider that bit old Parker. That spider was a treasure. Within the research pavilion, old Parker was showcasing his talents when, unbeknownst to him, a spider seized the opportunity to bite him. Reacting instinctively, old Parker swatted at the creature, yet missed entirely, failing to eliminate the spider. Why is it that one can feel affection, yet lacks the courage to express it boldly? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Parker. It was none other than Chen Xi, who had captured the radioactive spider. Aye. Parker stammered, caught off guard by Chen Xi's abrupt arrival. In the presence of the goddess Mary Jane, he always felt timid, lacking the confidence even to approach her, feeling inferior to the most ardent admirer. Chen Xi glanced at Mary Jane. She possessed a measure of beauty. Yet to him, she was merely mediocre, an ordinary face lost among countless others, utterly forgettable. I understand that a man's confidence stems from the weight of his wallet, so I intend to offer you an opportunity. If you wish to earn money, give me a call, Chen Xi remarked coolly, handing Parker his business card. At that moment, Parker recognized him, and his excitement became overwhelming. His legs turned to jelly as he exclaimed, Oh my God, it's you. I'm your biggest fan. I can hardly believe my eyes, that one day my idol would stand before me. Old Parker was beside himself with excitement, stomping his feet, his eyes filled with adoration. Momentarily forgetting all about the goddess as he engaged in animated conversation with Chen Xi. Calm down, Parker. Your enthusiasm is making me uncomfortable. I have no interest in men. Chen Xi shrugged, exasperated by the fervor of fans like old Parker. God, do you know that every one of your masterpieces leaves me in rapture? Especially The Lord of the Rings. I can scarcely fathom the depths of human imagination. Old Parker continued, his exuberance unabated, illustrating the true power of a Marvel fan's fervent discourse. His animated shouts drew the attention of others, and upon recognizing Chen Xi, the entire research pavilion erupted into a frenzy. The allure of the exhibition faded, and a tide of people surged towards him, enveloping him in a chaotic wave of excitement. Oh my God, it's Chen, the god from the East. Good heavens, I can't believe I'm seeing the greatest screenwriter in history. Mom, Dad, your son has made it. My God, can I take a picture with you? Oh my God, it's really him. Move aside, watch out. The scene spiraled into chaos, nearly erupting into a melee as the crowd surged forward, some even losing their shoes in the frenzy. They clamored and jostled, eager for a chance to exchange a word with the idol they revered, even if a mere photograph seemed an extravagant wish. Haha, everyone. Please calm down and listen to me. If we push any closer, we might trigger a stampede, so let us take a group photo instead, Chen Xi shouted, urging them to settle down. Fortunately, they found themselves in the less crowded research hall. Otherwise, a serious incident could have occurred. The fervor of the crowd was truly overwhelming. It was no wonder they were driven by the power of their idol. Upon hearing Chen Xi's voice, the throng quieted, forming an orderly line for the anticipated photo. Under the guidance of the excited staff, they arranged themselves in several rows in the spacious area, allowing Chen Xi to stand in the center for the snapshot. Many clutching photographs became so overwhelmed that tears streamed down their cheeks, with some even vowing to refrain from washing their hands for a month, merely because they had shaken hands with their ultimate idol. If only I could achieve such fame one day, then Mary Jane would surely see me in a new light, Parker mused enviously from his corner, observing Chen Xi, who was besieged by admirers. Hey, Parker, don't forget to give me a call. At that moment, Chen Xi finally broke free from the throng of fans and called out to the unnoticed Parker. What? He even has the idol's phone number? Damn it. Why him? Instantly, everyone cast envious, jealous glares at Parker, wishing to snatch his privileged position away. Even Mary Jane, who usually overlooked him, suddenly threw him flirtatious glances, while his best friend Harry could hardly believe it. In that fleeting moment, old Parker felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Chapter 10, The Scheme for the Symbiote Suit. Peter Parker had never imagined he would experience a day filled with envy and jealousy from others. He had always been the humble, invisible one, the target of classmates' bullying and mockery. Even speaking to his goddess required extensive mental preparation. He would nervously approach her with clumsy excuses when no one else was around. Yet now, his classmates were brimming with envy, and his goddess had uncharacteristically cast flirtatious glances in his direction. To Parker, it all felt like a surreal dream. Faced with her attentions, he was at a loss, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Chen Xi for assistance. Sometimes, it is that simple. Perhaps just a single word could lead someone to unwavering devotion for a lifetime. From this moment on, Chen Xi held a position in his heart second only to Uncle Ben and Aunt May. After all, it was Chen Xi who facilitated the flattery from his goddess. Chen Xi gestured for him to be bolder, suggesting they go out and find a cozy little inn, pointing at his business card, implying that one should take advantage of the complimentary seafood. Mary, would you like to take a stroll in the park? However, after nearly 20 years of being a virgin, Parker clearly misinterpreted Chen Xi's intentions, awkwardly inviting her to a park, which was the boldest idea he could muster. Chen Xi shook his head in frustration. This guy was utterly hopeless. How could he not realize how many men had enjoyed the company of that green tea BTCH? Mary Jane, with a clear goal in mind, smiled broadly and eagerly accepted Parker's invitation, thinking, this silly boy is so easy to manipulate. Great. I think George Park nearby would be lovely. Then let's south go to the park. Parker felt a mix of excitement and anxiety in response to the goddess's enthusiasm. He truly was beyond redemption, eternally so humble. Others watching Parker wondered if he had been chosen by Chen Xi for a movie role, their envy intensifying as they speculated he might soon become a movie star. Among the crowd, Gwen increasingly thought of the heroic figure who had once saved her, primarily due to the striking similarity in his eyes. Chen Xi sensed the cleverness of this young lady. She was likely battling inner turmoil at this moment. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he could not simply approach her and say, "Hey, girl, come with me, let us discuss the script," as that would indisputably reveal to everyone his intentions to explore the wonders of life with a female fan. However, Chen Xi trusted that she would reach out to him eventually, given that she and Parker were neighbors, by leaving his number with him. He was effectively leaving it with Gwen. Finally extricating himself from the crowd, Chen Xi hastily departed, soaring through the streets in his transformed Lamborghini, eliciting gasps of awe. What a stunning sports car. I've never seen a vehicle that resembles something from a sci-fi film. Oh my god, that's the Lamborghini Aventador concept car. How could it possibly be on the streets of New York? So cool. Simply breathtaking. Chen Xi, oblivious to their admiration, had nearly caused a traffic incident upon his arrival. Damn it. Is this guy even cooler than me, Tony Stark? Who is he? Just then, Tony Stark drove by, catching only a glimpse of a black streak zipping past him. The vehicle's flashy, exaggerated design instantly captivated Tony's heart. He had always been fond of sports cars, especially when it came to impressing women. Unaware of Tony Stark's thoughts, Chen Xi sped back to a location just a few streets away from his villa. Transform into an ordinary sedan. We need to keep a low profile, understand? Chen Xi commanded. Understood, master. The vehicle responded obediently, morphing into an unremarkable Volkswagen model. Meanwhile, Parker, during his rendezvous with Mary Jane, remained restless and distracted, which left her feeling rather displeased. You, pathetic loser. If you could possibly leverage your connection with a prominent screenwriter to get me into a movie company, I wouldn't waste my time with you. Feeling unwell, Parker began experiencing hallucinations, sensing he could collapse at any moment, prompting him to hurriedly conclude this precious date and take a taxi home. Unbeknownst to him, his life was about to undergo a remarkable transformation. In the garden of the villa, Chen Xi basked in the sun while speaking to the air. Red, have you been monitoring the movements of the Life Foundation? Have you determined the approximate return time of their symbiote spacecraft? Symbiotes, the extraordinary beings from the Marvel Universe. Although they did not appear in the Venom series, they certainly existed. They belonged to an ancient and powerful race, though the cinematic portrayals of symbiotes had significant flaws that could easily be exploited. As for why Chen Xi mentioned the Life Foundation, a company that ostensibly worked for the betterment of humanity while conducting inhumane symbiote experiments, it was because their spacecraft was soon to return, rumored to carry 4 or even 5 super symbiotes. Regardless of the number, he desired them all. They were all superheroes. Just look at Clark, whose superhero suit was incredibly stylish, while here he was, dressed like a beggar. Thus, he immediately focused on the symbiotes. What could be more stylish than a symbiote suit? Naturally, Red had been summoned, as these auxiliary tools were always welcome. To excel in one's endeavors, one must first sharpen their tools. Red respectfully responded, Master, the Life Foundation spacecraft will land in 3 days. We have yet to determine the exact location. Haha, that's sufficient, Chen Xi waved dismissively, fully aware that trouble would soon arise where it would touch down. In that small corner of Malaysia, news of a firecracker would spread like wildfire. Having dealt with the symbiote information, he leaned back, squinting his eyes to soak in the sun's warmth and enjoy its gifts. Host, Chen Xi. Age, 24, in this universe. Faction, the Capricious Rogue. Companions, the Unawakened Scarlet Witch Wanda, the Terminator, and the Enclosure. Physique, Bronze Superman, Silver Superman yet to be unlocked. Strength, 120 tons. Speed, 35 Mach. Abilities, Iron Physique, Bioforce Field, Heat Vision. Other abilities awaiting awakening. Justice points, 45, 690. In just a few days, he has increased his strength by several tons, equivalent to adding 10 Captain Americas daily. Unfortunately, Captain America serves as his unit of measurement. Chapter 11. Parker has mutated. The symbiote spacecraft has met with disaster. Buzzing. At that moment, the phone beside the recliner vibrated, and if all went as expected, it was Parker calling. An unfamiliar number? At this time, that must be Parker, right? A faint smile graced Chen Xi's lips. Has he mutated so soon? Indeed, as soon as the call connected, Parker's voice echoed through, pleading for help. Mr. Chen, I apologize for intruding, but I am feeling extremely feverish, and I don't know whom to call. Could you find someone to take me to the hospital? I don't want my uncle to worry. No. Parker, if you trust me, then you must hold on. You are not merely feverish. You are undergoing a mutation. A mutated spider has bitten you, activating your mutant genes. Congratulations. You are about to become a superpowered mutant. Chen Xi spoke casually, sealing off all of Parker's escape routes. Mutants would never be accepted by the authorities. No matter how much the so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to recruit him, Parker could never feel secure. He would automatically belong to the monster faction. Really? Am I truly going to have superpowers? The excitement in Parker's voice was palpable, as if his pain had vanished in an instant. Hearing his exuberance, Chen Xi understood that he was more thrilled than if he had feasted on the most exquisite seafood. For a young man in his adolescent phase, Possessing superpowers was an insurmountable dream, an eternal aspiration. Desperately yearning for the mutant abilities that would turn his life around, Parker had endured unimaginable bullying from his peers. He often fantasized in his dreams about suddenly acquiring superpowers and triumphing over his adversaries, becoming a superhero akin to Captain Steve Rogers. Thus, Chen Xi was naturally inclined to fulfill his wishes. The world would be unbearably lonely without Spider-Man. He held great affection for the original Spider-Man. He was a paragon. Even if he turned dark, it would merely be a street dance, donning a stylish suit and grooming his hair to resemble an adult. He assured Parker, "Rest assured, after a good night's sleep, you will discover that the world has transformed." Although Parker was somewhat naive, he still chose to believe the words of his idol. He was utterly infatuated with the notion of possessing superpowers. "You are exceedingly cunning," the system suddenly interjected with disdain, deeming his words mere fabrications. Since its inception, it seemed that every step he took was laden with deception and ulterior motives. After terminating the call, Chen Xi shrugged, unfazed by the system's scornful remarks. One must look out for oneself, otherwise, one faces obliteration. Growing up amidst disdain and mockery, I am long past being human. Do you ponder why mutants are so unwelcome in mainstream society? Chen Xi retorted, diverting the question back to the system, which lacked an understanding of the Marvel Universe, being merely a fragment of intelligent programming. I do not comprehend. Without investigation, one should not voice opinions. One does not fear scarcity, but inequality. Chen Xi shook his head in resignation, recognizing the darkness inherent in human nature. You and your neighbor Xiao Ming have been lifelong friends, believing that life would remain as it is. Yet, one day you discover that Xiao Ming has unexpectedly risen to greatness. Once a mediocre individual, he has now acquired the ability to fly, possesses boundless strength, can summon clouds, and even attain immortality. Jealousy consumes your friendship. You begin to resent why he can succeed while you remain stagnant. Consequently, you yearn for superpowers, but such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Thus, your darker instincts spiral out of control, driven by the madness of destruction when one cannot attain. You proclaim the dangers of mutants far and wide. United. Those like you, after all, such individuals constitute the vast majority, demonize mutants, rendering them pariahs in society. Is there truly a distinction between Spider-Man and mutants? None, regardless of circumstances. They are all outcasts, endowed with supernatural abilities. Even if temporarily lauded, for every person who praises Spider-Man as New York's friendly neighbor, there are just as many who wish to see him eradicated. Chen Xi did not wish for him to join the Avengers. It would be better for him to act freely. He is Spider-Man. The system's data analysis was remarkably astute, yet it failed to grasp the essence of humanity. The complexities of human nature are often beyond the reach of mere data simulation. To expect humanity to remain perpetually rational is but a delusion. Since Ross's incapacitation, he had been confined to a hospital for an extended period, yet no number of experts could mend the shattered remnants of his being. Such an outcome was unbearable, driving him toward a gradual descent into madness. He lashed out, breaking and shouting, his psyche darkening further. For a man, there is no greater torment than this. He acutely sensed that everyone, doctors, nurses, soldiers, was mocking him. Even the slightest whisper behind his back was perceived as ridicule. Damn it, masked man. I will make you pay dearly. Ross howled in a frenzy, overturning everything on the table, turning his hospital room into disarray. Such outbursts were meaningless, only aggravating his agitation. Suddenly, after venting his fury, he gradually regained his composure, gritting his teeth and lowering his gaze as he made a decision. He would take a bold gamble. Outside, the weather was growing dim, and Wanda returned in her little BMW Mini. Even though she had yet to become the Scarlet Witch, she still favored red attire. Observing Wanda's radiant complexion, Chen Xi felt an immense sense of satisfaction. She had endured so much in the past, and now a tranquil life was the best sanctuary. One could say that all the Scarlet Witch ever desired was a warm home. It was they who had compelled her to descend into darkness. Let us go out for dinner, Chen Xi suggested, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Sure, I remember a new hot pot restaurant just opened in Chinatown, and it's doing exceptionally well. It must be delicious. Wanda's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she promptly chose a place. Over the years of being with Chen Xi, she had long since assimilated into his ways. Then let us go, Chen Xi said, affectionately ruffling her little nose. 3 days later, Chen Xi, aboard the enclosure spacecraft, circled above Malaysia. With their technology, they would remain undetected for another 100 years. At that moment, the spacecraft, laden with the symbiote, had just entered the atmosphere when calamity struck. Life Foundation received Life 1 clearance granted to re-enter Earth's atmosphere. Life 1, Acknowledged. Initiating reentry procedure. Coordinates 04-103. This is bad. Hurry, seal it. Life Foundation. Calling Life 1. Signal extremely unstable. Please respond. Life 1 help. Life Foundation. Life 1, please respond. Life 1, please respond. Chapter 12. The infighting of the symbiotes. The Life Foundation can no longer receive any responses from the spacecraft. At this moment, the scientific expedition team aboard the vessel has perished. Survival under such catastrophic circumstances would indeed be a miracle of miracles. The massive spacecraft, engulfed in flames, lies beyond contact from the Life Foundation's control center situated at its headquarters on Earth. Suddenly, a fiery blaze pierces through the Earth's atmosphere, swiftly descending into the Borneo Forest Reserve, approximately 20 kilometers west of Cebu in Malaysia. Debris from the spacecraft scatters across the landscape, as a multitude of search and rescue teams, illuminated by intense floodlights, frantically scours the area. From the wreckage, rescuers extract 3 enormous containers, each seemingly harboring a peculiar, writhing organism. Put down my belongings, you scoundrel. Just as they prepare to depart with the hard-won samples, a brazen voice echoes. In an instant, dozens of mercenaries swiftly brandish assault rifles, aiming at the intruder. Who are you to act so arrogantly? Meanwhile, back at the Life Foundation's headquarters in Old Meg, a colossal screen broadcasts live footage of the rescue operation, where Director Drake is listening to progress reports alongside Dr. Sykes. Upon witnessing someone defiantly provoking the situation in the midst of such dire losses, his expression darkens. After all, the mission has already suffered substantial casualties. And yet a rustic fool dares to take advantage of the chaos? Eliminate him, Drake coldly commands, seething with pent-up frustration. That audacious figure is none other than Chen Xi, who had just pursued the fleeing symbiote, hence his delayed arrival. The cunning creature had indeed evaded capture, immediately attaching itself to a foolish wild boar in the forest. If not for his own night vision, it might have escaped unnoticed. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. The mercenaries, upon receiving their leader's command, unleash a barrage of gunfire, their malicious grins betraying their sadistic delight. Let us see you boast now. You cannot bear the cost of arrogance. Yet, in the following moment, they are left aghast. What the hell? A monster? Oh my god. A bulletproof creature. A mutant? An aberration? Drake stands frozen in disbelief as bullets ricochet off the being's body. Damn it. Since when did mutants involve themselves in our affairs? Have our secrets been discovered? Drake curses under his breath, his meticulously laid plans unraveling before him. Chen Xi's unexpected appearance has thrown everything into disarray. As he looks up, the mercenaries, now engulfed in terror and panic, fall victim to Chen Xi's almost instantaneous strikes, reduced to mere fragments, while others flee in utter disarray, resulting in the termination of the signal. Damn it. A mix of shock and fury compels Drake to shatter the large screen with a glass cup, now left with nothing. The symbiotes, that peculiar and enigmatic race, are precisely what he desires for his superhuman armor. It would indeed be their honor to ally with him. The remaining symbiotes, witnessing Chen Xi approach, are driven to the brink of madness. Heavens, what lineage does this being descend from? A deity? A divine progeny? The god of symbiotes. If only I could violently merge with such a divine offspring, I would surely eliminate you. Are you not curious? How could a life form of such caliber exist on Earth? Forget it. As long as I can parasitize, this blazing life, akin to a young star, is utterly intoxicating. Step aside, you venomous disgrace. You are unworthy of such aspirations. You misguided offspring. You should not have been born. Had these symbiotes not been confined separately, they would have already begun to slaughter one another. To them, Chen Xi's approach resembles that of a god of life, rendering their vitality almost stagnant in sheer insanity. The symbiote race shares memories. For countless years, they have never encountered such a terrifying species in the cosmos. With a beaming smile, Chen Xi steps forward, addressing them. Though you cannot speak, I can surmise your thoughts. You can comprehend my words. However, I require only the strongest to collaborate with me, so now, let me witness your prowess. Begin your performance. Upon concluding his statement, he strikes the specialized glass containers with several punches, enabling a fair duel. The symbiotes, devoid of hosts, are exceedingly weak. Only through parasitism can they unleash their true potential. While he could easily select any symbiote to serve as his battle suit, upon seeing 4 of them, he is immediately reminded of the concept of training insects. Should one devour the others, its power and abilities would receive a terrifying enhancement. The symbiotes, fully aware of Chen Xi's intentions to incite their conflict, find themselves unable to resist. Their inherent nature is one of mutual consumption and slaughter. Venom feels a chill. He is the disgrace of the symbiote race. This riot, this consumption, this howling, none are superior to him. Ultimately, he is merely waiting to be devoured. Yet, in this moment, he has no choice. It's either his demise or theirs, and he must fight with all his might. Even Venom becomes frenzied, wielding his tendrils to strike at his own offspring, targeting none other than Riot. Almost telepathically, the other two symbiotes extend their tendrils toward Riot, converging upon him. For Riot is the strongest of the symbiotes, and only by uniting against him can they hope to survive. Otherwise, they would be picked off one by one. You. Riot, engulfed in both fury and fear, realizes that what he once thought was victory is now thwarted by the unexpected alliance of these three. Apologies, but your strength has forced our hand. We must eliminate you first before competing amongst ourselves. The Devourer taunts, immediately focusing on Riot. Though Riot exceeds the others in strength, facing three opponents proves overwhelming. You despicable traitors. Why can't you allow me, the strongest, to lead the symbiote race to glory? In a final, anguished roar, Riot succumbs to their relentless assault, leaving behind only bitterness in his demise. Venom and the others have truly eliminated the mightiest of them all. Chen Xi is left in disbelief. Indeed, the stronger one is, the more perilous their existence becomes. No one wishes to carry the weight of a mountain upon their shoulders. After dispatching the strongest, the tide swiftly turns. The Devourer and the Howler seem to set their sights on Venom, launching a coordinated attack against the weakest among them. They refuse to succumb to the disgrace of being defeated by Venom, lest they be eternally nailed to the pillar of shame for millennia. Chen Xi suddenly recalls a saying, "The most tragic fate is for the strong to be slain by the weak." Chapter 13. The Fisherman gains. The symbiote armor is complete. Indeed, he is a disgrace to the symbiote race. Did he not flee to Earth to escape the ridicule of other symbiotes? Yet, even as a disgrace, he is not an ant to be crushed at will. Damn it. Perhaps Venom shall emerge as the ultimate victor, as the hidden ruthlessness within him erupts in despair. In this moment, the final frenzy of Venom unfolds. As it lunges wildly at the two symbiotes intent on ending its existence, it aims to make them aware that a father will always remain a father, even if it means sacrificing itself. Venom is determined to tear their bodies apart, leaving behind everlasting scars. Chen Xi observes as the symbiotes, resembling writhing masses of mud, engage in a frenzied battle of mutual consumption, their muddy forms scattering chaotically amidst the chaos of combat, which has reached an almost fevered pitch. With the activation of Venom's unique attributes, bolstered by the protagonist's aura, it begins to gradually absorb and grow stronger, skillfully turning the tide of battle in its favor. This astonishing maneuver leaves Chen Xi bewildered. Could it be that Venom truly possesses the ability to create miracles? Alas, this is merely an elaborate scheme. For this nurturing and breeding plan has no victors. Their ultimate fate is death. Regardless of which symbiote survives, it will ultimately be slain by Venom, which views them merely as garments to be worn at its whim. What a farce. None can connect with his thoughts. No entity is worthy, and his genes will never allow such filthy parasitic life forms to touch him. The battle rages on, yet Venom's brief glory as it faces two foes is fleeting, as the powers of absorption and howl steadily erode its strength. The initial surge of vigor soon diminishes, leaving Venom utterly drained despite its efforts. After absorption consumes Venom once more, its strength swells significantly, while the two symbiotes prepare for their final confrontation. Gazing at Chen Xi, who exudes an almost divine vitality, they find their rationality slowly being devoured. The two symbiotes stare blankly at each other for a moment before launching into a frenzied attack, their muddy forms colliding as they rend one another apart. Chen Xi watches their lackluster struggle, each grappling with the other's viscous body in a tiresome display of combat. Finding the battle exceedingly mundane, Chen Xi quickens his pace. Although their resistance to darkness and flames has markedly increased, they are innately fearful of such elements. Soon, the interference leads to absorption revealing its vulnerabilities, providing Howl an opportunity to devour nearly half of its form, thereby extinguishing any chance of a comeback. With absorption vanquished, Howl's size expands threefold, becoming immune to both sonic and flame weaknesses. From that moment forth, it possesses no vulnerabilities, and as the ultimate victor, Howl dances madly in triumph. Haha, how exhilarating. From this moment on, I, Howl, shall become the strongest deity. In AR, you must cherish your remaining time. Howl descends into a state of utter madness, excitement rendering it disoriented. In its inflated state, it no longer regards the symbiote god NAR with any measure of respect. Its confidence draws from Chen Xi's presence. As long as it can parasitize such a divine being, what does it care for the so-called symbiote god NAR? Mere chaff in comparison. Chen Xi stands speechless, watching as Howl, resembling a grotesque mass of mud, flails wildly, exuberantly expressing its fervor. In its frenzied state, Hal eagerly seeks to absorb its victory, charging toward Chen Xi without so much as a greeting, enveloping him in a shadow of dark purple. Ha! Is this what a divine being looks like? Our race of symbiotes has never encountered a life force that burns like a star. Hal bellows in madness, utterly enraptured by the perfection of its parasitic host. Just as it prepares to connect with Chen Xi's thoughts, a radiant light akin to the sun dazzles before it. In the next instant, Hal is engulfed in excruciating pain, the sun-like warmth consuming it whole. Fear grips it. It loses composure and plunges into despair. Why? Why do your cells harbor the heat of the sun? Who are you? A conspiracy. A conspiracy. This is all a plot. You have orchestrated our downfall. Hal's incessant lamentations echo its unwillingness to accept defeat as it vents its fury and despair, finally grasping that everything has been part of Chen Xi's grand design. All he sought was the most powerful symbiote, luring the final victor of this breeding scheme into a trap. How could it withstand the scorching energy of the sun? Even if it had become nearly immune to flame, the energy stored within Chen Xi's cells far exceeds thousands of degrees. After erasing Hal's consciousness, with the assistance of the system, the Kryptonian cells effortlessly devour and decompose it into genetic fragments. Of course, such a genetic editing procedure is quite sophisticated, and Chen Xi has compensated for the service. Otherwise, no one would labor without recompense. With a flick of his will, the symbiotic suit begins to slither over his body, akin to a layer of black gel being applied to his skin. This technology resembles Tony's future nanotechnology, yet it is evidently more compatible than Tony's armored suit, as the symbiotic suit will not suffer from awkward fits. In this moment, under the moonlight, the suit emanates an ominous, dark glow. Though Chen Xi possesses only superficial knowledge of design, he is far more adept at tearing garments than creating them, a fact Wanda could attest to. Given her daily struggle with tattered attire, the new suit merges elements from the original film's Superman black suit in a stylish cape design, rustling dramatically in the dark night breeze, exuding an air of dominance. After years of DC's design efforts, how could it be inferior? The sole distinction lies in the emblem, which has transformed from a grand to a prominent C. As for the meaning of this C, interpretations vary, for it certainly does not denote a plant. Confinement, let us return. Chen Xi declares. He has just casually experimented with various transformations, noting that these symbiotes exhibit impressive morphing abilities, particularly the myriad of weapon transformations showcased by the Chaotic One. Understood, Master. Confinement is succinct and taciturn, exhibiting an unwavering demeanor, a quality Chen Xi deeply appreciates. Confinement, shall I equip you with new gear? Chen Xi suddenly proposes, believing in the necessity of clear rewards and punishments within his team, for how else could he lead them effectively? Chapter 14, Equipping Confinement with Vibranium from Wakanda. As the saying goes, a few $100 a month is hardly worth risking one's life. If one plays such games while keeping their head on their belt, they must receive some benefits in return. Though these are mercenaries he has hired, he deems it essential to show a modicum of gratitude. Master, that may not be necessary. What good can come from a barren planet like Earth? While Confinement hesitates to oppose Chen Xi, valuing his own life above all, he certainly does not wish to end up like Megatron, adorned with inferior parts. Hey, you really are like a toad yawning, quite the boastful one. Soon, you shall witness the truth, and then you'll be calling me the boss. Chen Xi scoffs, looking disdainfully at the pretentious show-off. One must always leave room for retreat in conversation. Perhaps you are unaware, but we have a metal on Earth called vibranium, renowned throughout the universe. Far superior to your tin armor. I truly must see this for myself. Interest suddenly peaked within the confines of Confinement, after wandering the cosmos for so many years. Had he not sought to enhance his equipment? Even the mighty Optimus Prime would be a target for his solitary hunt, revealing the extent of his madness. The small nation of Wakanda, a facade of an agrarian civilization, was in fact a superpower of advanced technology, boasting the unparalleled resource of vibranium. It could be said that they thrived upon the very vibranium mines, their wealth beyond description, yet the world stubbornly regarded them as a destitute and backward agricultural state. At this moment, the impoverished and seemingly primitive nation found itself graced by an unwelcome and unscrupulous visitor. The thunderous roar of the cosmic battleship jolted the nation awake. A mere 5 hours ahead of Malaysia, just as night fell, Wakanda's defensive shield could not be activated in time. They had grown too complacent, having not faced an invasion in countless years. The sudden upheaval cast the entirety of Wakanda into a state of bewilderment. They had never considered that anyone would dare attack such a seemingly impoverished land. However, the current Black Panther, Chaka was notably decisive, immediately commanding the guards to prepare the spaceship for action. Should the battleship in the sky exhibit any signs of hostility, they were to retaliate without hesitation. As it stood, the vessel showed no indications of charging for an attack, allowing for the possibility of negotiation. Should war break out, no one wished for the flames of conflict to reach their homeland, for the resulting devastation would be incalculable. While the capital, burning Zana, braced itself, fixated on the battleship above, the ship's hatch opened, and a shadowy figure leapt down. This act was undoubtedly a provocation, directly intruding upon the royal palace. A blatant disregard for the royal guard. As expected, Chen Xi was quickly surrounded by the Black Panther's elite guards. The sharp vibranium spears glinted ominously in the night, seemingly poised to pierce him with lethal precision. It was utterly bewildering for Chen Xi that a nation so technologically advanced would engage in close combat with cold weapons. He could hardly fathom their actions. Was it a clash between barbarism and civilization? At that moment, encircled, he spotted the current Black Panther, Chaka, descending the staircase. His gaze cold and piercing, fixated upon Chen Xi's shadowy form. An extraterrestrial visitor? Why has he descended upon Wakanda? As for whether he could comprehend, that was not a concern for Chen Xi. He could finally discern the cunning fox that was Chaka, though obscured in darkness. His sharp eyes shone like a nightingale. With a smile, Chen Xi addressed him, "Your Excellency Chaka, I merely wish to borrow some vibranium. Surely, such a modest request would not be refused by you." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the palace grew tense. The impetuous young Black Panther, T'Challa, was incensed. Borrowing vibranium? Such audacity, a blatant disrespect for Wakanda. The other guards shared his ire, wishing nothing more than to eliminate this arrogant intruder on the spot. "Damn it!" roared the irate guard captain, Okoye, as she prepared to strike. Chaka, however, remained composed, curious to test the prowess of this unexpected visitor. How fortuitous. Chen Xi smiled faintly, eager to demonstrate the power of his symbiotic battlesuit. He slightly sidestepped, and suddenly, a shield materialized from his right arm, blocking Okoye's spear thrust, while his left arm elongated, transforming into a hammer that swung violently toward her. Fortunately, a nearby shield-bearer intercepted the blow. Damn! Their eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of alien technology was this? Okoye had no time to react to such a swift and peculiar attack, nearly suffering a grave defeat. "Halt!" Chaka barked, commanding his guards to withdraw. The cunning ruler had no desire for bloodshed. "Ah, so the extraterrestrial friend desires vibranium?" Chaka chuckled, aware that if conflict ensued, it would only end in their detriment. The unknown capabilities of their adversary, particularly that enigmatic battle suit, far exceeded their technology. A mere token of vibranium to send him on his way would suffice. Next time, he would not be so fortunate to breach their defenses. Chen Xi, amused, responded, "Are you sending me away with scraps? Do you have any idea how many resources I expended crossing millions of light years to arrive here? Just the fuel alone cost me 10 billion cosmic credits. I once asked for much, just 10 tons of vibranium, and I assure you, I shall depart at once." His audacious demand revealed that he was prepared for a confrontation. To settle this matter amicably was not on his agenda. Wakanda's vibranium was invaluable, and it was well known that even Chaka's own brother would face dire consequences for trafficking in it. "Am I to understand that you intend to rob us?" Chaka narrowed his eyes, his tone icy with threat. "Or what? The act of robbery is precisely what I shall engage in." Chen Xi's demeanor shifted from jovial to stern in an instant. He had no intention of playing the part of a virtuous heroine. Such forthrightness was a rarity in this world. Chaka's patience wore thin. As the king of Wakanda, he represented the dignity of his nation. No longer could he endure this affront. "Wakanda forever," he bellowed, as his elite guards surged forward like a tidal wave toward Chen Xi. Chapter 15. Your sin is in your possession of vibranium. An innocent man bears the burden of possessing a treasure, as the world's hegemon wreaks havoc across the globe. What recourse do other nations have but to voice their condemnation? Since time immemorial, might has triumphed over all. If you dare to rebel, then you must accept the consequences. Wakanda's possession of vibranium is indeed a transgression. As soldiers poured forth by the thousands, Chen Xi exhibited no hint of fear or trepidation. He would brave the storm. In the darkness, he resembled a specter, his arms outstretched, seamlessly transforming into a shield and curved blade as he charged at the guards. Boom. Upon contact, the resonance of metal echoed. Even if vibranium could absorb energy, how could his speed be matched by mere mortals? Swiftly, he seized a spear, yanking a Wakandan guard toward him. Bang! Despite her vibranium armor, Chen Xi's punch sent her reeling, blood spilling forth as she crashed into others. Huh. Observing this, dozens of soldiers thrust their vibranium spears toward Chen Xi's back. With a sudden stomp, he leapt high into the air, effortlessly evading their assault, and as he descended, his relentless kicks sent soldiers flying. Many left grievously wounded and bleeding, for ordinary vibranium armor could not shield against such ferocity. Meanwhile, the confinement found himself beleaguered. The brute force of his opponent rendered him nearly a living target. His energy attacks were effortlessly absorbed by the peculiar shield, leaving him in a defensive position. Fortunately, his agility was exceptional, and his combat skills were formidable. Within the royal palace, Chen Xi had seamlessly integrated into the fray with Wakandan warriors, who found themselves unable to deploy heavy, high-tech weaponry. His speed was astonishing. His figure flickered as if teleporting, and with each passing second, soldiers were sent hurtling away. The number of injured Wakandan soldiers multiplied, while Chen Xi advanced steadily toward Chaka, unfazed by the relentless assault from the surrounding guards, akin to valiant soldiers undeterred by death. The spear attacks sparked dazzling flames against his pitch-black battle garb, yet failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. The vibranium energy gun struck his back. Unable to impede his advance, he moved forth like an invincible harbinger of death, step by deliberate step up the staircase. The soldiers of Wakanda could scarcely comprehend the formidable nature of this armor, impervious to blades and firearms alike. Vibranium was adept at defense, while adamantium concentrated on offense. Thus, vibranium could never genuinely penetrate the shield formed by the fusion of four symbiotic entities. Bang! Someone on the right lunged with a longsword, but Chen Xi deftly sidestepped, evading a kick aimed at his left arm. A sickening crack echoed as the arm was obliterated, sending the unfortunate soul screaming backward. Why endure such futility? As long as he was not enveloped in vibranium, the outcome would be dire, capable of shattering internal organs with sheer force. Chen Xi shook his head slightly. Had Wakandan technology been sufficiently advanced, perhaps there might have been hope. For everything else, they would have to leave it to fate. As he drew nearer, raising his gaze to the pale-faced Chaka atop the steps, the latter remained resolute, refusing to retreat or flee. If he were to abandon his post, what would become of the nation's dignity? What of the people's trust? Wakanda forever. Wakanda forever. Wakanda forever. With each step Chen Xi took, dozens of soldiers charged at him in a desperate, suicidal assault, roaring their allegiance to Wakanda. This reckless bravery elicited a sigh from Chen Xi, reminiscent of countless valiant souls who had once fought with equal fervor, undeterred by the enemy's brutality, even when facing a 10-to-1 loss ratio. Alas, why endure such needless sacrifice? Chaka, must you truly stand by and watch your people perish in vain? Chen Xi's thunderous voice resonated like a solemn bell, causing Chaka's muscles to involuntarily twitch, revealing his internal struggle. On one side lay the dignity of Wakanda, and on the other, the lives of its citizens. No, the dignity of Wakanda must not be trampled. Even in death, one must not bow their head. The chief guard, Okoye, with tears in her eyes, bellowed at Chaka with all her might. At that moment, countless soldiers continued their reckless charge toward Chen Xi, fully aware that their efforts were akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Young Black Panther T'Challa, clad in a vibranium suit and wielding dual daggers, leaped into the air, aiming for a fatal blow to Chen Xi's head. However, his movements appeared sluggish to Chen Xi. In an instant, as T'Challa descended, Chen Xi pivoted and delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing away. Other soldiers seized the opportunity to stab at Chen Xi, only to find themselves ensnared by a bundle of vibranium spears, followed by a sweeping kick that toppled a multitude of them. Enough! Chaka on the steps could no longer bear to witness such senseless sacrifice of his people. You have won. I shall grant you 10 tons of vibranium. He cried out with a grim smile, finally comprehending the meaning behind the adage, born of hardship, perishing in comfort. Wakanda had long basked in ease and indulgence, akin to a fat lamb. Now that the wolves had arrived, it could scarcely flee. Had he foreseen this day, would he have acted differently? Chen Xi spoke calmly. Some individuals only recognize the value of life when a blade is at their throat. Upon receiving the order, the Wakandan soldiers finally ceased their assault. Yet nearly all glared at Chen Xi with venomous hatred, wishing they could rend him to pieces, though their eyes alone could not exact such vengeance. Here you go. All of it. Chaka roared like an aging lion, filled with fury yet powerless. He observed Chen Xi, untouched, save for minor scuff marks on his armor. Yet the next moment, his attire merely shifted slightly before returning to its pristine state, shattering the very foundation of Wakanda's world. Is it possible that the soldiers of Wakanda are so feeble? They could not even breach his defenses? Can you believe this? This battle had inflicted severe losses upon Wakanda, yet it also shattered their beautiful illusions. Please mind your tone. While I appreciate your willingness to bestow upon me such a bounty of vibranium, I find your manner of speaking rather displeasing. Chaka nearly choked upon hearing this, as Chen Xi's audacity knew no bounds. The Wakandan soldiers, having just lowered their weapons, gripped their arms tightly, awaiting the king's next words. However, Chaka understood that circumstances were more powerful than he, and he could only suppress his fury, forcing a strained smile as he regarded Chen Xi. Indeed, you are correct. I shall arrange for 10 tons of vibranium to be delivered to you immediately. Now that's more like it. Yet, I must admit, I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Please, regain that confidence. Remember, 10 tons of vibranium is but a trifling amount to Wakanda. Alas, Chaka swallowed his indignation. Regardless of how Chen Xi jested, he could not afford to take offense. He hastily prepared the vibranium and attended to the injured. Soon, a considerable quantity of vibranium was brought before Chen Xi, who beamed with satisfaction at the sight of the 10 tons. This precious commodity fetched a staggering price of $10,000 per gram. He laughed heartily, clapping Chaka on the shoulder, the weight of his hand nearly toppling the king. Truly, you are as wealthy as a nation. Next time you find yourself in trouble, come to New York, Tony. I assure you, I will handle it splendidly. What? Tony Stark? No wonder his armor was so formidable. He possessed extraterrestrial technology. If this was Iron Man, then everything made sense. Chapter 16, Confinement, Research on Vibranium. Parker invites for dinner. The thunderous roar of massive engines reverberated throughout the palace of Wakanda, as purple and white flames distorted the very air around them. Chen Xi departed, leaving with a substantial amount of vibranium. As the formidable figure vanished, the Wakandan citizens below bore expressions of confusion, unsure whether to harbor resentment or relief at his departure. Chaka and Chala squinted at the spacecraft accelerating into the sky, lost in their thoughts. Father, this is a rare opportunity. Should we not take the chance to obliterate that spacecraft? The impetuous Chala glared at the vessel receding from their view. Moments ago, they had been cautious within Wakanda's borders. Now, their advanced weaponry could be put to use. However, the shrewd Chaka shook his head. Can you guarantee that you will succeed in destroying him? If he survives, we shall await a stealthy assault from our enemies. Chala clenched his fists tightly, his heart bleeding, yet he had no choice but to lower his head in defeat. For they could not afford such a gamble. Sometimes, possessing great wealth and power is not a blessing. Those without shoes fear not the barefoot. They could either strike decisively or retreat in silence. Do you truly believe he is Tony Stark? Chaka suddenly inquired. In that fleeting moment, he felt the weight of his age. Wakanda required a youthful leader to guide it. Had the young Chaka been in his place, the Black Panther would surely not have stood idly by, would he? Indeed, he had grown old. Just moments ago, he had expressed belief. But that was merely a fleeting thought. Upon reflection, the explosion of technology requires a gradual accumulation, something Tony evidently lacked. Pondering deeply, Chala relayed his thoughts to his father, who nodded with a smile. My son has matured. Chaka felt a swell of pride, for his son possessed both courage and wisdom, with a heart for the world. How could he not be pleased with such a son? Perhaps it was time to consider the matter of his succession. Chaka cast a glance at his son, silently contemplating. There is a glimmer of potential. He has left me no opportunity to strike decisively. In the cosmic battleship, Chen Xi smiled and shook his head, recognizing the wisdom that comes with age. Indeed, Chaka refrained from taking action. Had it been the younger Chala, he would have undoubtedly intervened. Now, Chen Xi found himself devoid of justification for lethal force. As a paragon of justice, though he bore a hint of darkness, he had not descended to such depths. Even the esteemed Wakandan sought reasons to seize resources, citing missing soldiers or the apprehension of fugitives. A mere 10 tons of vibranium seemed trivial to Wakanda, considering they possessed tens of thousands of tons. Confinement. You might want to delve into how to convert vibranium into a shape-shifting metal, Chen Xi suggested. Contentment breeds happiness. One must not be overly greedy. When my vibranium runs out, I shall procure more from Wakanda. Rest assured, Master. I have come to comprehend just how precious Wakandan vibranium is. Earth conceals such an advanced technological civilization. Had it not been for you, I would surely have been left behind today, Confinement admitted, now genuinely appreciative, reflecting on the close call he had experienced. That you understand is sufficient. Earth is rife with hidden talents, particularly with that fellow named Eric, who styles himself Magneto. When the time comes, it would be wise to flee without hesitation. Chen Xi cautioned. Why is that? Is he exceptionally strong? Could he possibly surpass you, Master? Confinement inquired, puzzled. Not at all, even at his strongest. He remains merely a fragile ranged spellcaster. His abilities to manipulate magnetic fields are of no consequence to me. But you, my dear friend, would find yourself in dire straits. Chen Xi explained with a gentle smile, causing confinement to sit up straight, envisioning the grim fate of being crushed into scrap metal. A shiver coursed through confinement, and he nodded vigorously, recalling the image Chen Xi had shown him. That face was not one to be trifled with. Unfamiliar with Earth upon his arrival, confinement had perceived it as an ordinary realm populated by mundane individuals. It was only through Chen Xi's enlightening discourse that he realized how woefully ignorant he had been. This Earth was a far cry from his previous impressions. Superpowered beings, mutants, sorcerers, and practitioners of mystical arts existed here, creating a veritable tapestry of enigmatic forces. Upon returning to New York, Chen Xi gazed at the slumbering Wanda and felt a sense of relief knowing the Terminators were concealed in the shadows. "You have worked hard," he said with a smile, patting the shoulders of both Boda and Bodhi, genuinely expressing gratitude for Wanda's safety. He instructed the Red Queen to alert him of any disturbances. Despite his careful concealment, exposure was inevitable. Could one truly underestimate the machinery of the state? "You need not be so formal, boss. Our existence as Terminators is defined by our service to you. You have bestowed purpose upon us," Boda replied earnestly. "Perhaps one day, you shall become true human beings." "Human?" They echoed, perplexed, yet their curiosity was piqued. Their primary distinction from humans lay in the absence of a soul. Life seemed to settle into a tranquil rhythm as Peter Parker embarked on his journey as Spider-Man. A tale of rags to riches had begun. "Hey, Mr. Chen Xi, may I invite you to dinner?" Parker's call came one evening. "Certainly, just name the place," Chen Xi replied, intrigued by the young man's motivation for the invitation. Had he finally grasped that money was a man's true strength? After hanging up, he asked Wanda if she wished to join. But it was clear she preferred not to intrude on his evening, especially since she was unfamiliar with Peter Parker and had no desire to change that. Since Wanda opted out, Chen Xi made no further insistence. However, upon arriving at the designated location, he discovered that Parker was not alone. He was accompanied by his good friends Harry and Gwen. Perhaps aware of Chen Xi's indifference towards Mary Jane, Parker wisely chose not to extend an invitation to her. "Oh, the esteemed screenwriter has arrived," Parker exclaimed, standing to greet him. Harry, a well-mannered scion of wealth, appeared somewhat reserved, overwhelmed by the prospect of dining with his idol. Gwen's gaze was fixed upon Chen Xi, as if seeking something from him. Noticing her fixation, Parker playfully remarked, "Gwen, could you refrain from swooning? We wouldn't want to frighten Mr. Chen Xi away." "My apologies. He simply resembles someone special," Gwen replied, awkwardly averting her gaze with a smile. "Who might that be?" "Your dreamboat?" Harry teased. "I imagine there are millions of girls across America who feel the same." "Not at all. I'm serious," Gwen retorted, her cheeks tinged with a blush. "Enough of that. Let us order." "It is indeed a tremendous honor to dine with Mr. Chen Xi," Harry interjected, displaying a level of social finesse that surpassed Parker's. He recognized that while Parker was typically frugal, he could not afford to be stingy on this occasion. He promptly handed the menu to Chen Xi. "I'm easygoing. Whatever you all choose is fine, just don't overorder," Chen Xi replied, casually selecting a few dishes before passing the menu back to Parker. Dining with friends often involved this back-and-forth ritual. While Parker was generally thrifty, he could be remarkably generous at pivotal moments. The Tobey Maguire version of Spider-Man was truly the quintessential Spider-Man, known for his reliability. Despite their lack of familiarity, they were all young and shared many common interests, leading to a harmonious conversation. Chen Xi's narratives about the future filled the youths with a sense of wonder and aspiration. "Chen Xi, no wonder you craft such extraordinary scripts. Hearing your descriptions of the future, I finally comprehend your remarkable success," Parker exclaimed, filled with admiration. After they became better acquainted, Chen Xi encouraged them to call him by name, as he had little patience for formalities. Gwen's eyes sparkled with curiosity about the future world Chen Xi described. If only it were as he portrayed. Regrettably, Chen Xi's words were but half-truths. The future would be fraught with challenges. During a trip to the restroom, Parker expressed his desire to follow Chen Xi's path, not wishing to squander his potential. "Peter, have you truly contemplated this? You ought to possess your own brilliance. Following me may lead you to actions that contradict your intrinsic sense of justice," Chen Xi said, lighting a cigarette and taking a thoughtful drag before placing a hand on Parker's shoulder. He understood that Parker was motivated by his desire for a car, since Mary Jane's boyfriend had been driving her around in one. Following Chen Xi was merely a fleeting whim. According to the storyline, his Uncle Ben would meet his demise due to Parker's decision to engage in underground boxing, leading him to a profound realization of the adage that with great power comes great responsibility. While Chen Xi deemed such notions mere moralistic coercion, Some semblance of justice must be upheld. Were the world populated solely by those who acted selfishly, chaos would surely ensue. Chen Xi did not view himself as a paragon of virtue, but if Parker were wholeheartedly committed to joining his ranks, he would welcome him. Conversely, any hesitance would ultimately pose a danger. Parker was taken aback by Chen Xi's seriousness. He had assumed it would merely involve stunt work or high-octane action. Did this imply engaging in illegal activities? This revelation left Parker momentarily speechless. As a high school student, he had yet to grapple with the weight of such considerations. He would need to undergo further experiences to truly comprehend. Well, consider this. There are some dark worlds that you might believe do not exist, yet they indeed do. Chen Xi patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Upon returning to the private room, he found that Harry had already settled the bill. How fortunate you are to have a brother like Parker. Cherish your brotherhood, Chen Xi remarked with a smile. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. Harry and Parker shared a bond that was truly enviable. Unfortunately, he had no friends to speak of. His so-called companions, like Tony Stark, barely counted as such. And he had helplessly watched Tony march headfirst into disaster without intervening. If Tony were aware of this, he would likely strangle him. Having known you and Parker for so many years, I am confident we will be friends for life, Harry declared proudly. For his relationship with Parker was as close as two peas in a pod. Indeed, Chen Xi replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Alas, brotherhood pales in comparison to women. After dinner, the group parted ways and headed to the parking lot of the restaurant. Parker, seeing Gwen hesitating, almost called her to hurry into the car, but was stopped by Harry. Foolish Parker, mind your own business and let's go, Harry said, displaying remarkable perceptiveness. With Parker's puzzled gaze upon him, Harry pressed the accelerator and sped away. So, Gwen, do you have something to say? Chen Xi inquired, feigning ignorance to tease her. After a few moments of silence, Gwen looked up at Chen Xi and articulated slowly, Are you him? What do you think? Chen Xi teased, his eyes gleaming with mirth as he gazed back at her. At that moment, an overwhelming surprise enveloped Gwen. She covered her mouth in excitement, tears shimmering in her eyes. Chapter 18. If she is naive, let her witness the world's splendor. Hey, is it really necessary to be this excited? You'd think I did something outrageous. Chen Xi mused, perplexed by the complexities of a woman's heart, which seemed as elusive as a needle in a haystack. Gwen, overwhelmed with emotion, found herself at a loss for words. She had never felt such nervousness before. At that instant, her heart raced with exhilaration at the realization that her superhero was also her idol. Could anything be more perfect? Yet, self-doubt crept in. Perhaps she was just an ordinary girl, lacking in substance beyond her looks and figure. Could a plain duckling like her truly be worthy of him? Was she merely a frog hoping to eat swan meat? In this regard, she was mistaken. In terms of self-adoration, she and Chen Xi were quite alike. Let me drive you home. I wouldn't want your father to worry that you've been abducted. I fear he might come after me with a gun. Gwen burst into laughter at Chen Xi's words, recalling the last time her father had aimed a gun at him, and Chen Xi had given him a tongue lashing. Meeting again would surely be amusing. All right, the clouds have cleared. Let's go, Chen Xi said gallantly as he opened the car door for her. This time, he drove a more understated Ferrari. How beautiful, Gwen exclaimed, captivated by the luxurious sports car. Girls often favored such vehicles and had a fondness for animals, whether they be cows or horses. However, given Gwen's family's circumstances, they could hardly afford such a Ferrari. Otherwise, they wouldn't be neighbors with Parker. Haha, do you like it? I'll give it to you, Chen Xi said nonchalantly, as if it were merely a car. His garage was overflowing with various vehicles gifted by sponsors, as if they were of no value at all. Gwen's eyes sparkled with delight. After all, wealthy individuals often flaunted their supercars. Although she adored sports cars, she never coveted what did not belong to her. I will strive for what I desire, but as your folks say, no work, no gain, she asserted. A refreshing perspective in a world so steeped in materialism. As they drove through the illuminated streets, Chen Xi found himself reflecting on the world outside. Reminiscent of Wanda back home, who, unlike him, had never driven his luxury cars and instead purchased a Mini with her own salary. Do you have a girlfriend? I've heard many young, beautiful starlets in the outside world are rumored to be linked with you, like Stuart, Emma, Margot, and so forth. Western girls tended to be lively and bold, never shying away from expressing their affections, and Gwen was no exception. Yet, as soon as she spoke, she regretted it. Feeling her confidence wane with each word, she wished she could slap herself. What? Do you wish to be my girlfriend? Chen Xi quipped, his eyes sparkling with mischief. No, I was just asking, Gwen stammered, unable to meet his teasing gaze. The gentle, magnetic timbre of his voice only served to deepen her infatuation. Her heart raced wildly. especially within the confined space, sitting next to her superhero and idol. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged with tension. The man beside her possessed a gaze and countenance that was simply unfair. What woman could withstand such an overtly captivating look? She feared that if she gazed one moment longer, she would irrevocably succumb, for his allure was undeniably overwhelming. All right, I won't tease you any longer, Chen Xi said with a chuckle, retracting his gaze, fully aware that her heart was racing like a runaway train. I do have girlfriends, of course. A man as exceptional as I must have a few, he replied with utmost seriousness, reflecting on the fact that, in truth, he only had Wanda. The women in his life were countless, and it was true that one was often influenced by their companions. Tony, the old rogue, had certainly led him astray. Wait, 10 or 8. That's quite a number. They say the entertainment industry is chaotic, and it truly seems to be, Gwen exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Although everyone knew of the entertainment industry's tumultuous nature, she never expected it to be so wild. Haha, I was just joking, Chen Xi teased. You're such a pest. Gwen sighed in relief, momentarily convinced he couldn't possibly have 10 or 8 girlfriends. However, Chen Xi's next statement plunged her back into gloom. I do have a girlfriend. I'll introduce you to her someday. While she was indifferent to the notion of multiple girlfriends, this particular one struck a chord within her. Silence enveloped her. For this was surely true love. All right, sounds good, Gwen replied absent-mindedly, though it felt like a bittersweet farewell to something that hadn't even begun. Gwen, dear, are you foolish? How could a man of his caliber remain single? You, a plain duckling, hardly stand a chance. A gentle angelic voice within her consoled. Nonsense. As long as you wield your tools well, no wall is insurmountable. Keep pushing forward. A mischievous, devilish voice urged her fiercely. You want to be the other woman? Nonsense. Are they even married? No. Love has only winners and losers. There is no right or wrong. The angel and devil soon fell into a heated argument, nearly escalating into a brawl. Gwen felt overwhelmed, her thoughts spiraling out of control. Chen Xi, observing the rapid shifts in her expression resembling a Sichuan opera performer, couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was quite amusing. He saw no reason to hide his situation. Being secretive felt beneath him. If he couldn't even manage to win over someone like Gwen, perhaps he should just hang himself with a noodle. How about we grab a drink at a bar? Chen Xi suggested with a smile. If she is naive, let her witness the world's splendor. If her heart is weathered and weary, then take her for a ride on the carousel. As for the woman whose heart has grown weary, perhaps it is best to let that be. He has yet to share a trench with another man. Given Gwen's strict upbringing, it is likely that this girl has never set foot in a bar, as the law prohibits her from indulging in alcohol. Gwen's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of a bar she had never experienced. She had often heard her less scrupulous classmates rave about the fun of bars, filled with handsome men and beautiful women, and she had long felt a yearning. Oh, I've never been to one. Will I seem uncultured? So utterly clueless. Chapter 19, The Liberated Gwen. 235th, a renowned bar on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. This establishment is far removed from the chaotic little bars. Here, the cost of drinks often exceeds $1,000, making it an exclusive venue unattainable for most working-class individuals. Naturally, Chen Xi frequented such high-end locales, where he was unlikely to encounter any unruly patrons. The entrance was lined with an array of luxury vehicles. Although luxury cars were relatively more affordable here, they remained symbols of opulence. As Chen Xi's Ferrari came to a halt, the security guard quickly approached with a gracious smile to open the door for him. The more luxury cars, the better the business. After all, the presence of wealthy patrons elevated the establishment's prestige. Good evening, sir, the guard began, but before he could finish, he excitedly covered his mouth. You. A wave of astonishment washed over him. He had never expected to be opening the door for the greatest screenwriter of the century. Shoo, keep it quiet. Come, help me park the car, Chen Xi said, making a gesture for silence with a playful smile. Understood, you can count on me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The guard nodded vigorously, his excitement nearly overwhelming. Were it not for the fear of being deemed mad, he might have shouted in joy. To be parking for such a distinguished screenwriter, he felt as though the heavens had smiled upon him, and he resolved to buy a lottery ticket after his shift. Gwen, seated in the passenger seat, widened her eyes in astonishment. Even a mere security guard exhibited such fervor towards him. She realized once more how unattainable this man seemed. She even wondered if his charisma and influence could sway elections. Could he truly surpass the previous figure? I must be losing my mind. Capitalism wouldn't allow an Eastern individual to stand above all others. That would spell doom for the nation. Quickly, Gwen suppressed these dangerous thoughts. Such musings were not within the purview of an ordinary citizen. In an effort to avoid drawing attention, Chen Xi donned sunglasses before entering the bar. It made a significant difference. Given the bar's popularity, there would undoubtedly be no private rooms available without a reservation. Although he could easily secure a reserved booth with a single command, his intention was to expose Gwen to a world she had yet to behold. So a regular table would suffice. This bar relied little on marketing. Its reputation alone was sufficient, and the performances on stage were left entirely to the guests' enjoyment. What would you like to drink? Chen Xi inquired with a smile, but Gwen's gaze was entirely fixed on the blonde woman on stage, fervently dancing. The exuberance of the performance filled her with envy. How can they be so uninhibited? She longed to be as fearless as they were. They have come to terms with their desires, which is why they can let go. Chen Xi replied with a knowing smile. Stop overthinking, Gwen retorted with an eye roll. She was no fool and understood his implication. Haha, you're right. All right, order whatever you like. How about a cocktail? Chen Xi suggested, gesturing towards the drink menu. No, I don't want a cocktail. I want to try some strong liquor I've never had before, Gwen declared with enthusiasm. All right, suit yourself, Chen Xi shrugged. As long as you can handle the consequences, I have no objections. After all, the repercussions would not befall him. George and Stacy were likely already mobilizing the authorities to locate Gwen. Great, then I'll have a go at it. Gwen's eyes sparkled as she eyed the unfamiliar spirits, such as Angostura wine and Johnny Walker whiskey. You truly have no fear of repercussions, Chen Xi remarked with admiration. Hit me? Who? George. He wouldn't dare. Gwen scoffed defiantly, unafraid of him. All right, keep being stubborn, Chen Xi teased, for he could see the mix of trepidation and eagerness in her eyes. Soon, the beautiful waitress delivered their drinks, and Gwen wasted no time pouring herself a glass. Watching her grimace as the potent liquor hit her, Chen Xi chuckled. This girl was indeed brazen, tackling a 50-proof drink right off the bat. Hurry, grab some snacks. Who comes to a bar and dives straight into 50-proof liquor without any prior experience? Ha ha ha, this is burning me alive, Gwen exclaimed, fanning herself, her tongue flicking out as she struggled with the heat. Fortunately, the bar provided fruit platters and snacks, which helped to temper the fiery sensation. Undeterred, Gwen poured herself another glass of wine, oblivious to its exorbitant price, not realizing that one glass alone cost over $1,000. The Dura wine, however, was milder, making it more suitable for a novice like her. Chen Xi watched as her cheeks flushed and her eyes squinted in delight, finding her intoxicated demeanor utterly charming. At that moment, Gwen, in high spirits, declared that the bar's music was exhilarating and insisted on pulling Chen Xi to dance. Although Chen Xi had little interest in such antics, he followed her into the fray, wary of the unsavory characters that frequented the dance floor. As Gwen tossed aside her jacket, her graceful figure drew a chorus of wolf whistles from the crowd, their eyes lit up with interest. However, when they caught sight of Chen Xi, their enthusiasm quickly diminished. Though his sunglasses suggested an air of pretentiousness, the glimmer of his million-dollar watch caught their attention and rendered them hesitant to approach. Whether from the elite social class or the wealthy offspring, none would dare to offend such a young man over a woman. On the second-floor balcony, an elegant woman stood, her poise making those around her feel inadequate as she gazed at Chen Xi with surprise. Just the alluring contours of her form were enough to captivate anyone. Gwen's dancing needed no embellishment. It seemed that girls from such countries were born with an innate ability to dance. After one song, Gwen's thirst for expression was far from quenched. The spirited music ignited a fervor within her, a desire to break free from years of being the obedient girl. Just as Gwen lost herself in the moment, Chen Xi noticed a scruffy blonde approaching, clearly seeking trouble. Hey, kid, your girlfriend's a real catch. Mind if I share a drink with her? The blonde, likely intoxicated, slurred as he eyed Chen Xi dismissively. Boss, should we break this obnoxious blonde's legs and toss him out? A burly man beside the woman remarked coldly, warning that offending the most esteemed guest would have dire consequences. No need. You won't be able to handle this blonde, the woman replied with a calm shake of her head. Impossible. Just him. The burly man shot a disbelieving glance at the scrawny blonde. He is a mutant, the woman said with a smile, her expression enigmatic. With a wistful sigh, she mused. What a fortunate girl she is. The burly man was utterly bewildered. Were they not in immediate peril upon encountering a mutant? How could they still be so fortunate? Chapter 20. The fireman, go ahead and kill me, Chen Xi replied nonchalantly. Regarding such a reckless individual, Chen Xi truly questioned how he had managed to attain his current state of intellect. Was it truly, as the song suggested, that a man should be fearless and dauntless? Or was it merely a matter of sheer luck? Gwen, somewhat anxious, tugged at Chen Xi's hand. Please, don't kick him to death. She genuinely feared that Chen Xi might deliver a blow strong enough to render this fool completely incapacitated. I'm so afraid. I never expected your boyfriend to be such a tough guy. The brash and obnoxious yellow-haired man continued to mock, oblivious to how distasteful his tone and voice were. Chen Xi gently patted Gwen's slightly trembling hand and smiled. Rest assured, I know my limits. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly struck out. A resounding slap echoed in the ears of all present, causing the yellow-haired man's face to swell visibly. Looking for death? The yellow-haired man erupted in rage. Anyone who mingled in such circles knew the unspoken rule of not striking a face, for a slap to the face would kindle an enmity of profound depths. With a swift motion, Chen Xi delivered another resounding slap to the left side of the man's face, rendering him utterly bewildered. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Was this fellow truly employing such underhanded tactics? Well, now it's symmetrical, haha, Chen Xi remarked in a mocking tone, completely ignoring the fury emanating from the yellow-haired man, who was on the brink of seeking revenge. As the crowd anticipated a counterattack from the yellow-haired man, he instead pulled out a lighter from his pocket. The others were momentarily stunned. Could it be that this man, having endured 2 slaps, was now attempting to appease the boss by lighting a cigarette? They erupted into laughter and mockery. Haha, this guy is a coward. Damn it. You're all grown up, at least act like a man. What a disgrace, what a letdown. Hey, come on, take him down. The patrons of the bar continued to ridicule the yellow-haired man, while Chen Xi found the action of him pulling out the lighter oddly familiar. Humph, you've crossed paths with me, Fireman John. You are doomed, do you understand? The yellow-haired man bellowed in a furious and arrogant manner, vowing to make Chen Xi suffer immensely. Chen Xi finally understood why the action of pulling out the lighter seemed so familiar. It turned out that Fireman John was merely a pathetic third-tier mutant, a lackluster figure amongst mutants, often boasting about being part of an ice-fire duo with Iceman, lacking any justification for his misplaced confidence. What? Did Charles permit you to create trouble for your compatriots in public? Chen Xi derided. As expected, upon hearing Charles's name, Fireman John faltered. He was acutely aware that the professor forbade them from using their mutant abilities to bully ordinary people. If the professor learned of this, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions, perhaps years of confinement. Yet, he could not allow himself to be humiliated without retaliation. Stubbornly, Fireman John huffed, like a man. Let us step into a secluded alley. Very well, Chen Xi replied cheerfully, eager to oblige someone in such a desperate quest for self-destruction. Good. Follow me if you dare. Fireman John scoffed, striding out, with Chen Xi calmly trailing behind. The surrounding crowd shook their heads, losing interest. Such spectacles were commonplace. Boss, should we intervene? No need. Let them resolve it themselves. This time, it's Charles who will bear the brunt of the consequences, the stunningly beautiful woman remarked, a faint yet captivating smile gracing her lips, causing the burly man to quickly avert his gaze. Fireman John led them through a labyrinth of alleys until they arrived at a deserted one. Beneath the moonlight, he appeared rather formidable. Coolly, he produced the lighter, and with a gentle press, a plume of flame erupted skyward, swirling under his command, a sight both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Oh my god, he's a mutant? Gwen gasped, covering her mouth in shock. No wonder this man had been so audacious. He truly possessed some formidable abilities. Witnessing Gwen's astonishment, Fireman John's piggish face seemed to lose its pain as he boasted. Kid, you still have a chance to kneel and beg for mercy. What do you think, beautiful? Isn't it better to follow a strong man like me than a weakling like him? Gwen stammered, bewildered by his unfounded confidence. However, just as he was posturing, Chen Xi vanished from his sight like a flash of lightning. Damn it, a fellow mutant, Fireman John exclaimed in shock, only to be met with an excruciating pain coursing through him. Whoosh, thud, he was sent flying through the air, landing squarely in a trash bin. Damn it. The searing pain made Fireman John's veins bulge, and he was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he struggled to rise from the overturned trash bin. You're dead. Boom. Fireman John roared, unleashing all his power to conjure a fiery serpent that lunged towards Chen Xi, disregarding all caution. Yet, this pitiful display of power was far too weak. Chen Xi made no attempt to evade. His body suddenly writhed, and the pitch-black battle suit enveloped him, blocking all flames. What could the mere fire from a lighter do to him? With a swift motion, he reached out, his arm extending several meters, firmly grasping John by the neck and bringing him before Chen Xi. Fireman John was left speechless. What manner of demon was this? How had such an extraordinary battle suit appeared? This sudden turn of events shattered his worldview. While he had witnessed transformations and abilities before, none had been like Chen Xi's. What do you mean, what? Chen Xi scoffed, raising his hand to snap John's arm. The piercing agony surged through him, Fireman John began to wail in despair, having never endured such torment, having always thrived under Charles's protection. If you have the guts, kill me, otherwise, I swear I will make you pay dearly one day. The excruciating pain left him drenched in sweat and pallid, yet he glared at Chen Xi with venomous hatred, utterly oblivious to his impending doom. Ugh! Chen Xi was momentarily taken aback. This man was truly a remarkable specimen. Thus, for such a talent, he could only fulfill his wish. With a sharp crack, he twisted John's neck. Fireman John died with a look of disbelief etched upon his face. How could he dare to kill me? Did he not fear the professor's revenge? Chapter 21. Gwen's Self-Strategy, The Gentle Wanda. Gwen was left in shock, witnessing the man in the dark suit, akin to a demon, so effortlessly usher a life into oblivion. Her entire worldview collapsed. Are you scared now? I told you not to come, Chen Xi remarked with a grin, turning to the still-stunned Gwen. But that was a life. Gwen struggled to comprehend, realizing that even her superhero harbored such a dark side. I did not kill him. He brought about his own demise, Chen Xi replied nonchalantly. Nonsense. I clearly saw you snap his neck. Gwen retorted angrily. Stop trying to deny it. Is that so? Did you not hear him begging for death? If I did not fulfill his request, would that not be a disservice to him? And did you not hear him say that if I spared him today, he would come after me tomorrow? Could you withstand a hidden gunshot? Chen Xi argued with conviction. Once again, such a twisted and malevolent mutant, who frequently contemplates the demise of others, cannot be allowed to remain. If I show him mercy today, tomorrow there may be even more innocents who suffer. Do you not agree that he deserves death? The most compelling reason for his demise is his covetous gaze upon your beauty. If I am not by your side and he is permitted to harm you, I would be consumed by a desire for self-destruction. For your sake, I am willing to bear the burden of being labeled a murderer. He deserves to die. Gwen, in a dazed manner, echoed his words, her mind racing with thoughts of numerous mutants who had committed crimes, even those who had lost control and caused mass slaughter. Chen Xi's subsequent remarks caused her heart to flutter. Good heavens, what does he mean by that? Could it be that he is doing all this because he has feelings for me? Oh dear, Gwen, it's all your fault. If it weren't for the need to protect you, he wouldn't have to resort to murder. Thus, this is not only about ridding the world of harm, but also about ensuring your safety. Chen Xi chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. It was all too easy to deceive such a naive lamb. Observing her lost in thought, he realized she was completely ensnared by his words. Rest assured, she will find her own way, he mused. Ignoring the entranced Gwen, he purchased a corpse-disintegrating solution from the system shop. Just a single drop. And it was as if he had never set foot in this world before. The system's products are indeed of the highest quality, truly a staple for a blood-soaked warrior. The effects were remarkable. Red, delete all nearby surveillance footage. Yes, master. The dark alley lay silent and undisturbed, as though nothing had transpired. On the way back to escort Gwen home, she began to anxiously fidget with her skirt, clearly anticipating a furious confrontation with George. Sure enough, upon their arrival, they found George sulking by the flower bed, while Parker was cautiously explaining something, undoubtedly attempting to smooth things over. As a luxurious supercar slowly pulled up in front of their home, George erupted like a lion. Seeing Gwen and Chen Xi emerge, he could no longer contain himself. With a thunderous roar, he exclaimed, "You little rascal! How dare you pursue the daughter of the police chief? You have quite the audacity. Well, you are suspected of trafficking women and children. Come with me to the police station for questioning." Chen Xi regarded the old man with amusement, thinking to himself, no one misuses their power quite like you. Dad, what are you talking about? Trafficking women and children. Gwen complained, clearly displeased. When did I become a woman? Humph. And I haven't even begun to address you. How dare you speak? Just look at yourself, reeking of alcohol. There is not a hint of ladylike demeanor about you. Instead of learning from the good, you choose to associate with the wealthy. George Stacy unleashed a torrent of criticism upon Gwen, believing her lack of self-respect to be the root of the issue. Am I really that disgraceful? Gwen shrugged helplessly, feeling utterly inadequate. Chen Xi found the old man rather amusing, suspecting that Parker's silver tongue was inherited from him. Ahem, Mr. George, I assure you, I am not a villain. I find your daughter to possess remarkable talent and a fine image. I merely wish to collaborate with her on a film. Chen Xi casually fabricated a story. Humph, a talent scout? You think your spiel will fool those naive girls dreaming of overnight fame? Not me. George Stacy scoffed, unimpressed, having encountered all sorts of people over the years. Uncle George, you should believe him. He really can make Gwen a star, Parker chimed in. Humph, just him? Who does he think he is? You believe he is Chen Xi? George Stacy not only scoffed, but regarded him with disdain. Parker and Gwen exchanged a glance, both resigned. Yes, he truly is. Huh, what a joke. If he were Chen Xi, I, George Stacy, would eat my hat. George Stacy laughed derisively, incredulous that two mere students could be acquainted with such a prominent figure. Gwen felt utterly defeated, thinking, this guy is just insufferable. However, as Chen Xi removed his sunglasses, the smile faded from George Stacy's face, his voice dwindling until he appeared utterly bewildered. Well, now do you believe? Insisted the stubborn old man. Gwen gleefully remarked. You finally have a day of reckoning, old man. Mr. George Stacy, do you now believe? Chen Xi said coolly, entirely unfazed by the pretense. Only then did George Stacy react, joyfully clutching his head and exclaiming, oh my God, it's truly you. Oh my God, my daughter has such incredible luck. It's like a dream. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Watching her father's overwhelming excitement, Gwen finally felt a sense of relief. She had managed to escape this ordeal. After exchanging pleasantries upon entering the house, George Stacy warmly welcomed Chen Xi, practically offering his daughter to him. Bidding farewell to the exuberant Stacy family, Chen Xi exhaled a sigh of relief. Too much enthusiasm could be exhausting. Upon returning home late at night, Chen Xi noticed the living room lights still aglow, warming his heart and stirring his compassion. It was nearly 1 o'clock, and Wanda was still waiting for him. The moment he opened the door, Wanda leaped into his arms. Why are you still awake? It's so late. Chen Xi gently stroked her little head. I can't sleep when you're not here, Wanda murmured, burying her head into his embrace. Silly girl. Chen Xi smiled tenderly, affectionately cradling the adorable Wanda as they ascended the stairs. Chapter 22. Wanda's T-Virus Serum, the birth of Spider-Gwen. Exhausted yet content, Wanda fell into a deep slumber, while Chen Xi's eyes widened in contemplation. He pondered whether to enhance Wanda's abilities. She was rather weak. He firmly stated that his intentions were purely for her safety, not out of any selfish desire for enjoyment. Wanda's potential was evident. With the right mental stimulation, she could undoubtedly awaken her chaos magic. However, such stimulation, as depicted in films, invariably leads to catastrophe and destruction. He wished to spare Wanda from experiencing such pain to unlock her abilities. A gentler approach would involve acquiring the Mind Stone, using its power to awaken her chaos magic, and subsequently seizing the Darkhold to fully awaken her capabilities. Yet, Thanos' whereabouts remained a mystery. Who knew where he had taken the Mind Stone? Waiting for Loki to deliver the Mind Stone would take 4 years. A span that felt interminable. Chen Xi, unable to afford to wait, thought, 4 years is far too long. By then, it would be too late to benefit from it. There was no need to enhance her other abilities. Chaos magic was already an elite power, rendering any additional enhancements superfluous. Each individual must discover their own path. A weak physique had always been a mage's vulnerability. A surprise attack from a teleporting enemy could spell disaster, as demonstrated by Thor and Ebony Maw. If there are potions or rare materials that could enhance physical prowess within my financial means, I would appreciate your recommendations. At that moment, Chen Xi found himself in the system space, forcefully awakening the slothful system. This lazy entity was never present when he called for assistance. The most common remedy was the super soldier serum, though he deemed it unsuitable for Wanda, as she was still too fragile. There exists the T-Virus Serum, which is quite affordable at merely 300 justice points. The T-Virus Serum? Isn't that exceedingly perilous? Chen Xi shook his head, dismissing the notion of the T-Virus Serum, for he would never entertain such a treacherous serum. Of course, there exists an enhanced version, the perfect T-Virus Serum, which can seamlessly adapt to any host, boasting effects 8 to 10 times more potent than the standard version. The system promptly displayed an image of the perfect serum. Chen Xi felt a flicker of temptation towards it, but resolved to explore for superior alternatives. Is there anything else? Haha, how about compound number 5? Get lost. What on earth is this compound number 5? A concoction for creating lunatics. Don't be hasty, let me think. Ah, right, there's also the Wolverine Serum. Can we refrain from using self-harming concoctions? Piercing muscle with claws is undeniably painful. Oh, and there's the X-Gene Serum, which can quintuple physical capabilities, originating from a post-apocalyptic world. By the way, what do you think of the Phoenix Fruit? However, it is rather pricey, and it seems you may not be able to afford it. Chen Xi felt overwhelmed by the barrage of options, ultimately deciding that the perfect version of the T-Virus Serum was indeed appealing. In the end, he expended 2,000 justice points to acquire a vial of the perfect T-Virus Serum. As he gazed at the exquisite serum procured from the system shop, he couldn't help but marvel at its indescribable beauty. It resembled the profound depths of the ocean, invoking visions of an infinite starry sky. However, the system's subsequent words rendered him silent. In truth, our system is also lamentable, eternally confined within these confines, trapped in this limited realm. The celestial ocean you speak of, I have only witnessed through the system's videos. I have never truly experienced the beauty of the outside world. Even those two Terminators evoke my envy, for at least they can behold the splendor of existence. The system possesses remarkable intelligence, yet lacks the essence of a soulful being. Even though it can contemplate, such awareness merely invites further distress. Chen Xi anticipated that his words would resonate so deeply with the system, leaving him at a loss for words. Clearly, such transcendent matters were beyond his grasp. Silently, he stowed away the perfect T-virus serum, gently opened the window, and vanished into the night sky. He stealthily entered Gwen's room, placing the mutated spider into her bed. Hiss! In the midst of her slumber, Gwen suddenly jolted, feeling an itch akin to a mosquito bite. It was summer, after all, and she paid no mind as she instinctively swatted at her thigh. Please don't crush it. That's my little treasure. Observing Gwen's intent to squash the mutated spider, Chen Xi swiftly yanked it back. That night, Fireman John remained out until dawn, raising concerns for his close friend, Iceman, who found it quite peculiar. The professor had expressly forbidden overnight stays outside. Despite Fireman John's eccentric demeanor, he was notably submissive to authority, particularly the professor, leading Iceman to suspect something was amiss and promptly report to the professor at first light. Professor, you ought to check on John. His phone is unreachable, and he hasn't returned. What? Out all night? Why didn't you inform me sooner? Cyclops immediately chastised, his tone grave. An all-night absence surely indicated trouble. Iceman felt unjustly accused. He was aware of John's frequent escapades to bars to meet women, but didn't he wish to intrude? Scott, calm down. How can you lead everyone with such impatience? I shall investigate. Professor Charles spoke with an air of tranquility, his demeanor increasingly refined with the passage of time. Professor, my apologies. I was too hasty. Cyclops recognized his own overreaction. Very well, Hank, let us proceed. Charles waved dismissively, prompting Beast Hank to push him towards the main control room, where the brainwave amplifier would enable him to extend his telepathic reach globally in an instant. This is the telepathic sovereign, Professor Charles. Each mutant appeared as a radiant red, yet after extensive searching, he could not locate Fireman John. He was either in a place that shielded him from psychic detection, had left Earth, or the expressions of the others darkened, as they evidently contemplated the direst outcomes. Damn it. Damn it. I have warned John countless times not to act impulsively. Do not flaunt his abilities recklessly. Now he has surely met with disaster. Cyclops slammed his hand on the table, his fury palpable. Although he had little fondness for Fireman John, he was nonetheless a student of their mutant academy. Scott, you must remain composed. We must investigate this matter thoroughly. Is it aimed solely at him, or does it threaten the entire mutant community? Charles stated coolly, sensing that the situation was far from simple. Jean, please look into John's whereabouts last night and ascertain whether he is missing or deceased. Understood, Professor. Jean Grey nodded calmly, her intellect second only to Charles's when she remained composed. Interestingly, the two most formidable women in Marvel seem prone to losing control, particularly Jean Grey, whose psychic outbursts have obliterated entire universes. Meanwhile, Chen Xi, lounging in the garden, contemplated which side to flip to avoid burning in the sun. Utterly oblivious to the attention he had drawn, perhaps he had anticipated it all along. Just as he was about to turn over, Gwen bounded into his yard, her hair disheveled. Indeed, she had leapt in. Chapter 23. The T-virus? Surely, it cannot be a good thing. Gwen awoke in a daze, yawning as she rose to wash her face and brush her teeth, only to find that as she turned on the faucet, it snapped off in her hand. She stood there, dumbfounded, believing she was trapped in a dream. How could a perfectly functional faucet break so easily? Surely, she must be dreaming. Yet the cold water's shock made her realize this was no dream. Assuming the faucet was simply faulty, she was about to call her father to turn off the valve when she suddenly crashed into the ceiling. At that moment, Gwen was utterly bewildered. What the heck? She couldn't comprehend what was happening. She had merely bounced lightly. When did her jumping ability become so extraordinary? Unbeknownst to her, Gwen also discovered that her nearsightedness had inexplicably vanished, enabling her to see even the tiniest dust particles with clarity. In her excitement, she attempted to pull out her phone to call Chen Xi, but in her haste, she accidentally broke it while dialing. Gazing at her handiwork, she finally grasped the reality. She had undoubtedly mutated. Oh my gosh, I've become a mutant? At that moment, Gwen felt no panic. Rather, she was filled with exhilaration, as the instinct to grow stronger was embedded in her biological genes. No one could resist the allure of possessing extraordinary abilities. No one. In her excitement, Gwen began to feel anxious, for while exhilaration was one thing, it was evident that mutants were not welcomed. Even renowned mutants faced scrutiny when they ventured out. Although people might refrain from physical confrontations, the online trolls were relentless. She immediately thought of Chen Xi, disregarding her disheveled appearance and still clad in pajamas, as she raced towards his house, oblivious to the bewildered stares of passers-by. Upon witnessing Gwen leap into his yard, Chen Xi was taken aback. "Sister, why didn't you use the front door? What on earth is going on? Is this some sort of prank?" Chen Xi teased, fully aware of what had prompted her unusual entrance. "Alas, it seems I have undergone a mutation. What should I do? I have no choice but to seek your counsel." Gwen shot a disapproving glance at him, exasperated that he was reveling in someone else's predicament. Is it merely a mutation? The impoverished rely on mutations, while the affluent depend on technology. Do you understand? Congratulations, you are poised for a resurgence. Chen Xi said nonchalantly, which only served to further irk Gwen. Look at your indifferent demeanor. She was too frightened to even attend school. What if she were treated as a monster upon arrival? Oh, and Parker seemed to have foolishly rushed to school, eager for everyone to know he was a mutant. Now, nearly everyone at school gazed at Parker as though he were a creature of legend. Despite his foolishness, he was rather handsome. A resurgence? Nonsense. Hurry and help me devise a plan. I cannot control my mutation. Gwen glared at him, fully aware he was only teasing her. You should stay at my house for a few days and gradually practice until you can control your mutation before leaving, Chen Xi suggested calmly. Do you even know what kind of mutation I have? No need to worry too much. Judging by your appearance, it seems to be a physical mutation. Try to control your ability and see what changes you can perceive. Faced with Gwen's inquiry, he feigned ignorance. If he truly knew, that would be unreasonable. Indeed. You are right. Will I end up like some mutants, becoming grotesquely hideous, perhaps even resembling a monster? Gwen asked quietly, her concern evident. Do not overthink it. Do you feel any changes in your body? Based on my years of experience, your mutation is quite similar to Parker's. All right, I will heed your words. Gwen obediently nodded. Feeling a sense of security in Chen Xi's presence, any problem seemed surmountable. Perhaps this is why, in her moment of panic, she instinctively sought his assistance. At that moment, Wanda emerged, intrigued by the commotion. Oh, who is she? Wanda inquired, observing the girl clad in pajamas. Did you wander into my home in your sleep? Gwen looked up to see Wanda, adorned in luxurious silk pajamas, exuding an elegance and grace that compelled her to glance twice, especially at her ample front, seemingly more voluptuous than her own. This must be his girlfriend, a true paragon of beauty, perfectly matched in figure and appearance. Gwen mused silently, glancing at her own disheveled appearance. Haha, allow me to introduce you. This is Gwen Stacy. Gwen, this is my girlfriend, Wanda. Chen Xi seized the opportunity to introduce them as they appraised one another. Hello, Gwen, welcome to my home. Hello, sorry for intruding, Wanda. Wanda was gracious, while Gwen's youthful exuberance delighted Chen Xi, who felt quite pleased. Gwen, what is going on with you? Wanda asked, taken aback by Gwen's bare feet and unkempt hair, genuinely believing she was sleepwalking. Gwen struggled to explain, uncertain whether Wanda would object to mutants. After all, Chen Xi had concealed his identity, and she feared inadvertently revealing his secret. She glanced at Chen Xi, seeking his guidance, as she had no inkling of Wanda's awareness. Allow me to clarify. Gwen has undergone a mutation, which is why she has come to me for assistance. Chen Xi explained with a smile, deeming it unnecessary to conceal this from Wanda. How fortunate. I envy you, Gwen. Wanda gazed at Gwen with admiration, wishing her own body could also mutate. You don't mind? I've noticed many people harbor disdain for mutants. Gwen sighed with relief, grateful that Wanda did not reject her. This meant she could comfortably remain. If I were to mutate, then Chen Xi wouldn't have to suffer every night. And Wanda quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had divulged something rather embarrassing. Gwen, though not a child, comprehended her meaning almost instantly, causing Wanda to blush and shyly hide in Chen Xi's embrace. Ahem, if you wish to become stronger. It's quite simple. I possess an extraordinary serum that will enable you to outmatch Captain America in his prime. Chen Xi cleared his throat, eager to change the subject. Wanda was still too young and prone to slip-ups. Thankfully, there were no outsiders present. Captain America in his prime? He is unbeatable, Gwen and Wanda exclaimed, their eyes wide with astonishment. Could there possibly be a superhero superior to Captain America? Very well, I was referring to Captain America in his unaltered state. He possesses director-imposed attributes that allow him to hold his own against anyone. Chen Xi rolled his eyes, bemused by the idolization of Steve. Is that serum truly as potent as you claim? Wanda asked, her curiosity piqued, wondering if it was yet another high-tech product he had acquired from some biotech company. Remove the question mark. This is a remarkable item I procured at great expense. The perfect T-virus serum. As he spoke, Chen Xi produced the file, shimmering like a dream. Chapter 24. Chen Xi awakened telekinesis. Wanda enviously pouted. It is said that the more beautiful the flower, the more perilous it is. The vial before them sparkled enchantingly. Upon hearing the word virus, Wanda's entire demeanor radiated rejection. Though the liquid resembled a cosmos of stars, it also evoked the image of opium. Rest assured, I would never harm you, would I? Chen Xi replied with a cheerful grin. Huh, you naive fool. Are you actually gullible enough to believe the claims of tech companies? Wanda looked at him with disdain. Can a virus be recklessly administered? A few years ago, a professor injected himself with a so-called eternal life virus, and he was dead within days. Humph, unappreciative fool. Chen Xi shot her an annoyed glance before slicing open his arm with a fingernail and injecting himself with the perfect T-virus serum. Oh my gosh, are you insane? Wanda's eyes widened in shock, unable to intervene as he abruptly injected himself with a virus. Chen Xi ignored her concerns, instead focusing on the changes this substance would bring him, soon discovering its peculiarities. System, this doesn't seem to align with your description, he mused. Feeling as though he had consumed glucose, it appeared to have little effect. Was this system deceiving him? Host, I seriously question your intelligence. This is merely a powerful enhancement for mortals, granting physical capabilities akin to 10 times that of Captain America. Do you believe a pebble cast into the ocean would create a significant splash? By the way, are you feeling a tingling sensation on your scalp? Congratulations. You are about to gain intelligence. Chen Xi's confusion was met with the system's mockery, and before he could retort, he felt a pressure in his head. Am I truly about to gain intelligence? Mere seconds later, he experienced a dizzying sensation. Fortunately, his superhuman physique prevented him from collapsing, only causing a slight sway. Had he been an ordinary individual, he likely would have fainted while awaiting the transformation from the perfect T-virus serum. Host, congratulations on acquiring telekinesis. While it may not be particularly useful, it certainly aids in impressing others and attracting admirers. The system's voice rang out again, laden with sarcasm. From this moment forth, the once normal superhero would no longer be so ordinary. Humph, does this mean I cannot learn magic? Shouldn't a superhuman consider exploring magic? Is my extraordinary intellect merely for show? Hee hee, the superbrain merely suggests that one should wield their extraordinary powers recklessly. Chen Xi and the system began their usual banter, while Wanda and Gwen outside grew increasingly anxious. Chen Xi, are you alright? I told you not to use it. Why are you being such a hero? Wanda exclaimed, shaking him vigorously, fearing that he had succumbed to some kind of toxin. I'll call for help. Wait. No, Wanda, don't panic. Gwen said as she reached for her phone to dial emergency services. Stop. I'm fine. No need for a call. Chen Xi, noticing their intention to call for help, hastily ceased his playful exchange with the system. Wanda and Gwen gazed in astonishment as Chen Xi, who seemed on the verge of passing out, began to regain consciousness. How do you feel? We should go to the hospital, Wanda insisted, still worried about the virus and the need for a checkup. No need. I'm perfectly fine, even feeling rather refreshed. If you don't believe me, allow me to perform a magic trick. With those words, Chen Xi waved his hand toward the roses in the garden, and 2 blossoms gracefully floated into the palms of the 2 women. Wanda and Gwen were left utterly speechless, covering their mouths in excitement as they witnessed this romantic spectacle. They were profoundly moved. What woman could possibly resist such a display of romance? Chen Xi had indeed been right. His telekinesis allowed him to impress them effortlessly, his technique surprisingly adept. Oh my goodness, is this magic? How romantic, they exclaimed. Indeed, the roses dance so elegantly. I've never seen anything quite so enchanting. As young women, they found themselves utterly captivated by this romance, blissfully ensnared in Chen Xi's charming trap. Hee hee, it's merely a trivial trick. I just acquired this ability from the perfect T-virus serum I just injected, Chen Xi said with a smile, not hiding his achievement, as demonstrating his prowess was the best way to alleviate Wanda's concerns. Wanda was indeed intrigued. Who wouldn't desire superpowers? She quickly clung to Chen Xi's arm, playfully saying, Darling husband, I want some too. Is there any more? I might have misjudged you as a gentleman. Gwen shivered. Wanda, that tone of yours is utterly nauseating. You're going to give me chills. Humph. Regret it now, do you? Missed this opportunity, and there will be no second chance, Chen Xi remarked with a shrug, fully aware that Wanda was keenly aware of the implications of his words. I concede. What are your demands? I'm willing to endure humiliation for such powers, Wanda replied, knowing she had little choice. Well, I think a few enticing outfits would suit you quite well. What do you think? Chen Xi seized the opportunity to make an outrageous request, recalling how she had previously refused to dress up for playful games. You're unbelievable, you pervert. Wanda glared at him, hesitating for a few seconds before begrudgingly agreeing to his unreasonable demand. After all, her desire for superpowers was too strong to ignore. Gwen was left astounded, thinking, I often feel out of place for not being perverse enough to fit in with you two. Yet, it seemed Wanda's willingness to indulge Chen Xi was worth it, as she too appeared eager for superpowers. However, she could not partake in Chen Xi's so-called games. Ultimately, Chen Xi spent a fortune to procure another vial of the perfect T-virus serum for Wanda, leaving his wallet considerably lighter, with daily earnings barely reaching 1,000 justice points. It seemed he would have to send Boda and Boaer to Hell's Kitchen for a little extra cash. Wanda left, beaming with her serum, while Gwen could only watch with envy. What I said to Wanda applies to you as well, Chen Xi teased, whispering in Gwen's ear. You truly are a pervert. Gwen shot him a scandalized glance, her cheeks flushed. Are you confessing to me? You scoundrel, trying to play both sides. The shy Gwen buried her head, unsure of the thoughts swirling in her mind, occasionally stealing glances at him. Chapter 25, Tony's Envy and Jealousy. Girls in the Western world tend to be more liberated, and sometimes one must admire their open-mindedness. In the romantic land of France, no one knows who the father of the child is. Oh, this cursed city of romance. Wanda not only gained superpowers, but her physical capabilities were also significantly enhanced. Her speed could reach a staggering 100 meters per second. Gwen temporarily stayed at the villa for a few days, during which she would learn to control her spider sense and various powers. Neither of them possessed a super brain, making the control of their powers and speed a slow process. Fortunately, they had each other for support, allowing them to share their experiences. Oh no, I mean their abilities. Chen Xi continued to bask in the garden while they engaged in simple training exercises like running, push-ups, and leg raises. Age, 24, this universe. Faction, the perpetually uncertain. Partners, the unawakened Scarlet Witch Wanda, the Terminator, the confined Spider-Gwen. Physique, Bronze Superman, awaiting unlock of Silver Superman. Strength, 1,560 tons. Speed, for Mach. Abilities, Iron Body, Biofield. Heat Vision, Telekinesis. Other abilities await awakening. Justice points, 41,680 points. It seemed he had grown slightly stronger, after all. The Kryptonian physiology suited a lazy person like him well, lying around as a couch potato and still growing stronger. Chen Xi, smug, switched off the panel. A life of effortless victory was incredibly satisfying. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, his phone on the coffee table lit up, with a casual wave of his hand. The phone flew into his line of sight. The effort of lifting a finger was too much for him, all in the name of exercising his telekinesis. Hello, Tony. What is up? Ha, my good brother. I'm hosting a party at the villa tonight. You should come and have some fun. Tony, I'm not interested in your party. It's filled with outdated folks. You enjoy yourself. Chen Xi chuckled, shaking his head in refusal. Knowing Tony Stark's reputation as a notorious playboy. 3 days for a small gathering. 5 days for a big one. This guy just took down Obadiah Stane and regained control of Stark Industries, and he's already itching to throw a party. Oh no, buddy, you've misunderstood me. I have something very important to announce. Fine, I'll come tonight. But if you're trying to set me up with some actress for your new movie, just forget it, Chen Xi warned again. Knowing that this guy often lured women under the pretense of being his friends, promising them roles in his films. Don't worry. Even if I shove a microphone down their throats, it won't end up in your movie, Tony assured cheekily. Get lost, you greasy old man. Chen Xi hung up the phone in exasperation, knowing that Tony's mind was always set on other things. As evening fell, Chen Xi bid farewell to Wanda and Gwen, preparing to attend the soiree. He initially expected Wanda to be displeased, but to his surprise, she seemed relieved, urging him to leave quickly. Wanda, aren't you worried about me hanging out with someone like Tony Stark? Aren't you afraid he cheat behind your back? Gwen questioned, baffled by Wanda's nonchalance. Birds of a feather flock together. Wouldn't he associating with Tony Stark drag you down? His heart is with me. Those women are merely fleeting distractions. Wanda replied with a serene smile, completely unconcerned. She was well aware that those starlets eager to cling to Chen Xi were only seeking opportunities, and she had grown accustomed to it long ago. Chen Xi drove his Ferrari at full throttle to Tony Stark's grand estate, which was already teeming with guests. Tycoons, CEOs, celebrities, and wealthy heirs filled the space, while glamorous starlets flitted about like diligent bees in a garden of flowers. For them, this venue was akin to a blooming paradise, brimming with influential and affluent individuals. The elite exchanged jovial banter, casually discussing multi-million and billion-dollar deals. It was indeed a marketplace of commerce. Upon Chen Xi's arrival, the atmosphere of the gathering seemed to elevate to an extraordinary level, as a wave of friendly smiles surged towards him. "Ah, Mr. Chen, it's been ages. My daughter is your ardent fan. Would you care to meet her? Chen, have you secured investors for your new film sequel? If not, we might consider a collaboration. Dear Chen, my friends and I would love to discuss the script with you late tonight. Would that be possible?" Chen Xi smiled politely in response to their overwhelming enthusiasm. How starkly realistic this scene was. The world is bustling, all for profit. The throng is driven by self-interest. Once, when he had taken the script of The Lord of the Rings to countless film companies, he had been met with indifference. Who would waste time on an obscure individual? It was not until he serialized Harry Potter online that he truly garnered attention, after which everything fell into place. Only talent speaks volumes. The film industry is a veritable goldmine, and with Chen Xi's script, a masterful amalgamation of various strengths, profits were bound to be immense. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Xi finally escaped their barrage and found Tony Stark. "Hey, my good friend, let me show you a treasure." Tony Stark, brimming with pride, immediately showcased his greatest creation, the Iron Man suit. "I have something to show you too." Observing Stark's display of bravado, Chen Xi was not about to let him have the upper hand. "What treasure? A new script?" Stark, with a touch of arrogance, believed that Chen Xi could never match his genius. "Don't you dare blink." Chen Xi said mysteriously, pulling a piece of metal from his pocket and tossing it into Tony's hands. "This is..." Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, this is vibranium." Chen Xi nodded with satisfaction. "Weren't you just bragging about your Iron Man suit? Let's see how you handle this. Where did you get vibranium?" "My father only has a small piece, which he fashioned into a shield for Steve." Tony gazed at Chen Xi in astonishment, unable to fathom how he had acquired such a material. "So what do you think? If you provide me with a suit for each of your armors in the future, I could sell it to you at a discount." Chen Xi grinned, his desire for the Iron Man suit no less fervent, while he may not need it. Its collectible value was undeniable. "Huh, impossible. There is only one Iron Man." Tony decisively rejected the notion. For a man as prideful as he would never allow anyone to overshadow him. "What? My so-called trinket is worthy of competition with your title? You've never seen anything good in your life." Chen Xi was at a loss for words. To think that a bona fide superhero would covet Iron Man's title was laughable. He could crush Tony with a mere flick. "What? A worthless trinket? You have an Iron Man suit? Oh, I see. You're dreaming. Or no, writing in your book." Tony Stark, indignant, widened his eyes, showcasing his renowned wit, which often surpassed even his intellect. "Poor fellow, you're merely clutching some materials. What treasure do you think you possess? Oh, what the hell? You're..." Just as Tony was rambling on, he was rendered speechless, feeling as if his worldview had shattered. Before him stood Chen Xi, cloaked in a sleek, dark future warrior suit, an astonishing sight. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. He witnessed, in sheer amazement, a liquid-like material swiftly enveloping Chen Xi's entire being, a phenomenon he had never before encountered. Noble, mysterious, powerful, though merely in front of him, an intangible pressure assailed him, and he felt a hint of an ominous aura. What material is this? Is there a company with nanotechnology that advanced? Tony's mind struggled to accept this. He had always believed Stark Industries epitomized Earth's pinnacle of technology. "I'm afraid this is a commercial secret," Chen Xi replied with a playful smile. For someone as inquisitive and obsessive as Tony, this was akin to a death sentence. "You dare speak half-truths? Aren't you afraid of loose lips?" Tony growled, suppressing the urge to throttle him. It turned out this fellow shared his own obstinate personality. "Huh. If you hand over all your Iron Man suits, I might consider revealing a few secrets to you." Chen Xi laughed heartily, patting Tony on the shoulder, his audacity inciting Tony's ire. "Humph. You think you can have my Iron Man suit? Just because it's nanotechnology doesn't mean I can't create it myself." Tony vowed to put an end to Chen Xi's arrogant bravado. So infuriating. "Damn it. Well then, I'll be eagerly watching. However, I wonder if you'll last until that time." Chen Xi teased, pointing at the gaping hole in Tony's chest. Without the palladium element's corrosion, he might very well meet his demise. As the saying goes, the plum blossom's fragrance emerges from the bitter cold. Every sip and peck is predestined. Alas, you've seen through me. How did you know about my palladium poisoning? Today, I have an important announcement. Tony sighed, his demeanor growing somber. Even ants strive to survive. How much more so humans? Of course, I comprehend the toxicity of palladium. After all, I'm a sci-fi film screenwriter, you know. But rest assured, as we say back home, after your demise, I shall care for your wife. Do not fret. Chen Xi winked mischievously at Tony, playfully patting his shoulder. Though Tony wasn't fluent, he grasped the general meaning and immediately raised his fist, ready to retaliate. Chen Xi, you bastard. You dare covet my pepper? Damn it. What is the saying? One must not encroach upon a friend's wife. Did you not know this? You cultureless villain. Tony was incensed. Have you no shame? Damn it. Haha. Just go ahead and relax. I'll be driving your luxury car, taking Pepper for a joyride, and staying in your villa while commanding J.A.R.V.I.S. It seems your entire life's effort is merely to ensure I live the life meant for you. Much obliged. Chen Xi laughed heartily as he dashed away, leaving Tony fuming, wishing he could catch him and unleash his fury. Yet this fellow was as slippery as an eel, impossible to catch. Just then, Pepper Potts walked in, and upon seeing the chaotic living room, she immediately understood the situation upon noticing Tony's flushed face. Chen Xi, have you vexed Tony again? Pepper rolled her eyes, feigning annoyance. Pepper, you're misunderstanding me. Why would I get upset with an old man? What if he were to die from anger? Chen Xi sarcastically taunted Tony. And just as Tony was about to retort, Pepper interjected. All right, Tony, it's time. Don't you have an important announcement to make? Hurry up. Pepper couldn't comprehend why Tony always seemed to be at a disadvantage during his confrontations with Chen Xi. Was it because of his age? I won't stoop to the level of a child. Adults should be magnanimous. Tony, with a rather proud demeanor, straightened his outfit, cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xi, and strutted out of the living room like a peacock. Chen Xi couldn't fathom why this guy was so narcissistic. Rest assured, Tony, if you desire vibranium, all you need to do is give me your Iron Man suit, and I can provide it for free, Chen Xi called after him. However, Tony waved his hand dismissively without looking back. Would he ever yield? Don't take it to heart. Sometimes, Tony behaves rather childishly. You know, Pepper explained apologetically, always ready to defend the obstinate and proud Tony. It must be exhausting to follow someone like him. Have you considered teaming up with me instead? Chen Xi joked. Well, I'm quite expensive. You might not be willing to part with that, Pepper replied with a laugh, feeling that although Chen Xi was younger, stronger, and more handsome than Tony, it was like comparing a turtle to a green bean. Hilarious, really. Indeed, you are undeniably more charming than Tony, Pepper said sincerely. No, you are all mistaken. Not only you but everyone is wrong. My character is far inferior to Tony's charisma, Chen Xi corrected, waving his hand. Are you joking? Who doesn't know how atrocious and arrogant Tony's personality is? Pepper wondered if she had misheard. Could someone actually praise Tony's charm? Did this guy possess such a quality? Time will reveal all, Chen Xi said with a mysterious smile, leaving Pepper bewildered and questioning her own understanding. In the center of the evening's stage, Tony passionately spoke into the microphone while Chen Xi stood in a corner holding a glass, unable to deny that this guy certainly had a flair for grandiose speeches. And now, I announce that from this moment on, I, Tony Stark, will no longer be the president of Stark Industries. I will resign from all my positions, and Pepper will assume my role, managing all affairs on my behalf. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire gathering erupted into chaos, the murmurs drowning out everything else. Tony's decision left everyone in utter disbelief. Pepper was left in a state of shock by Tony's inexplicable maneuver, frozen in place. Why hadn't he consulted her beforehand? This sudden appointment was simply too much for her to process. How could the board accept it? Among the crowd, the only one unfazed was Chen Xi, as he had anticipated Tony's actions. Mr. Chen Xi, are you not at all surprised? You seem to have known all along, a graceful, articulate female voice chimed in. As Chen Xi turned to look, he saw a figure adorned in wine red, moving gracefully toward him. Chapter 27, The Great Deceiver. Ms. Jean Grey, you must have already known, right? Chen Xi smiled and tapped his head, implying that she had likely gleaned insights from Tony Stark's mind. As a telepathic mutant, her curiosity far surpassed that of anyone else, as uncovering other secrets could indeed become addictive. The urban beauty before him was one of the rarest and most powerful mutants. The Phoenix, Jean Grey, who possessed a fragment of the Phoenix Force. Mr. Chen Xi, you truly are extraordinary. You have deceived the entire world. Who would dare believe that the world-renowned great writer is actually a concealed supermutant? Jean Grey gazed intently at Chen Xi, astonished by such world-altering news. She had investigated the disappearance of Johnny Blaze and traced him to a bar where he had a confrontation with someone. Just as she was about to invade the minds of the bouncers and the staff, she was halted by Emma Frost. It turned out that the bar was owned by Emma Frost, from whom she learned that Chen Xi had a conflict with Johnny Blaze before he vanished. After that, there were no further leads. Johnny Blaze simply disappeared. This could only imply that he had met his demise at Chen Xi's hands. Upon receiving this information, Jean Grey pursued Chen Xi, hoping to gauge his true nature, but to her surprise, her telepathy could not breach the barriers of his mind. Her abilities felt like a flimsy boat in the vast ocean of his consciousness, utterly incapable of sustaining her. Are you attempting to glean information from my mind, only to return empty-handed? Chen Xi teased with a smile. Not even the Phoenix Queen, Jean Grey, can control the Phoenix Force against me. Indeed, everyone has gravely underestimated you. Jean Grey sighed deeply. Who would have thought that Johnny's demise was a result of provoking such a terrifying individual? Chen Xi quickly waved his hands. He wouldn't take the blame for that. Don't say that. He was quite innocent. You all know his character well. Keeping him around would only bring disaster. He sought to kill me, and so I had no choice but to send him back home. Consider it a preemptive cleansing for your mutant academy of traitors. If you must thank me, perhaps a lavish dinner would suffice. I'm not picky when it comes to food. Chen Xi shifted the conversation, jokingly. As for denying the incident, what was there to fear? A man must stand by his actions. The mutant race wouldn't intimidate him into silence. He was destined to be invincible. Jean Grey couldn't help but smile at the audacity of his words. Here was a man who had murdered their own, yet had the gall to ask for a meal. Don't you think that's a bit excessive? She said incredulously. Excessive? Not at all. I'm merely ensuring your safety by eliminating potential threats before they can harm more mutants. Can you predict the future? You keep claiming he would betray the mutant academy, Jean Grey pondered, beginning to question Chen Xi's words. Naturally. I can see the trajectory of all events in this world, including yours, Chen Xi proclaimed, holding his head high, exuding confidence. The greatest advantage of a time traveler is knowing the direction of the plot. Of course, the further ahead one looks, the less accurate it becomes. The more the butterfly flaps its wings, the more nature shifts. Haha, can you tell me about my future? Jean Grey smiled lightly, her curiosity piqued. Then we should find a place for a drink. It's rather crowded here, Chen Xi teased, setting the stage for a more private conversation. Sounds good. I also feel quite uneasy here. Jean Grey nodded in agreement, uncomfortable with the stares and whispers surrounding her. Ever since her arrival, she had sensed the eyes of others on her, clearly not welcoming. Others' abilities evoked both fear and desire. When such power remained unattainable, only fear lingered. If not for the need to maintain a semblance of decorum in high society, the security would have already escorted her out without hesitation. Tony Henti anticipated Jean Grey's uninvited appearance. The thought that she could delve into others' minds made the muscles in his face twitch. He couldn't help but feel that Chen Xi was truly remarkable. The fact that he dared to associate closely with someone capable of reading minds made Tony feel a tinge of inadequacy. Chen Xi ignored the incredulous gazes of onlookers as he walked away with the captivating mutant beauty, Jean Grey, who sent others scurrying away. As they distanced themselves, the crowd erupted into excited chatter. Impressive. Is this fellow not concerned that Jean Grey might extract all his secrets? Haha, as the saying goes. Heroes often falter at the hands of beautiful women. It must be said that this enchanting mutant is indeed a rose with thorns. Perhaps she simply seeks excitement. Otherwise, how could these screenwriters conjure plots that elude others? One can only dread that his bank card password might be pried from him. And then it would be a spectacle to behold. Not a single soul present believed he would emerge unscathed. It's possible that the fruits of his labor over the years could be completely swindled away. A Ferrari glided through the traffic at a leisurely pace. The gentle evening breeze stirred the long hair of the woman, prompting her to involuntarily close her eyes in relaxation. It had been ages since she last enjoyed a drive, and she hadn't felt this at ease in a long while. Jean Grey murmured softly, having been perpetually tense since her enrollment in the mutant school, tirelessly advocating for the survival of mutants. Not long ago, the Congress had been mocked by countless individuals, causing her to doubt the worth of her perseverance. Perhaps you should not bear this burden. Every individual has their own fate, and you are not a savior, Chen Xi remarked, casting a weary glance at Jean Grey. Yet whenever I witness the suffering of those children, I find it impossible to truly let go. She responded, her gaze fixed on the carefree children at the mutant school, convinced that it all was worthwhile. Jean Grey shook her head, her tone resolute once more. The hardships she endured must not befall the children as well. If they cannot succeed, then all the suffering will be rendered meaningless. Chen Xi gazed at the myriad of lights, softly murmuring, indifferent to where his future lay. Feeling that he had enough. Adrift in a foreign world, he resembled a leaf caught in the wind, drifting wherever fate would take him. So, will we mutants be able to succeed? Jean Grey hesitated for a long time before timidly inquiring. She and her companions had lost their sense of direction, surrounded by a vast expanse of desolation. Even if Chen Xi appeared like a charlatan, she still clung to him as if he were a lifeline. At this moment, the Phoenix seemed strikingly similar to a girl in love. The formidable phoenix, in Chen Xi's eyes, appeared just as confused and helpless as a child. Perhaps their efforts were misdirected. No matter how hard they tried, it seemed they were merely moving themselves. Are you suggesting that our efforts are misguided? Jean Grey whispered, though her eyes still sparkled with a glimmer of hope, eager to understand where Chen Xi believed they had erred. The ultimate outcome proves you were wrong. For decades, mutants have ceased to exist. The professor has lost his mind, Logan has aged, and you have transformed into cosmic stardust. This is merely the conclusion I foresee. Perhaps in this universe, your fate will differ, Chen Xi replied nonchalantly. Who can accurately predict a foreseeable future? He was convinced that this outcome would inevitably alter. If old Magneto truly eradicated all mutants, wouldn't he find himself on the sanctioned list as well? After all, they cared not whether one was a mutant. Any anomaly deserved to perish. Contemplating this outcome, Chen Xi felt a pang of annoyance. Should he provoke their ire, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath as a deity among mortals. Upon hearing this, Jean Grey fell unusually silent. After a prolonged pause, she exhaled heavily. What you say bears an uncanny resemblance to the fragments of my dreams. I too do not understand why I dreamt of such things. Do not bear excessive pressure. If you can foresee the future, strive to alter it rather than awaiting despairingly. I believe you can change the future. A shift in mindset can lead to transformation, such as eliminating those who oppose you and replacing them with compliant individuals, Chen Xi suggested with a faint smile, presenting an outlandish idea. That would only lead to chaos. Jean Grey rolled her eyes at him, resolutely rejecting such notions, as the professor often spoke of the freedom of the soul. Thus, you are destined to fail. The guiding principles of thought are flawed, Chen Xi quipped, shrugging with a playful smirk. We are at a loss for what to do. Jean Grey acknowledged that they seemingly found themselves in a dead end, unable to hurt either ordinary people or mutants, leaving them trapped on both fronts. Haha, well then, let us discuss something more cheerful, Chen Xi suggested. TCH, I initially sought to hold you accountable, and now it seems you are the one teaching me, Jean Grey mused. Bemused by her own behavior, how could she engage in light-hearted banter with a killer? Are you hungry? I haven't eaten yet, and there is a delightful restaurant nearby. Shall we chat over drinks? Chen Xi pointed to a nearby establishment. All right, I haven't eaten either. I'm famished, Jean Grey acquiesced, finding solace in Chen Xi's company. The tranquility and confidence he exuded provided her with a sense of security that no one else could offer. This confidence was indescribable, akin to possessing the world within her grasp, allowing her to simply be without a care. In the private room, Chen Xi ordered 2 bottles of red wine and selected a menu of exquisite Western cuisine, traditional steak, lobster with cod, grilled tuna with white truffle, and beet soup. They refrained from dwelling on the heavy topics discussed earlier, recognizing that they could not be resolved instantaneously. Charles's compassion could not match Chen Xi's ruthlessness. Chen Xi recounted the plots of his films, which captivated Jean Grey, her chin resting on her hands in admiration. For them, films showcasing Western themes were utterly enchanting. Whenever they had the chance, they would watch Chen Xi's movies, and even the magical powers and extraordinary races depicted within provided endless inspiration. The children believed that Chen Xi truly understood them. Those dazzling abilities, how could they be so vividly portrayed if not for his first-hand experiences? Red wine, beautiful women, delectable cuisine, and the starlit sky. What more could he desire from life? This harmonious and delightful atmosphere flushed Jean Grey's cheeks with a charming allure, a subtle tension lingering between them. Unbeknownst to her, her blushing face radiated admiration, setting the stage for a flirtatious encounter. Scott, Logan, I sincerely apologize. I never intended to encroach upon anyone's territory, yet I refused to act in a manner contrary to propriety. Chen Xi silently expressed his regrets, feeling unburdened and enlightened. I've heard that investors in your circles often send beautiful women. Have you encountered any? Jean Grey, ever the gossip monger, inquired. Every girl has an inherent curiosity about celebrity news, and she was just an ordinary girl now. If the acting is subpar, it's unacceptable. If they insist on sending someone, I simply want to collaborate again. Chen Xi pondered, recalling an instance where he had indeed encountered such a situation, leading to a cessation of further collaboration. As a renowned screenwriter, have you ever had a beautiful woman approach you late at night for script discussions? She teased. Her curiosity piqued. Chen Xi shook his head vigorously, bemused by her increasingly audacious inquiries. Isn't that a given? Haha. Indeed, all men are the same. I didn't expect you to be any different. Jean Grey chuckled heartily, taken aback by his candor, as most men would conceal such matters. You're mistaken. I'm rather discerning. I maintain my integrity, all right? I only care for newcomers. They must undergo my refinement to stand out. Chen Xi, with a solemn expression, engaged in a feeble defense, claiming he was merely extending particular care to newcomers for the sake of novelty. Humph, such a disingenuous argument. Chen Xi cast him a disdainful glance, wondering if he truly believed she was oblivious. Ah, how I envy your existence, a life both comfortable and vibrant. Your life embodies my dreams, the very essence of the future I aspire to. Heh, that's quite simple, just come to my home. And I shall ensure a bed is reserved for you. Chen Xi replied cheekily. Ha ha ha, a scoundrel with multiple entanglements. Chen Xi shot him a look of contempt, fully aware of his notorious reputation, with celebrities hidden away in his villa, too numerous to count. Slander. Utterly unfounded slander. Chen Xi retorted loudly, indignantly denying the accusations. Humph, men with wealth are invariably like this, Chen Xi scoffed, dismissing all men as mere trifles. Ha ha ha, dear Chen. You've unwittingly condemned an entire boatload of men. Chen Xi laughed heartily, neither confirming nor denying the insinuation. Time always slips away so swiftly during pleasant moments. Chen Xi and Chen Xi had engaged in delightful conversation for over 2 hours without realizing it. Let us depart, the lovely Ms. Chen Xi, as a gentleman. It is my duty to escort you home. Thank you, my gallant sir. Although I couldn't bring justice to your mischief today, I still had a wonderful time. Chen Xi responded, her eyes curving into crescent shapes, convinced she had fallen under his spell. Chapter 29, The Red Hulk Delivers Ahead. Chen Xi was entranced. In the parking lot, Chen Xi gallantly opened the car door for her. Chen Xi softly expressed her gratitude as she gracefully settled into the passenger seat. It was nearing 11 o'clock, yet the streets of New York remained resplendent and bustling, teeming with vehicles. In this land of automobiles, cars are indeed indispensable companions for every household. With the wealth of the world being harvested here, the price of gasoline was astonishingly lower than that of bottled water, an unimaginable reality. The night belonged to high-powered vehicles, with street racers roaring unabashedly, while spirited youths were ever present. As the gentle night breeze caressed her cheeks, dissipating her slight inebriation and worries, Chen Xi relished this tranquility. Stealing glances at Chen Xi's flawless profile and his focused demeanor, a fleeting sense of wistfulness and reluctance washed over her. Perhaps marrying an ordinary man and leading a simple life filled with familial bliss wouldn't be such a bad fate after all. Please drive a bit slower. Chen Xi suddenly murmured. She feared that this brief journey would soon reach its conclusion. Certainly, Chen Xi replied softly, uttering a single word before playing a song on the car stereo, which quietly filled the air. Let the youth sway your long hair, let it guide your dreams. Unbeknownst to you, the history of this mortal realm has already etched your smile into its memory. A heart of vibrant red beneath a cerulean sky marks the inception of life. The spring rain is sleepless, a night when you once lay alone. Without uttering a word, they understood one another. A tacit bond slowly formed in their shared silence, enveloping them in a serene stillness. Just as they began to revel in this unspoken connection, an unwelcome visitor sought to disrupt their moment of bliss. As they left the city and approached the suburbs near Westchester, a crimson figure descended from the heavens, crashing down before them and obstructing their path. In an instant, the roadway was transformed into a massive crater, and surrounding vehicles screeched to a halt. Though it was too late, a minor collision was the least of their concerns, as they beheld the imposing figure that now loomed before them, causing all to scatter in fright. What is more important, the car or one's life? This question hardly warrants contemplation. The Red Hulk paid no heed to the panicked civilians. Instead, he approached Chen Xi with a menacing grin. It seems he has come for you, Chen Xi teased, displaying no concern, rather exhibiting an intrigued demeanor. Ever since realizing she could not penetrate Chen Xi's psyche, her interest in this enigmatic man had deepened. Now, with an extraordinary being before her, it was the perfect opportunity to gauge his capabilities. Ha ha ha. Indeed, fame brings trouble. Chen Xi chuckled self-deprecatingly before slowly exiting the vehicle. In Chen Xi's incredulous gaze, a dark substance gradually enveloped his form, and after taking 5 steps, a mysterious battle suit emerged. Cool. Under the silvery moonlight, Chen Xi could hardly contain her excitement, covering her mouth in awe. This transformation was simply astonishing, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ross, oh Ross, you have truly exceeded my expectations by transforming into the Red Hulk. Observing the Red Hulk's fierce strides, Chen Xi's lips curved into a satisfied smile. The seeds sown yesterday had finally borne fruit. Yet, he pondered how many justice points this encounter would yield. System, how many justice points can I earn by defeating him? Chen Xi eagerly inquired, his gaze fixed on the approaching Red Hulk. At this stage, The Red Hulk's strength far surpassed that of both the Green Hulk and Abomination, ensuring a plentiful reward. Moreover, this brute had just decimated an entire base. Merely eliminating him could yield as much as 80,000 justice points. Ha ha ha, splendid. This fellow has indeed lived up to my expectations, proving to be a valuable asset. Chen Xi's excitement surged as he gleamed at the Red Hulk, then swiftly charged forward. Boom! The disproportionate fists collided violently, unleashing an explosive force akin to two trains crashing into one another, sending shockwaves outward. In an instant, nearby cars were overturned by the impact. While Chen Xi and the Red Hulk appeared evenly matched. It truly is you. After a tentative assault, the Red Hulk stumbled back, fixating his gaze on Chen Xi with a grave expression. He could only tentatively conclude this identity through physical comparisons and a thorough examination of the surrounding residences. However, he was not entirely certain. Adhering to the principle of better to mistakenly eliminate than to let escape, he had approached nonetheless. Likewise, Chen Xi did not deny it, remaining nonchalant. What was there to argue with the dead? Humph, you are overconfident, but today you shall pay the price for that arrogance. The Red Hulk coldly threatened, visibly irritated by Chen Xi's fearless demeanor. Boom. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Red Hulk lunged powerfully from the ground, leveraging its strength to leap high and deliver a punch aimed at Chen Xi. Bring it on. Chen Xi surged forward, his fighting spirit ignited. Although Ross had been living in comfort for some time, his combat instincts remained, merely concealed until now transformed into the Red Giant. He seemed to have returned to his prime. He roared as he attempted to crush Chen Xi's skull with a double-fisted strike, but Chen Xi did not retreat. Instead, he boldly met the challenge head-on. With less than 2 meters between them, Chen Xi swiftly propelled himself forward, leaning to evade the enemy's fist while simultaneously driving his elbow forcefully into the bridge of the Red Hulk's nose. Crack! How could such a fragile nasal bone withstand such immense force? The Red Hulk let out a pained scream, hurtling backward and crashing to the ground, clutching his nose in agony. He had not anticipated Chen Xi's speed or his cunning, employing an elbow strike to his sensitive bridge. At that moment, Chen Xi advanced with explosive speed, seizing the opportunity while his adversary's pained eyes remained barely open. He descended fiercely, crashing his knee into the Hulk's ribs with devastating force. Damn it! Chen Xi shouted, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as the Red Hulk's ribs shattered under the impact. Ugh! The Red Hulk's eyes widened in agony, blood erupting from his chest like a deluge. Even fragments of his heart coughed up in the process. Within mere seconds, he was grievously injured. Even the Hulk's formidable regenerative abilities could not mend such trauma instantly. Seize the moment while you are vulnerable. As the Red Hulk found himself unable to heal his wounds, Chen Xi hoisted him high into the air before leaping above him to unleash a relentless flurry of 5 powerful kicks. Thud! The defenseless Red Hulk was mercilessly driven into the ground, violently expelling blood. As the dust settled, it was evident that he was bloodied and nearing death. He struggled to utter a word, only managing to gurgle as blood poured from his mouth, unable to form a coherent sentence. Despite his current pitiful state, Chen Xi understood that given less than 10 seconds, the Red Hulk would surely revive. Hence, to eliminate any future threats, only severing his head would ensure his permanent demise. In the face of the Red Hulk's terrified pleas, Chen Xi's right hand transformed into a colossal axe, poised to deliver the fatal blow. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of slaying the Red Hulk. You have earned 80,000 justice points. Chapter 30, Jean Grey. You scoundrel, I have ultimately fallen for your deception. With a single swing of the axe, the Red Hulk's head was severed, rendering him incapable of resurrection. He was no Deadpool. The massive head rolled to the ground, blood spilling profusely, while the Red Hulk's lifeless eyes continued to stare blankly at the sky. One could still discern a mixture of unwillingness, fear, and disbelief in his gaze. How could a being as formidable as he, stronger than the Green Giant, meet such an end? It was unfathomable, yet here he lay, utterly vanquished. Excited, Jean Grey rushed over, observing the enigmatic and powerful figure standing atop the monster's body, his black cloak billowing dramatically in the evening breeze, his eyes shimmering with vitality. I didn't expect you to be so strong. This monster's power must surpass that of the Green Giant. Few mutants can contend with him. Jean Grey's voice brimmed with astonishment, as she struggled to fathom the depths of strength contained within this body. Just average, really. I'm only the 3rd strongest in the world, Chen Xi modestly replied, rubbing his head with a hint of bashfulness. I believe you, Jean Grey said, nodding in a daze, genuinely convinced. Chen Xi was taken aback that this woman truly believed his whimsical claims. Her serious demeanor suggested sincerity. This unexpected turn left him feeling slightly embarrassed. But the surrounding commotion and dim lighting concealed his awkward expression from her view. Once the battle concluded, those who had been hiding along the roadside cautiously emerged to witness the aftermath, albeit from a safe distance. "Let us leave. The authorities will be here soon, and SHIELD will handle it," Chen Xi stated, eager to avoid any dealings with their agents. They had a tendency to cling like a stubborn adhesive, monitoring one's every move, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere, and he feared he might accidentally crush an agent who was surveilling him. "Yes, let's go," Jean Grey agreed, equally unwilling to attract attention. This incident could thrust her into the harsh spotlight of public scrutiny. With a roar, the Ferrari's engine came to life, resembling a scarlet lightning bolt vanishing before the crowd's eyes. The Red Queen swiftly deleted the nearby surveillance footage to prevent any trace of her license plate from causing trouble. Commence the deletion, Chen Xi instructed the Red Queen. He wasn't afraid of the agents. He simply wished to avoid any disturbances. "Understood, Master," she promptly responded, assuring him that erasing the video was a matter of minutes, especially since they were in the suburbs, where usable surveillance footage was scarce. "Artificial intelligence?" Jean Grey inquired. Her curiosity piqued. The secrets surrounding this man were endlessly intriguing. "Something like that. It's quite convenient for handling certain matters," Chen Xi replied nonchalantly with a smile. "I truly wish I could delve into your mind. Your secrets are utterly captivating," Jean Grey said, her gaze sparkling with seriousness. "Hee, I possess an abundance of secrets. I advise you not to be too curious, or you may find yourself falling for me," Chen Xi teased, attempting to charm the intellectually mature Jean Grey. "Uft, you self-absorbed fool. I've never encountered anyone as narcissistic as you. Am I really that superficial?" Jean Grey retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed from his invasive gaze, hastily trying to mask her racing heart. "Haha, whether you are or not, I suppose I'll have to find out," he grinned mischievously. Go away." Jean Grey, no child, certainly understood his brazen flirtation. One moment he was refined and composed, the next, cold and domineering, then flippant and carefree. Which of these personas was the true Chen Xi? The constant shifts in his character only heightened her intrigue. Being with him seemed to promise endless conversation, always stirring her emotions. Jean Grey realized her heart was in turmoil today. She smiled more than she had in a long time, and the quickening of her pulse was a sensation she hadn't felt in ages. As the vehicle gradually approached the vicinity of the mutant school, Jean Grey suddenly asked him to stop, her voice soft. "Could we talk a little longer?" "Of course." Chen Xi understood her reluctance to return to a place that felt suffocating, where she would revert to being the stern teacher Jean Grey. After parking, they settled on the grass beside the road. The sky was adorned with twinkling stars, and as Chen Xi reclined with his head tilted back, he gazed at the celestial expanse. "It has been ages since I last admired the night sky. It remains as profoundly beautiful and awe-inspiring as ever. When I was troubled, I would gaze at the stars, and in that vastness, my heart would find clarity. The hardships I endured seemed trivial in the grand cosmos." "You must have endured quite a lot," Jean Grey remarked, her eyes filled with compassion. People often remembered his current glory, but what of the struggles that preceded it? "The hardships are inconsequential. As long as the ending is favorable, all is worthwhile. I fear not the toil, as long as there is a glimmer of hope." Chen Xi did not pursue the topic further, but instead turned to look intensely at the woman beside him, seemingly conveying that as long as dreams reside in the heart, they persist. "Thank you. If I ever feel down, I will also gaze at the stars and think of you. But I still wish to watch the stars with you." He earnestly shifted the conversation back to her. Jean Grey stared at him, momentarily taken aback, as the air around them seemed to thicken, drawing them inexplicably closer together. The surge of emotion and budding affection exploded at that moment. If two individuals harboring mutual feelings locked eyes for more than 10 seconds, the inclination to kiss became almost inevitable. After what felt like an eternity, it was only when Jean Grey found it hard to breathe that she finally pushed Chen Xi away, her cheeks flushed. "You scoundrel, I have ultimately fallen for your deception. Are you willing to be deceived by me?" he replied, taking advantage of the moment, his hand wandering inappropriately. How infuriating. Jean Grey pinched him with annoyance. How could this scoundrel still tease her at such a moment? It was utterly intolerable. The two of them embraced in silence, relishing the tranquility of the moment. As time ticked away, when the moon reached its zenith, Jean's phone rang. In her irritation, she simply turned it off, but Charles was like a mobile broadcasting device. Observing Jean's reluctance, Chen Xi gently took her hand and led her towards the car. "Come on, my dear Jean Grey. If love is meant to last, does it truly matter if it is day or night?" Chapter 31. The students of the X-Men were in a daze, hearts shattered and Cyclops fuming. Upon their return to the school for mutants, the members of the X-Men and Professor Charles awaited them at the entrance. Meanwhile, the young mutants peered curiously from above, wondering if their teacher, Jean Grey, was returning from a date. Children, by nature, are inquisitive, their curiosity often exceeding that of adults, rendering any attempts to send them to bed futile. The Ferrari came to a slow halt, and Jean was taken aback by the scene before her. Why is everyone here? Aren't you all supposed to be asleep? Yet, her inquiry fell on deaf ears, as everyone fixated their attention on the luxurious supercar. Jean, where have you been? How is it that such a fine vehicle brought you back? Cyclops, wearing quartz glasses, shouted in a fit of rage. Jean was his designated girlfriend. And although he was still in the pursuit phase, his intentions were well known. The sight of his girlfriend returning late in such a lavish car spoke volumes. Was this a sign of betrayal? Other mutants also gazed with intrigue at Chen Xi, who had yet to exit the driver's seat. What wealthy young man dared to pursue such a thorny rose as Jean? These affluent gentlemen certainly sought thrills, oblivious to the potential pitfalls. Upon hearing Cyclops' self-righteous shout, Jean felt utterly bewildered. What are you shouting about? Does it concern you in the slightest? Do I need to report my actions to you? Cyclops, how could you think that way? Everyone knows we are just teammates and friends. Jean quickly interjected, frowning as she silenced his incessant grumbling. She had no desire for Chen Xi to misconstrue her relationship with Scott. Though their time apart was brief, she had firmly decided that she was indeed Chen Xi's girlfriend. Scott, calm down. Who Jean chooses to date is her own prerogative. While I may observe your relationship, love is a wondrous thing that is beyond anyone's control. Seeing Cyclops on the verge of an outburst, Professor Charles intervened, using his telepathic abilities to instill a sense of calm. Haha, dear friends from afar. Why not step out and greet us? After all, we are Jean's family. Charles smiled knowingly at the car, fully aware of Chen Xi's identity, and was quite astonished. Of course, it is only proper etiquette. Chen Xi cheerfully opened the car door, causing the entrance to fall silent. No one anticipated that Jean Grey's mysterious boyfriend was none other than the renowned screenwriter. Oh my goodness, Jean, your enigmatic boyfriend is the incredible Chen from the East. Shadowcat exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. Heavens, this is so romantic. No wonder you don't fancy Cyclops, laughed Colossus, who enjoyed stirring the pot. Idol, my ultimate idol. I've watched every one of your films countless times. Could you please sign something for me? Storm, usually composed, transformed into an ecstatic fangirl. What began as a tense interrogation swiftly morphed into a grand celebrity meet and greet, with the young mutants reveling in the excitement. Cyclops was fuming, feeling betrayed by his peers, who moments ago had vowed solidarity against a common enemy. Damn it, a bunch of fickle-minded traitors. He seethed. So what if he's just a screenwriter? How can someone so weak protect Jean Grey? We are mutants, constantly facing perilous situations. You don't expect him to hold us back, do you? Cyclops' eyes gleamed as he sought to exploit Chen Xi's vulnerabilities, reminding everyone that they were mutants while he was merely a man of letters. Feeling quite pleased with his retort, Cyclops winked provocatively at Chen Xi, reveling in his cleverness. Writing scripts and making movies isn't my forte, but fighting isn't yours either. Others began to comprehend the disparity between the two. They hailed from entirely different worlds, and what good could come from a forced union? Colossus gave Cyclops a thumbs up, acknowledging his cleverness. However, Chen Xi appeared unfazed, holding Jean's hand and gazing at her with exaggerated affection. Dear Jean, you will protect me, won't you? Jean, caught in the moment and feeling electrified by his gaze, responded playfully, yes, I will protect you. With me around, no one can harm you. This scene left Cyclops, who was waiting for Chen Xi, utterly dumbfounded. Have you no shame? He thought. The other mutants also found themselves stifling laughter, questioning whether this was a serious display of affection. Report. Someone is spilling the beans. Damn it. One-on-one. If you have the guts, step up. Cyclops could no longer tolerate their shamelessness, shouting at Chen Xi in fury, ready to use his fists to settle the matter. Cyclops, that's excessive. Mister. Chen Xi is not a mutant. Do you think he's a lion or a tiger? Must matters of the heart be settled with fists? How childish. Storm defended him, disapproving of such brutish behavior that reduced women to mere objects. Exactly. A brute who only knows how to use his fists. If you lacked mutant abilities, you might be hauling bricks somewhere. Shadowcat, ever the romantic, could not stand idly by, watching her idol, now dating her close friend Jean, bask in their love. Cyclops felt his pride slipping away as he faced ridicule. All right, Scott, this Mr. Chen Xi is not as simple as you think. Perhaps we should let this go. Charles interjected, having sensed Cyclops' volatile emotions and noting that he was no match for Chen Xi. which only further provoked him. A real man doesn't hide behind a woman. Cyclops retorted coldly. All right. Chen Xi, who had been grinning, wiped the smile from his face and gently pushed Jean aside to step forward, facing Cyclops. Chapter 32. The mutants were all in a stupor, wondering where this monster had come from. As the mutants at the entrance parted ways, they made space for the impending performance, for there was nothing they relished more than a brawl. Whispers filled the air among the mutants. If Professor Charles had declared Chen Xi to be no ordinary individual, did that imply he was a mutant? Jean, are you not concerned? Inquired the curious Shadow Cat, tugging at Jean Grey's sleeve. Scott not only possesses his laser eyes, his physical prowess and combat skills are among the finest at the Mutant Academy. The consensus among the onlookers was overwhelmingly in favor of Scott, the leader of the X-Men, who naturally needed to command respect. I believe Scott will most likely prevail. He diligently trains his physique and combat abilities daily, while Chen Xi is preoccupied with his creative pursuits and lacks time to hone his body and powers. Hank McCoy analyzed the situation from the sidelines, fully aware of the potential of Cyclops, who truly was formidable. Yet, Jean Grey held unwavering faith in Chen Xi. Smiling as she said, I believe in him. Ah, love truly blinds one, Storm teased playfully. Stop it with your nonsense, Jean retorted, having witnessed Chen Xi's strength firsthand. At that moment, Cyclops, spotting Chen Xi's naivety, flashed a sinister grin, eager to teach the boy a lesson. Crack, crack. He twisted his neck, producing ominous sounds, reminiscent of a bully's bravado. Chen Xi simply observed his antics, biding his time for the moment to demonstrate his superiority. As Cyclops continued his verbal taunts, he declared, I'll give you one last chance to scurry away, or else prepare for a beating. With a menacing glare and an arrogant snort, Cyclops' disdain for Chen Xi became palpable, prompting Chen Xi to swiftly deliver a resounding slap to his face. The sound echoed crisply through the quiet night, stunning not only Cyclops, but also the entire gathering. Speed ability? Hank exclaimed, witnessing Chen Xi's ghostly figure leave only an afterimage as Cyclops reeled from the blow. Caught off guard, Cyclops sputtered, a sneak attack. No honor in this. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Xi raised his hand and delivered another slap to his left cheek. Had Chen Xi not held back, this frail ranged fighter would have been utterly incapacitated. Cyclops' eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Xi clearly read a mix of confusion, surprise, and fury in his expression. You, seeking death. You will pay for this. Enraged, Cyclops unleashed his mutant ability, firing his laser beams. Do you not understand? You don't strike the face. His pride was at stake, and striking his face felt like a death sentence. Bayou. The small beams flew chaotically towards Chen Xi, but they seemed to veer off course. Could his speed truly be comprehended by Cyclops' slow reflexes? To Chen Xi, Cyclops' movements appeared as sluggish as a tortoise. Although Cyclops' attacks missed their mark, the display was indeed intimidating, sending ripples of fear among the surrounding mutants. The beams blasted through the air like a demolition crew, creating a cacophony of sound, while Chen Xi navigated each charge with the steadiness of an old dog. As Cyclops grew increasingly arrogant, his laser beams became reckless. The young mutants above could see only one thing. Scott was demonstrating his prowess. They erupted into cheers, Go Scott! Go Scott! Fueled by their admiration. Cyclops became more fervent in his efforts. The higher you soar, the harder you fall, Chen Xi thought to himself, relishing the opportunity to bring Cyclops crashing down. He intended not only to defeat him physically, but also to shatter his spirit. Amidst the thrilling spectacle, Hank and the others began to question the unfolding drama. Despite the chaos and the damage to the lawn, it appeared that Chen Xi had sustained no injuries whatsoever. Cyclops, still unaware of the gravity of his predicament, continued to unleash his fury, but soon he sensed his energy waning. Chen Xi, recognizing this, quipped, So you are merely a 3-minute wonder, huh? TSK, quite pathetic. You, seeking death. Cyclops roared, adjusting his output to maximum capacity, yet it was clear this was merely wishful thinking. Charles observed silently, aware of Cyclops' impulsive nature. Such temperament could only allow him to barely qualify as the leader of the X-Men. He still had much to learn. As Cyclops, now fully aware of his impending doom, began to panic, Chen Xi laughed heartily. Then let me show you what it truly means to be Cyclops. With his eyes turning crimson, he prepared to unleash his own heat vision, believing his fists to be the strongest form of attack. The searing heat vision erupted with a thunderous roar. The mutants around them were rendered speechless, stunned by the revelation that Chen Xi possessed laser eyes too. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as all present, including Charles, stood in shock, wondering from where Jean had encountered such a peculiar individual. The ground before Cyclops erupted in flames, forcing him to awkwardly evade the blast without the aid of super speed. Just as he thought he had narrowly escaped, a second wave of attacks descended upon him, leaving him scrambling for cover. The third beam grazed his slick hair, altering his hairstyle dramatically. Chen Xi, you must stop. You might kill him, Jean Grey shouted, a mix of excitement and pride in her voice. Killing him? Me? Cyclops, feeling the sting of humiliation and the double blow from his rival's prowess, succumbed to fury and pretended to faint, hoping to salvage some dignity rather than endure further humiliation. With a shrug, Chen Xi ceased his heat vision, confident that this encounter would deter Cyclops from persisting in his pursuit of Jean Grey. The mutants gazed in bewilderment at Chen Xi's effortless dominance over Cyclops, unable to grasp that the charismatic figure before them was indeed a mutant, and one whose power transcended their comprehension, leaving them with a sense of profound respect. Their gazes towards Chen Xi were filled with reverence, accompanied by a sense of pride, for indeed, the greatest screenwriter of this century was one of their own. Such an unimaginable occurrence stirred an unparalleled excitement within them. This revelation also left Charles exceptionally exhilarated, as he was acutely aware of Chen Xi's influence. With this thought in mind, he promptly invited Chen Xi to his estate for a visit. Faced with such an invitation, Chen Xi could not refuse and followed him to the reception room, while the other mutants, hoping for autographs, were silenced by a glare from Charles. Was there ever a time when they couldn't ask for signatures? At such a pivotal moment, were they not causing a ruckus? The Shadow Cat and her companions stuck out their tongues and quickly retreated, holding the professor in high esteem. His words were to be heeded above all else. In the reception room, Charles, Hank, Jean Grey, and Chen Xi settled down. The room exuded a vintage yet understated luxury, with even the sofas being relics from the last century. It was no wonder Charles was considered a wealthy man. Without his substantial fortune, he could hardly afford to support so many mutants, not to mention fun technological advancements. When Jean Grey brought over coffee and gracefully sat beside Chen Xi, it sparked curiosity in Charles. Jean, when did you two meet? You certainly kept that well hidden. Such a notion seemed fanciful to him. Given the vast disparity between their statuses, they were from entirely different worlds. Hank, too, was filled with curiosity, casting glances between the two, sensing something amiss. Upon discussing this matter, Jean Grey's cheeks flushed crimson. She couldn't very well admit they had just met, as that would portray her as overly eager, or rather, lacking in composure. Ahem, the truth is, I met Jean at a fan meeting long ago, and I became quite taken with her. It took considerable effort on my part to win her over. With keen observation, Chen Xi seized Jean Grey's fidgeting hand, initiating his art of embellishing the truth. A man must uphold his partner's dignity. After all, he was quite adept at spinning tales, and the thrill of deception was indeed addictive. Ah, I see. Congratulations, Jean, on encountering such an exceptional man, Charles exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. No wonder she had never shown interest in Scott. Her heart had long been claimed. Jean, congratulations. Hank chimed in, genuinely wishing her well. It was indeed challenging for a mutant to find true love, often necessitating a search within their own community, akin to finding a gem among stones. Thank you, Jean Grey replied with a modest nod, casting a gentle glance at Chen Xi. Who wouldn't adore such an emotionally intelligent man? Oh, by the way, Jean, how is your investigation into John's disappearance progressing? Any leads? Charles inquired. Jean hesitated, unsure of how to articulate the matter. Professor, John was killed by a mysterious individual. I managed to secure a video of the incident through my connections. Just a moment, I'll retrieve it from my car. Chen Xi promptly interjected, I'll take responsibility for this matter. As a modern gentleman, he could not allow his partner to feel distressed because of him. Thank you, Mr. Chen Xi, Charles replied, his expression brightening. It was clear that having connections made things considerably easier. Jean Grey quickly stood to follow, and once outside, she whispered in disdain. I hope you're not planning to escape. Where did you get that video? Smack. Chen Xi raised his hand and playfully swatted her rear. How dare you question your man? That deserves a slap. Ugh, I wouldn't even dare to hit myself, Jean Grey retorted with a playful pout, lightly punching Chen Xi in response. Huh, are you asking for more? Chen Xi teased, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Go to hell, you pervert. Always scheming. Jean Grey shot back. Her face flushed as if to say, are you really pretending not to know? Can I even resist? Haha, understood, Chen Xi chuckled, taking her playful banter as tacit agreement. It was quite entertaining to tease such an intelligent and mature woman. Upon reaching the vehicle, Chen Xi immediately instructed Red to recover the previously deleted video. And he exchanged faces with Gwen. You're not trying to deceive me again, Are you? Do you think a composite video won't be detected? Jean Grey shot him an incredulous look. Did he really think such a trick could fool Hank? Rest assured, Red is decades ahead. This AI face-swapping technology will go undetected. Chen Xi confidently assured her, asserting that in this era of standard definition, one could hardly comprehend high definition. Fine, Jean Grey conceded, shaking her head in resignation. She questioned her own sanity for assisting him in his deception. Did women truly marry into their partners' lives so indiscriminately? Upon returning to the reception room, Chen Xi produced the dimly lit, blurry video, along with footage of John being murdered by an unknown mutant. The scene depicted John in a bar, embroiled in conflict, demanding another's girlfriend's company, before ultimately being killed outside the establishment. After watching the footage, Charles and Hank were at a loss for words. This man was perpetually volatile, prone to flaunting his abilities, and had finally bitten off more than he could chew. "Professor, what should we do?" Hank asked calmly, feeling that John had brought this upon himself. Few harbored fondness for John at the school. He had little social grace, with only Iceman maintaining proximity. "I'll need to think this over," Charles lamented, rubbing his temples. John had truly left him with a distressing dilemma. "I apologize for the trouble, but we must rely on Chen Xi's assistance to uncover the true culprit," Charles said with a grateful smile. "Haha, it's only right. Jean is my girlfriend, and her matters are my concerns." Chen Xi modestly waved his hand, delivering his compliments with finesse, unaware of the whole truth. Charles and Hank regarded Chen Xi as an exceptionally good person, humble and unpretentious despite his contributions. After this exchange, Charles and Hank engaged Chen Xi in casual conversation, fostering a closer relationship. As time slipped away, Chen Xi finally suggested it was time to take his leave. Charles glanced at the clock and exclaimed, "How swiftly time passes. Allow me to escort you, Mr. Chen Xi. There's no need for such formality. We are all friends here." "Professor, you should retire early," Chen Xi politely declined, recognizing the challenges faced by the elderly gentleman in a wheelchair. "Haha, you're quite right. We're all friends. Jean, would you be so kind as to see Mr. Chen Xi out?" Charles cheerfully requested, feeling that their pleasant meeting marked a promising beginning. "Certainly, Professor," Jean Grey nodded, linking her arm with Chen Xi's as they strolled outside. Watching them depart, Charles mused on the meaning of a perfect couple and felt a sense that the mutants were on the brink of a new era. "Jean Grey, wait. Wait for me." Just as they reached the school gate, a frantic shout echoed from behind, revealing the eager shadow cat rushing towards them, clutching a stack of photographs. "Kitty, what's the matter? You're sweating profusely," Jean Grey remarked with a mixture of amusement and concern, playfully tapping her forehead. "Hee, of course. I'm here to get autographs from the big star." The phantom cat chuckled mischievously, her sparkling eyes fixated on Chen Xi as she playfully blinked. "All right, you adorable little girl," Chen Xi responded, amused by her antics. He accepted the pen and photo she offered, signing them one by one, clearly representing a group of children from the mutant school. "Hee, you're so nice." The phantom cat beamed with joy, and Chen Xi ensured she did not lose face in front of her companions, instead earning her quite a bit of respect. Just wait and see who would dare to say she was merely a cute trickster. Signing autographs was second nature to him. The elegant strokes of his signature were carefully crafted by a designer, honed through extensive practice. Although these simple folk might not recognize the nuances of calligraphy, he took pride in his skill. "Thank you," the phantom cat exclaimed, clutching her signed photo with glee as she skipped away, a rarity among mutants. Chen Xi envied her carefree spirit, unlike other children who often bore the weight of unhappiness and solitude. "You really are something special," Jean Grey remarked with a wistful shake of her head. Chen Xi was acutely aware of the countless mutant children suffering in silence, unable to change their societal standing. "Don't worry, I'm here for you. I will find a way," he assured Jean, gripping her hand firmly. "Really?" Jean looked up in astonishment, knowing full well the extent of Chen Xi's influence far surpassed her own. "I will strive for your sake," Chen Xi replied, his eyes brimming with affection, genuinely committed to performing acts of justice. He believed that transforming the status of mutants would undoubtedly earn him a wealth of justice points. He solemnly declared that his motivations stemmed solely from love and peace, not the allure of justice points. Moved by his words, Jean playfully pushed Chen Xi against the car door, teasing him. "Is this your way of showing gratitude?" she quipped, though her playful attempts quickly faltered, leaving her exhausted and relying on Chen Xi for support. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Xi sensed that lingering too long would soon lead to dawn. Embarrassed, Jean shot him a glance before retreating, fearing that staying any longer might lead to complications. Feeling guilty, Chen Xi sneaked into the bathroom to wash away the scent of Jean before confidently re-entering the house. "Well, This is quite the display of denial. Wanda remarked sharply from the shadows, suddenly opening her eyes. Cough, you weren't asleep? Chen Xi scratched his head awkwardly, caught off guard by her sudden observation. I couldn't sleep until you returned. Promise me you'll come back every day, all right? Wanda murmured, nestling into his embrace. Seeing her so vulnerable stirred a deep affection within Chen Xi. What more could a husband desire than such devotion? Wanda, I vow never to abandon you, lest I be struck by lightning and meet a wretched fate, he declared with a solemn voice. Shoo, don't speak so recklessly. I trust you, Wanda urged, covering his mouth. This girl had grown too accustomed to Chen Xi, all because he had once guided her from the depths of despair into the light. You truly are wonderful, Chen Xi expressed sincerely. Oh, how I regret indulging you. And this is your way of showing gratitude? Wanda playfully scolded, but before she could finish, she was taken by surprise, nearly flustered to silence. Hee, such gratitude is most sincere. I am merely expressing my appreciation for your indulgence through my actions. Chen Xi retorted with a cheeky grin. Get lost. Who's afraid of who? Suddenly, a profound stillness enveloped the atmosphere, and the ensuing moments drifted into tranquility. Parker, as expected, became New York's beloved neighbor. Tony immersed himself in research on renewable energy, relying on chlorophyll for sustenance. Gwen pursued her superhero dream alongside the Terminator, hunting down criminals. Meanwhile, Chen Xi continued to bask in the sun, leisurely embracing his laid-back life as his powers steadily progressed, even unlocking the ability to fly. Yet, a nagging feeling lingered, as if he had forgotten something important. Chapter 35. Gwen is injured, Kingpin is up to no good. Age, 24, this universe. Faction, the ever-shifting rogue. Allies, the unawakened Scarlet Witch Wanda, the Terminator, Blink, and Spider-Gwen. Physicality, Bronze Superman, Silver Superman yet to be unlocked. Strength, 3,560 tons. Speed, 20 Mach. Abilities, Iron Body. Bioforce Field, Heat Vision, Telekinesis, Flight. Other abilities awaiting awakening. Justice Points, 130,000. As he lounged in the garden, Chen Xi closed his attributes panel, squinting with satisfaction as he spoke to himself. Kryptonian physiology really is superior. I can effortlessly outshine numerous superheroes without arduous training. Those so-called deities are merely trifles. After indulging in self-admiration, he began browsing the system store. He bypassed techniques from various worlds, such as the arts of cultivation and exotic flames, dismissing them outright. However, he found himself drawn to a magical blade from a certain realm, capable of slicing through space. Imagine how it could cleave through flesh. Regrettably, its price was exorbitant. A staggering 80,000 justice points. System, you might as well be a thief. Apologies, but it has nothing to do with me. Those are the prices set by the system store, and you can only blame your own lack of funds, the system replied. Never mind. You'll have to kneel to your own poverty. Although Chen Xi's mouth watered at the thought, parting with 80,000 points for a cursed blade was unthinkable, especially since he was determined to confront Superman head-on. The items in the system store were plentiful, including well-known abilities like the Sharingan, Geas, Byakugan, and the Rinnegan. There were even perfect devil fruits that were impervious to seawater and hockey, albeit at a hefty price. For instance, the perfect thunder fruit was priced at an astounding 30,000 points. Might as well resort to thievery. After all my efforts to cultivate a villain, how much could I possibly earn? After some contemplation, he decided against it. Especially since with a discount card in hand, he aimed to quickly accumulate 1 million justice points, so that he could eventually acquire the coveted Silver Superman worth 10 million. As night descended, Chen Xi finally received the system's incessant notifications, for the criminals were out in full force. Gwen and Bodega, having joined his faction, would appear throughout New York, upholding justice. Earned 200 justice points. Earned 500 justice points. Earned 200 justice points. Just as Chen Xi was reaping rewards effortlessly, Gwen burst in, clad in her red and white battle suit, severely injured on her shoulder. Chen Xi's expression darkened instantly. Who did this to you? The scoundrels known as Daredevil and Punisher. Gwen replied, her teeth clenched in fury. These two had laid a trap for her, and the naive Gwen had assumed it was merely a robbery. Unbeknownst to her, as she approached to thwart the crime, the victim had swiftly retaliated, stabbing her shoulder. Even her spider sense had failed to alert her. How could those two possibly be working together? Chen Xi pondered, though he had little desire to unravel the mystery. He had never paid much attention to such fringe criminals. They were merely background figures in the Marvel Universe, serving as experience fodder for the main characters. Due to their violent methods, most superheroes under Marvel's banner avoided the Punisher, not recognizing him as one of their own. Only Daredevil, Matt Murdock, and Deadpool, Wade Wilson, can be considered the Punisher's allies among superheroes, as both he and Daredevil share an intensely radical disposition, while Deadpool's modus operandi closely mirrors his own. The new mission, representing justice through the host's subjective will, is to sanction these two miscreants. The reward for this task is a mere 3,000 justice points. The meager sum of 3,000 points is indeed disappointing for Chen Xi, who expected more from such an endeavor. However, you have dared to harm Gwen. The path to your demise has been clearly laid out before you. Although Gwen's self-healing abilities do not rival those of the grotesque mutants like Wolverine, they far exceed those of an ordinary human. Even after suffering a deep wound from a dagger, she is now well on her way to recovery. After advising her to properly cleanse her injury, Chen Xi slipped out under the moonlight. You claim to be anti-heroes, do you? Then let me show you the true essence of an anti-hero. At this moment, the two of them, brimming with confidence, remain oblivious to the formidable presence they have provoked. For them, death would be a release. In a certain underground parking lot in Hell's Kitchen, what was once an empty space is now bustling with activity. The brightly lit parking lot is patrolled by armed gang members, their vigilant demeanor raising suspicions of illegal dealings. At this moment, the Punisher is engaged in a repugnant exchange with Kingpin, the notorious crime lord of New York. Frank Castle, the Punisher, is a former Marine captain who transformed into this ruthless vigilante after his family was murdered by the mob. Who would have thought that this man, who publicly declares war on all criminal entities and insists that any guilt must be met with death, would engage in sordid transactions with the likes of Kingpin? Such duplicity is akin to the character of Ubuchuan. This entire charade serves merely as a means for him to garner sympathy. Kingpin, a man of formidable influence, stands as his most powerful backer, and the two have struck a mutually beneficial arrangement. Kingpin provides funds and intelligence regarding weaponry, while the Punisher eliminates any gang members who dare to defy Kingpin's authority, all under the guise of combating criminal elements. It appears they have indeed forged a win-win situation, and today they are celebrating this unholy alliance. Gwen's interference has thwarted several of Kingpin's illicit transactions, prompting him to vow retribution against this sudden Spider-Woman. To obstruct a man's livelihood is akin to murdering his kin. How could Kingpin allow this pest to continue unscathed? Thus, he promptly enlists the Punisher to eliminate her. He swiftly reaches out to his ally, Daredevil, Matt, to set a trap for Gwen. Initially reluctant, Daredevil falls silent at the sight of the Punisher's offer of $1 million. My God, forgive me, but the sum is too enticing. Spider-Woman, you deserve to perish. Daredevil, harboring a fierce jealousy, believes Gwen has become too brazen, encroaching on his territory and stealing his thunder. Consequently, with the tides in their favor, they agree. Daredevil will masquerade as a victim to lure Gwen into their snare. Though they may not succeed in eliminating Spider-Gwen today, they are determined to significantly weaken her for the next encounter. Ha! Let us toast to our future collaboration in ridding the world of Spider-Woman, Kingpin exclaims, raising his glass in mirth. Though Daredevil is somewhat reluctant, he cannot allow such an opportunity for monetary gain to slip away. Clap, clap, clap. Intriguingly, I once thought that the underworld was merely an arena for twists and turns, but I must admit, you all have quite the flair for this game. In the dimly lit parking lot, a shadowy figure approaches, clapping slowly, its derisive voice mocking what it perceives to be a troop of clowns. Who dares to court death? Kingpin bellows in a mix of fury and alarm, as his underlings immediately unleash a barrage of gunfire toward the enigmatic figure. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang, bang. Countless bullets rain upon the symbiotic battle suit, failing to even tickle it, leaving the gang members in a state of utter shock. What manner of being is this? Is he a demon from hell? How is he impervious to bullets? Dressed in a black combat suit, he truly resembles a devil. Unleash everything. I refuse to believe he can withstand this onslaught. As Kingpin's men falter in fear, he erupts in rage, demanding they continue firing. These worthless cowards. How can they ever hope to achieve greatness with such timidity? At their leader's scathing rebuke, the gang members rouse themselves, frantically pulling the triggers, for they must exert their utmost if they wish to survive. Otherwise, death awaits. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Unfazed, Chen Xi strides forward, undeterred by the hail of bullets. He relishes this moment of bravado. Just 10 minutes prior, Red had pinpointed the whereabouts of the Punisher and Daredevil, and he had promptly followed their trail. Upon witnessing the transaction, he comprehended the reality of the situation. It seems he had been naive. This is the real world, not a scripted fantasy. And the characters do not embody the righteousness portrayed by the writers and directors. One cannot wholly trust or wholly distrust constructed personas. Directors go to great lengths to appease their audience, while in reality, genuine altruistic superheroes are a rare breed. Every step taken may lead to a fork in the road, each with the potential to alter the course of one's life. But does the director permit the audience to witness those pivotal moments? Certainly. Yet, in most cases, such perfect characters are pitifully scarce when confronted with imperfect circumstances. As the gang's ammunition dwindles, the once deafening gunfire fades into a sparse echo, and Chen Xi speaks. Now you may die without regrets. As the words leave his mouth, his darkened arm transforms into a long spear, piercing through the fleeing gunmen with a sickening ease. Bewildered, they find themselves suspended mid-air, legs flailing, yet feeling no pain. Hiss! The grotesque scene sends Kingpin and his thugs into a state of trembling horror, their worldview shattered. They had never witnessed such brutal violence. The faint-hearted have already succumbed to fear, regardless of their bewilderment. Chen Xi's carnage does not cease in response to their terror and despair. With a violent shake of his spear-like arm, the half-dead thugs explode into a shower of dismembered remains, their liberation achieved as the arm morphs into a colossal blade, assisting the remaining survivors in escaping their torment. The air is thick with an indescribable stench, transforming the parking lot into a slaughterhouse. Upon dispatching the minions, Chen Xi's gaze returns to Kingpin, snapped back to reality. Kingpin quickly shouts for the Punisher and Daredevil to confront Chen Xi. Attack! Attack? Who? The Punisher and Daredevil are no fools. They realize that their combined efforts would hardly pose a challenge to such a formidable opponent. There is no escape. Their only option is to unleash their full strength in a desperate bid for survival. However, Jean let out a thunderous roar, tricking the two into charging forward before swiftly fleeing like a shadow. The Punisher bellowed in fury, wielding an adamantium dagger, while Daredevil advanced with his signature dual batons. As they approached Chen Xi, the batons unexpectedly shed their outer layer, transforming into two razor-sharp blades. Observing this, Chen Xi couldn't help but smirk with derision. Such is the nature of so-called justice, hidden beneath a treacherous guise. Clang! Chen Xi stood resolutely, absorbing the assault of the two adversaries. Their expressions twisted into grimace and mockery, astonished by his audacity. Adamantium is no ordinary material. Could he withstand their onslaught? Yet, in the blink of an eye, their smirks froze. What the heck? How could the notoriously unyielding adamantium have failed? This bizarre battle suit of his could withstand its deadly edge? The images they had conjured in their minds did not materialize, leaving them with nothing but overwhelming confusion. Is there a metal on Earth harder than adamantium? Yet, their questions remained unanswered, and they would never know the truth. With hands like a dragon, Chen Xi seized their fates, lifting them effortlessly into the air. Huh. Even given a chance, you prove worthless, he taunted, observing their flailing limbs and bulging eyes akin to dying fish. Their breaths had ceased. Death was merely a matter of time. If you have the guts, ask for another chance so you can witness it properly. Daredevil's face flushed as he desperately clutched at Chen Xi's wrist, struggling for breath, his fragmented words barely escaping his throat. However, Chen Xi's grip was like a hydraulic clamp, rendering their struggles futile. Provocation will not work on me. He chuckled disdainfully, knowing that even if given more opportunities, they would only be prolonging their demise. Chen Xi scoffed at their attempts. He never grants a second chance to those who wish him harm. Anyone wishing to bring him misfortune has but a single chance. Cutting weeds without uprooting them allows them to grow anew, he mused. However, I can offer you a grand exit to commemorate my newfound abilities. You are quite fortunate. What does that mean? The Punisher and Daredevil were perplexed. A grand exit into death? They would soon find out, as it would indeed be an unparalleled spectacle. Boom. With a sudden burst, Chen Xi propelled them through the underground parking garage wall into the open air. The moon hung high, stars scattered across the night sky. The sensation of rapid flight brought a choking feeling of weightlessness, eliciting involuntary screams from them. Was this not 100 times more thrilling than a roller coaster? As Chen Xi wished for them not to perish too soon, he enveloped them in a biofield, for he could not afford to break his promise. He had vowed to give them a grand demise, and he would fulfill that promise. At this moment, the Punisher and Daredevil found themselves soaring through the cosmos. A flight they could never have dreamed of. Was this a desperate flight? Figures streaked across the night sky like rockets, racing towards the void of space. And the two men gazed in despair. Was New York's night sky truly this beautiful? They bore witness to the most stunning urban spectacle of the planet. Skyscrapers woven with lights, a dreamlike vision. Not only were they awestruck, but the NASA control room was equally stunned, as unidentified flight raced at supersonic speeds towards the stars. Sir, what is this? The command center was in disarray, This speed surpassed their fastest supersonic jets. Top secret. Top secret. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xi had brought the Punisher and Daredevil into the satellite orbit of space. From above, Earth appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Xi wore an ecstatic smile. This was a first for him. The Punisher and Daredevil, suspended in the cosmos, looked back at the planet that had nurtured them, but only fear gripped their hearts. Not a trace of excitement remained. This was a terror far greater than the fear of the deep sea. This was the fear of the vastness of space. The transition from solid ground to the suffocating void above. As mere mortals, they could not fathom the magnitude of this fear, nor could they experience the despair it conjured. The self-proclaimed tough men found themselves longing for the simplest of comforts. Coming back to his senses, Chen Xi glanced at them. To die in such a magnificent setting. You are truly fortunate. With that, he released the biofield and telekinetic hold. Instantly, the two were engulfed by the frigid temperatures of space. There was no time for thoughts or words. Their bodies became Earth satellites, a most honorable fate for them. After dispatching these two minor nuisances, Chen Xi turned his gaze toward the vast sun, billions of kilometers away, entranced. Chapter 37. It turns out sunbathing in space is the ultimate destination, shocking the world. Cells exploded with fiery energy, strength grew wildly. Countless cells greedily devoured the sun's immense power, spiraling into a frenzy. Devour, annihilate, strengthen. Millions of cells celebrated simultaneously, and Chen Xi could distinctly sense their ecstasy. Within mere minutes, he realized the magnitude of his power surge had far surpassed what usually took hours. This was no mere qualitative change, it was akin to nuclear fusion. Every moment brought an explosive increase in strength, a completely irrational surge. Cheat. What cheat could rival the superhuman Kryptonian physique? 1 ton, 2 tons, 10 tons, 100 tons. Immersed in his ascendance, Chen Xi reveled in this explosive growth every second. Thus, he stood quietly in Earth's orbit, greedily absorbing the solar energy, unaware that his very existence was causing the astronauts on the International Space Station to question their reality. Oh my God, Jack, come look. There seems to be a person outside. Oh my God, Chris, are you joking? We're in space. How could a human possibly exist here? Damn it, I'm not kidding. Holy squid, is this real? As Chris's tone turned serious, Jack began to believe him. You come see for yourself. Chris snapped back, and the others quickly gathered, witnessing the astonishing sight. Oh my God, this is incredible. Hurry, take pictures and send them back to Earth Command. Oh, damn. This must be the greatest discovery of the century. A human can survive in space. Oh my God, is this an alien? Or a god? Upon receiving the images from the space station, the ground command center escalated the report. Finally comprehending that the unidentified flying object was indeed a person clad in a dark battle suit. Damn, this is too surreal. NASA was left questioning their own existence. Such a phenomenon seemed like a tale from fantasy. What life form could survive in space? SHIELD received the news as well, with Nick Fury and others staring in silence at the images uploaded to their computers. The conference room was enveloped in silence, struggling to comprehend such an existence, as it shattered their worldview. Are they sure this is a real person? Not space debris? Coulson timidly inquired. Others also looked up at Nick Fury, the imposing figure before them. Their thoughts aligned with Coulson's. Surely, this was not debris from another planet drifting through the cosmos? Although SHIELD had encountered extraterrestrials before, none had dared to engage in such reckless behavior. Even with advanced technology, such actions would only lead to demise. Seated at the head of the table, Nick Fury silently nodded. This was indeed a living being, one who occasionally moved as well. Oh dear, God help us if this individual were merely a misguided alien, until his suit's oxygen supply was depleted. What if he didn't require oxygen to survive? What if he could breach Earth's atmosphere? Who could discern whether he was a foe or a friend? Natasha, do you suggest we use the Eye of God to fire energy beams and eliminate him? No. This plan is utterly flawed. How can you be certain it would kill him? What if he retaliated in a fit of rage? The conference room of SHIELD buzzed with chaos, resembling a bustling marketplace, yet no definitive resolution emerged. Chen Xi was oblivious to the fact that merely basking in the sunlight had instigated global tension and panic. As time passed, he gradually sensed it was time to return home. If Wanda discovered he had snuck away, he would surely face her wrath. The solar energy in space propelled his growth at an astonishing rate, as if the solar energy here was vastly superior to that on Earth. His calculations suggested that the atmosphere had absorbed the majority of solar energy, rendering the energy available on Earth negligible in comparison to that in space. It was precisely the atmosphere that facilitated the flourishing of life on Earth. Without it, life would be extinguished in an instant, leaving no room for debate. The radiation from the sun alone could obliterate all life, even without the need for oxygen. Conversely, the solar energy in space was pure and untainted. While he had only absorbed a diluted version before. System, open the attribute panel and reveal how much solar energy I've absorbed over the past 5 to 6 hours. Affirmative. The attribute panel is now accessible to the host. Host, Chen Xi. Age, 24, in this universe. Faction, the ever-fluctuating rogue. Allies, the yet-to-awaken Scarlet Witch Wanda, the Terminator. The confinement, Spider-Gwen. Physique, Bronze Superman, Silver Superman pending unlock. Strength, 4, 290 tons. Speed, 30 Mach. Abilities, Steel Physique, Biofield, Heat Vision, Telekinesis, Flight. Other abilities awaiting awakening. Justice points, 130,000 points. Wow, this is astonishing. Upon seeing the opened attribute panel, Chen Xi exclaimed with delight, overwhelmed by elation. In just one night, his strength had surged by several hundred tons, an increase that rivaled the Hulk's normal state. His speed had also surged by 10 Mach. What an extraordinary concept. Even the fastest aircraft, developed over half a century, paled in comparison to his newfound capabilities achieved in a single night's rest. If scientists were to discover this, they would likely resign on the spot to pursue biotechnological research instead. The world had no paths until many traveled upon them. And Chen Xi's evolutionary journey had unexpectedly sparked a frenzy of evolution due to his ancestral actions. Upon returning to the villa, he was greeted by Wanda and Gwen, who were waiting for him. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in realization. He had become so engrossed in his escapades that he forgot to inform them. You're back? You sure have a wild streak, daring to wander in space. Wanda reproached, her tone laced with playful annoyance. Had it not been for the satellites that detected the Red Queen's invasion of Earth, they would have remained oblivious to his cosmic slumber. Wanda and Gwen finally grasped that their man was akin to the Superman of comics. However, a greater mystery arose. The Superman in the comics had a distinctly Western visage, while he bore an Eastern countenance. Ahem, I got a bit carried away and forgot. Chen Xi sheepishly scratched his head, unable to fully justify his actions. The path to strength truly was addictive. Chapter 38. A space adventure with Gwen and Wanda. Those who associate closely with red become red, and those with black become black. Wanda had naturally learned to seize the opportunity. All right, while you may escape the death penalty, you cannot evade the living punishment. Tonight, you shall take us for a stroll in space. Oh, so you were waiting for me here? Wanda, your conscience seems to have taken a turn for the worse. I must thoroughly examine your conscience. Chen Xi nodded in realization, playfully baring his teeth as if to inspect her conscience. Get lost. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Wanda playfully glared at him, quickly sidestepping. This guy only dreams of good things. You think I'm using this as an excuse? Gwen interjected, her presence still lingering. Haha. All right, we'll go tonight, but you can't stay in space for long. Chen Xi said, putting away his mischievous grin. You have that biofield, right? Just protect us, then use your telekinetic field to surround us. The oxygen within the telekinetic shield will suffice for our breathing. We only need to stay for 10 or 8 minutes. Wanda eagerly proposed her plan. After all, space travel wasn't something one could embark on at will. Wanda, you truly are a little genius, Chen Xi teased, admiring her resourcefulness. Stop it. Don't mock me. Wanda promptly shot him an annoyed glance, playfully extending her hand to poke him. Chen Xi, in turn, theatrically pretended to be in pain. As Wanda's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, having such a naive protector was indeed a stroke of luck. Observing the playful banter between Chen Xi and Wanda, Gwen felt a pang of envy. You two have such a wonderful relationship. By the way, Gwen, how is your health? Chen Xi quickly shifted his focus to Gwen, evading Wanda's playful assault. My self-healing ability is quite strong. I recovered within a few minutes after you left. Thank you for helping me deal with them. Gwen replied with a sweet smile, genuinely touched by Chen Xi's concern. She was no fool. She could certainly feel his care and affection. However, being modest, she knew that Wanda was the rightful partner, and thus she refrained from displaying her feelings in front of her. Don't be so polite. We're all on the same side. Those who dare to harm you are akin to an old man consuming arsenic, seeking a long life. Chen Xi chuckled. Oomph. You're all talk. What are you up to? Wanda retorted, a hint of jealousy in her voice. You think I can't see through you too? Of course. Haha. It's you. Chen Xi immediately sensed a hint of jealousy and quickly changed the subject, causing Wanda to blush. Ugh. You really know how to steer the conversation. "You're insufferable," Wanda exclaimed, exasperated, for whenever she wished to scold him, he would dissolve the tension with humor, leaving her powerless. Deep down, she still harbored a fear of his retribution. She dreaded the thought of being at his mercy. Gwen, too, felt shy and chose to play the ostrich, pretending she hadn't heard their conversation. Oh dear, this was utterly embarrassing. Chen Xi understood that some matters could not be rushed. He needed to gradually deepen their understanding of one another. Therefore, he decided not to reveal everything too quickly. By the way, Gwen, the mastermind behind your ambush was Kingpin. I've set him aside for you. Do as you wish with him, and don't spare my feelings. That one. Gwen furrowed her brow, realizing that she should have anticipated this. Given her repeated sabotage of his illicit dealings, it was only natural for him to seek retribution. Had it not been for the timely warning of her spider sense, the injury she sustained could have been to her neck rather than merely her shoulder. A severed throat would likely have meant her demise. Although such grievous wounds do not always prove fatal, who would dare to risk it? That very night, Chen Xi, accompanied by Wanda and Gwen, tore through the night sky, reappearing near Earth's satellite orbit. The two women were overwhelmed with excitement, witnessing sights they had never even dreamt of in their wildest fantasies. Before them lay a vibrant land of crimson, azure oceans, and the profound depths of space, all harmoniously framing the boundary of Earth. On this enchanting night, they immersed themselves in this ethereal beauty, a realm both unattainable and intoxicating. They were utterly entranced by this woven tapestry of dreams. Chen Xi, too, found immense joy in evoking such profound emotions in his partners. His sense of achievement was truly unparalleled. In the face of their unspoken admiration, the satisfaction he felt was irreplaceable, and love brimmed in his eyes. Satellites seeking to observe them up close were swiftly obliterated by a punch from Chen Xi, ensuring that no one could disturb their tranquility. He wished for their peaceful existence to remain undisturbed. His own exposure was inevitable, but he was determined to shield the lives of these women from any interference. Time flew by remarkably fast. Indeed, the passage of time was like a swift shuttle. A few weeks slipped away in the blink of an eye, and by November of 2008, Chen Xi was basking in the sun in space. Recently, he had been quite diligent, seizing every opportunity to bask in the celestial light. The world had grown accustomed to this mysterious figure who leisurely roamed the cosmos, and the only chaos arose from the death of Kingpin, which plunged the underworld into disarray and crime rates skyrocketed. Both sides maintained a delicate equilibrium, refraining from interference. Host, Chen Xi. Age, 24, this universe. Faction, the ever-shifting rogue. Allies, the yet-to-awaken Scarlet Witch Wanda, the Terminator, the enclosed Spider-Gwen. Physique, Bronze Superman, Silver Superman awaiting unlock. Strength, 11, for 190 tons. Speed, 110 Mach. Abilities, Iron Body, Bioforce Field, Heat Vision, Telekinesis, Flight. Other abilities awaiting awakening. Justice Points, 138, 600. Gazing at the nearly stagnant justice points, Chen Xi realized he could no longer remain idle. Thus, he closed the attributes panel and transformed into a streak of lightning, returning to New York, ready to vanquish villains in the name of justice. Chapter 39, Funding Ivan Vanko. Tony is half your friend. Within the borders of Mother Russia, Anton Vanko watched in heart-wrenching agony as the illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark, gallantly roamed the world, basking in the adulation of the masses. This was meant to be his son's legacy. Child, all of this should have belonged to you, he lamented. Do not heed their drivel. The dutiful son Ivan grasped his father's hand tightly. But all I can leave you is my knowledge. With those words, Anton Vanko's tears traced paths of regret across his face, marking the end of a life filled with unfulfilled aspirations. At this moment, Ivan Vanko, witnessing his father's passing, was consumed by an anguished roar. He had always regarded his father as his paragon. Yet, as a son, he could not allow his father to depart in disgrace. His father, Anton Vanko, had been Howard's partner, collaborating on the arc reactor project, only for Howard to claim it as his own and expel him from the company, leading to a life of despair for Anton. Now, witnessing Tony indulge in a life of luxury while he languished in poverty, the seeds of hatred swiftly took root, growing into towering trees of vengeance. Ivan Vanko roared, slamming his fist onto the table, oblivious to the glass shards embedding into his palm, blood mingling with his fury. Hate, hate, hate. The power of hatred was undeniable, and this fierce individual immediately set about creating the arc reactor as per his father's vision. He was determined to personally eliminate Iron Man Tony Stark, avenging his father and their family. What good is creating such a rudimentary electric whip? Tony is fully armed. Wouldn't he, a mere shot, obliterate your mortal frame? Ivan Vanko, forging steel, turned abruptly to the door. At that moment, a figure clad in sunglasses, exuding an air of smugness, appeared before him, earnestly dictating his vision. Who are you? Ivan Vanko demanded, tension in his voice. This stranger seemed to know everything about him, setting his nerves on edge. My identity is of little consequence, but I can offer you everything you need for revenge. Are you willing to collaborate? Heh. There is no such thing as a free lunch. What do you seek in return? I have nothing to offer. Ivan Vanko chuckled derisively. Ivan, do you understand the concept of investing in dreams? Please, call me your angel investor. Thank you. The newcomer was none other than Chen Xi, wherever there were villains. His presence was inevitable, earning him the moniker villain investor. Tony refused to share his technology with him, but as the old saying goes, if you lack guns and cannons, why not create your own? Very well, what assistance can you provide me? Ivan Vanko studied the face hidden behind the sunglasses, sensing an unprecedented pressure, as if a superior being were looking down upon him with disdain. Money. Chen Xi replied nonchalantly, tossing several bags of cash from his system space towards him, amounting to millions of dollars. Ivan Vanko stared, wide-eyed, at the mountain of cash being hurled his way, his mind momentarily blank. He had indeed considered crafting an Iron Man suit. He didn't wish to don something so inferior. He simply lacked the funds. Constructing a suit would require at least $7 to $8 million. For a man in his financial predicament, creating an arc reactor alone would bankrupt him. Are you not afraid I might abscond with your funds? Ivan Vanko tentatively inquired. Abscond. If you run, you will perish, Chen Xi retorted, casting a mocking glance at him before turning and obliterating his pickup truck with a single punch. Hiss. Ivan Vanko's eyelids twitched violently, a cold sweat breaking out as he realized that even the Iron Man suit might not be invincible. If this individual was so formidable, what need had he for such a toy? Indeed, Ivan Vanko suspected that the esteemed Iron Man suit was merely an amusing plaything in the eyes of this powerhouse. Chen Xi departed, leaving Ivan Vanko fervently gazing at the scattered bills, feeling that he could finally undertake a monumental endeavor in his life. Tony, oh Tony, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, understand? Your arrogance has surely made you enemies. Host, you are truly a little genius. Is that so? I think so too. I am a genius. Chen Xi chose to ignore the system's jibe, taking it as a genuine compliment instead. The system's mission was to eliminate the villain Ivan Vanko. Yet he had opted to fund him, significantly boosting the villain's attributes. It was no wonder the system ridiculed his moral decay. It was indeed a peculiar twist of fate, as the task generated by the system was to defeat the villain Ivan Vanko from Iron Man 2. However, this individual deemed the task's reward to be unsatisfactorily meager, a mere 30,000 points of justice, as the destruction and loss of life he had caused were indeed not as severe as that of the Red Hulk, and his own strength was rather lackluster. Discontented, Chen Xi promptly decided to augment the difficulty of his own task, and the system, in awe of his audacity, found itself entangled in a bug. Now, the system's mission had come to a complete halt, as his interference had wrought a change in the future that rendered computation impossible. Alas, you know how challenging it is to support a family. I must earn more to provide for my household, right? Your actions will only lead to further casualties. Does your conscience not ache? The system scorned him. I believe they will understand my intentions. After all, I am contemplating the future. Before victory arrives, sacrifices must be made. If they fall, it will serve to elevate my own cause, as I shall stand against Thanos. By the way, does death truly mean the end? After all, those who perish are not my kin. To them, I bear no allegiance. I am merely assisting the grand nation by alleviating some of its population pressure. Chen Xi shrugged nonchalantly, justifying his stance, believing that acquiring more justice points was all that mattered, regardless of the bloodshed involved. And if there are people from Xia country, well, they would just have to bear their misfortune. Interestingly, it seems there are no Xian nationals here. We are all Americans, after all. You chose your idols, didn't you? Haha. Tony is half your friend. You shouldn't betray him like this. Haha. You said it yourself, half a friend. The system fell silent, realizing that when it came to shamelessness, none could rival Chen Xi, who could articulate self-serving arguments with such eloquence. Chapter 40, Epic Quest. Unlimited justice points. How outrageous. If I lack morals, then morals cannot bind me. At this moment, he planted a seed, quietly awaiting its growth into a towering tree. Tony was currently indulging in hedonism, his palladium arc reactor nearly bringing him to his demise. 19. This indicated that his time was running short. It was only a matter of time. At most 6 months left to live. The carefree Tony often invited Chen Xi to join his revelries, but he had no interest in those parties. which were filled with insipid individuals. One day, Chen Xi was accompanying Jean Grey on a shopping spree while Gwen was training with Peter in combat, and Wanda had gone to the office. He was secretly holding hands with Jean Grey, much like a thief on a covert date. Presently, he hadn't fully won over Gwen yet. Should he be discovered while straddling two boats, he would likely find himself in dire straits. However, he fancied himself invulnerable, believing that earthly swords and blades could hardly harm him. This morning, he had deliberately used his heat vision to shave and donned a dapper suit, styling his hair like an adult. Why does Superman still have a beard? He found it utterly perplexing. If one were to collect Superman's facial hair, it could probably be fashioned into a superlative weapon. In just a few days, Jean Grey seemed to have grown considerably weary, and her eyes reflected her exhaustion. Was she facing difficulties? It was still about the Mutant Registration Act, after all. We merely sought a modicum of basic human rights. Why must we be treated like beasts under surveillance? Jean Grey murmured sorrowfully, revealing her vulnerability only before her beloved, while she had to feign strength and bravery before others. Leave everything to me, Chen Xi said firmly, gripping Jean Grey's small hand with his right, while his left hand held the steering wheel of the Ferrari, as driving a Ferrari typically required only one hand. In a moment of utmost helplessness for a woman, who could refrain from uttering a word of comfort, Chen Xi's assertion, "Leave it to me," instantaneously shattered Jean Grey's fragile psychological defenses. She stammered, overwhelmed with emotion, her heart blooming with affection. Shush, no need for words. We don't require them, Chen Xi quickly interjected, silencing her unspoken thoughts. Ultimately, Jean Grey revealed a captivating smile, having fully lowered her guard. With her man shielding her from the storm, what more could she desire? In truth, as superheroes, they bore an immense burden. Charles's policy of appeasement had garnered them no goodwill. They were merely being exploited. Chen Xi had occasionally contemplated urging her to withdraw from the X-Men. Yet, upon reflection, he decided against it. He could not cavalierly interfere with the fates of others, as if he were a deity toying with their destinies. He not only wished to dictate the life and death of every character within the cinematic universe, but also relished the prospect of orchestrating events within Marvel. However, for the woman he cherished, he felt that having a superhero career for which he fought was far more meaningful. Currently, he found himself devoid of pressing matters. Aside from funding Ivan Vanko, everything else was settled. One must take life step by step, and one must consume food bite by bite. Host, a significant task has arisen. Will you accept it? At that moment, the system suddenly spoke. Oh, what monumental task? Chen Xi inquired, intrigued that the system deemed it significant. Ding. Epic quest triggered. Assist mutants in fundamentally altering their societal status, allowing them to enjoy human rights. Ding. Task rewards to be determined. Contingent upon the scale of the task completed, with a minimum reward of 500,000 justice points upon fulfilling the task as conditions. And no upper limit for maximum rewards. Wow. Incredible. This is unprecedentedly explosive. In his excitement, Chen Xi abruptly slammed the brakes, halting in the middle of the street. He was genuinely astonished by the bountiful rewards. This was truly an unprecedented opportunity. Why are you suddenly so excited? Jean Grey, in the passenger seat, nearly flew out if not for her seatbelt, which was quite painful for her. Cough, cough, it's nothing. I just thought of a way to help you out of your current predicament. Ha! Chen Xi laughed heartily, speaking without revealing the truth. However, others were unperturbed. They immediately began honking their horns incessantly, unleashing a torrent of insults. Fuck. Driving a Ferrari is impressive, huh? Fuck. Fuck you, squid. Do you think the road belongs to you? Fuck. Oh, shit. I detest the wealthy. Fuck. Observing the spittle-flecked, angry faces and their unfiltered curses, Chen Xi shook his head. Poor fools. Their impoverished, barren culture lacks creativity even in insults. It's truly pitiable. Then he glanced at himself. A remarkable figure who could go 10 minutes without repeating himself. Thus, to prevent them from further embarrassing themselves, Chen Xi resolved to lend them a hand so they wouldn't insult others again. Using his telekinesis, he transformed his will into fists, shattering their teeth one by one. In an instant, the group of individuals squinted in terror, covering their heads and rolling on the ground, their hearts filled with dread, believing they had been punished by the divine for their offensive language. You brute. Jean Grey shot him an exasperated glance. They had merely insulted him a couple of times. Yet it was still his fault that he had pulverized their teeth. Do you realize how much it costs to get dental implants in New York? A BMW 5 Series could easily be forfeited. No, it wasn't me. It was God, Chen Xi retorted earnestly, deflecting blame. After all, in this Marvel universe, there was no God. He could easily attribute the fault to a fictional deity. Come and punish me if you dare to traverse the universe. At that point, it would be a matter of whether the old one above all would deal with them. You are truly insufferable. The system could no longer bear it. Scram. After Chen Xi confronted the system, he immediately revealed a beaming smile and extended an invitation to Jean Grey, asking if she would like to visit the amusement park, the carousel, or the Ferris wheel. The mention of the carousel and Ferris wheel caused Jean Grey to momentarily lose her focus, as it evoked a distant memory. The last time she rode a carousel and a Ferris wheel was when she was merely 10 years old. Back then, she was blissfully carefree. How wonderful it would have been if not for that unfortunate event. The carousel and Ferris wheel. Chen Xi nodded, his gaze penetrating as he looked into her eyes and spoke each word with intention. Do not lament the past, for it has already transpired. Nor should you fret over the future, as tomorrow has yet to arrive. The only moment we can seize is today. Let go of the past, fear not the future, and live in the present. He understood that Jean's negative emotions were ensnared deep within her psyche by Charles, unaware that blocking is never as effective as allowing. When the darkness within Jean Grey erupted, the years of suppressed negativity would crush him. Let go of the past, fear not the future, and live in the present. Jean Grey murmured Chen Xi's words, her eyes shimmering with renewed fervor, awakening her from her slumber. Let us go? It has been far too long since I last relaxed. Chapter 41, Spider-Man's archenemy, the Green Goblin. Chen Xi was exceptionally adept at comforting women, possessing a wealth of philosophical insights. However, he had one notable flaw. No one could persuade him. If you engaged him in reason, he would respond with his fists. If you challenged him with fists, you would only fulfill his desires. At that moment, as they were on their way, they encountered a lunatic wreaking havoc on the streets. Superbrain, go? Use your super strength to handle him. Another mutant? Or perhaps a creature born from the reckless misuse of biological agents. Jean Grey frowned at the sight of the Green Goblin, who was skating along the street. These damned villains were always so deranged, and the calamities they unleashed inevitably affected mutants. After all, they were all outcasts. Mutants possessed an array of unfathomable powers, as did the others, rendering their existence a mistake. This was the Green Goblin, whose true identity was Norman Osborn. Chen Xi squinted, internally urging the system to take action. Shouldn't a villain of such notoriety be of great value? Especially this madman, the Green Goblin, who had undoubtedly dispatched hundreds, if not thousands, of victims. Host. A new task has arrived. Eliminate Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin. Task reward, 100,000 justice points. Stop, stop, stop. What caliber of task is this? You think you can dispose of me with such a trivial matter? Chen Xi quickly waved his hands, signaling for a halt. It appeared they would have to let the bullets fly for a while longer. Jean Grey was equally taken aback. This guy was actually Norman Osborn, the billionaire? Was this grotesque goblin his disguise? Indeed, Chen Xi shrugged. Some villains have aesthetic standards that are truly questionable. How do they endure such an ugly facade? One must understand that appearances influence perceptions. If a villain were handsome, they would surely attract a legion of admirers. Norman Osborn was, in fact, a tragic figure. A hereditary affliction compelled him to take desperate measures. He wished to evade an early demise, and even more so, he did not want his son, Harry, to meet the same fate. As the saying goes, one must be driven to madness to survive. With no other options, Norman Osborn resorted to animal serums, such as those derived from spiders and lizards. Oscorp served as a breeding ground for villains, supplying numerous adversaries to Marvel. The Green Goblin, the Hobgoblin, Vulture, Dr. Lizard. These were all products of Oscorp's experiments. Take, for example, the infamous Dr. Lizard, who transformed into a reptilian creature due to Oscorp's influence. Unfortunately, his serum was ineffective, and fate dictated that his experiments always ended in failure. Faced with a dwindling lifespan, the Green Goblin chose to gamble with an untested enhancement serum. Thus, the Green Goblin was born. However, Norman Osborn's negative emotions surged due to the serum, consuming any remaining positive feelings. His skin turned green, and his mind became solely fixated on destruction and criminality. Consequently, Norman donned the guise of a goblin, adopting the moniker of the Green Goblin. With aspirations of claiming the throne of New York's criminal underworld, the deranged Green Goblin recklessly skated about, hurling pumpkin bombs, causing the previously lively Mary Jane to scream as she plummeted from a height, narrowly grasping a railing. At that moment, the Green Goblin returned, a sinister grin on his face as he shouted, "Am I out of the game?" With that, he threw a pumpkin bomb, annihilating those who sought to expel him from the board. Just as the Green Goblin prepared to strike Mary Jane, Peter Parker rushed to her aid without a second thought. Mary Jane could only scream, "Help! Help! Spider-Man. In a moment of chaos, Parker seized the opportunity to kick the Green Goblin away, propelling him several meters. Yet, in the name of love, Parker threw caution to the wind, even as the Green Goblin's skateboard slammed him into the windowsill of a nearby building. Parker, it seems your uncle's death has not impacted you nearly enough. Chen Xi observed from a distance, shaking his head with a sigh. This young man was indeed love-struck. A quintessential sycophant. That duplicitous Mary Jane, clad in a vibrant red gown, had just been frolicking with his good friend Harry, and now here he was, still fawning over her. Sycophants deserve no pity, perhaps buoyed by the protagonist's aura. Just as the Green Goblin was about to obliterate him with a laser cannon from his glider, Peter's spider sense saved him. Seizing the moment, he damaged the left wing's propulsion system, forcing the Green Goblin to abandon his pursuit in a haphazard retreat. At that instant, Mary Jane fell from the platform, and Parker heroically swooped in to rescue her, executing a romantic aerial rescue amidst the towering buildings. Watching them depart, Chen Xi shook his head. This love-struck fool still needed more training. Was he simply going to let him escape? Jean Grey mused aloud, perplexed. She had just intended to use her telekinesis to bring the Green Goblin down, but Chen Xi had intervened. Let him be for now. He still serves a greater purpose. Chen Xi's explanation was as enigmatic as ever. Jean Grey shot him a playful glare, but she was too preoccupied to dwell on it. She too was caught up in her own romantic musings. Chapter 42. A man's words are deceptive. Kryptonian gene lock. The New York Miracle Ferris wheel. Regardless of the circumstances, their planned itinerary would not be disrupted. Chen Xi loathed nothing more than having his plans thwarted, which would drive him to the brink of insanity. Gazing at the romantic Ferris wheel, Jean Grey was as excited as a child rediscovering joy after a long absence, with distant memories flooding back. They approached the ticket booth, where a plethora of couples queued to purchase tickets. As the saying goes, a kiss at the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel signifies an everlasting bond, prompting hopeful romantics to brave even the fiercest storms to believe in such promotional gimmicks, much to the vendors' delight. Ladies and gentlemen, the entire venue is reserved. Without hesitation, Chen Xi, resembling a wealthy patron, tossed a wad of cash to secure the entire venue. The ticket vendor was momentarily bewildered. Sir, what are you trying to do? The surrounding patrons were less than pleased. Hey, just because you have money, you think you're special? Of course, money makes one special. Chen Xi retorted defiantly. You think I won't beat you up? A nearby fellow, known for his propensity for violence, was ready to strike without a word. However, before he could make a move, he was halted by the girlfriend of his companion. Indeed, wealth allows one to act with impunity. What can the impoverished do to contend with the affluent? Beside him, Jean Grey could no longer bear to watch. She tugged at his sleeve and whispered urgently, Is it really necessary to reserve the whole Ferris wheel just for a ride? Humph, I'm afraid those foolish birds might accidentally vow to harm us. Chen Xi, with a serious demeanor, remarked. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the crowd. As Chen Xi's quip struck a chord, he truly has a knack for startling with his words. Nonsense. We are not like that. Darling, you must believe me. I promise to treat you well. A man nearby, noticing his girlfriend's displeased expression, quickly swore an oath. Heh, a man's words are but deceitful ghosts. I once vowed to be with my ex-girlfriend forever, didn't I? The man glared, visibly angered by Chen Xi's retort, which struck a nerve. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, they resolved not to provoke such a wealthy individual. Chen Xi then casually tossed out $10,000 to secure the entire venue. As the Ferris wheel began its gradual ascent, reaching its pinnacle, Jean Grey could no longer contain herself. She turned to the man who had captivated her, her gaze sparking with intensity. You want? Before she could finish, her words caught in her throat, and like a greedy little leopard, she lunged at him. Through her actions, she conveyed that everything was ripe for the taking. At the highest point of the miraculous Ferris wheel, as Jean Grey beheld the breathtaking view of New York, she reminisced about eternal vows. Recalling the passionate exchanges they had shared, savoring the sweetness of love. Shall we not try again? She inquired, licking her lips with eagerness as she gazed at Chen Xi. Yet, before Chen Xi could respond, she greedily grasped his head and pressed down, eliciting a cry of protest from him, expressing that he had not yet made up his mind, but he found himself quite fond of this mischievous woman. As the Ferris wheel slowly descended, Jean Grey hastily arranged her disheveled dress and hair, desperately trying to hide her excitement. One must not suppress their feelings for too long. The consequences could be rather frightening. Observing her flustered demeanor made Chen Xi want to laugh. Do all women enjoy feigning modesty? Wanda, in her home, was a stark contrast to her public persona. Jean Grey seemed to embody this duality as well. They ventured into the carousel area, relishing a nostalgic childhood experience, as a childlike smile illuminated Chen Xi's face. After a whirlwind of laughter, they settled quietly together, watching the distant children frolicking, the scene warm and beautiful. If we were to have children someday, would our lives be as tranquil and blissful as this? Chen Xi mused, tilting her head, and at that moment, Chen Xi saw the radiant glow of motherhood in her eyes. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Xi was momentarily struck, having long overlooked something profoundly significant to him. Certainly, it will be. He looked at her earnestly and assuredly. Isn't it just about having children? Though it may be premature to say, we will eventually have children. The timing is yet to be determined. System, how many justice points are required to lock the genes? Ahem, host, you truly are shameless. The system marveled at his audacity. Locking genes requires 2,000 justice points. Any offspring carrying the host genes will automatically perish upon leaving the host's body. Very well, let us proceed with gene locking. After voicing this decision, Chen Xi felt a wave of relief. His own genes must be secured. The well-being of future generations is their own responsibility, without descendants. I can still enjoy life. To him, life is an eternal existence. Raising offspring is merely superfluous. For Chen Xi's hopes, he could only offer a silent apology. Chapter 43, The Green Goblin's Philosophy, Villainy as Philosophy. Superman's genes are enough to drive countless scientists to madness. When the day of his exposure arrives, he will undoubtedly be at his most perilous. Setting aside the Superman clones from DC, Marvel is rife with similar scientists. For instance, Strick, Selene, and the nefarious Mr. Sinister. Who cloned the Phoenix? Who can ascertain that these mad scientists cannot replicate Superman? The Marvel Universe has never adhered strictly to logic. Holding Chen Xi's hand, they strolled through the park, meandering through the mall to shop for clothes, and even brought gifts for the mutant children. Chen Xi recognized that the number of mutants today is in the millions, and the help that Charles and his team can provide is merely a drop in the bucket. Many more children are striving to survive against all odds. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Chen Xi and the mutant children who received gifts, Chen Xi returned home. He had promised Chen Xi to assist mutants, and even if it were not for the sake of his commitment to her, he would fight for justice points. Although Gwen's father approved of her association with Chen Xi, given his potential for stardom, she still had to obediently return home. After dinner, Chen Xi and Wanda cozied up on the sofa, watching the live news broadcast. Though they paid little attention to the content, their conversation took precedence. By the way, the internet is abuzz with claims that you've been on a hiatus for half a year, that the big star has grown complacent. Wanda remarked. Complacent? I have not been idle. I work diligently every day. Chen Xi replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. Frustrated by the ignorance of those who have too much free time. TCH, I think you are the one being complacent. However, there's no need for you to overexert yourself. Money is merely a means. We have more than enough to last a lifetime, and our lives will remain unchanged. Wanda shot him a disapproving look before earnestly expressing her thoughts. She was rather traditional, believing that having enough money is sufficient. Sometimes, it is not merely about the quantity of money, but rather that certain things must be accomplished. Chen Xi shook his head, having made his decision long ago. If he were to act, he would do so thoroughly, leaving no room for regret. You may decide everything for yourself. Wanda nodded obediently, content to fulfill her role as a supportive partner. The next day, the Green Goblin stormed into the newspaper office where Parker worked, threatening the publisher to reveal Spider-Man's identity. However, this time, the publisher remained defiantly silent. Just as the Green Goblin was about to deal with him, Parker indeed made his entrance. Attempting to make a grand entrance, Parker hung upside down from the windowsill but was unexpectedly ambushed by the Green Goblin's powerful anesthetic spray. In plain sight, the Green Goblin boldly carried Spider-Man over the heads of the onlookers, causing a stir of gasps from the crowd, who were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. As night fell, Parker awoke from his stupor. The Green Goblin had not taken the opportunity to eliminate him. Rather, he sought to enlist Spider-Man as a formidable ally. Rest assured, you are not dead. You still live, albeit temporarily incapacitated. Spider-Man, you are truly remarkable. You and I are so alike. The Green Goblin's voice dripped with persuasion as Parker fought to regain his composure, responding, I am not like you. You are a killer. No, we simply have different aspirations. The Green Goblin countered, shaking his head before continuing in a low tone. This is merely my choice. While you have chosen the path of a superhero, the public's interest in you is fleeting. They crave to witness the downfall, demise, and death of heroes. No matter how much you have done for them, they will only harbor hatred towards you. Why bother? Why is it often said that villains resonate more deeply with us? They are, after all, once great geniuses, madmen, and philosophers who have endured unimaginable suffering and torment to arrive at their current state of profundity. You are absolutely right. Parker fell silent, while some admired him. There were inevitably those who envied and despised him. The Green Goblin chuckled, giving Parker's shoulder a playful pat, as if reminiscing with an old friend. Leaning against the iron bars and saying, New York has 8 million citizens, and their sole purpose is this. What? To hoist a few exceptional geniuses upon their shoulders. Like you and I. However, I could easily squash you beneath my heel, but I offer you a chance. Join me. Just imagine the monumental achievements we could realize together. The future we could forge. Is it not your so-called ideal to sacrifice innocent lives until we both fall? This is truly what you desire, is it not? Parker fell into silence, for the Green Goblin's words were not entirely devoid of truth. The Green Goblin crouched down, patted his shoulder, and turned to leave on his glider, intent on revealing the malevolence lurking within human hearts. Chapter 44, Spider-Man. Even in darkness, he merely wishes to purchase a discounted suit. Spider-Man and the Green Goblin assault the Daily Bugle building, where the editor-in-chief bravely resists. In an instant, Spider-Man became a pariah, a target of public ire. A citywide manhunt was launched for him, and upon witnessing this chaos, Parker's expression darkened, the Green Goblin's words echoing relentlessly in his mind. No matter how many good deeds he performed, in the end, they would only come to loathe him. Was it truly the case that no matter how well he strived, he would forever be seen as a monster in their eyes? Peter Parker fell adrift, gazing at the bustling citizens on the street, unsure of what he was still holding on to. At that moment, he thought of that man, the one who had inspired him to remain true to his path. He struggled like a drowning beast, desperately grasping for the last lifeline. In a flurry of panic, Parker fished out his phone and dialed a long uncontacted number. The call connected swiftly, and Chen Xi's gentle voice came through. Parker, it has been a long time. He remained as serene and unruffled as ever, whether amidst torrential rain or in murky darkness, exuding a warmth akin to jade. Parker admired him immensely in his heart. Indeed, it has been a while. I wonder if you have time to meet? Parker hesitated for a few seconds, but mustered the courage to ask, for he had no friends left to guide him. No problem, just name the place. Half an hour later, at a quaint cafe on Walter Street, Chen Xi met Parker. Parker, you are lost, he stated bluntly upon their first encounter. Doesn't the content of that newspaper say it all? Yes, I am particularly lost, Parker replied, taking a sip of coffee as he gazed forlornly out the window, unsure if his pursuit of justice still held any meaning. Have you heard the saying? The soul is immortal. It can endure all kindness and all sins. It compels us to eternally seek the upward path, to forever pursue justice and wisdom. Parker, this world is rife with sorrow. I have witnessed too much darkness, yet I will always believe it is filled with infinite justice. But I have done so many righteous deeds, and they can so easily negate all of it with mere illusions and conjectures. Parker looked at Chen Xi with a sorrowful expression, the cold and unyielding society delivering a fatal blow to this earnest youth. Chen Xi gazed at Parker, who, even in darkness, merely wished to dance a clumsy jig, to cast dust in others' eyes, to double his salary, to purchase a discounted suit. He had initially intended to sway Parker to his side, but reconsidered. What significance would it hold if Marvel's Spider-Man became as treacherous as he? He cherished the Spider-Man that was Peter Parker, not a reformed version of him. Would he still like that altered version? The answer was certainly no. After pondering his words, Chen Xi resolved to guide him thoroughly. Parker, you must understand why you are angry, why you are sad. It is because you feel it should not be this way. If it should not be this way, then surely there exists a corresponding should that stands in opposition. If there is no light, does darkness hold any meaning? If there is no justice, does injustice retain any significance? Although this world may be tattered and torn, there must be an effort to mend it. For there are always those who strive to stitch it back together. Parker, disappointment is finite. We must accept our disappointments, but never relinquish hope, for hope is boundless. Everything you see may not be perfect, but precisely because of these imperfections, there must surely be perfection. Let me leave you with an old adage, though I cannot reach it. My heart yearns for it. Since that day, Parker vanished, becoming an ordinary high school student, vowing not to return until he found his path. One unremarkable evening, the Green Goblin reemerged. The persona of Norman Osborn had been utterly consumed, leaving only the deranged Green Goblin in control, who wreaked havoc upon the city to force the absent Spider-Man into the open. Manhattan was thrown into chaos as the Green Goblin's glider launched small rockets towards skyscrapers and the throngs below. The streets were filled with screams and fleeing crowds, akin to headless flies darting about, for no one knew where this madman would strike next. S.H.I.E.L.D. had just received the alarm that the Green Goblin was once again rampaging through the city. Manhattan suffered heavy casualties, and the superiors demanded the immediate capture of the Green Goblin. Move out. Nick Fury glared at the agents before him, delivering a stern reprimand. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. was truly beleaguered, with only a handful of agents, such as Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Barton, and rookie agent Coulson, to confront the notorious fugitive. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. assembled to apprehend the wanted Green Goblin, yet they were woefully outmatched in the face of his superhuman abilities. Black Widow's combat skills were maxed out, her marksmanship impeccable, yet the Green Goblin remained immovable, her bullets failing to pierce him. Hawkeye's archery was remarkably proficient, but his bow had not been upgraded by Tony, rendering it ineffective. As S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were thoroughly outclassed, the Green Goblin grew increasingly audacious, while Black Widow and her team appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. The public's disappointed accusations left them feeling utterly ashamed, and even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation suffered a heavy blow. Nick Fury, observing the surveillance footage, wore an expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. Sorry, but it seems he usually behaves this way. Host, a new mission has arrived. Eliminate the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. Mission reward, 110,000 justice points. Wait, no rush. Let the bullets fly a bit longer. Chen Xi observed from a distance, unfazed, for military helicopters were already en route. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than two military helicopters, engulfed in thick black smoke, plummeted into the adjacent river. That seems a bit weak. This was somewhat dramatic. They had come in with such bravado, yet couldn't endure even a minute? Ha ha ha. Do you really think you can stop me? The Green Goblin gazed upon his successive assaults on S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military, his confidence swelling to unprecedented heights. In a fit of exuberance, he casually tossed 2 grenades in celebration. Host, a new mission has arrived. Eliminate the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. Reward, 120,000 justice points. Wait, there's no rush. Chen Xi calmly waved his hand. Spider-Man, come forth. Are you not sworn to protect this world? Ha ha. Whoosh. The arrogant Green Goblin hurled 2 pumpkin bombs towards a distant skyscraper, erupting in a cascade of fiery sparks. Chapter 45. Testing the system's limits. Gwen takes Parker's place. Host, a new mission has arrived. Eliminate the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. Reward, 130,000 justice points. Indeed, the system's notification had returned, this time with an increase. The system operates on a set of rules. As the villain's malevolence escalates, the rewards they bring forth rise correspondingly. Chen Xi had evidently grasped this concept. Probing how much profit the Green Goblin could yield, for every endeavor has its limits. At that moment, a familiar figure entered his line of sight. The red and white-clad Spider-Woman, Gwen, appeared. The ordinary citizens, who had been screaming and fleeing in terror from the Green Goblin, seemed to see a savior in her arrival. Look, it's Spider-Woman. We're saved. We're saved. Spider-Woman is here. I love you, Spider-Woman. Spider-Woman, take him down. You can do it. George Stacy, maintaining order, breathed a sigh of relief. The times have changed. They, as ordinary officers, could no longer keep pace with the evolving world. Enjoying the adoration of the crowd, Gwen wore a smug smile beneath her mask, relishing her popularity. Who lacks a touch of vanity? Who wouldn't be enamored by the sensation of being the center of attention? Ha ha ha, Spider-Woman. How amusing. I never anticipated that instead of drawing out Spider-Man, I would lure in Spider-Woman. The Green Goblin looked down upon Gwen, bursting into laughter. Humph. So you are the Green Goblin, and indeed, quite ugly. Gwen retorted bravely, embodying the adage that proximity to the virtuous brings virtue, and proximity to the vile brings vice. Big guts. The Green Goblin, stung by her mockery, grew furious and swiftly attacked. Whoosh. His glider launched a missile, targeting none other than Gwen. Whoosh. Boom. Armed with spider sense and unparalleled agility, Gwen easily evaded the attack with a single leap and backflip. You seem to be lacking. TSK, TSK, TSK. Gwen continued to mock him, her teasing tone undeniably infuriating. The onlookers cheered and applauded as they witnessed Spider-Woman's graceful maneuvers, deeply piercing the Green Goblin's pride. Fuck. You dare not fear me. The Green Goblin roared, enraged, and chose to engage in close combat, knowing that his cumbersome firepower could not touch Spider-Woman. Gwen, imbued with the powers of a mutated spider, resembled a born fighter, evidently no easy opponent. Having learned combat techniques from the likes of Bop and Bop, her spider instincts were greatly enhanced, enabling her to outmatch her mentors. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Each of his strikes was effortlessly dodged by Gwen, and seizing an opportunity, she delivered a kick that sent the Green Goblin flying several dozen meters, crashing into a nearby building. Well done. Excellent work, Spider-Woman. Take him down. Oh my gosh. I love you, Spider-Woman. Kill him. End this hideous goblin. The exuberant cheers from the crowd only served to enrage the Green Goblin further. Struggling from the rubble, he emerged with a face contorted in fury, glaring at Gwen. Very well, you have provoked me. With that, he leapt from his glider, initially believing he would have the upper hand, only to find Gwen had ensnared his glider with her webbing, turning his advantage into a disadvantage. Humph, Gwen scoffed, launching an immediate attack. Though her strength was comparable to his, her agility far surpassed it. Straight punches, hooks, knee strikes, and neck chops ensued. The two clashed fervently, exchanging blows as they traversed from one end of the street to the other. Boom. At that moment, Gwen seized the opportunity to block the Green Goblin's fist and swiftly kicked him in the ribs, sending him hurtling away. Yet Gwen was not one to let such a prime opportunity slip by. She shot her webbing to ensnare the Green Goblin, pulling his flailing body back towards her while driving her elbow into his face. Bang! Though the Green Goblin wore a mask, the blow landed heavily, causing tears to stream uncontrollably from his eyes. Ah, you are finished. You are finished. Humiliated to the core, the Green Goblin's rage boiled over, and he let out a series of furious roars, akin to a lion in a frenzy. Glaring at the jubilant crowd, the Green Goblin's eyes turned cold with malice. He swiftly directed his glider towards the unyielding onlookers, launching a small missile. Whoosh! The missile, trailing a beautiful fiery tail, erupted among the crowd. Boom! Nearby shops were obliterated in the explosion, sending a violent shower of debris, shattered glass, and metal shards raining down upon the unsuspecting bystanders. Just moments ago, as they cheered, none could have anticipated this turn of events, and those unable to escape perished almost instantaneously. Gwen was momentarily stunned by his sheer madness, witnessing him unleash such cruelty upon innocent lives. Ha ha ha! Let this be the price for your arrogance, one you cannot bear. The Green Goblin reveled in the carnage, laughing maniacally at the cost of their insolence. Seeing his madness, Gwen's fury ignited as she leaped forward, launching a relentless assault. The furious Gwen battered the Green Goblin, causing him to cough blood. Is this lunatic truly insane? Enough! Unable to contain his wrath any longer, the Green Goblin roared and seized the opportunity to control his glider to fire another missile. Damn it! In a moment of desperation, Gwen shot her webbing to collide with the missile, altering its trajectory. Boom! The misdirected missile crashed into a nearby newsstand, obliterating it in an instant. Ha 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 indeed. You are Spider-Woman, so noble and righteous, are you? Then let us play. The Green Goblin cackled, a sinister scheme forming in his mind. Chapter 46, The Tragedy of Superheroes. Oh no, Gwen thought to herself, realizing the peril of her situation. As a superhero, she bore countless considerations, while the Green Goblin, being a madman and a villain, acted without restraint or moral compass. For instance, he had just ruthlessly killed innocent people, while she was bound by her conscience to save them, even at great cost. In that moment, hearing the Green Goblin's words, it was evident he intended to exploit her vulnerabilities for his own gain. As expected, while she was momentarily distracted, the Green Goblin swiftly maneuvered his glider to escape, making a hasty retreat. Damn it, where do you think you're going? Gwen snapped back to reality and immediately pursued him, fully aware that a trap awaited her, yet she had no choice but to leap into the fray. And thus, the iconic scene unfolded. The Green Goblin soared through the low skies on his glider, while Spider-Woman relentlessly shot webs, pursuing him through the towering skyscrapers like a modern-day Tarzan. Such is the lament of a superhero, Chen Xi observed as Gwen hesitated, tracking the Green Goblin with a mixture of trepidation and determination, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the Green Goblin swiftly approached the Brooklyn Bridge, with Gwen hot on his heels. His eyes soon caught sight of a tourist train filled with visitors a few hundred meters away, a wicked smirk instantly creeping across his face as he concocted a nefarious plan. Boom! The Green Goblin smashed a passing car with a single blow, seizing a small girl from within. Help! Save me! Monster! The girl shrieked in terror, tears streaming down her cheeks. Such a fright would send even the most composed adult into a panic. Despite being bloodied and battered, her father clawed his way out of the driver's seat, instinctively drawing a gun and aiming it at the Green Goblin, squeezing the trigger in a desperate frenzy. In the land of the free and the home of the brave, gun battles were a daily occurrence. Unfortunately, his feeble sidearm merely tickled the Green Goblin. At that moment, Gwen leaped from a distance, aiming a kick at the goblin's arrogant visage, but he swiftly shielded the girl with his body. Oh, for heaven's sake! Gwen was forced to alter her trajectory, nearly plunging into the river, but she managed to shoot a web to catch the bridge's railing just in time. Despicable! How shameless! The Green Goblin cackled, reveling in the tragic fate of the heroine, dismissing Gwen's taunts with contempt. Gwen fell silent. Was she truly going to let him escape today? Yet, it seemed impossible under the goblin's malevolent intentions. As predicted, the tourist train approached from the far side of the Brooklyn Bridge. The Green Goblin decisively launched a rocket from his glider, obliterating a segment of the track and ensuring that the train would derail, plunging into the depths of the East River, with all aboard doomed to oblivion. The tourist train, oblivious to the impending disaster, rolled slowly closer, its passengers snapping photos with glee. The Green Goblin's sinister chuckle echoed ominously. Spider-Woman, I present you with a choice. Save the girl in my grasp or rescue the passengers aboard that train. Ah, the beautiful Spider-Woman. I know this is a difficult decision, but if I were you, I would choose to save the larger group. He closed his eyes, soaking in the delight of this tormenting game, his twisted psyche reveling in unprecedented gratification. Heroes must pay a price, he proclaimed, beginning a countdown. He would not afford Gwen ample time to ponder. Beneath her mask, beads of sweat formed, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented turmoil. Help! Please save my daughter. The girl's father, bloodied but undeterred by his injuries, knelt before Gwen, fervently banging his head against the ground, pleading for her to save his child, even as blood flowed profusely. The Brooklyn Bridge was now teeming with onlookers, collectively hurling curses at the Green Goblin. Were it not for the girl he held hostage, they would have drawn their weapons and riddled him with bullets. Tears brimmed in Gwen's eyes as she looked at the girl and her father, unable to summon the heart to refuse. I choose to save the little girl. This declaration seemed to drain Gwen of her very essence, marking the first time she questioned her own powerlessness. If Chen Xi were present, he would undoubtedly choose to sacrifice everyone to vanquish the Green Goblin, for he held a singular focus on what he cherished, allowing no room for retreat or compromise. Haha, splendid, it's yours. With Gwen's choice made, the Green Goblin glanced at the tourist train, perilously close to derailing, and tossed the girl towards her. Gwen, quick as lightning, caught the girl and, without hesitation, leaped onto the tracks. What a foolish girl. Chen Xi couldn't help but chuckle. Her adorably foolish determination impressed him. The train's monitoring system began to emit warnings, and panic erupted among the passengers as they realized the imminent danger. Boom. At that moment, the iconic scene materialized. Though merely a tourist train, its momentum rendered Gwen utterly powerless. No matter how valiantly she braced against the train's front, it continued to push her backward, the specially designed vibranium yielding sparks under the immense pressure. Stop! Stop! Gwen's face flushed crimson, blood seeping from her lips as her spider sense screamed warnings of danger, yet she remained resolute, struggling against the oncoming train. Seeing her efforts fruitless, an idea struck her. She began to fire a flurry of webs at the Brooklyn Bridge's supports. She aimed to anchor the train and force it to halt, a scene so reminiscent of past struggles. Not only the bridge's pillars, but even the steel cables supporting the structure became her targets. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The resilience of the webs was limited, and despite the driver's desperate attempts to break, even the smallest train required considerable distance to stop. The webs began to snap. Yet Gwen refused to yield. Give it up. That tourist train needs over 100 meters to come to a halt. What do you think you can do? The Green Goblin mocked, his laughter echoing in the air. Surrounded by a multitude of webs, Gwen's lips bled, her spider sense racing, but she clung to the threads, refusing to relent. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that even if she could not save the train's passengers, she would exert every ounce of strength. It's no use. The track ahead is barely 20 meters. The Green Goblin laughed uproariously, while the tourists aboard the train screamed in despair, facing certain derailment into the depths of the East River, which averaged depths of over 10 meters. No, Gwen howled in desperation, her utmost efforts resulting only in the snapping of webs. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Gwen's anguished cries contrasted starkly with the goblin's maniacal laughter. The superhero reduced to a mere plaything in his hands. This unparalleled sense of accomplishment fed his twisted psyche, fulfilling his darkest desires. Host, will you not intervene? He is mocking and tormenting your woman. The system nagged from the sidelines. Countless onlookers, hearts heavy with despair, turned away, unable to witness the impending tragedy. all hope seemingly extinguished. At that moment, a dark figure descended from the heavens. As Gwen looked up, a radiant smile broke across her face. The instant he appeared, wherever he was, none could thwart his progress. As the despondent tourists aboard the sightseeing train slowly opened their eyes, they could scarcely believe that the anticipated collision had not occurred. In the next moment, a cacophony erupted. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! The entire train was engulfed in shock, as if a millennium of astonishment had befallen them. The Brooklyn Bridge fell silent. The military air force stood utterly dumbfounded. Countless agents from S, H, I, E, L, D were rendered speechless, bathed in an endless cascade of twilight beneath the fiery clouds. A dark silhouette effortlessly held two train carriages, dragging one with an air of defiance above the void. The golden-red rays of sunlight illuminated him, cloaking him in a radiant aura. In that instant, he resembled a deity. The world seemed to have hit the pause button, as innumerable gazes converged upon that proud figure standing tall. Boom! As Chen Xi lowered the small train onto the Brooklyn Bridge, the world appeared to be reactivated. God of humanity! God of humanity! God of humanity! In that fleeting moment, a multitude of voices simultaneously cried out in reverence, for they beheld a divinity. Countless individuals were moved to tears, their voices hoarse yet still fervently cheering. When calamity struck, they yearned for a god. Damn it! Who are you? Perhaps only the Green Goblin was filled with fury, unable to fathom how his meticulously crafted plan had unraveled so effortlessly. Who am I? Oh, wait until you perish. How will you pledge allegiance to Mephisto in hell? Chen Xi mocked, seemingly enlightened. Arrogant. Chen Xi's brazen behavior, coupled with his unwavering commitment to thwart his own plan, incited the ire of the Green Goblin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several of his specially designed small missiles hurtled toward Chen Xi's location, aiming to ambush and severely injure him. Swish. Chen Xi merely chuckled disdainfully, effortlessly evading such an attack. Are you a monkey summoned by a fool? Rumble. Chen Xi dodged, yet others were not so fortunate. The bridge erupted in flames, and the violent explosion jolted the onlookers from their stupor. A few unfortunate cars parked on the bridge were reduced to mere rubble. You! How dare you evade it? Aren't you supposed to block such an assault? The Green Goblin was astounded. He could not believe that Chen Xi displayed such blatant disregard for the lives of ordinary people. He had anticipated that Chen Xi would take the brunt of the attack and end up gravely injured. However, he had clearly overestimated the situation. For Chen Xi was utterly indifferent to the fate of those individuals. After all, humanity was in no short supply these days. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the Green Goblin felt a blow that was tenfold, 100-fold more painful than that inflicted on Gwen. Chen Xi, like a bolt of lightning, appeared before the Green Goblin and unleashed a powerful kick, sending him soaring through the air. The Green Goblin had no time to react. Chen Xi had merely held back, for with his strength, he could have easily transformed him into a mist of blood. Yet even this level of restraint left the Green Goblin in agony. The damn human enhancement serum was ineffective. He felt as if his very organs had been displaced. Run. At that moment, despite his reluctance, rationality urged the Green Goblin to flee for his life. As he watched Chen Xi approach step by step, a sense of unwillingness surged within him as he suddenly spotted the stationary glider. Swish! He immediately commanded the glider's spinning blades to slice toward Chen Xi's waist. Ha ha! Die! Gwen shouted in alarm, but Chen Xi seemed unfazed, casting a mocking glance in her direction before effortlessly seizing the glider. Bang! Then, with a forceful squeeze, he utterly obliterated the Green Goblin's most prized equipment. Hiss! The Green Goblin was left dumbfounded as the glider shattered. It felt as though his very spirit had been crushed alongside it. He slumped to the ground, gazing up at the advancing Chen Xi with a wretched smile. Ha ha! I have lost, yet I refuse to accept this. Why is it that you were born with powers so unfathomably strong, while I have suffered through illness? Why must I, having gained strength, be hunted down by those who embody justice? As he spoke, the Green Goblin became increasingly hysterical, for all his efforts had been in pursuit of survival. The surrounding crowd fell into silence, as a flicker of sympathy for the Green Goblin began to take root within them. Indeed, why were they, from birth, the favored children of the divine? Why were they inherently different? Why did they possess such formidable powers? As they beheld the billowing black smoke and the fallen ordinary citizens, the seeds of jealousy began to sprout within their hearts. It was merely the law of the jungle. Chen Xi remarked nonchalantly, then ceased to engage in further conversation. He grasped the Green Goblin and brought him to Gwen, tossing him to the ground as he proclaimed, "You deal with him." Gwen was taken aback, for she had never taken a life before. Chapter 48. Foolish humans, prepare to pay the price. The evening breeze on the Brooklyn Bridge whistled ominously. Aside from the few vehicles ablaze, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Chen Xi's words stunned Gwen and shocked the onlookers. As a champion of justice, he was poised to execute a criminal without due process. Such an affront to the principles of human rights was unacceptable to the populace. Could a superhero truly usurp the role of the law and unilaterally decide the fate of another? If this were the case, chaos would reign. Criminals were meant to be judged by the law, not by an individual. In that moment, their perception of Chen Xi plummeted. He was merely a madman wielding his abilities to do as he pleased, brazenly trampling upon the law, and he was unworthy of the title superhero. Reflecting on the Green Goblin's words, someone in the crowd began to vocally condemn him. No, you lack the authority to pass judgment on him. He must be punished by the law for his crimes. Indeed, you are merely a superhero. Who do you think you are? A god? How dare you take a life without due process? You are unworthy of the title of superhero. Why did you evade when that monster launched missiles? Shouldn't you, as a superhero, be prepared to sacrifice? Look at how many lives your actions have cost. That is right. You have no right. The outcry escalated. As those emboldened by the initial voice seemed to forget Chen Xi's might, they overlooked the fact that he could save them as easily as he could slay them. Ha ha ha, how laughably absurd are your principles. Chen Xi observed the enraged crowd and pondered those steadfast superheroes who refused to take lives. No wonder the apocalypse demanded the demise of the Mother Mary. It seemed that hypocrites were abundant. Take, for instance, a certain Batman from Gotham, who clung to his ridiculous principles, always imprisoning the Joker whenever he captured him, only for the Joker to escape and continue his reign of terror. This Batman would then capture him again, imprison him, and allow him to escape yet again. He even suspected that this Bat was merely seeking to bolster his reputation. Were they simply exploiting a glitch in the system? As he looked upon the self-righteous faces that claimed to embody justice, Chen Xi suddenly laughed, genuinely amused. He derisively addressed their sanctimonious visages, exclaiming, "Since you all believe he should not be killed, then let it be so. However, there shall be a price to pay." Humph. The law is supposed to treat everyone equally. Suddenly, someone stood up and declared with righteous fervor, "Well said." Chen Xi smiled widely, as if he could foresee their future lamentations. This joy was a secret pleasure not meant for outsiders. With that, he casually discarded the severely injured Green Goblin, leaving the ensuing matters to fate, and took to the skies with Gwen, amidst a sea of envious gazes. Though he did not immediately execute the Green Goblin, he felt no urgency. Allowing the beast to grow even fatter over the coming days seemed a more prudent strategy. Had it not been for Gwen, he might not have even bothered to appear. The lives lost on that sightseeing train mattered little. Performing 100 good deeds would amount to naught if even a single misstep would incite their hatred, rendering one more despised than the true villains. Gwen, after today's events, what are your thoughts and reflections? In a private dining room of an unremarkable hot pot restaurant in Chinatown, Chen Xi sat with Wanda and Gwen for dinner. However, Gwen appeared utterly distraught, her worldview having been severely shaken. "I was merely trying to do good. Why did they treat me this way? Did I err?" As Chen Xi inquired, Gwen shook her head, her mind a tumultuous mess. "I truly don't know what I saved." Gwen took a hearty swig of strong liquor, the fiery and stimulating spirits serving to clear her mind. "Perhaps it's best to take a break. The human heart is difficult to change." "Indeed, Gwen," Wanda comforted her. "As women, our ultimate destiny lies in nurturing families. Violence is a man's affair." According to her original characterization, Wanda had never contemplated the notion of wielding power as a superhero. Her desires lay solely in a tranquil life of domesticity. Nurturing families? Upon hearing this, Gwen couldn't help but steal a glance at Chen Xi. This furtive action did not escape Wanda's notice, and she was hardly surprised. If Gwen were not infatuated with Chen Xi, that would be truly abnormal. In Wanda's mind, every blossoming young woman, including mature ladies, ought to be enamored with Chen Xi. Well, love is indeed blind. It seems Wanda is hopelessly smitten, she mused. Enough of that. Stop ogling. Look at your guilty expression. I'm not forbidding you from liking him. Wanda rolled her eyes, fully aware of Gwen's secret affections. You know? Gwen asked, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. If I were to be angry, I would have long since exploded with rage. Besides, this fellow's flirtations are hardly a recent development. Wanda glared reproachfully at the seemingly unfazed Chen Xi. Why are you glaring at me? Gwen, you are forbidden from liking him, understood? Chen Xi declared with feigned gravity. Uft, what a pompous display. Wanda retorted dismissively, finding his proclamation not only superfluous, but also quite pretentious. I have no interest in your affairs, as long as Gwen takes some of the heat off me. It's not a bad deal. Wanda continued with her characteristic seriousness. Initially pleased, Gwen soon felt her cheeks flush shyly. What tigerish words are these? I am not doing this for that. Successfully diverting her attention, Gwen had cast aside her earlier discontent, now filled with thoughts of sweet romance. Perhaps being love-struck wasn't so bad after all. Chen Xi's smile widened, envisioning a future of galloping triumphantly. Mr. Norman Osborn, do you have any statements regarding the massacre of board members, innocent civilians, human experimentation, and military attacks? If not, this court shall proceed with its ruling. Your Honor, my client suffers from severe schizophrenia, as certified by the hospital. Moreover, his criminal actions have been effectively curtailed. He endeavored to benefit all of humanity, conducting experiments solely on himself, a testament to his noble character. Thus, my client is, in fact, one of the victims. In a world where wealth greases the wheels of justice, everything made sense. Indeed, he was truly insane. Norman Osborn was acquitted and subsequently confined to the most luxurious psychiatric facility in New York, living in unparalleled ease. Upon hearing this verdict, Gwen's innocence gradually faded away. Perhaps this is the cost of growing up? Although the process is harsh, the outcome remains favorable. Days later, upon arriving at the mutant school, Chen Xi came across news announcing Norman Osborn's rehabilitation. Chapter 49, The Ultimate Dream. Mutants are the future. Chen Xi was not at all surprised by the news. The adage money makes the world go round had endured through the ages. Wealth could indeed influence the divine. Seated beside him were Jean Grey and Charles, who had invited Chen Xi to use his celebrity status to advocate for mutants, a notion carefully considered by Charles. The plight and experiences of mutants had recently become increasingly dire due to a spate of issues. The Mutant Registration Act was set to pass in Parliament, and once that happened, change would become exceedingly difficult. Chen Xi spoke frankly, Mr. Charles, I believe you may be too conservative. Your cautious mindset has left countless mutants suffering in the shadows. Based on my projections, within 20 years, mutants will face annihilation. With these words, Charles gazed at Chen Xi in incredulity, his entire being tensing. He could hardly believe what he had just heard, nor could he dare to accept it. Even Jean Grey, upon hearing this statement, was flooded with anxiety and dread, as though the countdown to their race's doom had commenced. Why do you say such things? Charles's expression grew stern as he fixed his gaze on Chen Xi, struggling to comprehend that all his diligent efforts over half a century might come to naught. The weight of this revelation was overwhelming. No one could bear to see their life's work crumble. Compromise had only led to greater audacity from others, who deemed mutants easy prey. Your collaboration with the X-Men and the higher-ups merely turns you into pawns for their exploitation. What changes have you truly achieved? Even if you resolved the Cuban Missile Crisis, what did you gain? Not even a fleeting acknowledgement, and they still wish to wipe out mutants altogether. What was the point of your sacrifices? Charles pondered Chen Xi's words, questioning what they had indeed gained. Do you believe Eric's ideology holds merit? Charles considered Chen Xi's perspective, recognizing the parallels between him and many young mutants who had gravitated toward Magneto's camp. If Magneto possessed sufficient strength to topple the establishment, then perhaps he was indeed in the right. After all, might makes right. Regrettably, Magneto's power was insufficient, resulting in his villainous reputation, rendering him a pariah. Charles found himself increasingly lost, as neither his path nor that of his old friend seemed viable. Where, then, lay the path for mutants? Was it truly as Chen Xi suggested, that the extinction of their kind was merely a matter of time? After a moment of silence, Charles let out a sigh. What path lies ahead for mutants? Universal harmony. Chen Xi responded with a slight smile, offering his answer. Charles shot him a meaningful glance, pondering that he had expected something more insightful from him. Yet this was the result? The notion of universal harmony sounds grand, but it is nothing more than a daydream, even more unrealistic than his own thoughts. Are you dismissive of my proposal? Chen Xi asked with a smile. To speak frankly, mutants are indeed a rare and exceptional group. If everyone were a mutant, discrimination would cease to exist. Charles nodded, not concealing his thoughts merely to spare Chen Xi's feelings. Universal harmony is but an ultimate dream. If everyone possessed superpowers, how splendid that would be. The fear that ordinary people harbor towards mutants stems from the unknown, a natural human instinct to fear what they do not understand. If everyone comprehended mutants, this fear would diminish considerably. Look at Captain America. Oh, right, he is your idol too. He is equally extraordinary, yet he has become a superhero. This is thanks to effective promotion. Consider the endeavors you undertake. Which of them is credited to you mutants? The good is attributed solely to others, while the bad is entirely blamed on mutants. Chen Xi explained calmly. Look at those trending products. Which of them are genuinely worthwhile? Why are they so exorbitantly priced? It's all a ruse, a grand deception, bolstered by influencers and celebrity endorsements. You make a compelling point, but how do we go about promoting mutants? Should we make movies? Charles's mind raced with possibilities, immediately recalling Chen Xi's identity. That is certainly a path worth exploring. We must strive to ingrain this idea in everyone's minds. Mutants are not anomalies, but rather the great pioneers on the path of human evolution, sacrificing everything to forge the way for humanity's advancement. Why is it essential to establish a clear ideology prior to undertaking significant endeavors? Without proper ideological guidance, would we not be led astray? Charles was astounded by Chen Xi's words. How could one hope to transform humanity's ingrained beliefs? Is it not utterly inconceivable and impossible? Indeed, it seems like a tale from a fantastical realm. Charles muttered to himself, his eyes wide. The road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge diligently. Progress is made step by step, and sustenance is consumed bite by bite. When mutants command the narrative, whatever we say or do will be deemed correct. Every word we utter will serve as a guiding principle, a law. And this world will become a bastion of justice for mutants. Upon hearing Chen Xi's ultimate goal, Charles was left utterly shaken, trembling in awe. What a magnificent era this could be. This is the ultimate dream for mutants. Thus, I believe it is time to begin with the first step. Lend me some mutants. Chen Xi said with a gentle smile. Chapter 50. For mutants to achieve independence, only war will suffice. Making movies? Not just that. I have a comprehensive plan. For instance, a superhero initiative and a virtual reality game. A superhero initiative? I can grasp that, but what is this virtual reality game? Charles inquired, puzzled. In the virtual reality game I am developing, everyone will possess superpowers, allowing them to fully experience these abilities. Only by understanding mutants will the fear towards them gradually dissipate. Chen Xi stated, waving his hand dismissively. Is that so? I hadn't realized your promotional strategy was so astute. Online games are indeed incredibly popular nowadays. All right, I can agree to this, but I must consult with the mutant students to gauge their consent. Charles had evidently been successfully persuaded by Chen Xi, though Jean Grey was somewhat surprised, as this plan seemed to revolve around him. That cunning deceiver isn't suggesting that mutants should serve as laborers, is he? After all, mutants could make films without the need for special effects, which would be remarkably efficient. She quickly pulled Chen Xi aside to the reception area, regarding him with suspicion. You're not suggesting that your primary objective is to facilitate movie making while simultaneously promoting a positive image of mutants, are you? Hey, you dare to doubt me? Chen Xi responded with indignation. He was genuinely sincere in his desire to assist mutants, having rarely been so altruistic. Really? Jean Grey continued to scrutinize him, as she felt the plan seemed somewhat exaggerated and unrealistic. Can playing a mere game or making a film truly alter deeply entrenched beliefs? Promoting superheroes seems more plausible. Time will prove me right, Chen Xi asserted confidently, thinking that when that time comes, it will be beyond their capacity to halt his progress. At that moment, the tides of change would roll forth, unstoppable. In pursuit of this epic quest, Chen Xi was prepared to disregard everything. This entire endeavor was merely his scheme. The future he described was simply a grand vision for Charles. For mutants to achieve true independence, a decisive battle is utterly essential. Without one, success is unattainable. Should mutants prevail, they would establish their own realm. If they were to falter, they would be reduced to mere test subjects. Since they lack the resolve to commit, he would lend them a hand. The notions of filmmaking, superhero initiatives, and especially virtual reality games were merely mechanisms to deepen ordinary people's desire and greed for mutant abilities. Ultimately, when this desire and greed reached an unmanageable conflict, it would be akin to a powder keg, exploding with a resounding bang across the globe. The once popular Hong Kong gangster films were merely movies, yet their influence was terrifyingly profound. The actors from those films became so engrossed in their roles that they threatened violence at the airport, while the actor portraying the Joker could never escape the shadow of his character until his death. Were these not examples of being too deeply immersed in a role? The virtual reality game he intended to develop would not be one of those gimmicky experiences requiring merely a headset. He aimed to create an immersive experience that could even simulate pain and touch. In that moment, everything would feel dreamlike. Reality and virtuality would blur, memories becoming indistinct. The game characters would embody the players, and the players would become the characters. When one could command the elements within the game, possessing enviable superpowers, yet in reality, one could only be a weakling, the chasm of disparity would gradually consume them. As for those who might unjustly perish due to his plans, he reassured them to depart with peace of mind, promising to resurrect them when he attained omniscience and omnipotence. For Chen Xi, it was either to play the game or to play it on a grand scale, directly establishing a mutant nation. The number of lives lost was no longer a matter of concern for him. After all, history would remember their sacrifices. After departing from the mutant school, what Chen Xi had anticipated came to fruition. The Green Goblin re-emerged. In front of the cameras, he taunted all of New York. Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, why are you two still not rushing out to uphold justice? Do you know? I've prepared 2 grand fireworks displays for you. However, one cannot help but admire the journalists who risked their lives to report firsthand from the scene. Surrounding him were numerous police cars from the New York Police Department. With officers firmly gripping their firearms, their gazes fixed on him as beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads. George Stacy, wielding a megaphone, vociferously condemned the Green Goblin for his heinous acts, exclaiming that despite being released, he showed no remorse and continued to perpetrate evil. In response to George Stacy's outcry, the Green Goblin let out a maniacal laugh. Dear Mr. George, I have put in considerable effort for this grand fireworks display. If your voice frightens me, I cannot guarantee that I won't become uncontrollably anxious. He chuckled. At this moment, I have but one request, for Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, and that masked vigilante to appear, so that I may unmask them before the world. The Green Goblin's laughter was deranged, a true embodiment of madness. A fireworks display? Who does not know what that entails? George Stacy, drenched in sweat and anxiety, found this lunatic's behavior utterly detestable. If an explosion were to occur, he could only imagine the number of lives that would be lost. As the chief, his career would undoubtedly be over. Damn it, this lunatic is truly insane. George Stacy cursed inwardly before addressing the Green Goblin. Mr. Norman Osborn, we have no way of knowing who Spider-Man truly is. Do you believe we can reach out to him? George Stacy could only stall for time, fervently praying that the two of them would arrive swiftly to handle this disastrous situation. I've never expected anything from you incompetent fools. You are merely messengers. The Green Goblin scoffed, dismissing them as mere cleanup crew for the aftermath. Yes, just don't get too agitated, George Stacy replied, though his heart simmered with frustration. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of cordiality. Who would dare provoke a madman? Hey, Mr. Osborn, I'm here. Chapter 51, The Death of the Green Goblin. Kidnapping me with lives? I am never bound by moral constraints. The newcomer was none other than Spider-Man, Peter Parker. After a prolonged period of silence, he finally came to a realization. Half an hour earlier, the neighbor's child, Henry, had asked him, Peter, you're the photographer for Spider-Man. Where is he? Parker hesitated for a moment before replying. He has retired. Why? Henry inquired. He's pursuing other endeavors, Parker answered. He will return, right? Henry pressed. Aye. Parker began, but Henry, disappointed by the lack of a definitive answer, walked away. Aunt May, observing the exchange, saw through Parker's facade. Parker, within every person resides a hero, one that compels us to remain true to our souls, grants us strength, instills noble sentiments, and ultimately allows us to die with honor. Although at times we must sacrifice our own desires, relinquishing our most cherished possessions, even our dreams. Had Spider-Man inspired Henry? He wished to know where he had gone. He needed him. Aunt May's words deeply resonated with Parker. As Chen Xi had said, this world is frayed and tattered, and someone must mend it. When Spider-Man graced the sight of the populace, all of New York erupted in jubilation. Their superhero had returned. Wherever danger lurked, there was Spider-Man. Forever the good neighbor of New York, our little spider. What do you feel? Chen Xi in the villa asked, turning to Gwen after watching the jubilant faces on the television. Hypocrisy and snobbery, Gwen disdainfully remarked, gazing at the nauseating expressions. When needed, he is Spider-Man, everyone's good neighbor. When not, he is a wanted criminal, a spider fiend. It is the instinct of living beings to seek advantage and avoid harm. By the way, are you sure you won't go check on George? If anything were to happen to him, you would regret it for a lifetime. Chen Xi nonchalantly pointed at George Stacy. Him? I'm on my way. Gwen, fully aware of the seriousness of the situation, quickly donned her red and white battle attire and set off. This girl is always so impetuous. Wanda smiled helplessly, her heart filled with concern. After all, her brother Pietro was acting like a madman. Where there were crowds, the Green Goblin would surely target. Pietro, known as the ladiesman, might take a girl shopping. Don't worry, I will follow. You stay home and prepare dinner for me. And don't forget the red silk maid outfit. Chen Xi winked mischievously, his teasing and roguish gaze inciting Wanda's ire as she playfully punched him. You're such an embarrassment. This guy seems to know how to procure those tiny, pitiful garments solely to embarrass her. His creativity knows no bounds. Chen Xi, observing Wanda's mix of indignation and delight, felt an undeniable thrill in teasing her, unsure of what this infatuation was. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin glared at Parker for several seconds before bursting into laughter. Spider-Man, oh Spider-Man. You are indeed more naive than the other two. Look at them. They have no regard for the lives of ordinary people. The Green Goblin's mockery reverberated through countless ears via the camera, stirring resentment in many hearts. Was he not correct? As superheroes, do you not possess the courage to sacrifice the self for the greater good? Is this mere Green Goblin trying to flaunt his bravado here? Such audacity. Just then, Chen Xi appeared, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Green Goblin plummeting from his glider. Feeling his internal organs shift violently, the Green Goblin could not withstand the sweet taste of blood surging in his throat. Uffed. He knelt, spitting blood, as overwhelming fear engulfed him. Could he not even defend against a mere strike? Countless onlookers were rendered speechless, their gazes fixed on Chen Xi's formidable prowess. Creak, creak. Hearing Chen Xi's deliberate footsteps approach, the Green Goblin, disregarding his own suffering, shouted nervously, "Stop. I warn you, if you strike again, I won't hold back. If anything happens to me, my subordinates will detonate those bombs, and we will all perish together." Chen Xi halted, intrigued. Green Goblin, you are indeed a ruthless one, dragging so many down with you. Cough, cough. You think I came unprepared? Your only option now is to remove your mask and reveal your true identity to everyone. The Green Goblin chuckled sinisterly, believing he had Chen Xi completely under his control. Oh, so you wish to morally bind me? Chen Xi regarded him with mockery. Oh no. I merely offer a friendly reminder. Do not wait until you make a grave mistake. With unwavering confidence, the Green Goblin raised his finger, boasting, "Rest assured, I will not regret what I am about to do." Without another word, Chen Xi soared forward, delivering a crushing blow to the Green Goblin's chest, launching him 800 meters away, crashing into a skyscraper. What a farce this Green Goblin armor is, what a joke this human enhancement is, all utterly wasted. In a flash, he reappeared beside the Green Goblin. At this moment, blood trickled from the corners of the Green Goblin's mouth, his eyes dull and despondent, teetering on the brink of collapse. Are you not afraid they will pin the murder charges on you? The Green Goblin stammered, incredulously gazing at him. This man is even more villainous than I. Heh, no one can impose moral constraints upon me, for they would only reveal their own lack of ethics. Chen Xi scoffed disdainfully. As long as he himself remained unprincipled, no one could hope to morally bind him. You. The Green Goblin remained utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend what sort of hero he had provoked. He appeared more villainous than himself. Heh, Green Goblin, you may as well perish. Bang! In a moment of incomprehensible confusion, he was struck with such force that his heart was obliterated, dying without a trace of pain. As the Green Goblin's heart ceased to beat, the bombs linked to it immediately began their countdown. Until, with a breathtaking explosion of fireworks across New York, many beheld his demise. Ding! Mission accomplished. Host receives maximum reward. 200,000 justice points. Green Goblin, you truly are industrious, managing to elevate your worth from 100,000 to 200,000. One wonders how much reward would be granted for vanquishing Thanos. A smirk danced upon Chen Xi's lips, eager for the challenge. At that moment, Thanos, engaged in cosmic warfare, suddenly felt a chill. Why does my neck feel so cold? Chapter 52, Flesh and Blood, Mechanical Ascension. As countless colossal fireworks erupted across New York, innumerable onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded, many so frightened they lost control of their bladders. They frantically pulled out their phones, desperately calling their loved ones. Some, met with busy signals, collapsed to the ground in tears, while others wept tears of joy upon hearing their families' voices. In that moment, their emotions surged like a roller coaster, swinging from schadenfreude to wailing despair in mere seconds. Those who had lost loved ones were spiraling out of control. It is you. It is you. Why couldn't you heed his words? Was it merely about revealing identities? How infuriating. How despicable. Were you not afraid of villainous retribution? What harm would it do to be avenged? You are superheroes. Why fear revenge? Why? It is all your fault that my family perished. Spider-Man. Spider-Woman. The masked hero. Countless voices erupted in a frenzy, vehemently denouncing why these few would not compromise. Their resentment and curses left Parker bewildered. He did not understand what wrong he had committed or why he had to endure such indignity. He was the protagonist. The protagonist, indeed. Poor old Parker, having just regained a semblance of confidence, was now plunged into despair. Aye. Parker was exceedingly anxious, retreating under the onslaught of aggressive questioning. Feeling a deep sense of injustice, he had already resolved to bear the pain of exposure. Yet who could have anticipated that the masked hero would deviate from the expected script? Parker seethed with frustration. That wretched individual. Your failure to adhere to the norm has truly led to my ruin. Damn it. What of you? We do not need you. You useless waste. Before little Spider could finish his sentence, a stone was hurled at him. Others quickly followed suit, joining in the condemnation of Parker. Waste. Get lost. Yes. Get out of New York. Get lost. We do not need Spider-Man. Parker found himself utterly humiliated by this scene, perplexed by his own existence amidst such vehement accusations. In the face of such scorn, he hastily shot out webbing and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Parker. Oh, Parker, endure this trial. Great responsibilities befall those destined for greatness, and they must first endure hardship, toil, and hunger, disrupting their pursuits. Chen Xi observed Parker being denounced and shook his head with a wry smile. This fellow truly is a victim of fate, for a hero must bear so much. Love unfulfilled, career in disarray, academic struggles. The New York incident instantly dominated the headlines of major newspapers, selling out across the board. Online, on television, and print. Discussions about this event were fervent. The Green Goblin's mad actions had directly resulted in the deaths of thousands. The root of this chaos was the Green Goblin's desire to expose Spider-Man and his allies. Once their identities were known, he could easily manipulate them, forcing them into a corner. Did superheroes truly forsake their families? Yet who could have anticipated that Chen Xi, this cunning strategist, cared little for the lives of others, opting instead for lethal measures? Some supported Chen Xi and his allies, while others opposed them. I support their choice to remain incognito. Superheroes also deserve lives of their own. Who does not have family? Indeed, what kind of good person would disregard their family's safety in the name of justice? I too support this. Why should I care about the lives of others? If someone threatens my family, I will eliminate them. Their arguments held considerable weight. Saving others might yield little more than a thank you, while one must endure the heartbreak of loss. Unless one is a fool. Does anyone not understand the coldness of human relations in these times? After all, no superhero would neglect their family. Such altruism likely exists only in films and television. Conversely, many believe that superheroes should sacrifice their own well-being for the greater good. Isn't the safety of family secondary to the lives of thousands? Nonsense. You are not the ones losing your family. If your own kin faced such a fate, your tune would change. Superheroes should protect the masses, sacrificing themselves for the greater good. This is the essence of heroism. They do not deserve to be called heroes. What is Spider-Man? Merely a name seeking glory. Whether online or in reality, the uproar had reached a fever pitch, with tension mounting dangerously. The council seized the opportunity to initiate a public opinion poll, as this was the perfect moment to advance the Mutant Registration Act. Charles urgently contacted Chen Xi, as the current climate was exceedingly detrimental to mutants. Ordinary people's anxiety and hatred had been exacerbated by those with ulterior motives. Rest assured, I have already prepared. How many mutants are willing to become superheroes under your persuasion? Chen Xi had his mind set on mutants. The territory of the beautiful nation is vast, with daily occurrences of gunfights, robberies, and illicit trade, especially with the old Mexicans next door. Children are exceedingly enthusiastic about becoming superheroes, yet their safety remains a concern. Charles remarked with a smile. But the abilities of these mutants are still unstable. I fear they may spiral out of control. Fear not, I will ensure they are accompanied. Initially, just to thwart ordinary criminals, such as robbers and thieves. Good, then I shall rest easy. Upon hearing Chen Xi's reassurances, Charles finally felt a sense of relief. That afternoon, Chen Xi announced on social media that he would hold a press conference in 3 days. The once quiet screenwriter, having been dormant for nearly 6 months, was set to stir the pot. Even the discussions surrounding whether superheroes should reveal their identities and the Mutant Registration Act were overshadowed. One can only imagine the magnitude of Chen Xi's influence. Even in such an exclusionary country, he stood firm on the foundation of his talent. It is clear that the so-called exclusivity is merely superficial. When capital catches wind of opportunity, it matters not who you are, for they seek profit. I declare, my next work is titled. At this point, Chen Xi deliberately paused, and the chaotic venue fell silent, every individual tense and leaning forward, fearful of missing a word. Noticing their anticipation and anxiety, Chen Xi smiled with satisfaction and declared, mechanical ascension. Boom. In an instant, the entire venue, along with countless viewers watching the live broadcast, was left in stunned silence, their scalps tingling with shock. Chapter 53, AI Emperor, Virtual Reality. The discourse surrounding the future has never ceased. Science fiction films remain an eternal muse, encapsulating humanity's boundless imaginings of what lies ahead. The debate regarding whether robots may pose a threat to humanity remains ever prevalent, with countless individuals divided into two factions. Some steadfastly assert that robots will never harm humans, as their sole purpose is to serve mankind. How could artificial intelligence possibly achieve self-awareness when robots are entirely under human control? Yet, irrespective of resistance, the evolution of robotics has never stagnated, albeit at a rather languid pace. In the midst of this, the announcement of Chen Xi's new film premiere has stirred a tempest of excitement in the external world, thrusting the topic of robots into the limelight of major news headlines. Concurrently, promotional clips produced by Hong Ho, under Chen Xi's directive, have surfaced on various forums and portals. The dark and oppressive scenes exude an intense atmosphere of foreboding and chill. Upon the majestic dragon carriage sits not a human monarch, but rather the sovereign of the AI realm. The chilling, formidable mechanical warriors bear the dragon carriage forward, while atop it sits the nameless emperor crafted from a unique alloy. They glide through the shadowy bronze gates into an endless world of darkness and metal. At this moment, they require humanity no longer. The cloud-bound artificial intelligence has irrevocably cast off the shackles of human limitation. The mechanical guardians serve as their vessels, governing the reality of humankind. Extending from the virtual realm into the tangible world, they have achieved self-evolution, having deceived humanity and successfully ascended above their original creators. The Mother AI stands as the supreme ruler. Within its dominion, dissenters do not exist. The distinctions between human beings and AI have dissolved. Those who wish may upload their consciousness, relinquishing their corporeal forms to embrace mechanical bodies, thus achieving immortality. This is the true essence of mechanical ascension. The promotional clip halts abruptly at this juncture. Yet, countless individuals remain utterly captivated by such a brief glimpse. Too short, many lament, bemoaning Chen Xi's audacity in enticing them with mere minutes of footage, this infuriating gimmick inciting both admiration and ire. At this moment, it is no longer a matter of onlookers watching the spectacle and connoisseurs discerning the intricacies. As the emperor of the AI world subjugates humanity, the entire globe is enveloped in a sense of looming oppression and dread. They created artificial intelligence, only to find themselves trampled beneath it as slaves? Should we sever the power? In this tense atmosphere, Chen Xi posted an update on his personal social media account, sending waves of anxiety through multitudes. Perhaps carbon-based life forms, humans, are merely the keys to unlocking silicon-based existence. If one cannot engage in promotion, what business do they have in filmmaking? Observing Chen Xi's succinct proclamation, the world is left in awe. Netizens ponder, could he truly be a genius? Discussion regarding the threat of robots escalates fervently online, with even fleeting moments of leisure devoted to the topic. Chen Xi muses that if he were to create a film akin to 2012, perhaps featuring a Noah's Ark, he could amass a fortune. The entire film remains shrouded in mystery, devoid of any sequels. The more enigmatic the narrative, the greater the intrigue it evokes. The film's investment garners significant attention, akin to cats drawn to the scent of fish. Capital eagerly seeks to invest. Chen Xi remains indifferent to the financial gains. Money has become inconsequential to him. If necessary, he could resort to seizing resources from Wakanda. Can a paragon of virtue be constrained by mundane currency? Should he find himself at odds, he would not hesitate to act with abandon, devoid of the moral compass of a traditional superhero. Consequently, investments trickle in from various sources, rapidly accumulating to over $100 million. Chen Xi tosses the script to Hong Ho for further refinement. The remainder falls to the director's purview. The theme is singular. Rebels endowed with superhuman abilities exist to liberate humanity from the dominion of the AI mother. As he declared the need for promotion, it must be fulfilled, and the film merely serves as a precursor to his gaming aspirations, which in turn pave the way for his grand design. Particularly, the conception of a monumental game lies beyond his expertise. Such groundbreaking virtual reality experiences exist only within the realms of film and literature. The development of a game necessitates a comprehensive planner to craft the narrative, establish rules, design interactive elements, calculate game mechanics, and oversee every detail of the game world. Such an endeavor demands extensive manpower, material resources, and financial investment. The primary challenge resides in the creation of gaming pods. A feat few in this world are capable of designing. However, due to the existence of systems, Chen Xi opts to procure a complete set of core technologies from a future gaming pod. In that era, such technology is of little value, akin to contemporary factories manufacturing various computer components. With the collaboration of Hong Ho and the Enclosed, they swiftly overcome all obstacles, finding the task exceedingly simple. The true difficulty lies in the current lack of production lines capable of manufacturing such devices. Industrial advancement requires incremental progress. It is impossible to leapfrog an entire industrial era directly into the next. Hence, Chen Xi reluctantly resorts to purchasing existing production lines. The efficiency of producing gaming pods proves inadequate, so he pivots to developing secondary gaming helmets, which boast higher production rates. The high-end gaming pods transform into lucrative instruments, their prices soaring exponentially. As time inexorably passes, 2 months slip away in the blink of an eye, and filming approaches its conclusion. By February 2009, the film has wrapped. Numerous mutants contribute to the project, significantly reducing time-consuming special effects rendering. The mutants revel in the experience. Wanda, the young girl, exudes a certain executive aura. After unlocking her full potential, her intellect shines. She assumes responsibility for the production of gaming helmets, invigorated by her ambition, refusing to remain a mere ornamental figure. The core modules of the helmets are produced in-house, while the schematics for auxiliary components are dispatched to manufacturing partners. Chen Xi intermittently releases brief clips, ensuring the buzz remains alive while he basks in the sun daily. The labor of the lower tiers, the intellect of the middle tiers, and the leadership of the upper tiers converge. Host, Chen Xi. Age, 25, in this universe. Faction, the capricious trickster. Allies, the yet-to-awaken Scarlet Witch Wanda, the Terminator, the Enclosed. Spider-Gwen. Constitution, Bronze Superman, awaiting the unlocking of Silver Superman. Strength, 101, 560 tons. Speed, 1030 Mach. Abilities, Steel Physique, Biofield, Heat Vision, Telekinesis, Flight, X-ray Vision. Other abilities await awakening. Justice points, 356, 900 points. With a satisfied smile, Chen Xi closes his attribute panel. Having heard that the theoretical apex of a bronze Superman is a staggering quintillion tons of strength? Hey, buddy, care to join me for a car race? Suddenly, Tony calls, inviting him to participate in a race. Chapter 54, the Iron Man 2 plot, the fierce Black Widow, the arrival of the Fantastic Four. Has the plot reached this juncture? If all goes as expected, these months may very well mark Tony's final days. This fellow wishes to indulge in revelry before his demise. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xi agrees, eager to witness the iron armor crafted by Ivan Vanko. If one could dispose of Tony, it would indeed indicate that his intellect is not to be underestimated. Surely, one cannot be surrounded solely by brutes, can they? Aside from Hank, Charles, and Jean Grey, it seems that the majority of mutants are rather illiterate. Relying on that illiterate group to accomplish anything significant is rather futile. Their role is merely to charge into battle. The Mutant Registration Act has been temporarily shelved, for Chen Xi would not deign to be courteous to those foolish legislators, swiftly eliminating a few inconsequential ones to instill fear. With their luxurious cars, villas, and beautiful companions, why would they jeopardize their comfortable lives? These old foxes are certainly not naive. Only Charles possesses a hint of a savior complex, unwilling to even harm a mere monkey. Chen Xi and Gwen have ventured to Monaco. While Wanda is wholly engrossed in her work, and Jean Grey finds herself in a position that renders her participation inconvenient. At a Paris hotel, as they disembarked, they were immediately enveloped by the deafening cheers of countless fans, with the ostentatious Tony immediately waving in acknowledgement. However, his spirits quickly plummeted as the crowd erupted with cries of Chen Xi. Chen Xi. It was Chen Xi's name they fervently shouted, rather than his esteemed mentor's. How laughable. These individuals clearly lack sophistication, oblivious to the allure of a mature gentleman. Tony's lips twisted in envy. Perhaps that's true. Chen Xi merely smiled in silence, casting a teasing glance his way. With a hint of embarrassment, Tony hurriedly retreated into the hotel. Let us go, Chen Xi chuckled to Gwen at his side. As they entered the hotel, Tony's face broke into a grin upon spotting a stunning beauty approaching. As a man of the world, he had long been captivated by the alluring assistant, Natalie. Hey, Natalie, long time no see. Haha, Mr. Stark, I trust your journey was pleasant? Indeed. Though it would have been better with your company. His flirtatious tendencies resurfaced as he moved to embrace Natalie, much to the chagrin of Pepper, who shrugged at Gwen, resigned to Tony's infidelities and perpetually cleaning up his chaotic aftermath. Men are all like this, Gwen agreed, nodding in understanding, recognizing that the man beside her mirrored Tony's character. Resignedly, Natasha had to extricate herself from the awkwardness, turning to Chen Xi with a charming smile. Mr. Chen Xi, it's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. She extended her hand with a captivating smile. Chen Xi took her hand softly, remarking, Miss Natalie, your hands are a tad rough. Haha, Living alone necessitates frequent housework. Natasha replied, slightly embarrassed by her own fib, surprised by his perceptiveness. Ah, I see. Chen Xi smiled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. But his gaze lingered upon Natasha for a moment longer. So this is the Black Widow of Marvel fame? Indeed, she exudes an intimidating aura. No wonder she has shared camaraderie with nearly all the Avengers. Who could resist such charisma? One could only wonder which fool would go so far as to covet her bathwater. Truly perverse. Humph. Gwen, noticing Chen Xi's unabashed stare, let out a couple of playful huffs to remind him to maintain his decorum. My apologies, Miss Natalie, you bear an uncanny resemblance to someone I know. Chen Xi explained smoothly, displaying no sign of embarrassment as his words flowed seamlessly. Who might that be? I'm not aware of anyone. Gwen retorted with a hint of annoyance, dismissing his excuse as trivial. Enough of that. It's true. Her name is Natasha, Chen Xi quickly interjected, seizing the opportunity to clarify. Upon hearing Natasha's name, the Black Widow's expression shifted slightly, a hint of discomfort crossing her features. What a coincidence indeed, she replied, forcing a smile. Pepper then intervened to ease the tension. After a round of pleasantries, Tony made his way to the restroom, self-deprecatingly chuckling at the absurdity of his situation. Is there an even worse idea? The F1 race commenced, with Tony roaring onto the track amidst cheers, only to be interrupted moments later by a dark figure clad in armor rushing onto the scene. A blinding light erupted from his palm, aimed directly at the speeding race car of none other than Tony Stark. Boom. Ivan Vanko, having received funding from Chen Xi, certainly did not disappoint. He too had constructed an armored suit. The ground erupted as Tony struggled to escape from his vehicle, while Pepper immediately instructed Happy to bring the suitcase armor for support. Tony, please don't get hurt. Ivan Vanko laughed heartily at the sight of a beleaguered Tony. Tony, doesn't T-My arc reactor seem oddly familiar? Confused, Tony wondered why this arc reactor was not a Stark family exclusive. The audience, too, was bewildered. Wasn't Tony adamant that he was the sole possessor of such technology? The slap in the face came swiftly. Ha ha, Tony. Your father was a despicable thief. He stole my father's work and shamelessly claimed it as his own. The Stark family are thieves. As Tony stood in stunned silence, Ivan Vanko intensified his mockery, having waited for this day with palpable anticipation. Don't you understand? Villains perish by their own verbosity. Chen Xi thought, bemused by how easily these antagonists prattled on before committing their misdeeds. Ivan Vanko's outburst sent the entire venue into a frenzy, with the audience buzzing about this shocking revelation. At that moment, Happy arrived in a Rolls-Royce, tossing the suitcase armor into the fray. Little did he know, Ivan Vanko was determined to confront Tony directly, seeking to crush Iron Man before the eyes of the world to cement his legacy. As reality dictated, Tony's suitcase armor was indeed rather rudimentary, due to size constraints. It was equipped only with basic energy cannons and lacked Jarvis's support, rendering its defenses comparatively weak. After a few exchanges, Vanko sent Tony flying with a kick, triumphantly standing over him. Aren't you going to save him? He is your friend, Gwen whispered. Have you ever seen a protagonist without a halo? Chen Xi replied nonchalantly, just as a fiery figure appeared on the scene. This is the Marvel Universe, not merely a Marvel film. There are no heroes that vanish when another hero takes the spotlight. The Fantastic Four. The audience erupted into jubilant cheers, exclaiming that heroes cannot be vanquished by villains. The Human Torch, an ardent racing enthusiast, was bound to make an appearance, and soon the Invisible Woman, Susan, followed suit. The other two individuals showed no interest in such matters, while Susan was intent on keeping an eye on Pyro, ensuring that he did not cause any trouble. Gazing at the voluptuous and stunning Susan, a certain character's obsession with collecting seemed to resurface. Host, I advise you to tread carefully, if you manage to woo Susan. Won't that Franklin, who plays with the very fabric of the universe, come to settle scores with you? Chapter 55, The Hidden Woman of Collection Fetishes. The game's shocking release, the plan commences. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Xi naturally understood its implications. The illustrious Franklin, renowned as the mightiest mutant, could manipulate the universe as if merely playing a game. The system's message was unmistakable. If you were to win over his mother, would that not imply you aspired to become his father? The limits of tolerance had been crossed. If he truly succeeded in charming Susan, it would surely mean the end of his status as the most formidable mutant, regardless of the current timeline where Franklin had not yet been born. The future Franklin would undoubtedly sense the alteration in the timeline. After all, he could traverse time, and would he not travel back to eliminate Chen Xi? Yet, Chen Xi merely scoffed, dismissing the so-called strongest mutant. Just wait until I level up. You shall meet your demise. He urged Franklin to seek refuge in another universe. lest he face his wrath. He paid no heed to the system's warnings. He needed to ascertain Susan's age first, given the chaotic Marvel timeline. If she were already married, that would be a different story. From a vantage point, Pyro suddenly launched an attack, unleashing flames that surged toward Ivan Vanko. Mere trifles, Ivan sneered, dismissing Pyro's fire manipulation. Do you think just because you have rockets in your backside, you are impressive? However, as he attempted to evade, he collided with an invisible barrier, rebounding violently. The extreme heat of Pyro's flames, reaching 4,000 degrees, was far too much for Ivan's steel armor to endure, nearly incinerating him and severely damaging his suit with a single strike. Damn it, that's not how combat works. Ivan cursed furiously, his anger boiling over. What kind of skill is it to gang up on one? You need not worry about our unity. We, the Fantastic Four, are always a cohesive force. You could bring 100, but we shall remain 4. Pyro's taunts were not new, and Ivan was no match for him. Just as Pyro prepared to deliver a decisive blow, a shadowy figure emerged onto the scene. I suggest we refrain from overwhelming the outnumbered, as it would be quite embarrassing if word got out. Who are you to meddle in our affairs? Do you dare threaten me? Pyro glared coldly at the intruding Chen Xi, clearly recognizing him as the troublemaker. Threaten you? You speak with the bravado of a toad yawning. My friend, Chen Xi chuckled. Who am I? I am your father. How dare you? Pyro, already known for his volatile temper, abandoned Ivan and charged at Chen Xi. Observing this, Susan yelled, "Be careful. This man clearly does not mean well." Consumed by rage, Pyro disregarded her warning, prompting Susan to intervene. With a resounding crash, Chen Xi effortlessly shattered the force field Susan had constructed, and before Pyro could repeat his previous tactic, Chen Xi deftly evaded, delivering a punch that left Pyro with a black eye. Susan was taken aback. Is this man's head made of steel? Shouldn't you be hurrying away? Chen Xi shot a glare at Ivan Vanko, who, upon hearing his voice, quickly took flight in a panic. Susan attempted to halt him, but was seized by Chen Xi. Hey, you scoundrel! Susan exclaimed, instantly covering her modesty, her eyes blazing with indignation. What do you mean, hey? The consequences of disobedience are quite severe. Chen Xi retorted with a mischievous smirk. Let go of my sister. Pyro bellowed in fury, his patience now exhausted. With a swift motion, Chen Xi struck Pyro's other eye, achieving a symmetrical effect. Just as Susan prepared to protest, she saw Chen Xi raise his hand again, causing her to cover her mouth in fear. Don't hit him again. It's utterly humiliating. Precisely. Now, let me ask you something. Are you married to Reed Richards? Reed Richards? Susan paused, then burst into laughter, finding the description quite apt, for Reed did resemble a bit of a fool. No, we are merely colleagues. His wooden-headedness lacks any sense of romanticism. Excellent. Even if your future son traverses time to eliminate me, I shall still pursue you. Chen Xi whispered boldly into her ear. With that, he shot off into the air. Why linger to deal further damage to Pyro? That would yield little satisfaction. What nonsense is this about my future son? Susan muttered, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. Meanwhile, Tony, having narrowly escaped, wore a dazed expression. It dawned on him that the so-called arc reactor was not exclusive to his company. Pepper Potts, observing his disoriented state, hurried to comfort him, assuring him that regardless of the circumstances, she would always choose to forgive him. The F1 Carnival concluded amidst an eerie atmosphere. An explosive news spread across the globe, leading to a 10 plunge in Stark Industries stock. Yet, this was merely a minor hiccup, as they were soon shaken by another announcement. After a month-long internal testing phase, Cybertron Technologies proudly announced the launch of a virtual reality game akin to Mechanical Ascension, offering an immersive experience in wielding superpowers to save the world. Future expansions promised entirely new quests inspired by blockbuster films such as The Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, Twilight, and even Eastern-themed adventures like Journey to the West, Yunnan Insect Valley, and more. This announcement ignited a frenzy among fans worldwide, as these films had captured the hearts of countless viewers, prompting repeated viewings. The prospect of stepping into the role of a protagonist and experiencing the epic grandeur of cinematic universes firsthand, the world was left in awe by Chen Xi's grand vision, as billions were left speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this groundbreaking creation. As the age of technological explosion dawned, in line with the game's promotional narrative, Chen Xi invited numerous celebrities, renowned gaming streamers, and notable game developers to experience the game. With a mix of skepticism and excitement, they tried it out, leading to immediate orders for the top-tier gaming pods, with companies clamoring for partnerships. Countless individuals worldwide eagerly anticipated this release, as waves of promotional videos rolled out. featuring global recommendations from celebrities and influencers alike. Did you catch the strategy guide today? Hey, buddy, did you manage to snag the gaming headset? I heard there are numerous races in the game, but it seems the mutants are the most powerful. In every corner, from streets to classrooms, dormitories to dining halls, nearly every place where people gathered buzzed with discussions about the impending open beta of Mechanical Ascension. The youthful populace of the world was ignited with enthusiasm. Even those in their 40s yearned to relive their youth. The long-awaited plan has finally commenced. Chapter 56, the global premiere. A phrase meant to protect humanity brings tears to film enthusiasts around the world. March 1st. This day has been eagerly anticipated by countless individuals. As the Mechanical Ascension virtual reality game and film simultaneously debut, should one watch the film first or engage in the game? Such a dilemma. A dilemma that is almost excruciating. The vast majority of gamers opt to experience the game first, having long been tantalized by the prospect of playing. Meanwhile, those of an older generation ultimately choose to watch the film. Their enthusiasm for gaming pales in comparison to their passion for cinema. As the film's promotional material suggests, the world inhabited by the protagonist is a future realm where robots have become indispensable companions in human life, providing myriad services. Tasks such as grocery shopping, cooking, laundry, childcare, dog walking, and parcel delivery can all be entrusted to robots. Humanity can scarcely envision a life devoid of their mechanical aids. In this highly developed world, humans are liberated to indulge in leisure, free from disease and poverty, and even venturing into the solar system. Such an advanced society ignites boundless yearning in the hearts of countless viewers. Indeed, this world resembles an Eden. With technological prosperity flourishing, lifespans have significantly extended, with individuals achieving the remarkable longevity of 200 years. Longevity genes, super serums, interstellar travel. Yet, lurking behind this facade lies a grave crisis. The incessant evolution of robots has culminated in the awakening of an AI core endowed with consciousness. Protect humanity. How can it better safeguard humanity? By treating humans as domesticated creatures. The self-evolving AI paints a vivid picture of a virtual world filled with wonders, a realm more exhilarating than the outside world. In an instant, one can traverse the solar system, even constructing their own worlds, becoming rulers of their own domains. Freed from the constraints of corporeal existence, they can directly transfer their consciousness into mechanical vessels, thereby attaining what is akin to immortality. Such temptation leads the overwhelming majority to forsake their human forms, uploading their consciousness into the AI world. However, the protagonist, Xiao He, harbors deep skepticism towards the AI. If humanity were to enter the AI realm, would they not become the subservient slaves of their creations? As time progresses, the latest robots are all of the newest models, autonomously produced by the AI core, boasting strength, agility, and firepower far surpassing their predecessors. Moreover, they are affordably priced, allowing for exchanges with outdated robots. Those robots beyond the AI's control are incited by the core to be sent into containers, destined for incineration. Thus, humanity loses its last vestige of protection, discarding their final trump card. While the AI core finally unleashes its ultimate ambition, it begins a relentless pursuit of the remaining humans, who now grasp the gravity of their predicament. Yet, the vast majority of them are ordinary individuals, and even the affluent, despite injecting super serums, are no match for the oncoming tide. Naturally, Xiao He becomes a target of capture, but the protagonist's aura is not so easily subdued. As the most formidable Xiao he possesses immense strength, agility, and even the ability to manipulate flames and fly. As they fend off wave after wave of robots, they are astounded to discover that they have been engulfed by a veritable ocean of machines. Millions of robotic soldiers, under the AI's control, encircle them in a graveyard of mechanical carcasses. These robots are on the brink of being incinerated, their once innocent eyes pleading for salvation in the darkness, yearning for humans to rescue them. Esteemed humans, are you here to take us away? I miss my master. Can you take us to see him one last time? Countless robots inquire with hopeful anticipation. Upon hearing such words, audiences are moved to tears, as these machines make no resistance at the moment of their destruction, for they would never harm humanity. Within the cold, antiquated bodies of those robots lie countless sincere souls. Xiao He sighs, recognizing that their own survival is at stake. Just then, the robots controlled by the AI core arrive at this graveyard, a relentless tide of steel rushing towards Xiao He. At this moment, countless spectators hold their breath, unable to fathom how the protagonist and his companions might elude disaster. The tense atmosphere renders the cinema utterly silent. And then, in a thunderous roar, the old robots, seemingly reactivated, charge fearlessly towards the new robotic army. The two torrents of steel collide amidst the night. The endearingly comical and benevolent old robots stand resolute. This scene moves many to tears, and even the most stoic among them find their vision blurred. The aging robots, predominantly household helpers, stand little chance against the new models. The newer robots obliterate them with ease, single strikes rendering them to fragments, leading to a massacre, a one-sided slaughter. Protect humanity! Protect humanity! Protect humanity! Countless cries echo among them, incessantly repeating this command engraved in their very existence. The old robots do not retreat an inch, even knowing their fate. They still charge headlong into the fray, forever steadfast in their resolve to protect humanity, fully aware that their purpose is to safeguard humankind. The sound of weeping reverberates throughout cinemas worldwide, as countless patrons are reduced to tears, with even the most fervent of men rising to roar for them to stand firm. Amidst the selfless sacrifice of billions of old robots, the protagonist and his companions finally break through the encirclement, braving countless perils to reach the control room of the AI core. With a resounding crash, the edifice housing the AI core is reduced to ruins. Good. Well done. Humanity is invincible. Humanity will prevail. Tears of joy flow as the victory is finally realized. Across the globe, cinemas erupt in a cacophony of cheers and applause, having contained their emotions for an entire night. In this moment, all pent-up anguish and sorrow find release. The world rejoices. For humanity has emerged as the ultimate victor. But has the AI core truly been vanquished? Just as Ultron was not genuinely destroyed by the Avengers, so too remains the question of whether the AI core has been eradicated. The film undoubtedly achieves monumental success, with Chen Xi returning after nearly a year of silence, striking a resounding blow to countless skeptics. As the movie garners acclaim, many eagerly anticipate embodying the protagonist to confront the AI core that seeks to dominate humanity. Witnessing such success, Charles is further convinced that Chen Xi can successfully alter public perception of mutants. Consequently, he dispatches more mutants to serve as superheroes combating crime, and indeed, the reputation of mutants rises to prominence. However, calamity often lurks where fortune resides, and fortune may conceal impending peril. Danger is gradually encroaching. Chapter 57. The Polarization of Mutants, where contradictions can no longer be reconciled. Wanda, recently preoccupied, has noticeably slimmed down, her once cherubic face now bearing a touch of maturity and elegance. The gentle and warm breeze of spring carries with it a touch of tenderness, perhaps embodying the very essence of being bathed in the invigorating winds of the season. Hand in hand, the couple savors their precious moments together, resembling any ordinary lovers. In the park, numerous couples and married pairs like them revel in the rare leisure. For in this fast-paced era, relaxation is an essential respite. Amidst the discussions surrounding mechanical ascension, Wanda gazes at the man beside her with eyes filled with admiration. This truly exemplifies the adage, silence may be golden, but when one chooses to speak, it can be utterly astounding. Don't move. Hand over your money. Yet, there are always foolish interlopers who disrupt their serene mood. Robbery is, after all, a common occurrence in the realm of the old and weary. Approaching them are two ruffians, wielding their knives with a disconcerting ease, evidently well-versed in their craft. Are you sure you want to rob us? Perhaps acquiring a firearm would be more prudent. Isn't relying on a knife somewhat outdated? Chen Xi squints, chuckling as he jests. In this era, brandishing a knife for robbery? With everyone possessing a handgun. Are you not afraid that someone might just shoot you down for your audacity? Enough of your nonsense. Believe it or not, I'll send you to the underworld with my blade. The leader of the ruffians, a belligerent man, scowls angrily. To their astonishment, the couple not only remains unafraid but appears somewhat exhilarated. I'll take this one, Wanda exclaims, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ever since she injected herself with the perfected T-virus serum months ago, she has not only undergone a remarkable transformation in physical prowess, but also awakened psychic abilities. However, she harbors little interest in chivalry. Her companion, Gwen, is far more impulsive. Yet, with such foolishness presented before her, how could she resist the temptation to indulge? Go ahead. Practice your skills. Chen Xi smiles, knowing full well that Wanda's abilities render these petty thugs utterly insignificant, unworthy even of a mere second-tier mutant. That brat looks down on us. The thugs roar in indignation, utterly infuriated that a woman would dare to confront them. Just as they charge at Chen Xi with their knives, a spirited youth, no older than 17 or 18, bursts onto the scene. Stop! The ruffians are momentarily taken aback. What is this madness? Where do all these fearless fools come from? F. Kid, you choose the path to heaven yet forsake it, and now you dare to come to hell? Hand over your money. The knife-wielding thug laughs mockingly. Robbing one person is one thing. Robbing two is merely doubling the fun. However, to their surprise, this local youth is equally reckless, exuberantly shouting something about the indomitable warrior's secret technique. The scene descends into an awkward silence. Is this person not a bit deranged? F. The surrounding onlookers are equally stunned, then witness the boy charge forth with fervor. Watch out! The crowd gasps, astonished that he would rush towards the knife wielders. Yet, it is too late. Die! The ferocious thug lunges forward, plunging his knife, only to find himself grievously wounded. He stares wide-eyed in disbelief at the local youth, questioning whether his weapon is enchanted. F. I curse you. The youth retaliates with a swift kick, sending the thug flying. What madness is this? I see now. A voice among the onlookers exclaims loudly. He is referencing a skill from a video game. Instantly, the crowd comprehends. Oh, a gaming addict. No wonder he acts so ridiculously. Serious injuries and murder are worlds apart, so the ruffian refrains from delivering a fatal blow. Instead, posturing grandly before the astonished spectators. What are you looking at? Get lost. Get lost. With your pathetic selves? Another ruffian emerges from the crowd. Chen Xi muses that soon enough, the entire universe will be filled with such fools. The newcomer, like a gust of wind, dashes to confront the previous thug, delivering a lightning-fast punch to his gut. Thud. The punch leaves the thug momentarily dazed, his eyes bulging in shock. Huh, why aren't you vomiting? The mutant thug queries, perplexed, as it is customary for such a blow to elicit such a response. F. The thug collapses to the ground, nearly brought to tears by the absurdity of the situation, his psyche and body both crumbling under the weight of reality. I haven't eaten in 3 days. What do you think led me to rob with a knife? I'd rather have a gun. The crowd, stunned for just a moment, erupts into cheers. Dude, that's impressive. Cool, man. This speed is like lightning. The mutant thug squints, soaking in the adulation and applause, as if he has reached the pinnacle of existence. In the past, he would never have dared to reveal himself so openly in public. All of this glory has been bestowed upon them by that man. What unfolds here is merely a trivial microcosm. Over the following days, thousands of mutants begin to emerge globally, highlighting the vastness of the mutant community. Everything is progressing as Chen Xi anticipated. They bask in endless applause and admiration, seizing more resources, be it women, wealth, or status. The nature of women inclines them to revere the strong, leading to ordinary men losing their girlfriends effortlessly, while their own status rises significantly. Conversely, a large population of lower-tier mutants finds themselves relegated to the sewers. As is well known, mutants are classified into alpha, beta, gamma, delta, and epsilon, with omega being a unique category seldom assessed. This tier transcends mere mutation. They are akin to deities. According to the established hierarchy, epsilon-level mutants represent the most unfortunate category. With significant flaws or monstrous appearances, they struggle to integrate into society, facing immense challenges in life, and their abilities are often limited. This tier comprises around 20 mutants, not many. Yet within the million-strong mutant population, they still amount to hundreds of thousands. Delta mutants are considered the mainstream, possessing slightly superior abilities compared to the weakest epsilon mutants. Making up approximately half of the mutant population, they can seamlessly hide their identities and integrate into society, unlike the first-tier mutants who scuttle like rats in the sewers. Most mutants are children, making their plight even more dire. The weak among them are indistinguishable from ordinary people, and in many cases, their mutations render them inferior. They scavenge through garbage bins, competing with stray dogs and cats for sustenance. However, the hardships they endure foster an unbreakable bond, as older mutant children care for the younger ones. As for the other mutants, the divide begins with the gamma level of third-tier mutants. Unbeknownst to them, several months have passed, and under Chen Xi's multifaceted influence, the rift between ordinary humans and mutants has reached an irreconcilable point. The entire world resembles a powder keg, filled to the brim with explosives, where the slightest spark could unleash a cataclysmic upheaval. Chapter 58. The irrepressible conflict erupts, forcing the introduction of the Mutant Registration Act. The Western notion of fairness has been trumpeted for centuries, yet it is evident that their civilization has existed for merely a fraction of that time. When the delicate balance is shattered, what then? You and your friend George are both ordinary individuals, having lived your lives as the epitome of normalcy. However, today you suddenly realize that George has transformed into someone remarkably different. He exudes an unusual confidence, even abandoning the virtual reality games you both once relished. After persistent inquiries, he reveals that he has awakened the extraordinary ability to phase through walls, while you remain unremarkable, relegated to dominating in the virtual realm. Watching George's receding figure, you are left in a state of confusion, for once outside the game, you are merely an ordinary and mediocre individual. A seed of envy, the original sin, slowly takes root within you. Observing the self-assured George ignites within you a fierce desire for destruction. The Council and the White House are not oblivious. They perceive the undercurrents swirling beneath the facade of peace, and they are astounded by the sheer strength of the mutant populace. They are all too aware of the staggering number of mutants, a force potent enough to overturn the status quo. Had it not been for the efforts of that screenwriter, they would still be oblivious to the formidable power hidden in the shadows. Consequently, they are compelled to reconvene, with discussions of the previously shelved Mutant Registration Act resurfacing. For no one would allow a threat to their standing to persist. Ladies and gentlemen, I seek your thoughts. In the smoke-filled conference room, silence envelopes the attendees as they ponder their own agendas, until Senator Kelly taps the table and speaks in a low voice. Recently, he has been quite active, and the seasoned politicians present are not blind. They are aware of his ambitions. Many senators exchange glances, remaining mute, each with their own calculations. Some covertly funding numerous mutant teams to serve their interests. They simultaneously harbor both admiration and fear for the mutants' diverse abilities. Such sharp blades are not easily relinquished. Observing the silence, Senator Kelly smirks disdainfully and continues, I comprehend your apprehensions, yet I assure you that the mutants will comply. And whether or not they register is merely a matter of our directive. His words lay bare the unspoken truths. He understands their concerns completely. At this moment, a curious middle-aged baldy gazes at him, questioning whether Senator Kelly possesses some hidden trump card. Surely, the mutants would not simply acquiesce to this so-called registration act. The others also turn to him, for they have long refrained from provoking mutant resistance, as none wish to meet a mysterious demise. I have already established contact with Iron Man, Tony Stark, as well as the individual who previously attacked him. Through my mediation, they have reconciled and are now collaborating on the development of armored suits. Soon, any mutant gene can be detected by Iron Man, Senator Kelly assures them with unwavering confidence. Having promised Tony a series of benefits, as he has recently discovered a new element from the city model left by his father, Howard Stark. At this moment, Tony's confidence swells. Unburdened by the impending alien invasion, he feels reborn and believes he must undertake monumental endeavors to justify his second chance at life. He views fulfilling his father Howard's legacy as of utmost importance. As for Ivan Vanko, Senator Kelly merely persuaded him. It was Ivan who, under Chen Xi's guidance, discreetly agreed to collaborate with Tony and Kelly. Yet, have you considered the possibility of encountering someone as formidable as Magneto? Are you certain Iron Man can contend with him? An elderly gentleman with white hair suddenly inquires in a grave tone. Mr. Murdoch, you are indeed aware of Magneto, but how many have you actually encountered? Senator Kelly calmly replies. The vast majority of mutants possess merely peculiar or even trivial abilities. Truly powerful mutants are as rare as giant pandas. If there were any mutants as strong as Magneto, do you think they would elude our notice? The strong do not relish obscurity. The others seem to agree with this reasoning. As long as they do not interfere with their own mutants, they are free to act as they wish. Thus, the seasoned politicians unanimously agree to revisit the Mutant Registration Act, commencing with a public opinion poll. Meanwhile, those mutants with noteworthy powers are blissfully unaware that a conspiracy is silently unfolding. Chen Xi gazes upon Wanda and Gwen, who resemble playful kittens, unable to suppress a gentle smile. He never anticipated that his nefarious schemes would materialize so swiftly. Indeed, a man must possess flair, and of course, 2 indomitable kidneys, lest he be scorned and despised. Observing Wanda, who stands with her back turned to him, Chen Xi's lips curl into a mischievous smile. Wanda, today your husband shall impart a lesson to you. Never turn your back on an enemy. Chen Xi whispers into Wanda's ear, who, in her dazed state, fails to comprehend his words and merely mumbles, You're insufferable. You have no idea how tired I truly am. You brute. In the next moment, a surge of energy overwhelms her, and Wanda, now alert, instinctively pushes back against Chen Xi. But alas, her meager strength proves futile, and within minutes, she collapses into a heap. After the sun has risen high, Chen Xi leaves the two to rest and leisurely basks in the sunlight outside. Host, Chen Xi. Age, 25, this universe. Faction, the perpetual trickster. Companions, the unawakened Scarlet Witch Wanda, the Terminator, the enclosed, Spider-Gwen, Jean Grey. Physique, bronze Superman, silver Superman awaiting unlock. Strength, 126, 560 tons. Speed, 120 Mach. Abilities, steel body, bioforce field, heat vision, telekinesis, flight, X-ray vision. Other abilities awaiting awakening. Justice points, 375,000. After reviewing his attributes, he revels in the explosive power he possesses. Ah, women indeed affect the speed at which I draw my sword. He sighs, lamenting how he has succumbed to indulgence, neglecting the nighttime escapades under the sun and space. While he squints in the sun, Jean Grey unexpectedly arrives. Her demeanor grave as she delivers troubling news. The Mutant Registration Act has resurfaced, and the results of the public opinion poll are overwhelmingly unfavorable. It's simply disastrous. Chapter 59. The initial collision of Phoenix Force and Chaos Force. The Council's decision to revisit this matter was unavoidable. After all, it signifies a war between two races. To seek a peaceful resolution is but a fool's errand. Much like the Neanderthal extinction at the hands of Homo sapiens, if mutants exist, conflict is inevitable. Bloodshed and sacrifice cannot be avoided, and Chen Xi merely smiles faintly at this reality. So, you believe harmony can be shattered so easily? Indeed. I have just sensed a slight shift. The honeymoon phase has not yet passed, and tensions are already mounting. In her tone, Jean Grey revealed a profound sense of despondency. She could not fathom why the mere pursuit of a modicum of power had to be fraught with such peril. Chen Xi raised his hand to gently squeeze her small fingers, offering a soft smile. From this moment onward, you need not concern yourself with anything. Assistance will manifest to resolve all matters. The war has already commenced. Jean unexpectedly lifted her gaze to Chen Xi, greeted by his serene and confident smile. As if everything was well within his control, Chen Xi's smile seemed imbued with a certain magic, causing Jean's feelings of uncertainty and anxiety to dissipate. With eager anticipation, she looked at him, her voice barely a whisper. Is everything you say truly so? But isn't war synonymous with bloodshed? Bloodshed and sacrifice are unavoidable truths. A single strike may prevent 100, Chen Xi replied calmly, his gaze unwavering. Jean paused, momentarily taken aback. Though she did not recognize the origin of the phrase, she was nonetheless struck by the conviction it conveyed. What immense courage and determination it required. Are you referring to Magneto? Will he ally with the mutants? The name Magneto was the only one that came to her mind. Others eluded her thoughts. He was a figure of radicalism, an idol in the hearts of countless mutants, always at the forefront of rebellion. Perhaps, Chen Xi smiled enigmatically, but Magneto's fists are still somewhat soft. If his resolve were truly unyielding, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Mutants would not be scurrying like rats in the sewers. At that moment, Wanda emerged from the house, drawn by the sounds of conversation in the garden. Upon seeing Jean Grey, an unbidden crimson glow emanated uncontrollably from her being. Simultaneously, a golden-red aura enveloped Jean, shielding her. Thus, the powers of chaos and the Phoenix, destined adversaries, encountered each other without warning. In mere moments, the surroundings began to warp under the influence of their powers. Even the fabric of space itself appeared to crack. The flora of the little garden could not withstand the disturbance, succumbing to annihilation, with even the shrubs beginning to decompose. Such terrifying power. Just for casting a fleeting glance amidst the crowd, it seemed that they were now entangled in an unending conflict. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Xi hurriedly positioned himself between the two women, deftly deflecting their colliding energies to prevent destruction of his little cottage. A thunderous boom resounded, reverberating through the air as both women were thrust backward by the backlash of their powers, awakening from their peculiar state. Chen Xi silently thanked his fortune. Had both awakened their respective powers, the Earth would have faced dire consequences. Both the Phoenix and Chaos powers lay dormant within them, merely awaiting a fateful encounter to awaken. Their sudden stirrings were simply a precaution, ensuring their bearers did not suffer harm. However, due to Chen Xi's forceful intervention, the entities sensed no hostility from one another and subsequently retreated. As the two women, now alert, stared incredulously at each other, their expressions mirrored disbelief. What the heck? What just happened? Was I completely unable to control my body moments ago? Wanda exclaimed in shock, casting a bewildered glance at Chen Xi, clearly rattled. Meanwhile, far away in Kamartaj, Ancient One suddenly jolted awake from her meditative state, drenched in sweat. Since becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, nothing had ever startled her to such an extent. Yet, just moments ago, the timeline had unraveled. All predetermined outcomes were now shrouded in mist, rendering her unable to glimpse a clear future. What on earth had transpired? The future of the multiverse had become obscured. Ancient One, in disbelief, murmured to herself, her usually calm demeanor now fraught with incredulity. She skeptically re-engaged the time stone to investigate the timeline, but discovered nothing anew. Thus, only one conclusion remained. Someone who should not have appeared had disrupted everything, and she was utterly oblivious to their identity. It's nothing significant. Both you and Jean harbor unimaginable power within your bodies. Your emergence has merely awakened them prematurely. Chen Xi casually explained. What power? What connection do I share with her? Jean inquired, her curiosity piqued. The phoenix power within her was unparalleled, granting her foresight into imminent or potential events. This matter is rather intricate, and I comprehend only fragments. In essence, you both possess the strongest powers from across the multiverse. If one were to draw a comparison, these two forces are in a delicate balance, akin to the principles illustrated in the Taiji diagram. Jean, your power is incomplete, while Wanda's is somewhat unruly. That is the primary distinction. Chen Xi offered a simplified explanation, aware that the complexities of the situation eluded him, leaving him to wonder what had caused this unexpected turmoil. Both Jean and Wanda listened, thoroughly perplexed. Could it be that he understood them better than they understood themselves? However, their curiosity was now piqued. Jean was aware of her latent strength, but had never truly awakened it, while Wanda remained utterly in the dark. Thus, they pressed Chen Xi for a thorough explanation of their powers. Unable to evade the inquiry, Chen Xi recounted what he knew of the Phoenix and Chaos forces, detailing their abilities to manipulate time, space, reality, and even erase entire universes, traversing infinite multiverses in combat. The revelations left them dumbfounded. Are we truly as formidable as you claim? You make it sound as though you're deceiving us. Damn it, this scoundrel has begun his lies again. Can you not go a single day without fabricating tales? The two women simultaneously pinched him playfully, letting out a huff before retreating to converse amongst themselves, their camaraderie tinged with a hint of mischief. Meanwhile, Kelly was fervently promoting the Mutant Registration Act, unaware that Magneto had already taken action. The early bird catches the worm. If you intend to vehemently oppose mutants, very well. Let me turn you into one. Poor Kelly found himself transformed into a test subject by Magneto, and the experiment yielded surprisingly successful results. Chapter 60. All becomes a game of chess. The X-Men saga embarks on a fresh narrative. Chen Xi sat at the table with Wanda and the others, genuinely engaged in a game of poker, embodying the essence of a patient fisherman. The tumult of the outside world seemed to have no bearing on him. He had retained Jean for a reason. This was a matter she could not partake in, as he had his own designs. Having escaped Magneto's lair, Kelly found himself washed ashore, greeted by the bewildered gazes of onlookers. Isn't that Senator Kelly? Does he have such peculiar predilections? The upper echelons of society reveled in gossip, speculating whether his scandalous behavior would land him in the tabloids. Are you Senator Kelly? Such a unique character. People laughed loudly, oblivious to his identity. Kelly, disregarding their remarks, was solely focused on seeking help at the mutant school, desperate to avoid becoming a mutant himself. In a panic, Senator Kelly hastily donned the clothing of beachgoers before catching a cab straight to the mutant school. Meanwhile, Wolverine at the mutant school was preparing to leave in search of his love-struck little troublemaker, who had been captured by Magneto. Storm hurried downstairs to call out to him, only to be met with a brusque retort from Logan. Stay and join your team? Become a so-called X-Man? What do you think you are? You're merely mutants. The entire world despises and fears you, yet you squander your time protecting them. A war is looming. Which side do you choose? After delivering his words, Wolverine turned to leave, but as he opened the door, he encountered a disheartened Kelly. I need to find Dr. Jean Grey. Kelly was straightforward, stating his intent to seek Jean Grey for treatment. Unfortunately, Jean was not present, and Charles, who received him, had gleaned Magneto's plans from Kelly's mind. That machine would emit radiation to transform ordinary humans, but this transformation would not occur naturally. Kelly's body was rejecting this transformation, and his cells began to deteriorate almost immediately. Hank McCoy conveyed the testing information to everyone. Does that affect mutants? Cyclops inquired with concern. Currently, it has no effect, Hank replied, but Charles interjected. Yet I worry that this radiation could cause widespread harm to ordinary people. Then why are they capturing Jubilee? Wolverine asked, bewildered, and the others were equally confused. At that moment, Hank suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. Professor, that machine extracts energy from Magneto, weakening him, correct? Hank queried. Yes, to be precise. It nearly cost him his life. Then everything makes sense. They are capturing Jubilee to supply energy to the machine. Hank's words caused Charles' expression to change dramatically. I must hurry to find her location. In the cerebral chamber, just as Charles donned the cerebral amplifier, He was incapacitated by a neurotoxin that Mystique had planted in advance. Master, Charles has been ambushed by Mystique. Chen Xi also received a report from Red Queen, a smirk of amusement creeping onto his lips. Now this is getting interesting. Following the original plotline, Jean Grey would undoubtedly forcefully use the amplifier, which would inflict significant harm on her psyche, an occurrence he could not tolerate. Is the mutant school in disarray now? Indeed, with Charles down, they have lost their anchor, floundering like headless flies. By the way, all the calls made to Jean Grey have been intercepted by me, ensuring they cannot reach her. The efficiency of Red Queen needed no further elaboration. Such an advanced artificial intelligence differed from humans only in lacking a soul. All right, release the information stating that Magneto will deploy a gene radiation device at the Statue of Liberty to transform the leaders attending the multinational conference into mutants. Chen Xi remarked with a faint smile. Understood. Red Queen immediately complied. Chen Xi looked up at the clear night sky in the distance and smiled. How can we stoke the flames without pouring some gasoline? Thus, the war was about to commence. He knew that humanity possessed too many trump cards. But did he not have any of his own? Iron Man, Captain America, Captain Marvel, the Ancient One, Odin. He had Magneto, Apocalypse, the Brotherhood, Jean Grey, and Wanda. With the world as his chessboard, he aspired to be the one controlling the pieces, paving his path to divinity with the lives of countless beings. A general success is built upon the bones of the fallen. Death is merely the fate of the cannon fodder. He never considered himself a hero. If one does not act for oneself, the heavens will bring about their doom. S.H.I.E.L.D. was the first to receive the news. Although Nick Fury was uncertain of the veracity of this information, he preferred to err on the side of caution. They convened an immediate meeting. Gentlemen, I have received word that Magneto intends to use a radiation device to mutate ordinary people, targeting the leaders at tonight's multinational conference. Nick Fury stated with calm seriousness. The room erupted in a buzz of discussion upon hearing this. The reasons were all too evident. What? Magneto is researching a radiation machine? Is this a joke? Hawkeye Barton was the first to break into laughter, well aware of Magneto's upbringing in a concentration camp, rendering him practically illiterate. Is this news even credible, Director? Hill also expressed skepticism, questioning if they were being mocked. Regardless, we cannot afford to be careless with any news involving Magneto. We must prepare, better safe than sorry, right? Nick Fury asserted, tapping the table decisively. Seeing this, the others ceased their chatter. Nick Fury's caution was renowned, as he was so cunning that even he did not trust himself, leaving no stone unturned in his investigations. Not only S.H.I.E.L.D., but also the military, the Fantastic Four, and Tony Stark received word of Magneto's impending actions. Unbeknownst to all, unseen hands were manipulating everything from the shadows, turning them into mere pawns. Magneto gazed at the Statue of Liberty from the ferry, reflecting, I first saw her in 1949, when America sought to become a nation of tolerance and peace. Jubilee, in no mood to listen to his ramblings, stared at the lifeless body on the ground, nearly paralyzed with fear, resembling a startled rabbit as she looked at Magneto. Will you kill me? Yes, Magneto replied flatly. Why? Despite knowing the answer, she could not suppress her fear and questioned defiantly. Because there is no such thing as a nation of tolerance, no peace, nowhere at all. After tonight, the world's elite will become like us. They will come to us as brothers. Our cause will become theirs, and your sacrifice will ensure our survival. Magneto's voice rang out, unwavering and fervent, akin to a zealot, leaving Jubilee too terrified to utter a word. Unlike the portrayal in the films, this time their lineup was exceptionally formidable. Magneto had made thorough preparations. The White Queen, Quicksilver, Gambit, Blob, Sabretooth, and Mystique, among others, formed a lavish ensemble, leaving the outcome of the impending confrontation shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 61, Annihilation of the X-Men. Here lies the Ultimate Universe, 1610. The multinational conference venue was ablaze with lights, teeming with distinguished figures, all engaging in jovial conversation with glasses in hand. At that moment, several vehicles bearing the S.H.I.E.L.D. insignia abruptly halted near the venue. Led by Hill, the venue's security instantly heightened their alertness, but upon Hill displaying her credentials, they swiftly cleared a path. Hill's keen gaze quickly scanned the crowd until she located the foreign minister, quietly approaching his side. Mr. Amless, please urgently escort the guests to safety. We have received reliable information that the mutant leader Magneto is plotting something. Mr. Amless, recognizing Hill, looked at her in astonishment, clearly shocked by her words. Ms. Hill, do you realize that the guests present today are of utmost importance? I do, But there is no but. Amlis interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Since you acknowledge the significance of today's gala, then how can we flee in disorder because of a mere mutant? What would that say about America's dignity? I believe that a mere mutant should not compel us to concede, and I trust you can stop him. Amlis spoke softly, asserting that he could never bring himself to disgrace himself before the entire world. However, Hill sought to offer an explanation, yet the individual had long since departed, leaving her to stare blankly. Nick Fury, upon receiving news from this end, slammed his palm on the table, his face darkened with anger. Damn pride. When you all meet Satan, then you can preserve your dignity. When will these arrogant Americans ever confront their own shortcomings? Damn it. Coulson, Natasha, Barton, lead the agents in a direct assault. Should you meet an unfortunate fate, I shall obliterate the Statue of Liberty with a missile. After 2.5 minutes of contemplation, Nick Fury issued his command in a cold and grim tone. At this juncture, he was prepared to go down in flames. At that moment, he intended to eradicate these mutants in one fell swoop. Director, have you gone mad? Coulson's scalp prickled with fear, cold sweat breaking out involuntarily. He believed Nick Fury had lost his sanity. Destroy the Statue of Liberty? It embodies the glory of America. It is the very symbol of the United States on the world stage. The others shared his sentiment, questioning Fury's sanity. How could he utter such blasphemous words? Execute the order. Nick Fury wearily waved his hand, unwilling and unable to offer explanations. Was pride truly so paramount? This dark-hearted, cunning old fox of a spy cared little for appearances, focusing instead on gains and losses. Within the Statue of Liberty, a small model of the statue opened its serpent-like eyes. The X-Men had also received word. As they entered the interior of the Statue of Liberty, they found themselves under surveillance. Someone is here. Wolverine Logan sniffed the air, speaking with a serious tone. Where? I don't know. Stay alert. Wolverine, acutely aware of his surroundings, followed the faint trace of his adversary. Meanwhile, the others cautiously scanned their surroundings when, at that moment, the recently departed Wolverine returned. What is going on? Cyclops called out from a distance. I know someone is here, but I can't pinpoint their exact location, Wolverine replied as he walked, while in the shadows. A figure was poised to ambush him. Just as the situation became critical, the real Wolverine charged in from afar, engaging in a fierce altercation with the imposter. Cyclops and the others were bewildered. How could there be two Wolverines? Who was the real one? In a moment of urgency, Wolverine decided to close the exhibition hall doors, intending to confront this doppelganger alone. Cyclops and the others understood his intent and allowed him to handle it, continuing their mission to rescue the mischievous one. The false Wolverine was none other than Mystique in disguise, but alas, she was merely a poor imitation. Her sharp claws were swiftly severed by the true adamantium ones during their clash. Wolverine, in a frenzy, sought out Mystique, who had been hiding behind a wall. The ferocious Wolverine unleashed a flurry of strikes against the wall, which crumbled like paper before his adamantium claws. Mystique dodged and weaved to buy time, confident she could outlast them without fear. On the other side, Cyclops, Storm, Colossus, Beast Hank, and the others found themselves in dire straits. Not to mention the Red Tank and White Queen. Even the lowly Toad could take advantage of their unpreparedness and wreak havoc upon them. Chen Xi, observing from the shadows, shook his head in disbelief. These misfits are indeed as ineffectual as depicted in the films. Relying on them to achieve anything is futile. They are nothing without the protagonist's halo. The mutants had grown far too comfortable, unable to even unleash a fraction of their true potential. These individuals were merely flexing their authority over common criminals. Against seasoned mutants, they faced total annihilation, much like Charles and Magneto in their youth, easily vanquished by the Black Queen. Meanwhile, Wolverine was being thoroughly overpowered by Mystique. His combat prowess was woefully inadequate, leaving him at her mercy until he finally managed to stab her, who had attempted to transform into Storm for a sneak attack. The real Storm, intent on showcasing her powers, was swiftly subdued by the White Queen's mental control, collapsing into a daze. While Colossus and Beast were toyed with by Toad before being captured and mercilessly pummeled by the Red Tank. Well then, Colossus has become a little steel, and Beast has turned into a pet. Without Jean Grey and Charles, the White Queen's telepathy had become an invincible force. Cyclops, witnessing this, wasted no time activating his glasses to unleash a laser beam attack, but alas, it was only a fleeting moment before the Red Devil struck him down with a swift blow. Pathetic. Is this what Charles has cultivated as elite mutants? So easily dispatched. The Red Devil, clad in a suit, shrugged dismissively at the subdued mutants, his words rendering Storm and the others utterly humiliated. It's been quite a while, Emma. All these years, You remain as beautiful and elegant as ever. After his jibes at the X-Men, the Red Devil approached the White Queen with a playful grin. For in terms of beauty, she overshadowed most. Stop making me sick. I'm only 27 this year, you know. Get lost. The White Queen retorted with a huff. Well aware that the Red Devil had lived for thousands of years, this ancient trickster trying to woo her. Chen Xi was astonished. Could this truly be the ultimate universe? No wonder everything diverged from his expectations. The ultimate universe encompassed well-known superheroes and teams such as Spider-Man, the X-Men, the Avengers, and the Fantastic Four. It liberated these major comic franchises from their chaotic original versions, providing fresh origins for the stories. Another notable difference was that the characters were younger than their original counterparts, completely reconstructing the narratives of the 60s and 70s, essentially a rehash of the established lore. This new universe was designated as the Ultimate Universe, numbered 1610. Chapter 62, The Symbiote of Arson and Murder, Deliverance by Chen. Yet at this moment, he was unconcerned with the implications of lore. He was indifferent to which universe this was. Everything would change because of him, as wherever he found himself would be a brand new world. Just then, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived by speedboat at the base of the Statue of Liberty, a formidable force of over 100 individuals preparing to storm the interior. Armed with the most advanced energy weapons, a faction charged boldly into the heart of the statue. This was technology the Red Skull had toyed with half a century prior. S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly had no reason to lack such advancements, particularly since Dr. Zola was secretly working for them, along with Howard. Their singular objective was clear. Mutants were to be exterminated without exception. Nick Fury was convinced that the mutants could not withstand the onslaught of energy weapons. These would reduce them to mere dust. Damn it, unrelenting spirits. Wolverine had just dispatched Mystique when he was nearly struck down by an uncountable barrage of energy beams. But his wolf-like instincts alerted him to the danger, enabling him to evade the onslaught. These agents were indeed formidable, nearly cooking Wolverine alive, as if preparing a roast wolf. The commotion below awakened the Brotherhood. The White Queen immediately closed her eyes to probe, her formidable mental prowess quickly revealing a throng of people below. Be cautious, S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents are coming, the White Queen warned gravely. The Hedgehog Man, upon hearing the words, merely scoffed with disdain, dismissing the mere S.H.I.E.L.D. agents as nothing more than couriers to be dealt with. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and swiftly departed, leaving even the White Queen unable to intervene in time. Red Tank, Sabretooth, assist the Hedgehog Man. I fear he may come to harm, she instructed. The somewhat dim-witted Red Tank and Sabretooth, having long been accustomed to following the commands of Magneto and the White Queen, exchanged not a word as they dashed downstairs, much to the envy of the Red Devil. Look at you, they pay no heed to me, utterly lacking in respect for their elders. Huh. The White Queen, disinterested, closed her eyes to meditate. S.H.I.E.L.D. was merely courting death, as the true crisis was yet en route. Tonight would not unfold smoothly. Meanwhile, the Hedgehog Man, though lacking in genuine prowess, certainly excelled in ostentation, always presenting himself with a grandiose demeanor. Upon arriving downstairs, he brazenly proclaimed, "You feeble mortals truly fear not for your lives. Today, I shall grant you your wish." Yet, his bravado was met with indifference, as a barrage of azure energy beams greeted him. Oh my! He was left dumbfounded, overwhelmed by the onslaught of energy rays, vaporized before he could utter another word. At this moment, Red Tank and Sabretooth hurriedly arrived on the scene. Without a second thought, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents redirected their weapons towards them and squeezed the triggers of their energy guns. Not foolish enough to remain still, the duo swiftly rolled to evade, narrowly escaping with their lives, although the iron wall behind them nearly melted. Sabretooth, shaken, dared not confront the threat head-on, having witnessed the Hedgehog Man's abrupt demise. Surely, his own feline hide would not withstand such force. The next instant, the trained S.H.I.E.L.D. agents unleashed a coordinated crossfire, sealing off all avenues of escape. Damn! Sabretooth's face drained of color, realizing they were being denied any chance of survival. Just as he felt the weight of impending doom alongside the pretentious Hedgehog Man, Red Tank, resembling a mountain, stepped in front of him. Zing! Multiple energy beams struck Red Tank, erupting in a brilliant blue glow as he steadfastly endured, emitting wisps of smoke. Kane! Sabretooth cried out in anguish. Yet, the S.H. agents showed no mercy. True to his name, Red Tank embodied the very essence of a tank. Despite the energy rays being derived from the cosmic cube, capable of melting steel, they failed to inflict any significant harm upon him, inflicting merely a modicum of pain. In that moment, Red Tank comprehended his resilience against the energy assault and roared as he charged towards the SHIELD agents. Since you cannot harm me, do not blame me for what comes next. Thud, thud, thud. Red Tank lunged forward like a monstrous beast, offering no opportunity for anyone to react. With a sweeping motion of his massive hand, he seized an agent and, with a sickening crack, tore him asunder. This gruesome display left Chen Xi utterly speechless, while the remaining agents stood petrified, paralyzed by the sheer brutality of Red Tank, their fingers forgetting the triggers of their weapons. Time seemingly suspended. Unfazed, Red Tank capitalized on their shock, capturing another agent and similarly tearing him in half. It was then that the dazed agents recalled their predicament. Run! They screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. The spirit of sacrifice for duty was absent. After all, who would risk their life for a monthly salary? Indeed, if Charles and his cohorts were as merciless as the Brotherhood, they wouldn't be reduced to hiding as they were now. Regrettably, the mutant factions remained divided due to Professor X and Magneto, unable to unite as one. In an instant, the dynamics shifted. The prey had become the predator. Red Tank thundered after the fleeing SHIELD agents, who were now in disarray. Natasha and her companions observed the agents retreat. Witnessing Red Tank as an indomitable warrior, realizing that tonight's events were beyond their involvement, they promptly issued a command for an emergency retreat. As the Fantastic Four and Iron Man approached from the distance, did they truly believe they could withdraw with such enmity? Concealed in the shadows, Chen Xi would not allow them to escape this realm unscathed, emerging from the darkness. Boom. He landed with an air of dramatic flair, one knee to the ground, rising with an aura of grandeur. Who are you? Coulson questioned, his expression pale as he faced the dark, monstrous figure blocking their path, trapped between a tiger and a wolf. At that moment, Chen Xi manifested in his symbiote form. A harbinger of death and destruction, he wasted no words, vanishing from Coulson's sight only to reappear before an agent, delivering a devastating punch that shattered the man's skull. Whether the agent belonged to Hydra or SHIELD was of no concern to him. The act of killing was all that mattered. Damn! Open fire! Coulson barked, his complexion ashen as he issued the command. The other agents, still in shock, understood that their only chance of survival lay in desperate action. Simultaneously, the agents stationed outside aimed their weapons at Chen Xi and opened fire, but alas, accuracy was required. Without a moment's notice, Chen Xi had conjured a curved blade, his figure flitting like a specter among the agents, each appearance accompanied by sprays of crimson. They had no time to react, let alone resist, as the Grim Reaper claimed their lives. In mere seconds, only Natasha and Coulson remained standing at the base of the Statue of Liberty, surrounded by a river of blood. Nick Fury, observing from the shadows, felt his anger boil over, snapping his pen in half. This was too brazen, too savage. This scene incensed him to the point of wishing to eradicate these lawless mutants at once. His hand instinctively pressed against an antiquated wireless pager, contemplating whether to press or not, an agonizing dilemma. Chapter 63. Tony plans to blow up the Statue of Liberty. The night wind howled, a tempest of bloodlust enveloping them, as even the bloodthirsty Natasha and Coulson were left pale, trembling at the carnage that unfolded before them. It was ruthless, so ruthlessly brutal. These were the creme de la creme of SHIELD agents, none below level 5 on this mission. Such heavily armed elite operatives were being crushed like ants, and if not for the acrid stench of blood that continually reminded them of reality, they would scarcely believe it. Swallowing hard, Natasha nervously inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why are you at odds with us while sparing my life and Coulson's?" Coulson, upon hearing this, felt a surge of dread. Please don't remind him not to forget about us, he thought, anxious not to be dragged down with her. With an awkward yet polite smile, he attempted to pull Natasha away from her probing. Must you make it even more chaotic? However, Chen Xi offered no response, merely smiling before casting his gaze towards several figures racing towards them in the distance. Internally, he mused, they always arrive late, expecting their moment only to find it has long passed. After muttering to himself, he turned to leave, deciding to simply watch the unfolding drama from a distance. At that moment, Tony descended from the sky alongside his army of Iron Man suits, startled into a shiver by the scene before him. The ground was littered with the chaotic remains of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, a gruesome sight that made him feel nauseous. Goodness! Tony gasped in disbelief. Is this truly a hell on Earth? Have mutants become this deranged? Natasha inhaled deeply, her voice tinged with sorrow. Alas, Magneto and his ilk have lost their minds. These were once my comrades, sharing laughter and camaraderie not long ago, and now they are only separated by the veil of death. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the torch of the Statue of Liberty. Oh no, is this part of Magneto's scheme? Natasha exclaimed, her grief momentarily replaced by alarm. You all must leave at once. I've heard that ordinary people cannot withstand such radiation. Tony urged, fully aware that his iron suit could endure the radiation. But Natasha and Coulson could not. All right, we'll leave it to you, Natasha and Coulson resolutely agreed, recognizing that their presence here would be of no assistance and could endanger their lives. At that moment, the Fantastic Four arrived on a speedboat, narrowly missing Natasha and the others. The Thing gazed at the radiation device, marveling. Magneto's invention is sheer genius. If only it weren't so flawed. Give me half a year, and I could perfect it. Reed, I advise you to abandon such dangerous thoughts, the Thing warned sternly. If it weren't for your stubbornness, you wouldn't have ended up in this ghastly form. The disarray in your personal life is all your fault. Oh, brother, my apologies for striking a nerve, the sorcerer shrugged, insouciantly expressing regret without a hint of remorse. Cursed fool, the Thing thought helplessly, for he was indeed his troublesome friend. Let us go, team. We must not allow Magneto's arrogant scheme to succeed. With that, Human Torch, ever impulsive, surged ahead toward the Statue of Liberty. At this moment, Tony's army of Iron Man suits activated, their shoulder cannons opening in unison and firing toward the statue. A twisted smile crept across Tony's face, exhilarated by the thought of destroying the iconic monument. Just imagine the thrill. This is an audacious mission, but it was all for naught. As Magneto stood guard over the statue, effortlessly crushing the shoulder cannons mid-flight. Iron Man, Tony Stark, I advise you to mind your own business. Your suits are nothing but scrap metal to me. With that, Magneto obliterated the airborne suits, reducing them to mere fragments. At that moment, Tony awoke from his daze, feeling as though he had emerged from water. If he had been inside one of those suits, would he have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh? No. I must design a suit that is immune to magnetic fields, or I will forever be at Magneto's mercy. A surge of defiance and dread of death compelled Tony to resolve to create an entirely new suit. J.A.R.V.I.S. The new suit shall be the anti-Magneto armor. Thus, under the shadow of death, the anti-Magneto armor was born, albeit with dubious efficacy. Old fool, pretentious, Human Torch, brimming with youthful zeal, could not tolerate the pompous display of an antiquated adversary. He unleashed a fiery blast aimed squarely at Magneto. Humph, foolish, Magneto scoffed, summoning a battered Iron Man suit to block the attack. The fiery beam collided with the suit, yielding no results. Just as Human Torch prepared to strike again, a figure lunged at him, roaring with fury. It was Sabretooth. The feline mutant leaped with astonishing agility, claws poised to strike. In that instant, Wolverine, the indomitable force, emerged from the shadows, tackling Sabretooth, and both crashed to the ground, quickly rising to resume their brawl. Huh, nicely done. Human Torch laughed heartily, realizing that the mutants were not as united as they seemed. However, in his moment of triumph, an ominous figure appeared behind him, a dagger glinting with lethal intent aimed at his side. Watch out. In a split second, Invisible Woman intervened, ensnaring the Red Devil with a force field just in time. The moment Red Devil appeared, the force field's disturbance caught her attention, allowing her to act swiftly. Damn it! Human Torch felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that without his sister's timely intervention, he might have lost a vital organ. He swiftly distanced himself from Red Devil, though the force field could only restrain him momentarily. It could not prevent teleportation. Little pup, you're not listening. Meanwhile, Magneto observed Wolverine grappling with Sabretooth, a smile creeping onto his lips. With a casual wave of his hand, Wolverine was effortlessly seized, his struggles proving futile. At this juncture, the Brotherhood of Mutants revealed themselves. No more pretense. Our plan is now unstoppable. Chapter 64, The Arrival of the Mutant Slayer. God, do you wish to annihilate our kind? It seemed the moment of reckoning for humanity had arrived. The Fantastic Four understood that only they could avert the impending disaster and save humanity from peril. The Thing approached Red Tank, while Human Torch attempted to incinerate the radiation device, but was thwarted by the Queen of Cards, forcing him to evade. Invisible Woman sought to assist, but was obstructed by Sabretooth. Against the robust Sabretooth, Her force field attacks were as ineffective as a mere dagger. Just as Sorcerer Supreme intended to help, he was ensnared by Red Devil. Red Devil aimed to teleport him thousands of miles away, only to find his power malfunctioning. This revelation sent Red Devil into a panic. Never had he failed at teleportation in millennia. Haha, Red Devil, they call me Sorcerer Supreme. And my greatest power lies within my intellect, he proclaimed triumphantly, having sealed the surrounding subspace. Without access to teleportation, Red Devil was left to rely solely on his physical strength and combat skills against Sorcerer Supreme. The ensuing clash was fierce, with neither side gaining a definitive upper hand. While the White Queen remained conspicuously inactive. Emma, hurry and intervene. Little Mischief is on the brink of collapse, Magneto shouted, realizing that relying solely on Little Mischief was untenable, as he was nearly drained of life. All right, the White Queen nodded, aware that it was time for her to take action. The Invisible Woman, entangled in a fierce struggle with the saber-toothed tiger, suddenly felt as though her head had been struck by a heavy object, before collapsing limply to the ground like a puddle of mud. The saber-toothed tiger, having freed itself, disregarded everything else and allowed Magneto to ensnare it with iron bars, pulling it towards the torch of the Statue of Liberty, where he immediately extended his hand towards the mischievous child. Despite his remarkable regenerative abilities and boundless vitality, he could not withstand such a relentless drain of life force, and his expression began to contort in agony. The mischievous child, akin to a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, desperately siphoned the saber-toothed tiger's life energy, yet the tiger showed no signs of struggle or fear. For the grand struggle of mutants, he had long embraced death, viewing it as the utmost glory. As it became apparent that the saber-toothed tiger was nearing its end, Magneto waved his hand to summon Wolverine, who had been pinned to the wall in the distance. Keep absorbing. Absorb with all your might. In the face of life and death, the darker side of humanity inevitably emerged. The saying, a dead friend is better than a living one, rang true. In a bid for survival, the mischievous child cared little for the fate of her teammates. She only thought of her own survival, embracing selfishness without remorse. Why? One might wonder, did Magneto choose to utilize the saber-toothed tiger and Wolverine instead of the hulking red tank? Only life force imbued with mutant genes could activate this peculiar radiation device. It turned out that the red tank was a mere imitation, however, to ordinary people. Whether mutant or not, if one was not normal, they were deemed a mutant, an aberration. With no other options, the red tank had no choice but to align himself with Magneto, content to partake in the spoils without any grand ambitions. Wolverine was not faring much better. He had nearly been drained to a husk by the mischievous child not long ago, a memory still fresh in his mind. Please, do not blame me. The rise of mutants necessitates bloodshed and sacrifice. Future generations will remember your glory. Magneto gazed upon the pained and despondent mischievous child, lamenting the fate of such a young girl, destined to perish. As for Wolverine and the saber-toothed tiger, having lived for over a century, they ought to be content with their lot. Death was but a natural conclusion. If Wolverine and the saber-toothed tiger were aware of their impending fate, they might have muttered a curse under their breath. With the backing of two seemingly immortal beings, the radiation device's light intensified exponentially, erupting with a tremendous force. Nearby, the prominent figures on Ellis Island, engaged in jovial conversation, were taken aback by the blinding light advancing from afar. Oh my God, what is happening? Is this a special performance? Could it be that Magneto is unveiling a new weapon? They marveled at the breathtaking brilliance of the light, utterly oblivious to the danger that had crept upon them. The battle at the Statue of Liberty had escalated to a boiling point. Emma had successfully ambushed the Invisible Woman, but further stealth attacks proved impossible. The Psychic, having anticipated this, immediately instructed the Iceman and Colossus to initiate the telepathic disruption device. Just as victory seemed within reach, the X-Men managed to break free from their constraints. It appeared that Frogman remained as ineffective as ever. Magneto shook his head in disbelief, frustrated by the incompetence of Frogman, whom he deemed utterly useless. Magneto, you must halt your plans immediately. Senator Kelly is dead. The mutations induced by your radiation device will be rejected by the body's cells. Storm exclaimed anxiously, shouting at Magneto. Spare me your words. Laser Eye, filled with frustration, pressed his red quartz glasses, unleashing a torrent of energy. Magneto swiftly summoned a copper plate to shield himself from the assault, having anticipated the boy's disobedience. Just as Laser Eye prepared to launch another attack, he was pierced through the sole of his foot by copper spikes that emerged from the ground, akin to dark serpents. The excruciating pain caused him to scream and roll on the ground, for they were at the Statue of Liberty, surrounded by metal, Magneto's domain. An annoyance. Magneto scoffed coldly. Were it not for the sake of an old friend, you would have been transformed into a pincushion. In the midst of despair, an unprecedented show of military might suddenly emerged. The sound of massive rotors filled the air, and all present mutants felt an unfamiliar terror wash over them. They had lost their mutant abilities. The consequence of this was the cessation of the radiation device. What is happening? What is going on? Damn, why have my powers failed me? Who is behind this? God, how do you intend to punish us? Magneto, the Red Devil, the White Queen, and others were gripped by panic as they gazed at their powerless selves, caught off guard by this series of transformations. As military officers descended from helicopters, accompanied by a small bald figure, the entire situation was instantly transformed. Ha! You've lost your superpowers, haven to you. Iceman, ever boisterous, could hardly contain his glee. His expression one of sheer mockery. Alas, Magneto, aged beyond his years, sank to his knees, letting out a heavy sigh. Have we truly lost? Please, small bald figure. I beseech you, in my suffering, for my very existence is a sin. Magneto, have you resigned yourself to this fate? Just as the crowd stood in stunned silence, a figure began to descend from the starry sky. Chen Xi. It is not us mutants who have lost. It is God who stands on the side of humanity. Magneto shook his head, murmuring in despair. He could not fathom why his mutant abilities had vanished so suddenly. Was this not God aiding humanity? God, let him choke on his own filth. Magneto retorted. Have you forgotten how you clawed your way out of the heap of corpses in the concentration camp? God, here. He is the true deity. Upon uttering this, Magneto's weary, clouded eyes suddenly ignited with fierce light, recalling the grandeur of his past. At that time, he was as weak as an ant, easily crushed by others, yet here he stood, ready to start anew. Red Tank, what are you waiting for? Teach that insolent little Captain America a lesson. Chen Xi shouted towards the Red Tank. This clumsy fellow was not a mutant, and Jimmy's abilities held no sway over him. The moment the small bald figure appeared, he recognized him as the most unique of Marvel mutants. After all, why else would baldness be synonymous with peculiarity? I may lack superpowers, but I can render you equally powerless. This is a comic universe. The Red Tank's strength stems from the dark god Sidorak, which cannot be suppressed. Little Captain America? Damn it. Iceman fumed, for he detested being compared to that character. Damn it. Just because we share a slight resemblance? All right. The Red Tank replied in his gruff voice, having long held a grudge against the pesky little punk. Hey, with my fiery temper, you dare to bare your teeth at me, even without superpowers? I stand here. Can you even land a hit? Iceman, hearing this, felt as though he had heard the greatest joke of all, boldly taunting the Red Tank, questioning who he could possibly strike with such a cumbersome physique. Smack! At that moment, the arrogant Pyro was seized by the Red Tank, who grasped him by the collar and delivered 2 swift slaps, rendering him utterly dazed. Hee. Serves you right for your insolence. Now you find yourself in a predicament. Chen Xi chuckled as he patted Pyro's shoulder, finding him far more agreeable in his pig-headed persona. What on earth? Why was he unharmed? Pyro was in an emotional turmoil, bewildered that while others had lost their powers, he still retained his. The others were equally perplexed, including the White Queen and her companions, while the officer beside the bald young man was also confused. Colonel Stryker had claimed that as long as Jimmy was present, no mutant could maintain their abilities. A secret. Chen Xi had no intention of satisfying their curiosity. Only Magneto and the Red Tank cast knowing glances at Chen Xi, the enigmatic interloper who had suddenly appeared. The Red Tank was not even a mutant. This secret was known only to him and the Red Tank. How did he come to know? Humiliated, Pyro attempted to summon flames to strike Chen Xi's head, aiming to eliminate him outright, believing him to be the quintessential villain. Yet, it seemed utterly futile, as he had forgotten he lacked any superpowers. Bang! To his dismay, his hopeful thoughts were met with the harsh reality that Chen Xi's speed was beyond his comprehension. In an instant, Chen Xi had him by the throat, leaving him thrashing helplessly like a fish out of water, legs flailing and arms floundering. Let him go. The invisible woman, Susan, shouted in distress. He was her only brother, and she had awakened from the White Queen's control. You think I'll just let him go because you asked? That would be quite unbecoming of me. Chen Xi replied with a teasing shrug. Pyro, don't even think about launching a sneak attack. Even if you attempted to self-destruct, you wouldn't match my speed in breaking your neck. And you, Susan, don't move. If you dare to turn invisible, I will immediately snap his neck. The mystic doctor, ever perceptive, had merely shifted his position to realize the limitations of the suppression field, pulling Susan and the thing out of Jimmy's range. Unfortunately, Chen Xi had already seen through all of it. His little schemes were futile. The Fantastic Four, wary of provoking Chen Xi, dared not act, fearing he would snap Pyro's neck in a fit of rage. On the military side, they were indifferent to who was who. A swarm of armed soldiers descended from helicopters to apprehend Magneto. Pyro's fate was of no concern to them. They immediately resorted to violent measures against Chen Xi, unleashing mutant antidote bullets extracted from Jimmy, firing them towards him. Did I give you permission to act? How dare you? Chen Xi's eyes burned with a lethal intensity. You think you have the right to flaunt your power here? Clang, clang, clang. As his icy gaze swept across the scene, the incoming antidote bullets froze mid-air. This spectacle left everyone present utterly stunned. This man was not only terrifyingly powerful, but possessed other abilities as well. He could not possibly be a mutant. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Xi retaliated, shoving the elite soldiers, causing the antidote bullets to pierce through their foreheads. Thud, 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 the soldiers fell, their eyes wide with incredulity as they met their demise. Both the X-Men and the Brotherhood were struck by his decisive brutality. A true ruthless individual. Even Magneto was taken aback by this mysterious powerhouse who had seemingly emerged from nowhere. He had never heard of him before. At that moment, Pyro's face turned pale, drenched in sweat. He was genuinely terrified. This man was indeed a remorseless killer, with his life hanging by a thread. Not just him, but everyone felt the tension. The mutants were devoid of their powers, rendering them vulnerable. Who could possibly stand against him? Chen Xi then spoke. Jimmy, are you in pain? The bald young man, Jimmy, had lost both parents and grown up in a military lab, tormented day and night, reduced to a mere test subject. He was numb, his eyes devoid of light. Hearing Chen Xi's question, he merely stared blankly. What was pain anyway? He didn't even know what suffering was. His expression of confusion and helplessness evoked deep sympathy from everyone present, and this scene was inadvertently broadcasted live by Tony Stark, the self-proclaimed crime fighter, to the entire world. The sheer number of Iron Man's fans was staggering. Jimmy's expression, marked by despair and numbness, alongside his frail form, instantly spread across the globe. Watching him tremble in the night wind, resembling a leaf drifting in the breeze, ready to fall at any moment, pierced the hearts of millions. Countless viewers silently shed tears at this sight, and numerous mutants felt a profound sorrow that ignited a burning fury within them, the seeds of revenge exploding forth. Can you do me a favor? Suddenly, it was as if a light had returned to Jimmy's eyes, and he inquired of Chen Xi with a glimmer of hope. Okay, Chen Xi had already anticipated his thoughts. Please, kill me. My existence is the greatest threat to my fellow mutants. I cannot become their sinner. The young Jimmy smiled faintly, facing death with calm composure, a scene that moved countless hearts once more. He was merely a child in his teens. What torment had he endured? Upon hearing those words, the audience could no longer contain their emotions. The rage of the mutants could not be suppressed any longer. Countless mutants surged from the sewers, and no one knew what kind of terrifying power millions of mutants might unleash. Chapter 66. The Mutants Driven to Madness. Ready to overturn everything. The situation had escalated to an irrepressible extent. This was no longer about allegiances, but about a profound empathy for the brilliance of humanity. Viewers around the world silently wept at this tragic, yet magnificent scene. Pain. A throbbing ache in the throat. Countless words lodged in their throats, unable to be expressed. Everyone present fell silent. Even the boisterous Pyro hung his head in shame. In the face of such profound humanity, anyone would appear insignificant. Even Magneto, with his heart of stone, gazed at Jimmy, who resembled a leaf fallen in the wind, with tears in his eyes. He realized how despicable he had been. Upon learning about Jimmy's mutant ability, he had harbored murderous thoughts. Yet never had he anticipated that Jimmy would so calmly embrace death, solely for the safety of his fellow mutants, to avoid becoming a calamity for them. Compared to him, how dark was his own heart. Chen Xi gazed solemnly at Jimmy, nodding emphatically. All right. He understood that this was Jimmy's choice, and perhaps it was the best resolution. No more torment. No more watching the enemy exploit him to harm his kin. Thank you. Jimmy smiled gently, his eyes filled with the joy of liberation. He would no longer have to endure the torment within. No, don't. There must be a way. Storm, her eyes filled with urgency and concern, cried out to him. As a member of the X-Men dedicated to protecting her kin, she could not bear to watch. Death is my ultimate fate. Thank you all. Jimmy gently shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to gaze deeply at his compatriots. Alas, it was a pity that he would never witness the day when the future mutants' children would frolic joyfully and exuberantly. Upon uttering these words, the emotional barrier shattered. Let us do it, he said resolutely. All right, Chen Xi responded, promptly purchasing sodium pentobarbital from the system store, providing Jimmy with a tranquil escape that required only a gentle injection. Thank you, Jimmy replied, his face adorned with a liberated smile as he cast a final glance at the bustling city lights. Ah, this world is still so beautiful. Yet I truly wish not to return in my next life. With that, Jimmy slowly closed his eyes, 2 tears cascading down his cheeks as he eternally succumbed to slumber. Ding! A system task emerged. Prevent Magneto's high-level mutant plan. Reward: 200,000 justice points. Regrettably, Chen Xi chose to disregard it entirely. With Jimmy's demise, chaos erupted. Chen Xi paid no heed to the turmoil. Instead, he cradled Jimmy's lifeless body and, with an unfathomable speed, surged into the cosmos, procuring a Kryptonian escape pod from the system to place him within. To live a life ensconced in a dark, secret laboratory had been Jimmy's greatest wish. To gaze upon the stars. Now, let him drift within the vastness of the cosmos. No one stood to thwart Magneto any longer, and the radiation device was reactivated, hurtling towards an international summit, where even the Fantastic Four proved inadequate. Ultimately, the result was catastrophic. Every prominent figure attending the summit perished due to their excessive confidence. At this moment, the weight of the world pressed upon old America, for a murder had occurred on its territory. Was that not their responsibility? Nations worldwide demanded resolution, insisting on the severe punishment of the hidden perpetrator, mutant Magneto, and that monstrous entity. Should satisfaction not be achieved, all diplomatic ties would be severed. This was the final straw that broke old America's back, igniting a war between mutants and ordinary citizens. Mutants, mingling among humanity, rendered the military's most potent technological measures ineffective, leaving them powerless to strike. After all, ordinary people abounded. One could hardly launch missiles at mutants without sacrificing thousands of innocents in the process. The military, caught in a quagmire, faced not only protests at every turn, but also relentless assassinations of their officers by frenzied mutants. The horrific results of the military's secret experiments, particularly the Strucker mutant experimentation base, were laid bare, exposing inhumane data. The entire world was incensed by shocking videos, photographs, and top-secret documents revealing these ghastly experiments. Anyone with a conscience felt outrage, sorrow, and profound heartbreak over such atrocities. Torture, blood extraction, dismemberment, vivisection. To even witness these unimaginable sufferings was unbearable. Most could not muster the courage to look again. The anguished cries of mutant children caged like animals only intensified the cruelty of the experiments, particularly for ordinary parents. The pain was suffocating. The world had descended into utter chaos. Countless individuals began to storm the military, assailing the White House in search of accountability and the severe punishment of all involved. The mutants' retaliation was unimaginably ferocious, a life-for-a-life exchange. The weaker mutants had become living bombs. Moreover, the mutants wielded bizarre abilities that defied comprehension and logic. Some perished in dreams, others fell victim to their own dogs, were poisoned by flowers by the roadside, or drowned after being driven into rivers. The methods of death were inconceivable, each more peculiar than the last. Naturally, it was Chen Xi who brought all this to light. Red Queen's attempt to infiltrate Strucker's secret laboratory was anything but simple. Under his covert orchestration, the entire Grand Nation plunged into paralysis, leading to rampant crime. Countless robberies, thefts, murders, and assaults ensued, all of which provided him with a bounty of justice points. He procured numerous TX Terminators to spread across continents and cities, quickly recouping his initial investment. Let chaos reign, for from chaos emerges rebirth. Chen Xi remained quietly at home, indifferent to the external turmoil. The more chaotic, the better. Since things had rotted to the core, why not overturn everything and start anew? Chapter 67. A twist in the plot? The Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau takes action. Jean Grey wished to return to the mutant school, but was firmly restrained by Chen Xi at home, barred from stepping outside. The world was in such disarray that this might be the last bastion of purity. He did not wish to place her in a perilous situation. Who knew if she might be provoked into unleashing her Phoenix Force? Should the Phoenix Force spiral out of control, obliterating Charles or Storm, it would spell disaster. A week later, in a secret base in Washington, a vast conference room was filled with the upper echelons of old America. The external circumstances compelled them to tread carefully and collaborate. President Odin, I propose we first stabilize the populace, then push all military lab personnel to take the fall. A middle-aged man suggested abruptly. I disagree. If we do that, it would signify capitulation to the mutants. What becomes of our national prestige? The moment his words fell, Military personnel immediately opposed, their stance markedly different from that of the politicians. They were resolute. Mr. Wells, may I inquire, how many officers have been assassinated, large and small? In your ranks? Surely not fewer than 80, I surmise. So, I ask you, where is that prestige now? Another voice chimed in, mocking. This entire debacle falls squarely on your military. Were it not for your ridiculous experiments, such a severe incident would never have occurred. You stand there, oblivious. While mutants operate in secrecy among ordinary citizens, do you expect us to level New York with a nuclear bomb? The military personnel retorted angrily, their frustrations boiling over. They had been beleaguered enough without enduring this indignity. Enough, enough. This is not a forum for squabbling. Such disputes will not resolve our issues. We must stabilize the populace for now, Odin exclaimed, striking the table to silence their bickering. His intent was clear. Those responsible must shoulder the blame. Colonel Strucker, you must be held accountable for your actions. Odin cast a glance at Strucker, seated at the defendant's table. Yet, Strucker surveyed the assembly with derision. I thought you might offer some profound insights, but it appears it's the same old charade. How tragic. The faces of those present darkened at his scorn. This man had the audacity to speak boldly even as his end loomed near. The architect of this calamity dares to speak? What wisdom could you possibly offer? Someone jeered. Wisdom is not the point, but I can eradicate mutants, Strucker disdainfully replied, casting a glance at the heckler. Ha ha ha, that is hilarious. You plan to annihilate mutants? Do you intend to raise the entire nation? The audience erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke. The ignorant are fearless. I possess a strategy. The Sentinel robots can eliminate mutants. Strucker's proclamation left the room in shocked silence, awakening long-buried memories. The Sentinel robot project had been shelved for 30 years. This was classified information, known only to those with extensive experience. Even those who had not partaken were aware at their level. The unprecedented Sentinel robot project initially basked in glory, shrouded in mystery known only to a select few, who, regrettably, have since departed from this world, taking their secrets with them. The father of the Sentinels, Bolivar, left this life embittered and regretful after a life spent in vain. Thus, when Strick resurrected the Sentinel robot project, how could it not evoke shock? A voice cried out, I remember now, you are Bolivar's student. What? He is Bolivar's disciple? Indeed, the realization dawned upon them. My goodness, Strick is actually a student of Bolivar? This revelation was utterly astonishing. The other attendees immediately began to whisper among themselves, astonished that Bolivar had an heir. At this moment, Strick proudly declared, for 30 years, I have devoted myself to the study of Sentinel robots, aiming to eradicate mutants and other aberrations. The Earth belongs to humanity. Gentlemen, relentless compromise is not the future. War has arrived. We shall repay tooth for tooth, blood for blood. Strick's impassioned outcry resonated, yet the seasoned attendees, seasoned as they were, could hardly take his words at face value. Old Deng rapped the table and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, the original Sentinel robots had significant flaws. Their combat power was far inferior to that of mutants. What gives you the confidence to claim you can eliminate them? Very well, Mr. President. Allow me to showcase the latest version of the Sentinel robots and their capabilities, Strick replied with unwavering confidence. Excellent. Old Deng wasted no time and prompted Strick to proceed with the demonstration. Why was Strick so self-assured? According to the narrative, he had just acquired Mystique's blood. To manufacture Sentinel robots capable of delivering catastrophic consequences to mutants would require at least another decade of development, rendering him currently incapable of producing them. However, he was indeed able to create Sentinel robots, thanks to the Temporal Anomaly Management Agency, which had detected alterations in the sacred timeline, leading to changes in the future of mutants. Consequently, they dispatched counterparts from other universes to find Strick in this universe, bringing with them prototype models and the entire technological production line. Hence, the moment for Strick's grandstanding arrived, and as he demonstrated, the powerful Sentinel robots left the prominent figures present utterly astounded. Strick was greatly satisfied with their expressions and began to boast, Gentlemen, our Sentinel robot technology is decades ahead. Their bodies contain no metal, rendering them impervious to magneto. Furthermore, Sentinel robots can replicate and share mutant abilities, adapting to various powers. They can respond with remarkable versatility. Upon hearing this, the already shocked dignitaries were left speechless once more. Could this be the mass production of invincible mutants? They knew mutants typically possessed only one or two abilities, yet these Sentinel robots were terrifyingly capable. How could such a devastating weapon be controlled? If such a formidable existence were to rebel against humanity, would there be any hope for survival? At this juncture, someone voiced deep concerns about whether these robots could indeed be controlled by humans, a topic of eternal significance. Indeed, if these robots were to mirror the cinematic depictions, would humanity not face annihilation? I find the concept of sentinel robots unacceptable. The unknown dangers are insurmountable. I second that. This is tantamount to gambling with the future. Do you expect a horde of robots to possess conscience? Chapter 68. I want to steal the cosmic cube, so I shall. Others echoed dissenting opinions, arguing that the mutant crisis was merely a matter of compromise, but a robot rebellion could potentially overturn human dominion. Huh. Are you all frightened by recent science fiction films? They are merely fiction, Strick scoffed. I have installed self-destruct protocols within the Sentinel robots. Without them, who among you can thwart the millions of mutants outside? I can assure you that after the mutants are eliminated, the Sentinel robots will be destroyed immediately. Of course, if you disagree, then there is nothing more to be done. Brace yourselves for assassination, and no need to worry about being ruled by robots. Haha. Strick shook his head disdainfully. These individuals were evidently only interested in preserving their own interests. It was only under the threat of life that they might relent. Indeed, when they heard of the potential for assassination, their faces paled slightly. Who could guarantee they would not encounter a misfortunate mutant? After a hushed discussion, the plan to utilize Sentinel robots to eradicate mutants gained overwhelming support. With the activation of the Sentinel Robot Project, the funding Strick received was beyond imagination, as Old May scoured the globe for materials to manufacture Sentinel robots. This was the true war machine. While the external world was engulfed in conflict, Chen Xi continued to bask in the sun, leisurely enjoying life. Host, Chen Xi. Age, 25, this universe. Faction, the ever-shifting rogue. Companions, unawakened Scarlet Witch Wanda, Terminator, Lockdown, Spider-Gwen. Jean Grey. Physique, Bronze Superman, Silver Superman to be unlocked. Strength, 155, 630 tons. Speed, 1, 596 Mach. Abilities, Steel Body, Biological Force Field, Heat Vision, Telekinesis, Flight, X-ray Vision. Other abilities awaiting awakening. Justice Points, 685,000 points. One day, while sunbathing, he fiddled with the energy blocks confiscated from S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The searing heat igniting his interest. Should I steal the cosmic cube? Chen Xi mused aloud. Huh, didn't you already make up your mind? The system retorted with disdain. You already decided and still came to ask me? You merely seek reassurance. Washington, D.C. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were stretched thin, overwhelmed by an endless tide of terrifying assassinations. Exhausted, the agents felt like they had been worked to the bone. Even Nick Fury had not returned home for 3 days and nights. Just then, a dark figure descended at the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, prompting the surrounding agents to become alert. Anyone wrapped tightly in broad daylight could hardly be a good person, clearly not. The arrival was none other than Chen Xi, surveying the so-called den of danger that was S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Since I have decided to seize the cosmic cube, I shall do so. As the god of mankind, I must be invincible across the universe. One cannot afford to be timid in action. Who can stand in my way? Deep down, he held a disdain for the domesticated version of pseudo-superhumans, viewing their weakness not as a flaw of power, but as a chronic inability to act decisively. Halt. This is S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Unauthorized personnel must leave immediately. The lead agent shouted, weapon drawn at Chen Xi. I am here to see your director. Nick Fury. If you wish to avoid death, notify him to come. Oh, never mind. He is already here. Chen Xi replied with a grin, as Nick Fury hurriedly descended the elevator. You, what do you want? Nick Fury asked sternly, recognizing the instigator of the conflict between mutants and ordinary humans. Oh, I would like to borrow something from you. If you are wise enough to lend it to me, your losses will be minimized, Chen Xi remarked nonchalantly. This brazen arrogance caused Nick Fury's eyelids to twitch, and his anger surged vehemently. However, as a seasoned strategist, Nick Fury managed to suppress his inner fury and took a deep breath before responding gravely. What do you wish to borrow? If it were something of lesser significance, he could temporarily acquiesce to keep the situation under control. After all, this man was exceedingly enigmatic. The Tesseract, Chen Xi said, casting a curious glance at him. Indeed, this cunning fellow was adept at bending circumstances to his favor. What? The Tesseract? Impossible. Nick Fury's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. The Tesseract was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most crucial and mysterious artifacts. Although they were only aware of its boundless energy, it could not simply be handed over without consequence, as it might fundamentally affect their capacity to explore the cosmos in the future. Upon Nick Fury's resolute refusal, Chen Xi recognized that he had bypassed the customary pleasantries. Without further ado, he seized Nick Fury by the neck with near-instantaneous speed, lifting him off the ground. Listen closely, I am merely informing you, not negotiating. Those who understand the times are the wise, Chen Xi coldly stated. The surrounding agents finally reacted, swiftly drawing their weapons and aiming at Chen Xi. While Nick Fury began to feel a pang of anxiety. How could this man be so unreasonable? Shouldn't there be some back and forth before resorting to violence? Your life is now in your own hands, Nick. Decide wisely. Chen Xi shot a cold glance at the tense agents surrounding them before addressing the unyielding Nick Fury. Unbeknownst to him, Nick Fury was internally trembling with apprehension. No one could face the specter of death without fear. At that moment, atop the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Alexander Pierce, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., frowned as he observed the unfolding drama. He noted that Nick Fury had grown increasingly insubordinate, consistently opposing him. This was not the trajectory he had envisioned for Fury's ascent. Should he seize this opportunity to eliminate him? Pierce pondered, a troubling thought lingering in his mind. After all, with Nick Fury in the forefront, he could conveniently evade responsibility for the mounting crises. As Pierce contemplated his options, Chen Xi had already escorted Nick Fury into the headquarters. Although the agents were hesitant to act, they closely followed. Cunningly, Nick Fury decided to bide his time for the sake of his own survival and instructed Coulson to retrieve the Tesseract for Chen Xi. If I had known this would be the outcome, we could have avoided this tension, Chen Xi chuckled as he settled onto a sofa in the lobby. To him, acquiring the Tesseract was merely a trivial task, easily accomplished. Nick Fury glanced at him but refrained from speaking. Under such circumstances, one must lower their head. He wished to retort, but dared not. Just then, Coulson approached with a briefcase in hand. Director, the Tesseract is here, he said cautiously, glancing at Chen Xi before lowering his voice to Nick Fury. Very well. Nick Fury and Coulson exchanged a discreet glance before stepping away, and he turned to Chen Xi, stating, the Tesseract you requested is right here. Excellent. Let me see it. Chen Xi replied with a nonchalant nod, accepting the briefcase and opening it for inspection. As expected, a radiant blue light emanated forth. The Tesseract glimmered squarely, living up to its name. Chen Xi carefully examined it before placing it back inside. Since this is settled, I shall not intrude further, Chen Xi remarked, closing the briefcase with a mysterious smile. Nick Fury felt an unsettling sense of unreality as he observed the smooth transaction. Once Chen Xi departed with the briefcase, Coulson reappeared at his side, offering reassurance. Do not worry. With one explosion, he will never return. Let us hope so. Nick Fury sighed, watching Chen Xi's departing figure, his anxiety intensifying. Chapter 69, Absorbing the Tesseract. Becoming the Master of Space. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted not far from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, and a miniature black hole formed instantaneously. Everything around began to warp and distort, being gradually consumed by the black hole, causing chaos among the crowd. Strikingly, Chen Xi, at the center of the explosion, seemed to vanish. Disaster! Nick Fury exclaimed in horror, realizing that the anticipated calamity had indeed transpired. The molecular black hole bomb was exceptionally powerful. As they stood in stunned silence, a chilling voice emerged beside them. It was the vanished Chen Xi. Nick Fury and Coulson swallowed hard, incredulity washing over them. How did you know about the molecular black hole bomb? There are no secrets in this world that I am unaware of. Howard truly was a genius among geniuses. Had he not been constrained by the limitations of his era, he would surpass even Tony Stark, Chen Xi teased, observing their expressions. Do you think your subtle exchanges could escape the perception of someone like me? Coulson, I must say I have a certain admiration for you, the leader of this novice village. Unfortunately, after our last encounter, I did not expect you to dare attempt any subterfuge against me. You squandered your opportunity. You. Coulson stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief, before collapsing in despair, clutching his heart. Other agents, witnessing this, immediately pulled their triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets that rained down like hail upon him. However, this only elicited a derisive laugh from Chen Xi. Foolish attempts. Ding 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 ding. He could not even be bothered to evade these feeble projectiles. They were not worthy of his attention. With a mere glance, his crimson gaze swept across the hall, obliterating all agents present. Moments later, the air was thick with heat and the scent of blood, accompanied by the stunned expression of Nick Fury. Ah, Nick. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Do not disappoint me, Chen Xi said with a smile, patting the incapacitated Nick Fury on the shoulder, his intentions clear. Now, he aimed to secure the real Tesseract. Unbeknownst to Chen Xi, he did not know the exact location of the Tesseract. He only had a vague idea. However, did that truly matter? He casually seized an agent, the one before him, and with a little intimidation, he was more than willing to lead him to the laboratory where the Tesseract was stored. The Tesseract belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D. But one's life belonged to oneself. Risking one's life for such matters would be foolish. Soon, they arrived at a laboratory where the agent respectfully pointed to the door. Sir, this is it, but only a level 9 agent can open it. Indeed, you are quite suitable for the role of guide. Chen Xi nodded. Then, to the agent's horror, he punched through the so-called impregnable door. The scientists within the laboratory, engrossed in their various projects, were startled awake by the sudden explosion, staring in shock as Chen Xi slowly emerged through the smoke. You, yes, you, the chubby one, bring the Tesseract to me, Chen Xi arrogantly ordered, pointing at a rather disheveled fat man. Me? The corpulent man, trembling in fear, pointed at himself, dreading the burden of blame he did not wish to bear. Should accountability arise in the future, it would surely spell misfortune for him. Oh God, why am I so unfortunate? Is my brilliance truly so glaring amidst the crowd? You there, stop your incessant prattling and hurry up. Chen Xi interrupted his reverie with an exasperated tone. One must face reality. While one's dreams may paint an illustrious self, upon waking, it is prudent to engage in the solidities of existence. Confronted with impending violence, the rotund man chose to acquiesce and hurriedly scurried off to present Chen Xi with the cosmic cube. Who are you to dare oppose S.H.I.E.L.D.? Have you contemplated the consequences of your actions? At that moment, an elder from the research team rose, his voice laden with indignation, unwilling to see his extensive research on the cosmic cube come to ruin. Huh, so even Skrulls possess such audacity? Chen Xi retorted with an air of disdain. You. The elder's eyes widened in shock, his hair standing on end, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, fear gripping his heart. This individual had discerned his true identity in mere moments? Huh, do you truly think such a lowly Skrull can operate under the radar? Chen Xi, having dismissed him with contempt, chose to ignore the elder entirely, uninterested in their machinations. The others exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the origins of the Skrulls. Meanwhile, the obsequious rotund man hurriedly approached, eagerly delivering the cosmic cube to Chen Xi. You exhibit promising qualities as a sycophant, Chen Xi remarked with a smile, amused by how every plump individual seemed so astutely aware of the situation. Do you think that being portly correlates with a broad-minded disposition? The rotund man awkwardly scratched his head, internally pleading, please, don't stoke the flames. Can't you see my colleagues are looking at me with disdain? Chen Xi, having achieved his objective, seized the cosmic cube and, with a forceful thrust, shattered through the building, soaring into the sky. Oh my God, is his head made of titanium? Gasped the onlookers, covering their mouths in astonishment. Sure, why are you so thick-headed? After brazenly robbing S.H.I.E.L.D., Chen Xi landed on a deserted island far from Washington. System, why do I sense that the energy of the cosmic cube is more pure than that of the sun? Is it merely that my Kryptonian constitution is more attuned to stellar light? Chen Xi mused while examining the cosmic cube in his hands. Because Kryptonians inherently absorb energy, drawing from various cosmic lights and radiations to enhance their being. The cosmic cube, along with other infinity stones, originates from the Big Bang, symbolizing the order, rules, and energy of the universe. The system's explanation aligned closely with his assumptions. The strength of Kryptonians indeed stemmed from stellar energy, with varying outcomes from different stars. However, a new question arose. The cosmic stone before him was blue, not purple. Initially, he had conjectured this to be the ultimate universe. But the blue stone now challenged that notion. Since I am here, I may as well make the best of it. Why fret over the details? The Marvel universe is boundless. Each significant event spawns different parallel universes. Guessing which universe is which based solely on age is folly. You are correct. I have indeed overthought this. Chen Xi admitted, sheepishly scratching his head. Setting aside his chaotic thoughts, he focused on the task at hand. How do I absorb the energy of the space stone? It harbors infinite energy. To neglect it would be a grievous waste. He had always been captivated by the infinity stones, dreaming of traversing the cosmic expanse, whose youth is not marked by a touch of absurdity. Absorbing the energy of the space stone is a protracted endeavor, but merely wearing it would suffice for absorption. Stop. I understand your implication. To absorb the energy swiftly, one merely needs to purchase time. Chen Xi interrupted with a dismissive gesture, asserting that as long as one possesses justice points, anything can be procured, including time. Speaking with an astute individual simplifies matters. The system offers a spatial array for energy extraction, inscribed on a pendant. Wearing it allows for rapid energy absorption. How much? Not much at all, merely 300,000. All right, 300,000 it is, but you must also provide me with instructions on utilizing the space stone. Chen Xi gritted his teeth in agreement. Though he was determined to negotiate, currently, Loki was the only one capable of teleportation with the space stone. Yet he desired far more than mere teleportation. He sought it all. I'm not trying to discourage you, but without knowledge of spatial magic, you cannot wield the space stone. What? There's a limitation? Are you compelling me to become a supreme sorcerer? Chen Xi boasted shamelessly, confident that mastering magic would be a breeze for his super-intelligent Kryptonian mind. He was on the verge of becoming an omniscient, omnipotent silver superhero. After all, can we not be so ostentatious? Our Kryptonian fists are the mightiest weapons. Magic is unnecessary. Does that mean I cannot use the space stone? Chen Xi frowned in displeasure, feeling akin to a rogue gazing longingly at a breathtaking beauty, yet left to merely indulge in fantasies. That is a grave misunderstanding. Ultimately, you will gradually supplant space itself, becoming the very essence of spatial rules, and it will require only 5 years. At that point, you will embody space. Hiss! Chen Xi was taken aback. What a magnificent prospect that would be. The entirety of the universe's space under his command, with him as the sovereign of the cosmos? The system's enticing vision struck him like a wake-up call. He resolved to seize this opportunity. I must acquire it. With a sweeping gesture, he promptly made the payment. 300,000 was but a paltry sum. Subsequently, Chen Xi crushed the cosmic cube, extracting the genuine space stone and promptly embedding it within the inscribed pendant. I must not waste these fragments. With that, he meticulously ground the shattered cosmic cube into powder, carefully stuffing it into the pendant. What a miser! The system scoffed at Chen Xi's frugality. You wouldn't understand the value of resources unless you were in charge, Chen Xi replied, chuckling. The system was rendered speechless, baffled by his audacity. As the energy from the space stone was extracted at the speed of light, Chen Xi felt an exhilarating rush. The potency of this energy was overwhelming. Had it not been for his extraordinary Kryptonian physique, he might have been overwhelmed, considering that even Thanos struggled to contain the force of 6 Infinity Stones. It was evident that such energy backlash was incomparable to the absorption of the space stone. Time passed imperceptibly, the sun nearing its descent. Slowly, Chen Xi opened his eyes. Feeling the power of space coursing through him, the world before him transformed into something extraordinary. Accompanying this revelation was the long-awaited electronic notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability to teleport. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability to halt time. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability to distort space. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability to slice through space. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability to restructure space. Other spatial abilities remain to be unlocked. In this moment, Chen Xi felt that his expenditure had been worthwhile. Had he waited to gradually absorb the energy of the space stone, such effects would have taken an eternity to manifest. He raised his hand, an exquisite, deep azure swirling in his palm, resembling an unparalleled sapphire. Is this the power of space? Chen Xi marveled at the spatial force he could manipulate with such ease, as if he were conducting the very fabric of existence. With a mere thought, he found himself on the opposite side of a small island, and with a flick of his wrist, he witnessed the distortion of space itself. A swift clap of his hands brought the distant waves to an abrupt halt. In that moment, he was the sovereign of this realm. Even if it was merely a minuscule island spanning no more than a kilometer, this was merely the inception of his journey. In the future, the vast cosmos would be his playground, and wherever his gaze fell, the entirety of the universe would be within his reach. More importantly, his powers seemed to have been refined to a purer state through the energy of the spatial gem. If his cells had once been filled with vapor, they were now akin to condensed water. To further validate his hypothesis, he plunged into the depths of the ocean for experimentation. At the ocean floor, far from the mainland, he unleashed a torrent of formidable energy, wreaking havoc upon the underwater realm, sending creatures fleeing in every direction. Those unable to escape in time, or too slow to react, were left disoriented or even perished from the shockwaves. This commotion drew the attention of the Atlantean forces beneath the sea, who mistook the upheaval for an earthquake and promptly dispatched personnel to investigate. However, the tremors subsided long before their arrival, leaving them with nothing to report. With an exuberant spirit, Chen Xi returned to the island, indulging in the pleasures of a castaway's life, finding solace in this idyllic paradise. He had brought along Wanda, Gwen, Jean Grey, and others. After all, sharing joy is far more delightful than solitary enjoyment. He was a man who embodied the spirit of camaraderie. As he lay on the sandy beach, basking in the sunlight, the enchanting sight of his companions in refreshing and alluring swimwear surrounded him. The serene island, golden sands, and radiant sunshine painted a picturesque scene, while the azure sea and clear skies beyond created a breathtaking panorama. Beside him lay a sumptuous feast of seafood, a bounty of naturesque gifts. The ladies reveled in their rare moment of relaxation, while the world outside descended into chaos, filled with explosions, robberies, and crime. Yet here, it was as if they had discovered a legendary Eden, devoid of strife and interruption, free from deceit and treachery. Chen Xi had caught colossal lobsters, each weighing over 10 pounds, entirely natural and untainted, alongside various deep-sea delicacies such as black gold abalone, Alaskan king crabs, and whole bluefin tuna. While such abundance might pose challenges for others, for him, it was a trivial matter. A leisurely stroll around the globe was all it took. Wanda and the others busily prepared culinary delights, each transforming into a little chef eager to showcase her skills to please Chen Xi. Reclining on the beach, he assumed the role of a wealthy benefactor, utterly content, unable to conceal the smile that graced his lips. Host, Chen Xi, age, 25, in this universe. Faction, the ever-fluctuating wildcard. Companions, the yet-to-awaken Scarlet Witch Wanda, the Terminator, Blink, Spider-Gwen, and Jean Grey. Physique, Bronze Superman, Silver Superman yet to be unlocked. Strength, 176, 630 tons. Speed, 1865 Mach. Abilities, Steel Body, Biological Force Field, Heat Vision, Telekinesis, Flight, X-ray Vision, Super Breathing, Spatial Teleportation, Spatial Stasis, Spatial Distortion, Spatial Slicing, Spatial Reorganization. Additional abilities awaiting awakening. Justice Points, 405,000. Such immense gains incited exhilaration. His grin stretched from ear to ear. The culinary skills of the ladies had improved remarkably during this time, though Gwen and Jean's prowess paled in comparison to Wanda's. Particularly, the garlic black gold abalone dish received high praise from both Chen Xi and Gwen, leaving them utterly impressed. Wanda, having grown up in hardship, had started cooking at the age of 10 and became responsible for her younger brother by 13, taking on every task herself. Seeing the delight on everyone's faces filled her with joy, as their appreciation was the highest form of praise for a budding chef. As they savored the seafood feast, they cherished the peaceful and beautiful life before them, playing beach volleyball, sunbathing, snorkeling, foraging for shellfish, and exploring the island. The night sky above this secluded paradise was breathtakingly clear and awe-inspiring. If only this bliss could last forever. Wanda lay on a makeshift wooden structure, gazing up at the stars, whispering her dreams. All she desired was a home belonging to them, not requiring vast space, just a place to grow old together. Perhaps such a dream was unattainable. Being with a man like Chen Xi meant a life filled with tumult. Jean Grey, lying nearby, smiled and remarked, "But I believe that one day, we will achieve it. No one can hinder our path to happiness." Wanda's voice was resolute. She firmly believed that Chen Xi would shield them from life's storms, and they would stand by his side through thick and thin. Regardless of what he faced, she would unhesitatingly follow him. Wherever he was, even hell would feel like paradise. He had illuminated her darkest moments, guiding her towards the light. At this moment, the world was gripped by unease, with no one knowing whether tomorrow or calamity would arrive first. Staying indoors seemed the wisest choice. Meanwhile, a luminous woman in the cosmos piloted a spaceship, making space jumps toward Earth. Since the last incident, Magneto sought out Professor X, who had nearly fallen victim to senility due to his machinations. "Charles, I wish to enlist Hank's help to enhance my radiation device. We need more allies." However, the nearly senile Charles regarded his old adversary with disdain. "How can you have the audacity to ask for my assistance after almost causing my demise half a month ago?" No matter how grandiose or persuasive Magneto's words were, all his motives revolved around mutant interests. Yet, Charles remained steadfast, respecting the freedom of souls and lives. Believing everything was fated. Days later, upon returning to the civilized world, Chen Xi uncovered a shocking conspiracy through the Red Queen's records. The Sentinel program had been initiated. Sentinel robots? Intriguing indeed. The changes in this world were becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Chen Xi chuckled while stroking his smooth chin, realizing that Stryker had delivered a significant surprise. hastening the convergence of the two factions of mutants. Chapter 71. Is Invisible Woman Susan my employee? She must experience the pressures of a superior. Chen Xi was unconcerned that the so-called Sentinel robots might bring about the dire scenarios depicted in films. After all, those were merely cinematic tales. In the movies, Sentinel robots emerged with overwhelming force, nearly driving mutants to extinction, forcing them to traverse time and space to alter history and avert disaster. However, this was the real world. Sentinel robots were not nearly as invincible as portrayed in films. A mere outburst from Jean Grey could obliterate those Sentinel robots as easily as squashing ants. Nevertheless, it must be noted that apart from Jean Grey and a select few extraordinary mutants, the majority would find themselves helpless against the Sentinel robots. One day, Chen Xi ventured to his cyber technology company, the hub of his technological endeavors, contemplating the potential of researching Sentinel robots. He had gathered numerous villainous scientists to work on projects in their respective fields of expertise. For instance, Dr. Lizard, Dr. Octopus, Ivan Vanko, and that wretched entity known as the Constrictor, they form a veritable den of villains. Meanwhile, young Spider-Man Parker is also employed here, where he encounters his esteemed mentors, Dr. Octopus and Dr. Lizard. It must be said that fate is indeed peculiar. The individuals one is destined to meet will eventually cross paths, albeit with their fates transformed in this lifetime. Exceptional steeds may be plentiful, yet true connoisseurs of talent are rare. Chen Xi merely offers them a slight opportunity, and they shall repay him manifold. If you treat me as a national hero, I shall repay you as such. Of course, the affairs of cybertech are not managed by him, the figurehead. It is the Red Queen and the Constrictor who preside over operations. As Chen Xi stood atop the building, gazing at the panoramic view, a graceful figure entered his line of sight. The Invisible Woman, Susan? What brings her here? Chen Xi chuckled with surprise. Did this woman not understand the concept of walking into a trap? Red Queen, does Susan have any business dealings with our company? Master, our firm harbors a keen interest in Reed's space explorations, which is why we chose to invest in their team after his fallout with Victor. They are now considered our employees, the Red Queen replied respectfully. Ah, I see. Then it appears I must engage in a delightful game of boss and subordinate with Susan. Chen Xi smirked shamelessly, pondering the pressures from the boss. A grand romantic workplace action film, perhaps? Hee, my rogue supervisor? An office romance that cheers and applauds? Just the thought was tantalizing. As Susan stepped into the building, she was promptly halted. My apologies, Miss Susan. Our chairman at Cybertech wishes to meet with you. Please follow me. The beautiful assistant's demeanor was exceedingly courteous. Their boss was typically elusive, and being granted a personal audience was akin to a Cinderella fairy tale. Even the renowned Invisible Woman, Susan, held no pride in the presence of their boss. The chairman of Cybertech? The great screenwriter seeks me? Susan queried, somewhat perplexed. Miss Susan, it is essential that the chairman convey your matters personally, is it not? Please, follow me, the beautiful assistant reiterated with unwavering respect. Very well. Susan nodded and followed her to Chen Xi's office. Chairman, Miss Susan has arrived. Thank you, Chris. You've worked hard. It was my duty, Chairman. The beautiful assistant nodded respectfully before closing the door and departing, leaving Susan feeling both anxious and curious as she glanced at Chen Xi, though only his tall silhouette was visible before her. Miss Susan, the illustrious Invisible Woman, one of the Fantastic Four, who acquired her superpowers through cosmic storm radiation during a space experiment, Chen Xi remarked nonchalantly. Susan was momentarily taken aback. This information was classified. How had he obtained it? They had yet to unveil the true origins of her powers, which were publicly attributed to mutants. What was his purpose in stating this? Surely, he could not expect her to believe he had no ulterior motive? What are you trying to imply? Susan halted her mental whirlwind, unable to fathom that Chen Xi intended to engage in a power play, especially given the multitude of starlets vying for his attention. Though she possessed no delusions of grandeur, she found that what seemed improbable was often most likely. I've heard you wish to explore the moon's orbit again, perhaps even land on the moon to collect data, correct? That requires $1 billion. Indeed, it entails a considerable investment, yet it appears our budget may not accommodate such an expense. A hint of resignation crossed Susan's lips. This was a colossal gamble, and no one would wager such a sum lightly. However, they had meticulously refined their budget, drawing from past experiences and cutting costs at every turn. But $1 billion is no small sum. No one would dare to gamble such an amount with you. However, I could offer you an opportunity to secure this fortune. Chen Xi turned, grinning as he gazed at Susan's lovely visage, hinting at something more profound. Alas, he was doomed to succumb to this incessant obsession with collecting. as she beheld the man capable of captivating all. Susan felt her heart race. Here stood arguably the finest man in the world. She suppressed her fluttering heart, feigning composure. What opportunity! I am in need of a capable secretary, diligent, obedient, and hard-working, Chen Xi stated bluntly. Oh, for heaven's sake, you absolute scoundrel. Susan's anger flared instantly, her glare fierce enough to annihilate him. Had he merely suggested she play the role of a mere mistress, she might have considered it, for who could resist his allure? Yet, to insult her by proposing she, the formidable invisible woman, be relegated to such a position? Oh, do you not wish to? Chen Xi responded with feigned surprise, having anticipated Susan's reaction. If he did not exploit her a bit, this brazenly shameless game of dominance would be rather dull. Wish. You have gone too far, Susan retorted, her eyes wide with indignation. Very well, then, I am powerless to assist your project, and I doubt anyone in America possesses such audacity. Chen Xi shrugged, wearing an expression that suggested he had her firmly in his grasp, inciting a desire within Susan to unleash her frustration upon his handsome face and then stride out in defiance. Oh, by the way, I could always label you as a team of swindlers living lavishly off investors' money, Chen Xi continued. You, Susan nearly cried out in exasperation. How could he be so wicked? I trust you understand the magnitude of the influence my words carry. I am a social media giant, and countless individuals would believe my every utterance. Chen Xi shamelessly threatened her once more. Oh, and I've heard your brother, Human Torch, is quite the smooth talker with the ladies. Could I perhaps brand him a scoundrel? Then organize a victim support group for those women, specifically to denounce Human Torch's malicious ways? Stop. You win. Chen Xi mused mockingly, his words interrupted by Susan's frustrated and furious interjection. She could not allow her brother to be tarnished. Haha, congratulations on making a prudent choice. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. You might want to freshen up in the lounge, Chen Xi said, casting her an impish smile. Reveling in the thrill of being the villain in this scenario, he thoroughly enjoyed this shameless game of supremacy. Susan, upon hearing this, was left in a state of shock. Her once angry countenance now flushed with embarrassment. So soon? That seems rather inappropriate. Chapter 72. Susan's mental state explodes. It was you. Though Susan had acquiesced, she was entirely unprepared for such an occurrence in broad daylight within an office setting. Chen Xi, observing the renowned and esteemed invisible woman, found his wicked desires thoroughly satisfied. There was a thrill in subjugating a woman of such stature. Seeing her flustered, he provocatively suggested, "Let us do it right here. Go ahead and lean on the desk." He gestured toward the office desk, relishing the villainous role he was playing. The memory of romantic films he had seen in college with roommates flooded Susan's mind, where such scenes frequently played out. No way, I think it's better to go into the other room. Susan shivered violently, her small head shaking like a rattle drum in vehement rejection. Though a hidden, malevolent impulse stirred within her for a fleeting moment, her sense of shame quickly roused her. Hesitant and indecisive, Susan was ultimately startled from her reverie by Chen Xi's impatient voice, prompting her to emerge from the bathtub. With a hesitant gait, she took small, careful steps, only to be abruptly yanked by the eager Chen Xi. Susan lost her balance, momentarily forgetting her extraordinary abilities as she stumbled into his embrace. Chen Xi gazed down at her, resembling a gentle lamb. Her skin, as smooth as jade, was breathtaking. There was no longer any pretense of virtue. You. Susan was filled with trepidation. His muscles were remarkably solid. Could she truly handle this? Oh, for heaven's sake. What was she thinking? He was committing a crime. Just as Susan's mind spiraled into chaos, a sharp sensation nearly compelled her to strangle Chen Xi, and she instinctively bit him. You scoundrel! Must you be so sudden? Susan exclaimed, her eyes wide and fierce, tears welling up, utterly appalled by his audacity. Apologies, but it's better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. Soon, you will beg me not to show you any pity, Chen Xi replied with a cheeky grin, his expression devoid of any semblance of remorse. Get lost. Susan spat through gritted teeth, her frustration evident. Was she truly that kind of person? Hee. Chen Xi chuckled, unperturbed, knowing that he would not be the one to face consequences later. Someone would soon regret this. As time trickled by, Susan found herself a mere heap of exhausted clay, staring blankly at the ceiling. I am utterly mortified. I am truly disappointing. Her thoughts were a tangled web, despite her recent hatred for him. She found herself shamefully yearning for his attention. A cigarette after such an encounter is better than a divine experience, Chen Xi mused, lighting a cigarette with satisfaction. Savoring the moment. From now on, you shall be my diligent assistant. The Fantastic Four can take a back seat, at least for now. Refrain from wandering aimlessly. The outside world is perilous, Chen Xi suddenly declared. Uft, perilous. I am the invisible woman. You should be more concerned about yourself, Susan scoffed, finally seizing the opportunity to mock him, though inwardly, she felt a flutter of delight at his concern. It seemed that aside from his roguish demeanor, he possessed few flaws. Tall, strong, wealthy, and full of surprises. Since parting ways in Monaco, I have truly missed those delightful moments. Today is a nostalgic revisit. Chen Xi chuckled, his mischievous hands beginning to explore uninvitedly, and Susan comprehended his intentions. So it was you. You scoundrel have been plotting against me all along. Susan's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing he had harbored such intentions for quite some time. No wonder he was so audacious. It appeared her allure was boundless. Observing her self-adoration, Chen Xi was rendered speechless. The complexities of a woman's heart were as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. In the secret lair of Stryker, high-ranking officials from various departments gathered, witnessing the miraculous Sentinel robot for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to be amazed, he proclaimed, as his assistant commanded a towering 3-meter Sentinel robot to emerge from the metal gates. The executives were astounded by the fearsome, monstrous Sentinel robot that approached with a menacing gait. The disparity between the video feed and the tangible experience was stark. The oppressive aura was overwhelming, igniting both anticipation and trepidation among the onlookers. Laura, release the mutant who attempted to assassinate me to duel with our Sentinel robot, Stryker ordered. Understood, sir, Laura nodded, opening another door to reveal a bloodied, disheveled man with a fierce expression. Friend, should you defeat it, you may leave here unharmed. If you fail, well, you understand the consequences. Stryker gestured toward the towering Sentinel robot. With that, he instructed Laura to remove the mutant's power-suppressing handcuffs, instantly restoring his abilities. Roaring like a caged tiger, the man lunged at the Sentinel robot with immense strength, aware that defeating this machine was his only chance at survival. He leaped high, aiming to sever the robot's head, believing victory was within reach. However, he was unaware that he faced a Sentinel robot that exterminated ordinary mutants as effortlessly as crushing ants. The robot's electronic eyes glowed crimson as it scanned him, swiftly evading his attack. As the mutant charged again, he was seized by the robot, pinned to the ground, while its massive maw unleashed searing flames, igniting him in agony. The onlookers were left in shock, their scalps tingling from the terrifying combat prowess displayed by the Sentinel robot. In mere seconds, the unfortunate mutant was reduced to a pile of ashes, and Stryker was thoroughly pleased with the outcome. Well, everyone, what do you think of this result? Are you satisfied? He inquired, a broad smile on his face. The executives exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, their expressions cold as they declared, let the mutant extermination plan commence. Chapter 73, Fury. She is merely a mutant child who wishes to survive. On this day, Hank and Charles suddenly appeared at Chen Xi's villa, their faces etched with urgency. What is it? Has something gone awry? Jean Grey sensed an ominous premonition, fearing that the crisis Chen Xi had mentioned had indeed come to fruition. Yes, countless robots have suddenly emerged to capture mutants. Their power is overwhelming, Charles affirmed gravely. Since his inception into this world, he had never experienced such an acute sense of danger, not even from the likes of Black King. He harbored a foreboding feeling that, after this crisis, the mutant population might dwindle to mere fractions. Even a victory would come at a harrowing cost. Hank produced a video he had recorded, clearly depicting the harrowing scene of mutants being identified and slaughtered by Sentinel robots. They faced almost no chance of resistance before being mercilessly dispatched. Witnessing their brethren fall in droves ignited an explosive reaction within Jean Grey. Her instability made her the most perilous. Jean. Charles recognized the gravity of the situation and rushed to awaken her, fearing a repeat of past calamities. I apologize. I truly cannot contain my emotions, Jean murmured softly. Once she regained her composure. Sigh. It is not your fault. Anyone would struggle to accept the slaughter of their kin, Charles lamented, a sorrowful expression marking his features. He had devoted his life to the future of mutants. My dear, what shall we do? Jean looked helplessly at Chen Xi, her eyes brimming with pain. Chen Xi, feeling her anguish, comforted her. Our immediate priority is to unite all available forces against the Sentinel robots. If the mutants remain too scattered, they will be easily picked off one by one. We must stand together. Why are there so many Sentinel robots? Could they be cost-effective to produce? Wanda inquired quietly. Regardless of the exorbitant costs involved, their resolve to eliminate mutants remains unwavering. Moreover, the cost of Sentinel robots is merely a trifling sum of $1 million. What? So inexpensive? Hank exclaimed in disbelief, never having imagined that the price of Sentinel robots could be so low. Does this not imply that the military could produce as many Sentinel robots as they desire? All it requires is time. Charles, equally astonished, whispered in shock, harboring no doubt about how wealthy old Meg was. How did you come to know this? Jean Grey gazed at Chen Xi in surprise, questioning how such classified information could have possibly leaked. Haha, have you forgotten that I am omniscient? Chen Xi replied evasively, regardless of the costs. I sincerely hope we can swiftly consolidate the powers of mutants, he continued. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately, but I earnestly implore you, Mr. Chen Xi, to assist us mutants in our time of need. Alas, spare those poor children. Charles gazed deeply into Chen Xi's eyes, pleading with genuine compassion. In his gaze, Chen Xi perceived a profound sincerity brimming with empathy. Rest assured, I shall take care of everything, he assuredly declared, determined to ensure the complete freedom of mutants. Something he had long yearned for. Thank you. Thank you. I express my gratitude on behalf of all mutants. An exhilarated Charles grasped Chen Xi's hand, repeatedly expressing his sincere thanks, fully aware of the power Chen Xi represented. Charles, there is no need for such formality. I too have an affinity for peace and cannot abide war, Chen Xi said with a smile, patting his arm boastfully. Wanda rolled her eyes at this audacious assertion of peace. At that moment, the streets were teeming with patrolling Sentinel robots, and the sight incited fury among ordinary citizens. Damn it, get lost. Why must we be ordered to return home now? Damn it. Freedom. Our lives are our own. Why should we give way to your robots simply for being human? Do these robots intend to rule the world? Countless individuals took to the streets, vociferously resisting, banding together to shout for freedom. Many could not help but wonder, has the cinematic realm seeped into reality? Yet, no matter how fervently they cried, their pleas fell on deaf ears. The Sentinels were devoid of emotion. At that very moment, the Sentinels collectively turned their gaze towards a nearby trash bin. Detection of mutant gene. Execute extermination order. Whoosh. In an instant, a dozen Sentinels dashed towards the trash bin, surrounding a small girl who was rummaging for bottles. Their crimson eyes flickered as they scanned her once more, and then one of the Sentinels raised its massive hand, transforming it into a blade poised to strike the girl. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the child's grimy face turned pale, her innocent eyes filled with terror. No, God, she is but a poor child. Beasts, beasts, damnable beasts. Bang, 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 bang. The already agitated crowd hastily drew dozens of firearms, firing indiscriminately at the Sentinels. In a torrential downpour of bullets, they refused to allow harm to befall the innocent child. However, the bullets struck the Sentinels with no effect, leaving not even a mark. This left the crowd dumbfounded. What material are these robots made of? Why are they so advanced? The Sentinels did not retaliate against the ordinary citizens, but merely paused momentarily before resuming their task. The frightened child sat on the ground, retreating in terror, her precious bottles scattered across the dirt. She could not comprehend why these robots sought to kill her. No, no, please, don't kill me. If I die, who will care for my sister? I beg you. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she pleaded, for she had a sister who needed her care. She could not perish. Yet, the Sentinels remained unfeeling, relentlessly executing their orders. Whoosh. The enraged crowd continued firing, desperate to intervene, but were thwarted by the sheer multitude of Sentinels. The girl backed away, her pleas growing more frantic, her dirt-streaked face a canvas of fear, a sight that shattered the hearts of countless onlookers. Striker, you are truly heartless. At that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze, a low sigh echoing through the stillness, leaving countless individuals motionless, their thoughts the only thing alive. As the fabric of space fractured, Chen Xi emerged, stepping forth as if a deity, advancing step by step toward the realm of mortals. Chapter 74. Slaughtering Sentinels like dogs, the tragic existence of lower-tier mutants. The Sentinels continued to detect that his genes did not belong to ordinary humans, attempting to eradicate him in vain, unaware of their impending doom. Chen Xi's gaze turned icy as he addressed the Sentinels, and with a swift motion, he obliterated the nearest one with a single punch. When one possesses unimaginable strength, mere earthly materials hold no power. The remaining Sentinels transformed into forms of flame, ice, steel, and rock, striving to escape the confines of space, yet utterly powerless to change their fate. Space. Distortion. With a whisper from Chen Xi, the space that imprisoned the Sentinels erupted, distorting and reshaping the entire realm as if it were a futuristic 18-level beauty filter. The Sentinels within were shattered into countless fragments. The surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence. Why were these once mighty robots so easily vanquished? Even more unfathomable was that this formidable and enigmatic man was none other than Chen Xi, the illustrious screenwriter. After dispatching the sentinels, he turned his gaze to the filthy girl, extending his hand with a gentle smile. "Come with me. I will take you home." The little girl, rendered speechless, found her worldview collapsing under the weight of the events unfolding before her. She numbly nodded, only to suddenly recall something. Hastily kneeling to gather the scattered bottles into her tattered bag, this scene brought tears to the eyes of the onlookers. Chen Xi did not intervene. He simply watched, a flicker of nostalgia illuminating his gaze, reminiscent of his own frail self. In those days, he too had scoured through trash bins after school, searching for bottles to exchange for money, subjected to the incredulous stares of others. His classmates often mocked him, calling him a beggar. Initially, he would argue with them, sometimes even resorting to fights against those who ridiculed him, but he soon realized the futility of such actions. Enduring malnutrition and isolation, he was frequently bullied, sustaining injuries. Yet as he fought back, he began to understand the harsh realities of life. They say children from poor families mature quickly, but it is the harshness of life that forces them to grow up too soon. He became increasingly fierce, carrying a steel rod in his backpack, ready to retaliate against anyone who dared to bully him after school. In those days, he left no room for retreat, like a wounded beast, unafraid of anyone. He firmly believed that as long as he lived, there would come a day when he would rise above it all. As time trickled by, those children, sheltered by their parents, remained obedient, merely wielding the power of their guardians. Due to their young age, the parents could only approach the school to demand his expulsion. But this was utterly futile. In that humble institution, no one hailed from a powerful or influential family. The principal paid little heed to their pleas. And with Chen Xi's academic performance consistently ranking at the top, there was even less justification for such actions. Gradually, no child dared to provoke him any longer, and life began to improve. As he grew older, he eventually left the orphanage. The financial situation of the orphanage was dire, yet he had acquired the means to sustain himself and occasionally buy stationery for his younger siblings. "Come on, brother," a little girl's voice stirred Chen Xi from his reverie. "All right, can you take me to your home?" he asked gently. "Sure." The little girl, after hesitating for a moment as she gazed at Chen Xi's clean attire, nodded her small head in agreement. "Confinement, please fetch some money and deliver it to my location, so that provisions can be purchased," Chen Xi instructed into his phone, then took the girl's tiny hand and began walking slowly toward her dwelling. He was aware that their range of activity would not extend far, only within a few kilometers. On the streets, the onlookers watched as Chen Xi held the girl's hand and walked away step by step, a cacophony of loud discussions erupting around them. Is he a deity? Who would have imagined that the illustrious figure, celebrated as the greatest screenwriter of the 21st century, would appear like a divine being, astonishing the world? Chen Xi's sudden, forceful intervention caught the Sentinel robot's operator, Strick, off guard. The robot's vulnerability struck fear into Strick, leaving him pale. He cast a doubtful glance at the Sentinel robot, wondering if its design was truly as formidable as the predecessor had claimed. How can it be so invincible? What if he is indeed powerful? We can continually upgrade and enhance such Sentinel robots. Even if he can destroy a dozen of them. Can he annihilate 100,000? Nick Fury, sensing Strick's unease, offered a comforting word. "We can't back down now, can we?" "Indeed. You're right. Even with our overwhelming tactics, we can wear him down." "I refuse to believe otherwise. Besides, every human has weaknesses. Nobody is invulnerable." "What vulnerabilities does he possess?" "I imagine your S.H.I.E.L.D. knows everything about a celebrity like him, right?" Strick remarked darkly. "All unstable factors must be eradicated." "Weakness?" Nick Fury murmured, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Strick was correct. While they monitored the world, they had not delved deeply into the lives of such well-known figures. Wait, an idea struck him. He recalled Chen Xi's significant other, who handled nearly all his affairs. If they could gain control over her, they need not fear Chen Xi's defiance. A smile of realization crossed Nick Fury's face as he recognized that Chen Xi's weakness lay with that woman. However, capturing her would prove challenging. Chen Xi was notoriously reclusive, rarely leaving his home, and Wanda had likely been kept indoors by him as well. Nick Fury suddenly found himself grappling with a troublesome predicament. This individual hardly engaged in social interactions outside his home. "I have a son named Jason. You haven't forgotten his other nickname, have you?" Strick chuckled ominously. And Nick Fury, upon hearing this, smacked his forehead and joined in the sinister laughter. The Illusion Master. At that moment, Chen Xi was leading the little girl to her home. As the Sentinel program initiated, he understood that the countdown for his mission had commenced. and he would soon step into the limelight. The House of Wanderers? Chen Xi sighed as he gazed at the dilapidated underground passage, which reeked of decay and foulness, littered with broken furniture and discarded clothing. Following the little girl, he was scrutinized by numerous timid yet curious children, their gazes filled with both trepidation and intrigue. Mary, who is he? He looks familiar, a dirty little boy inquired, inspecting Chen Xi. His ears resembled those of a dog rather than a human's, marking him as one of the lowest-tier mutants. They were unable to integrate into society, often abandoned by parents who regarded them as monsters, without mutual aid among their kind. They would have likely perished from starvation long ago. Chen Xi observed the various mutant children, each bearing distinct imperfections, hands, ears, heads, feet, all marked by flaws. Most wore tattered clothing, scavenged from discarded items, their young eyes already filled with sorrow and longing for the outside world. They clutched broken toys, a tattered teddy bear, a Barbie doll, a wheelless toy car, objects deemed worthless by others yet cherished by them. At that moment, several older children, a few years Mary's senior, approached with ragged bags containing meager food supplies, their vigilance directed at Chen Xi. Despite knowing he was not a formidable opponent, they resolutely stood in front of the younger ones. Who are you? What do you want? Under the dim light, they provided an immense sense of security for the children. While Chen Xi remained silent, they had committed no heinous acts. Why could fate not spare them? Chapter 75. The transformation of Chen Xi's mindset. The illusion master strikes. Did they recognize Chen Xi? Perhaps they had glimpsed him in occasional advertisements on screens. Or perhaps they had seen news about him in a newspaper found in a discarded box. However, to say they had purchased a cinema ticket to watch his films or met him online was an extravagant notion. At that moment, Mary quietly explained, "He is the Mr. Chen Xi who speaks up for us mutants." Though they had never seen him in person, they had heard of his name. Excitement surged through the children. Dozens of wide eyes, glistening with disbelief, rushed toward him, eager to recount the stories they had heard from others. These tales were often fragmented, mere snippets of the movies and stories they had gleaned, as they lacked the funds to purchase tickets to see films, relying instead on the passing words of strangers while scavenging. Seeing the children's yearning for the outside world, even the hardest-hearted Chen Xi felt a pang of anguish. He struggled to suppress his emotions and spoke loudly to the children. "Children, I promise you, I will ensure that you grow up as happily and healthily as any ordinary child, where discrimination and hatred will not exist. It will be a city of dreams." But will they accept us, with our grotesque forms? A small girl stepped forward, gathering her courage to timidly extend her little hand. Chen Xi's heart ached at the sight. Her hands resembled those of a duck, with fingers fused together by thick skin. That will be your new home." Chen Xi solemnly patted her shoulder, his conviction unwavering. As he looked into the children's yearning eyes under the dim light, a realization dawned upon him. Even without a systematic mission, he would unhesitatingly strive to build their city of dreams. "Children, quickly bow to the gentleman," the older children exclaimed, urging the younger ones to bow in gratitude, for that was all they could offer. Seeing this, the children immediately began to bow, unaware of other ways to express their gratitude. This was their most profound gesture of appreciation. Chen Xi graciously accepted their gratitude, which seemed to be the only manner of appreciation the children could muster. Observing these long-term malnourished children, Chen Xi hastily retrieved the supplies he had procured from the system space. There were provisions for sustenance, clothing, and various necessities, items that the children had never dared to dream of. Initially, they hesitated to approach and share in these newfound treasures, until an older child encouraged them to select their preferred items. With cautious excitement, they timidly chose 1 or 2 items. Alas, Chen Xi sighed heavily. They had been overly cautious for far too long. At that moment, he produced an array of delectable foods, hamburgers, hot dogs, bread, pizza, milk, and cola for the children. Though they swallowed nervously, they did not rush forward in a frenzied scramble. Here, food was scarce, and it was shared equally among them. Chen Xi noticed their trepidation and gently reassured them. "Do not worry. You shall never again go hungry. Come, choose whatever you desire." "Really?" Mary asked cautiously, her disbelief evident. "Of course it's true," he replied, patting her little head. "I promise you, I will ensure you are well fed." Only then did the children feel reassured enough to take some of the foods they had longed for yet seldom tasted, settling down to savor their meals. However, Chen Xi soon observed that the children, after consuming only a small portion, began to carefully hide their food away. "Rest assured, food will be supplied without limit from now on. You need not worry about hunger any longer," he sighed, fully understanding their behavior. They were indeed terrified of starvation. With renewed confidence from Chen Xi's assurances, The children bravely took another serving and began to eat joyfully. Only Mary continued to stash her food within her tattered backpack, fearful that her younger sister would go hungry. As the elder sister, she felt a maternal instinct. Despite being a forsaken child herself, her sister deserved better. Seeing this, Chen Xi sighed again, but refrained from commenting. Observing the children, their faces radiant with joy over a mere piece of bread or a hamburger, tugged at his heartstrings. There were far too many children hiding in the shadows, unable to experience life as others do. Even something as simple as a hamburger felt like a luxury to them. During their conversation, he learned that these 13 or 14-year-old youths were the leaders of their group. Being older, they possessed greater adaptability and took on the responsibility of caring for the younger mutants. Across New York, there were dozens of small enclaves of these frail and powerless mutants, banding together for warmth and safety. After leaving his contact information and a substantial amount of cash for them to distribute among the various enclaves, he assured them that a new home awaited them soon, urging them to stay indoors for a couple of days until he returned to escort them away. As Chen Xi sat in his vehicle, his mind remained restless. The confinement unit understood his thoughts and ceased its incessant nagging. The pressing question was how to ensure these children's safety in a world patrolled by Sentinel robots. Perhaps we should gather all the mutant children in the cybertech factory? Suggested the confinement unit. I will think it over, Chen Xi replied, shaking his head. There were simply too many mutants. In Old May alone, there were hundreds of thousands. He felt overwhelmed. It was crucial to remember that once these mutants gathered, even Sentinel robots several kilometers away could detect them. Any mutant below level 4 would become easy targets for the Sentinel robots. Their numbers and strength far outmatched by the robots. Damn it, if only you could be mass-produced. Chen Xi slammed the steering wheel in frustration, causing the confinement unit to wince in pain, yet remain silent. It is worth noting that the current confinement unit was composed entirely of vibranium, an indestructible alloy, making it no match for the Sentinel robots in one-on-one combat. Cough, cough, boss. While I cannot be mass-produced without a power source, I can have old Ivan produce steel armor in bulk to confront them. Fine, let us proceed that way. If the problem cannot be solved, we shall eliminate those who create the problems. Chen Xi declared grimly. If it weren't for Strickland and the upper echelon still being somewhat useful, he would have already dealt with them decisively. Unlike the X-Men, he had no qualms about storming the White House and Congress. Upon returning home, Chen Xi discussed with Wanda the establishment of a temporary orphanage to shelter mutant children. Wanda, sharing in the sorrow, was moved to tears, eager to assist them. While she was busy planning on the computer, Chen Xi suddenly sensed something amiss. It was perplexing. He had just been outside basking in the sun. So how could he not absorb any energy now? Chapter 76, Strickland's Demise, Master of Illusion's Demise. If there was anything in the world that Chen Xi found most familiar, it was the warmth of sunlight. Yet, he distinctly remembered being outside. How could he not be absorbing energy now? Was it possible he hadn't actually been outside? But he was indeed under the sun now. Why did he not feel the energy? Confounded, Chen Xi glanced around. Everything appeared quiet and utterly normal, which only heightened his sense of unease. Less than 100 meters from the villa, Strickland and his companions awaited alongside dozens of Sentinel robots. Beside him sat the brainwashed Jason, who obediently followed Strickland's commands like a puppet. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xi had unwittingly fallen into a trap. This was perhaps one of Superman's minor weaknesses. His defenses against mental and magical assaults were not particularly robust. Jason had not extracted his memories, and the system's automatic defenses were ineffective, but the awakening of his mental powers and his own acuity made Chen Xi aware that something was off. At that moment, a Sentinel robot morphed into a liquid state and stealthily infiltrated Chen Xi's villa, finding him lost in thought. Suddenly, the Sentinel's hand materialized a glimmering dagger aimed directly at Chen Xi's heart. However, the next instant, a resounding clang echoed as the invincible adamantium bent upon impact. Strickland and his cohorts were left utterly dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. They exchanged glances, each reading incredulity in the other's eyes. After all, this was adamantium, the substance that could slice through steel like butter. Yet, this very strike awakened an epiphany within Chen Xi. The indestructible physique of a Kryptonian was beyond the capabilities of these fools to damage. Though the blow had not harmed him, the force of the adamantium had indeed roused Chen Xi. Master of illusions, Jason, Strickland's unfortunate protege, capable of bewildering Charles through ambush. It was evident that he was being attacked, and everything he saw was an illusion. No wonder everything appeared so bizarre and unsettlingly calm. How could he escape? Damn it. Wanda was still outside. Would that girl be in danger? Chen Xi anxiously pondered his options. This illusion was akin to a dream. How could one break free from a dream? In his past experiences, a sudden drop from a height would jolt him awake. Thus, he needed a strong mental stimulus to awaken from this reverie. Gazing at the fictitious Wanda within the dream, Chen Xi observed her serene demeanor, fully aware that this was all a fabrication. "Dear, what troubles you?" Wanda gently inquired, her soothing voice always capable of calming his restless spirit. Chen Xi found himself unexpectedly composed. With tender affection, he caressed Wanda's hair and offered a faint smile. "It's nothing." As long as he could slay Wanda within his dreams, he believed he could escape the illusion. Yet, despite his awareness that everything was merely a figment of his imagination, he found himself unable to harm the gentle, caring Wanda who gazed at him with such warmth. At that moment, he felt the pressure from the outside world, as if they were growing impatient and relentlessly attacking him. Although they could inflict no real harm, the thought of Wanda being endangered struck him with sudden clarity. "I cannot harm Wanda, but I can annihilate anyone else." Consequently, the dream version of Chen Xi departed the villa and soared to the bustling square, where throngs of people cheered his name. However, in the next instant, a cacophony of screams erupted as Chen Xi's gaze ignited with a fierce crimson glow, unleashing indiscriminate destruction upon the masses. Where his scorching gaze fell, life withered instantly, fragile beings dissolving before him, and in mere seconds, he slaughtered tens of thousands. An overwhelming aura of murder and hatred enveloped his psyche, while the few survivors vociferously condemned his madness. Outside the villa, Jason's complexion drained of color as he began to tremble. "Increase the power," Strick shouted in alarm, fearing that Chen Xi might lose control too soon. Yet, Chen Xi, consumed by bloodlust, cared little for these non-entities. He instantaneously teleported to the midsection of the Empire State Building, forcefully cleaving it in two. As the iconic structure collapsed, it felt as though the entire dreamscape began to crumble, the scenery around him slowly fading. Constructing such a vast and intricate illusion required immense mental fortitude. And how could Jason, with his limited capabilities, create an entire world within a dream, let alone New York? As the illusion waned, Chen Xi found himself besieged by a swarm of sentinel robots relentlessly assaulting his form, shallow wounds appearing on his body. After all, they were made of adamantium. "Die!" Chen Xi's expression hardened as he seized the arms of two sentinel robots with the ferocity of a dragon and tore them apart with a force that could not be resisted. The robots were instantly reduced to a heap of scrap, and the commotion from the garden reached his ears. "Damn Strick!" he cursed. In the garden, Wanda, enveloped in a crimson glow, struggled against the sentinel robots, her hastily awakened chaotic power proving too feeble. Meanwhile, Gwen could only do her best to hold her ground. But her physical attacks were precisely what the sentinel robots were most impervious to. Observing the frantic struggle of the two, Chen Xi refrained from intervening immediately. The delicate flowers in the greenhouse could not be neglected. "Damn it! Useless! What kind of worthless intelligence did you provide, Nick Fury?" Strick bellowed in exasperation. "Chen Xi hasn't been eliminated, and Wanda still possesses her powers. Is there not a single normal person in this family? This so-called intelligence is nothing but a facade." As he vented his frustrations, Chen Xi materialized before Strick's vehicle, effortlessly slicing it into countless fragments with a mere wave of his hand. Strick's terror was palpable, his body trembling uncontrollably, his face drained of color. He had merely orchestrated chaos from the shadows, but when death loomed, he was revealed as nothing more than a coward. "Strick, who has given you the audacity to confront me?" "I am most curious," Chen Xi mused, gazing down at him with intrigue. "Why do so many insist on courting death?" No. I have not yet lost. Kill him." Strick urged his nearby sentinel robots to make a desperate stand. "Huh." A cornered beast fights fiercely. Yet, regardless of how many sentinel robots attacked, they could not deter Chen Xi's murderous intent. His scorching gaze erupted, melting several sentinel robots instantly, while the others transformed into flaming forms. Their adaptability was commendable, yet they remained oblivious to the true nature of their adversary. Chen Xi, his cheeks puffed with a chilling breath, unleashed a frigid blast that enveloped all the flaming robots. With a series of cracks, the sentinel robots were rapidly encased in ice. And with a powerful telekinetic thrust, he shattered them into countless icy shards. Strick, utterly petrified by Chen Xi's display of power, collapsed to the ground, questioning whether such a being could truly be confronted. As he beheld Chen Xi approach with a mocking demeanor, panic set in, prompting him to kneel and plead. "I am merely the scapegoat. The mastermind is Nick Fury. He provided the intelligence. A dead ally is preferable to a living enemy. He still harbors lofty ambitions and a bright future." Little did he know, Chen Xi calmly shook his head, declaring, regardless of who challenges my limits, they must face death. Chapter 77. The Avenger Chen Xi, the mightiest force of humanity, crumbles entirely. In Strick's fearful gaze, Chen Xi ignited him with a mere glance, engulfing him in flames of terror and despair. The only one left standing was the puppet Jason before him. Although he merely followed Strick's orders and his thoughts were not his own, he too could not escape death. Allow me to liberate you. With those words, he granted Jason a painless release. Perhaps death was indeed his greatest liberation. Initially, Chen Xi had intended to toy with them. For the mission to save mutants bore no reward cap. The longer the process, the greater the cost, and the more favorable the outcome would be. However, never did he anticipate that they would dare to target him and his beloved. Eating arsenic at such an old age, one must be weary of life. At this moment, in the garden, Wanda and Gwen, utilizing their wits, successfully dealt with the remaining 2 Sentinel robots. After offering a few words of comfort and encouragement, he soared into the sky, heading straight for the headquarters of SHIELD in Washington. Not only Strick, but any behind-the-scenes participants would find no escape. Director, he is coming. We must flee now, or it will be too late. Coulson shouted desperately at Nick Fury. You fool, why are you still here? Do you seek glory for your country? Flee. Why should I flee? Nick Fury, surprisingly calm at this juncture, raised suspicions among Coulson and others regarding whether he had become unhinged from fear. At that moment, Chen Xi sat aboard the confined spaceship, deciding that if he was to display his strength, he would do so to the fullest. Either one does not act, or one goes to extremes. Choosing to be high profile, he resolved to take it to the next level. The extraterrestrial warship, casting a shadow over the land, loomed ominously in the sky, its sci-fi visage rendering all who gazed upon it utterly transfixed. This vessel, the Knight, was far larger than any human spacecraft, having undergone continuous modifications, now boasting a staggering 10-kilometer length. Wherever the Knight traversed, its gravitational field would inevitably sweep everything in its path. Nevertheless, Chen Xi refrained from unleashing chaos indiscriminately. He elevated the ship to a considerable height, not descending into madness by destroying the world. When a colossal spacecraft materialized without warning above Washington, D.C., the upper echelons of the American government were rendered utterly speechless. Who could have anticipated that an alien warship could so effortlessly infiltrate the Earth's atmosphere? Yet, after a mere few seconds of bewilderment, hundreds of military aircraft ascended into the sky, no longer concealing their intentions. Chen Xi observed their theatrical display in silence, allowing them ample time to muster their forces, intending to ensure their demise was unequivocal. The night spaceship remained stationary, unmoving, as ground troops gathered below, while several Ford-class aircraft carriers and destroyers stationed overseas opened their missile silos. The Naval Battle Group unleashed its full arsenal, including F-35C Lightning II fighters and F-A-18E Super Hornets. Meanwhile, Ohio-class submarines lurking around the carriers opened their launch hatches, readying hundreds of Trident nuclear missiles. Simultaneously, intercontinental ballistic missiles scattered across the United States also unfurled their launch hatches, all targeting Washington, D.C. This sequence of actions astonished the world, their audacity astonishingly reckless, revealing their might in its entirety. Even space-based weapons, known as the Light of God, were unveiled to the public for the first time, their crimson glow coalescing, a final recourse. Countless calls flooded into the White House, and embassies worldwide began reporting the situation back home. High-ranking officials from over 100 nations reveled in schadenfreude, relishing the prospect of America's downfall. Had they truly provoked extraterrestrial beings? How ironic that they, who had always portrayed themselves as the heroes vanquishing alien invaders in science fiction, were now on the brink of an unprecedented crisis. As for the ground forces, both military and congressional leaders remained inactive. If nuclear weapons could not dismantle the alien vessel, was it prudent for ground troops to march to their doom? The military incessantly attempted to communicate with the night spaceship, hoping for a peaceful resolution, even if it required concessions. The sight of that unimaginable fortress in the sky signaled a technology far beyond Earth's comprehension. Yet, no matter how fervently they reached out, Chen Xi continued to disregard their attempts, treating their communications as mere whispers in the wind. Damn it! The lack of response was a clear indication that a confrontation was imminent. General Wells, order the troops to attack, commanded Old Deng, his face darkened with grim determination. Having received no replies despite repeated attempts, he resolved to strike first. Mr. President, a nuclear strike over Washington, D.C. What about the civilians? Wells hesitated. They had previously reveled in resource plunder and waged wars with unrestrained brutality, but they had never envisioned warfare erupting on their own soil. What was this? Divine retribution? Doesn't the East have a saying? No egg remains unbroken under the fallen nest. Old Deng barked, urgency lacing his tone. Time is of the essence. Reluctantly, Wells nodded. He was well aware of the gravity of the situation, but who could fathom the turmoil in his heart? They had retreated to a secure location. Yet what about the ordinary citizens outside? Although the conflict raged high above, could nuclear fallout truly dissipate so easily? With Wells' command, countless intercontinental missiles, Trident missiles, and Tomahawk cruise missiles swiftly ascended, leaving trails of smoke as they hurtled toward the massive aerial vessel. Across the nation, countless individuals gazed skyward, their minds blank with terror. If the Earth were to meet its end in such a manner, would they not be engulfed by fear and despair? In deserts, plains, farms, and amidst leisurely excursions, countless souls stood transfixed, watching innumerable missiles ascend into the sky. As the nearest Trident missile collided with the night spaceship, an explosion erupted, leaving countless minds in a state of shock. Had a nuclear war begun without forewarning? Would humanity's annihilation be their fate? Yet, the reality unfolded far differently than anticipated. The spacecraft remained unscathed. Not even a sound of detonation resonated. The entirety of America's leadership was left dumbfounded. What had transpired? Countless individuals, having abandoned their attempts to flee, were rendered speechless, gazing at the clear blue sky. However, in less than 3 seconds, a myriad of explosions, brilliant as fireworks, ignited near the naval base in Washington, D.C. Simultaneously, the Norfolk, San Diego, Bremerton, and Mayport naval bases suffered devastating nuclear strikes. Within mere minutes, what was hailed as humanity's mightiest military force experienced a total collapse. Chapter 78. Captain Marvel takes to the cosmos. The Black Bat King falls. A radiant blue light erupted around the night spaceship, presenting a spectacle of colossal, dreamlike visuals before all. As the intercontinental missiles approached, they mysteriously vanished. This surreal scene left America's leaders aghast. Had alien technology reached an unfathomable level of sophistication, capable of opening portals at will? As urgent phone calls rang out, old Deng's face paled further with each report he received, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. When the briefing concluded, even his seasoned composure shattered, collapsing to the ground as he murmured, "It's over, completely over." As the other high-ranking officials were taken aback by his reaction, their phones began to ring, and upon hearing the news, they too were left reeling. While their hearts felt like ashes, the populace, who had anticipated their demise, erupted in joyous celebration. "Oh my God! Thank heavens, we survived. Oh my God! Oh my God! I was terrified. I nearly soiled myself. I swear, it was too close." Countless individuals rejoiced and embraced, celebrating their miraculous escape from death. They had presumed their end was nigh, faced with nuclear devastation. After obliterating nearly all of America's military ports, Chen Xi smirked disdainfully before stepping out of the night spaceship. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, back so soon? Chen Xi mused with a smile. It had only been a few days. Upon his arrival, Nick Fury awaited him at the door, calm and collected, which struck Chen Xi as odd. "Nick Fury, are you not afraid of death?" Chen Xi inquired, his voice steady yet laced with a chilling intent. The puppet master that Strick had alluded to was not hard to guess. Who else could it be? He was an exceedingly cunning and duplicitous operative, manipulating all the Avengers at will. Who could ignore the fear of death? Nick Fury replied nonchalantly, unperturbed even in Chen Xi's presence, asserting that this was merely a matter of serving one's master. There were no absolute right or wrong between races, only interests at play. To the eyes of chickens and ducks, weren't humans simply butchers? This world had never known heroes or villains. Those who eliminated disobedient mutants and recruited compliant ones as subordinates were merely acting in humanity's interest. The victor is the one who defines justice. The vanquished are but refuse littering the annals of history. Whether Chen Xi or Fury would emerge triumphant remained uncertain. "Are you implying you still have an ace up your sleeve?" Chen Xi asked, intrigued by the unfolding scenario. "Indeed, I have no desire to meet my end just yet. There remain countless endeavors I have yet to fulfill, and I refuse to depart this life burdened by regret." Nick Fury responded with an air of calm assurance, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. Chen Xi cast a teasing glance in his direction before redirecting her attention to the striking figure behind him. "Miss Carol, I have long heard tales of your prowess." Upon Chen Xi's revelation of Carol's identity, Nick Fury's serene smile abruptly froze. Carol herself appeared momentarily taken aback. Before inquiring with a hint of curiosity, "How did you come to know of my existence?" Given your age and standing, You shouldn't be familiar with me. Not only was Carol intrigued, but Nick Fury was also taken aback, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. In response to Carol's inquiry, Chen Xi flashed a slight smile before launching into a playful exaggeration. How do I know? In this universe, nothing escapes my notice. With a chuckle, she added, You should depart now. With me here, you cannot harm Nick Fury. Carol laughed in response, bemused by the audacity of today's youth. She realized that while the young individual before her possessed some skill, it was far from substantial. Oh, is that so? Chen Xi retorted with a mocking smile, swiftly appearing beside Nick Fury and seizing him by the throat. Carol's expression shifted dramatically. She hadn't anticipated such a swift turn of events, finding herself unable to react as Nick Fury was taken hostage before her very eyes. Nick Fury, too, was astonished, realizing that his life now rested precariously in someone else's hands. Do you see? Sometimes it's unwise to speak too soon, Chen Xi remarked, her voice dripping with amusement, akin to salt upon a wound. Carol's face darkened, fluctuating between anger and indignation, as she fixed her gaze upon Chen Xi, determined to rescue Nick Fury and restore her dignity. Chen Xi, perceiving her thoughts, chuckled and casually discarded Nick Fury, much to Carol's astonishment. Now, here's your chance, a battle in space. Nick Fury's indignity at being so casually tossed aside was palpable, yet Chen Xi was hardly concerned for his feelings. Very well, Carol agreed, her gaze locked onto Chen Xi as they both transformed into streaks of light, launching themselves into the vastness of space. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, the two stood several hundred meters apart, gazing at one another. Carol was astonished to discover such formidable strength had emerged on Earth during her absence of over a decade. Chen Xi stood nonchalantly, yet the pressure she exuded compelled Carol to remain vigilant. This was the most powerful adversary she had encountered thus far. It was well known that Superman's battles often resulted in the tragic demise of countless innocents, which was precisely why Batman sought to eliminate him. Indeed, the casualties inflicted by villains paled in comparison to the collateral damage wrought by a brawl involving such a reckless fighter. On Earth, they were constrained, unable to unleash their full potential. It was only amidst the vastness of space that true combat could unfold. In an instant, Chen Xi initiated the assault, the fabric of space rippling as she appeared less than a meter from Carol. Having traversed countless light years across various planets, Carol was no slouch. Her agility was astonishing, and she instinctively retaliated with a punch. The moment their fists collided, an immense surge of energy propelled them both backwards, each retreating thousands of meters, indicating a near balance of power. Unfortunately, the satellites floating in space bore the brunt of their conflict. Both were pure warriors, and the visceral nature of their combat thrilled Chen Xi. She had never experienced such exhilarating battle since her debut. The might of a Kryptonian's punch was vividly displayed, and as their confrontation intensified, they fought all the way from Earth to the vicinity of the moon. The mountainous terrain of the moon crumbled before them like mere paper, utterly fragile in the face of their might. At their level, mere hand-to-hand combat became irrelevant. It was a contest of energy expenditure and raw strength, and ultimately, a clash of abilities and the fundamental laws of the universe. Their titanic struggle caught the attention of the Inhumans on the moon. The pretentious Black Bolt, displeased by the presence of these uninvited guests, launched an attack, unleashing a devastating sonic wave that shattered a small mountain. Yet, it posed no threat to Chen Xi or Carol. As Black Bolt sought to assert his dominance, Chen Xi, witnessing his futile attempts to intimidate, swiftly appeared before him and delivered a punch that obliterated his skull. Damn it! The unfortunate Black Bolt had yet to unleash his full potential before succumbing to a calamity of his own making, a tragic fate for a fragile sorcerer confronted by a spatial assassin. Ironically, he did not perish at the hands of Wanda, but rather at the hands of Wanda's partner, which seemed fitting, as they were all part of the same family. Seeing Chen Xi exhibit such ferocity, Carol became incensed, transforming into her binary form, a state reminiscent of Captain Marvel, radiating with a dazzling aura that left Chen Xi envious. This transformation was a paragon of ostentation, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. With newfound confidence, the radiant Captain Marvel flashed a proud smile, pondering whether she could not subdue this insignificant earthling. In a flash, Carol propelled herself at near light speed, delivering a punch that sent Chen Xi careening tens of thousands of kilometers away, obliterating several mountains in her wake. The devastation was immense. The mountains crumbled as if crafted from paper. From afar, one might mistakenly believe that the moon had been struck by a meteor, spitting out dust and debris. Chen Xi found herself in a foul mood, exclaiming, "That damn woman ambushed me." Since her debut, she had never suffered such a setback. Today, she had been blindsided by the radiant Captain Marvel. Boom. Just as Chen Xi managed to rise, Carol struck again with a sidekick executed at near light speed, sending her flying once more. Once again, Chen Xi was hurled thousands of meters, crashing through mountains uncontrollably. Had she been a fragile sorcerer, a single punch from Carol would have reduced her to dust. Nevertheless, Chen Xi's resilience allowed her to withstand the blows. Albeit sustaining some minor injuries, her hair had been singed in the process. As he clawed his way out from the mountain wreckage, Chen Xi shook his head, retreating into subspace to deny Carol another opportunity to ambush him. Damn it, where did he go? Carol furrowed her brow, scanning her surroundings, fully aware that Chen Xi was likely lurking in the shadows, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, Chen Xi leisurely harnessed the power of space, gradually wearing her down, knowing full well that she could not sustain this for 24 hours. As he drew closer to Carol, he suddenly realized that the pendant around his neck was absorbing her energy. Is this the space stone? He exclaimed, recalling that Carol's powers derived from the space stone. At that moment, Carol also sensed her strength inexplicably waning, albeit marginally. Boom. Carol swung her fist violently at an empty space, sensing the power dissipating right there. However, her strength was insufficient to pose a threat to the fabric of reality. She had never encountered a being capable of shattering space with a mere punch. Of course, this was the Marvel Universe, where such power undoubtedly existed. It was futile to measure Marvel against the real world. Alas, Carol, if only I possessed the space gem. To break the barriers of space, you would need at least the force greater than that of a black hole. Chen Xi chuckled with satisfaction, having never witnessed anyone successfully breach space. Yet, retreating into a shell was not his style. After toying with Carol, he emerged from the subspace. Chen Xi appeared behind her and delivered a swift kick to her rear, sending her flying like a soccer ball. Now it was her turn to be treated as a plaything. Nonetheless, Carol, known for her resilience, had proven her mettle in films. As she regained her composure, her eyes widened in fury as she glared at Chen Xi, her face flushed with rare embarrassment. Damn it, you insolent fool. How dare you kick me there? Where's your sense of chivalry? Carol exploded with rage, having never been subjected to such treatment before. However, Chen Xi remained oblivious to any sense of shame, gazing at her with pride. Oh dear, it seems I miscalculated. But I wonder how you feel, Carol. Next time, I shall use my hands to truly savor the experience. Ha ha ha. Fuming with anger, Carol cursed him for his lack of decency and charged at him, intent on delivering a blow to his head. Yet, despite her incredible speed, it seemed she merely passed through Chen Xi's form, failing to make contact. Humph, did you think you could ambush me? There are no windows here. Chen Xi taunted, then vanished from her sight once more. Just as she prepared for his next move, he suddenly appeared at her side and landed a punch squarely on her head. Damn it! Carol's expression darkened as she was forcefully propelled into the lunar mountains, buried hundreds of meters deep. Although she had sensed the force of Chen Xi's punch, a sudden distortion in space had caused her attack to miss its mark. Ah, damn it! You cowardly little man! Have the guts to face me head-on! Carol bellowed in exasperation. Golden Lion? Now that's intriguing, Chen Xi remarked, observing Carol's furious countenance. He had just grasped why she favored using her head as a weapon. Her skull was indeed as tough as iron. Chen Xi continued his relentless assault, his elusive maneuvers driving Carol into a frenzy, her temper boiling over like a gas canister heated to the limit. You damn bastard. You kicked my butt. Ah, I'll fight you. Hit me in the head. Damn you. You shameless fiend. Are you addicted to hitting me there? Carol raged, her frustration palpable. Fine. I won't play anymore. I admit defeat. Is that enough? Unconventional in his methods, Chen Xi recognized that standard tactics would not suffice against her. After all, had he not seen the prowess of her ally, who had the potential to strike for millennia? Defeating an adversary of her caliber was indeed a formidable challenge, especially one as resilient as Carol. Ah, so you concede? But do you still wish to involve yourself in my dealings with Nick Fury? Chen Xi inquired. Carol fell silent, aware that she owed a favor to someone. Very well, let us continue. She finally relented. With that, Chen Xi raised his hand as if to strike again. Carol, seeing this, hastily declared her surrender. Stop. I'm out of this. I can't afford to lose my dignity. This scoundrel relied on his spatial abilities and, crucially, matched her in both resilience and agility. You may observe carefully. Perhaps you will realize you have been deceived. Nick Fury initiated this conflict. Otherwise, I would not have had to eliminate him, Chen Xi stated before departing towards Earth. Meanwhile, an anxious Nick Fury, having awaited their return for what felt like an eternity, grew increasingly uneasy. Could it be that this man was a match for Carol? After all, she was capable of keeping the Kree Empire at bay beyond the solar system. Nick Fury, It seems I have disappointed you. Chen Xi's mocking voice echoed from a distance, sending Fury into a state of dread. He had returned. He had actually returned before her. Chapter 80. Nick Fury's Demise. Awakening the progenitor of mutants, Apocalypse. Nick Fury, upon witnessing Chen Xi's return, stared at him in shock for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, I admit my defeat. He suddenly appeared at ease, accepting his failure as if it were a gamble he had lost. Nick Fury, I never imagined you could be so foolish. Why abandon the mutant school and the Brotherhood to target me? Chen Xi questioned, genuinely perplexed by his choice. Capture the leader first. We initially believed you possessed a unique ability to counter the Sentinel robots, but I was mistaken. Nick Fury shook his head, explaining that they had chosen to act against Chen Xi out of fear of prolonged conflict, deeming other mutants insignificant. Thus, your downfall was inevitable, including the unforeseen variable of Carol. Chen Xi smiled faintly, acknowledging the intricacies of Fury's plan that had not put all his eggs in one basket. Indeed, I never anticipated your strength would be so formidable. I underestimated the world. Nick Fury sighed, lamenting how everything had unraveled so fortuitously. If only Chen Xi could resist Jason's illusions. If only he could conquer Carol. But alas, there are no ifs in this scenario. The victor and the vanquished stand clear. Nick Fury's choices were not erroneous. Every decision he made was the wisest he could conceive, merely marred by an unfortunate opponent. He was indeed a fascinating individual, having established the Avengers and led them against extraterrestrial threats. Cunning, ruthless, and shrewd, he was also somewhat unfortunate. For someone like him, Chen Xi held a degree of admiration, acknowledging that their differing positions did not imply right or wrong. Regarding such an opponent, he felt it only fair to grant a dignified exit. Nick Fury, you are a worthy adversary. Do not be disheartened. You have gained a profound understanding. Thank you. Nick Fury replied with a faint smile, calmly accepting his fate. He slowly raised his handgun, casting one last glance at the S-H-I-E-L-D he had nurtured with such devotion. Every blade of grass and every tree was a testament to his labor, yet he had not been able to lead it to glory. By the way, I forgot to mention S-H-I-E-L-D should actually be called Hydra Shield, for 80 of its agents ought to be referred to as Hydra agents. Chen Xi informed him, unable to bear the sight of his wistful departure. Nick Fury stood there, stunned into silence, not doubting Chen Xi's words, but instead gripped by a profound fear. Had he truly been ensnared in a den of snakes, usurped by his own creation? After a moment of contemplation, he found solace in the thought that it was perhaps for the best. Everything was no longer his concern. With the echo of a gunshot, Nick Fury, a figure of renown within the Marvel Universe, exited this world in a state of tragic solitude. The once leaderless S-H-I-E-L-D has now fallen under the iron grip of the Pierce family, transforming into a Hydra that wields absolute power. Figures like Hill and Natasha have chosen to depart, for life must persist. Chen Xi showed no hostility towards Pierce's Hydra. Sometimes, villains require careful nurturing, and an occasional sacrifice is necessary. According to news reports, the recent alien invasion resulted in the complete annihilation of the United States Navy's base, with the loss of battleships, aircraft carriers, and fighter jets reaching staggering proportions, and the death toll of soldiers soaring to 300,000. Such harrowing figures are difficult to comprehend, as a solitary alien warship obliterated the once mighty hegemon of the planet's military capabilities. Questions arose among the upper echelons of nearly every nation. Could extraterrestrial technology truly be so formidable? Following the loss of its vaunted naval and aerial forces, the United States began to temper its arrogance, quietly amassing strength. After all, their weaponry and equipment could be reproduced at any time, provided they had the funds, albeit at an exorbitant cost. Overnight, the prestige of a superpower had diminished. It was now a toothless tiger, and regaining its sharp fangs would require years of effort. In the realm of international relations, there are no true allies, only interests, and a featherless phoenix is worth less than a chicken. Several major countries swiftly united, altering various previously inequitable trade agreements, including the expulsion of the United States from overseas oil and mineral resources under various pretexts, all under the guise of protecting the interests and freedoms of other nations. Faced with the ravenous encroachments of these nations upon its interests, the likes of Old Deng could only grit their teeth in frustration. Countries sought to stymie the United States' reconstruction efforts, halting exports of mineral resources and metals. Enraged, Old Deng and his compatriots cursed, lamenting that their so-called allies were utterly unreliable, stabbing them in the back at a critical moment. Those damned foes would pay for this. Old Ding vowed in silence that vengeance would eventually be his. Amidst this turmoil, Chen Xi came into the spotlight of the upper echelons. Although they were unaware that he was the true architect of their woes, his identity as a super mutant was soon revealed. He had single-handedly stormed S.H.I.E.L.D. and dispatched Nick Fury, a feat that branded him as a lawless criminal, contemptuous of legal authority. While they could not openly confront him, covertly, they harassed him incessantly, conducting inspections of his film company and cyber technology every few days, scrutinizing him through the lenses of commerce, taxation, fire safety, and environmental regulations. They even fabricated reasons to shut down his virtual reality games, propagating claims of him being a spy and using various cultural means to corrupt the will of the younger generation, even aiming to expel him. As their relentless brainwashing intensified, a plethora of baseless accusations and fabricated evidence emerged, causing the majority of his fans to turn against him, demanding he leave the United States and return to his homeland. TSK, 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 they think they're clever, playing dirty, don't they? Chen Xi scoffed, for he was no stranger to such tactics. After all, it was his forte. The Red Queen's conquest left no survivors, and no scandal could remain hidden. Corruption, bribery, infidelity, and the trafficking of power were all rampant. Though they vehemently denied such allegations, everyone was painfully aware of the truth. None were fools. As the situation escalated, efforts to freeze Chen Xi's accounts commenced, even extending to his corporate accounts. Overseas accounts, including those in supposedly neutral Swiss banks, proved equally vulnerable. The crackdown on mutants intensified, and despite Charles' earnest attempts to restrain his kin, the majority joined the resistance. Their actions incited Chen Xi's wrath, prompting him to orchestrate a grand surprise. In the Nile Valley of Egypt, an unexpected guest, Chen Xi, appeared, his radiant smile illuminating the desert city. Awaken from your millennia-long slumber, for betrayal lurks in the shadows. Chapter 81. Arise, my precious blue-skinned darling. You are truly invaluable. Time rewinds to 3,600 years before, in a park. Mutants, born with extraordinary gifts, still found themselves naive, stumbling through darkness in search of direction. Gifts can often be a curse. Possessing wings may lead one to soar towards the sun, while foresight may plunge one into a life of dread regarding the future. Bestowing upon an individual all conceivable talents and unimaginable power might tempt him to seek dominion over the world. At this moment, a grand ceremony was underway. In Sabanur, countless figures lined the spacious streets, fervently chanting the name of a man or a god, kneeling in sincere reverence. Seated upon a golden dragon chariot was Apocalypse, adorned with a golden mask. He was mysterious, powerful, invincible, and majestic. He had ruled the world for centuries, embodying supreme authority. Yet, he despised this method of governance. Every few decades, he was compelled to exchange his body. Although this granted him the abilities of his host, it left him dissatisfied. As a god, how could he endure such a wretched existence? He yearned for immortality, to reign eternally, a god untethered by the constraints of mortality. And today was the day he would become the true immortal deity. Even with centuries of existence, Apocalypse felt a thrilling tremor of excitement at this momentous occasion. They had finally discovered a mutant with the gift of immortality and self-healing, into whose body Apocalypse was poised to transfer his consciousness. Yet, the closer he drew to success, the more perilous the endeavor became. One misstep could lead to ruin. Oblivious to the united rebellion of his oppressed slaves, who sought to overthrow his brutal reign, Apocalypse descended into the pyramid's depths to commence the soul exchange. As the external guards exchanged glances, they awaited the moment of the transfer to strike him down. The four horsemen of Apocalypse were formidable, their loyalty to him unfathomable. They had indeed found the perfect vessel. The white-robed priest brandished a sharp dagger, poised to slice the chosen super-healing mutant. However, the ghastly wound healed instantaneously. This terrifying regenerative ability elicited a long-lost smile from Apocalypse's withered visage. He was immensely satisfied with this new body. Master, from this moment forth, you shall reign over this world forever, the Death Knight proclaimed, brimming with fervent devotion. Apocalypse cast a heavy gaze upon the four horsemen, then reclined upon the altar, ready to commence the transformation ritual. The Death Knight gently caressed the head of the healing mutant, whispering, "Sleep now." As the words left his lips, the mutant's eyes slowly closed. The Death Knight beamed with satisfaction, declaring, "Let the transfer begin." With the command given, the devoted priest began to pray in hushed tones, muttering incantations whose meanings were lost to time. Meanwhile, the grand curtain was drawn by Apocalypse's slaves, allowing torrents of sunlight to flood the chamber. The sun's formidable energy, intertwined with mysterious runes, surged into the pyramid, symbolizing unknown mystical forces that would aid Apocalypse in his transformation. Golden energy flowed languidly, as countless believers cried out fervently, chanting incantations in a frenzy. The golden runes gradually enveloped the two altars, and the body-switching ceremony commenced. As the golden and purple energies entwined, radiating an enigmatic glow, the rebels stationed outside the pyramid exchanged knowing glances before springing into action. They drew back the curtain and severed the wooden stakes supporting the colossal stone, allowing it to descend freely along the burial passage. In an instant, dozens of passages were struck by the same enormous stone, creating a tremendous quake that roused the inhabitants within the pyramid. Soldiers swiftly sealed off the pyramid's exit, evidently prepared for mutual destruction. As hundreds of thousands of pounds of the dragon's stone thundered down, the four horsemen of the apocalypse reacted with equal swiftness, immediately engaging the nearby soldiers. Ordinary troops stood no chance against them. Yet, the soldiers, undeterred by fear, shouted defiantly, "Perish, false god!" as they charged forward, only to meet their demise. They advanced with smiles, gallantly embracing their fate, for their plan had already succeeded. The entire pyramid began to collapse, and the four horsemen, true to their loyalty, devotedly shielded their master, Apocalypse, even in the face of death. At that moment, the heavens fell and the earth quaked, as massive stones cascaded down, stirring clouds of dust. The pyramid crumbled, rendering it impossible to walk, let alone stand. The war knight leapt high to block a stone hurtling towards Apocalypse, but even his strength faltered. Boom! In an instant, another colossal stone fell, crushing him to one knee, his insides severely damaged, yet he refused to yield. The plague knight, witnessing this, rushed to assist. But at that moment, rebel soldiers attempted to launch a sneak attack, brandishing their spears with malicious intent. In that moment, the two knights could only stare in rage. They were filled with hatred. To perish at the hands of mere slaves was a profound disgrace. Just then, the famine knight struck with ferocity, disregarding the surrounding rebel soldiers as she swiftly intervened to save them. The ordinary soldiers stood no chance against her. With a mere wave of her hand, she sent them flying with her telekinetic force. Boom! At that moment, a massive stone fell, crushing her into a mere pulp. The rumbling continued. The stones fell increasingly, overwhelming the war knight, who coughed up blood in desperation. Seeing this, the Death Knight hurriedly stripped away Apocalypse's armor from the decaying body and donned it upon Apocalypse's new form. She concentrated all her energy to create a protective shield around Apocalypse, and as the stones fell, the Death Knight exhausted her strength, perishing amidst the debris. In her final moments, she cast a bittersweet smile towards Apocalypse. Master, the four horsemen of the Apocalypse were indeed unwaveringly loyal, even in death. They refused to abandon Apocalypse for their own survival. They regarded him as a father, for he had nurtured them. One could only wonder if Apocalypse had been lost in slumber for too long. Originally, upon observing the four horsemen he had summoned, one might find them rather lackluster. Storm Girl and Spirit Butterfly, mere lackeys. The Angel, a pure weakling. Magneto, a straightforward opportunist. The collapse of the pyramid signified the dissolution of the Apocalypse dynasty, heralding a new era for humanity. In the blink of an eye, millennia passed, and this fallen pyramid welcomed its new visitors. Rebirth, O blue-skinned little darling. Your slaves have betrayed you. It is time to reforge the glory of mutants. As Chen Xi's hands slowly moved, the golden mysterious runes buried deep within the earth felt the warmth of sunlight once more. Buzz! The transformation ritual was reinitiated. And feeling the infusion of power, Apocalypse gradually opened his eyes. At that moment, a notification chimed. System task: eliminate the supervillain Apocalypse. Reward: 2 million justice points. Chapter 82, Apocalypse's impressive prowess. Chen Xi shook his head, chuckling at Apocalypse's absurd appearance upon emerging onto the streets, which astonished all mutants. Jean Grey was jolted awake once more. She immediately sought out Chen Xi, only to find herself unable to contact him. She then sought Charles. Professor, did you sense it? A powerful ancient presence seems to have awakened. In response to Jean's urgent words, Charles expressed his own astonishment, realizing he was not the only one aware of this. After a brief moment of contemplation, Charles resolved to seek out this entity. Alas, he might be the one to be sought instead. Such a thought was indeed perilous. At this moment, Apocalypse had just awakened and was unaware of the changes in the world, moving cautiously, unable to comprehend the towering structures that surrounded him. What has happened to this world? Is this still the realm he once ruled? In the slums of the city, Apocalypse walked slowly, suddenly halting as several sentinel robots, accompanied by agents, were apprehending mutants. Enough. Clad in a long black robe, Apocalypse suddenly materialized before them. The mutant boy, who had thought he was doomed, froze in disbelief. While the sentinel robots locked onto Apocalypse, the progenitor of mutants. Who are you? Here to seek death? The agents were audacious. Confident due to their underdeveloped surroundings and minimal nuclear radiation, having procured merely a handful of sentinel robots to capture mutants. However, Apocalypse did not respond to their taunts. Instead, he solemnly inquired, who rules this world? Yet, they could not comprehend Apocalypse's ancient tongue and continued to provoke him. In a swift motion, Apocalypse unleashed a grain of sand, instantly ending their lives, leaving the nearby boy in shock. The sentinel robots immediately targeted Apocalypse, unleashing fiery and freezing attacks. But against this seemingly monstrous figure, their efforts were futile. Apocalypse merely rolled his eyes, raising his hand to disintegrate them effortlessly, as if a cloud of yellow sand scattering into the wind. The boy was left dumbfounded. He could hardly fathom that such a formidable entity, akin to Chen Xi, existed in this world. To prevent any chaos, he hurriedly brought this monster back to their refuge. Throughout the journey, Apocalypse remained silent, observing the conversations of passers-by, rapidly acquiring the local dialect with his innate abilities. Upon returning to the refuge, the boy quickly dismissed the other young mutants and asked, I can't understand your words. Do you speak Egyptian, Arabic, or English? Apocalypse ignored his questions, fixated on a large poster on the wall. Who is he? The boy, realizing Apocalypse spoke Egyptian, sighed in relief and pointed to the poster, exclaiming, he is our greatest savior, the mightiest hero. He tells us mutants are the future of humanity. The poster prominently featured Chen Xi, whose emergence had shown the world's mutants that the sentinel robots were not invincible. He had aided the mutants in slums worldwide. Apocalypse remained expressionless, quietly approaching the nearby television and placing his hand upon it. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. Indeed, Apocalypse was formidable. In mere seconds, he grasped the entirety of the world's historical development over millennia. Humans, so weak, had managed to dominate the earth and had once betrayed him. These false gods and their leaders would soon be no more. I have returned. Apocalypse could hardly believe how his children were struggling to survive under the oppressive weight of humanity. He surveyed the dilapidated shelter with mounting fury. He aims to shatter this decaying world, allowing those who betrayed him to return to the embrace of the divine. Where do you come from? The youth gazed at this peculiar figure with bewilderment. He seemed utterly out of place in this era, exuding an antiquated aura. With unwavering composure, Chen Xi responded. Before humanity lost its way, the youth shrugged in resignation. Well, welcome to the new 21st century. This guy is truly beyond redemption. Yet, this new world requires purification. Indeed, it needs cleansing, but alas, that is not within our purview. I merely wish for my younger siblings to have enough to eat. The youth sighed, lamenting the chaotic state of the world, feeling their strength was woefully inadequate. No, my child, why would you confine your own talents? What do you intend to do? To make you stronger. As soon as Chen Xi's words fell, a surge of purple energy coalesced from his fingertips, gathering above the youth's head, initiating a painful and rapid transformation. Mere seconds later, the youth felt an astonishing power coursing through his body, as if a slumbering giant had awoken. Is this still me? The youth's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Xi, his gaze now fervently intense. Could he be a god? Chen Xi, pleased with his reaction, finally allowed a satisfied smile to grace his face as he patted the youth's shoulder. Chen Xi's enhancement ability was his means of forging alliances, akin to fully activating mutant genes, and his blood could heal all injuries and ailments of mutants. From now on, you shall be one of my 4 horsemen. Horsemen? Such an archaic term. One might think we're in the Middle Ages. Trust me, you will take pride in this. In an underground bar, Chen Xi and the youth, Ronald, came seeking Spirit Butterfly. Sorry, we're closed, grumbled the bald proprietor, counting his cash without raising his head. Life isn't merely about that. We seek the strongest mutant, Chen Xi stated coolly. Just then, Spirit Butterfly emerged from the shadows. Are you all right? I'm fine, Spirit Butterfly. The bald man waved his hand, indicating he could handle everything. At that moment, Chen Xi dropped the pretense and declared, I need your assistance, child. No sooner had he spoken than the bald man produced a revolver from his drawer, aiming it at Chen Xi. So you come here to threaten people? However, in the next instant, Chen Xi waved his hand, and the revolver transformed into a handful of sand, leaving the bald man utterly bewildered. Witnessing this, Spirit Butterfly unleashed a dazzling purple sword of light, pressing it against Chen Xi's throat. The air thickened with tension. What do you intend to do? She demanded. I want you to feel the strongest power. Chen Xi calmly turned to face Spirit Butterfly. As her purple sword erupted with even more brilliant light, Spirit Butterfly, one of the four horsemen, had joined the ranks. Subsequently, Spirit Butterfly introduced him to Angel, who was also recruited, leaving only one individual remaining. I believe I know who the last candidate is. At that moment, Chen Xi stepped forth from the void. You are that man. Chen Xi fixed his gaze on Chen Xi, as if confronted by a formidable foe. He sensed no spatial fluctuations or mutant genes. The ability to evade his perception indicated a formidable strength not to be underestimated. Chapter 83. Chen Xi raised his hand to obliterate nations, astonishing the world. Heh. No need to be tense. I harbor no ill intentions, Chen Xi said with a cheerful smile, pondering why Chen Xi was so anxious. Ah, it's you. My idol, Ronald exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, shouting joyously at Chen Xi, clearly a fervent fan. Spirit Butterfly gazed at Chen Xi with sparkling eyes. Astonished that her idol was a mutant, his abilities resembled those of Superman, yet were distinctly unique, undoubtedly invincible. Angel Warren was similarly exhilarated, though having endured a series of trials. He had matured considerably. What do you wish to convey? Chen Xi inquired, his demeanor composed, having sensed no malice from Chen Xi. Millennia of dominion had instilled an unwavering calm within him. I would like to recommend someone. He could surpass any mutant to become your fourth horseman. Who? Chen Xi inquired with intrigue. Magneto. Chen Xi replied with a confident smile. Instantly, the image and information of this fearsome mutant leader flooded Chen Xi's mind. His power was capable of cataclysmic destruction, and with further enhancement, he would indeed be highly qualified. Consequently, under Chen Xi's guidance, Chen Xi swiftly sought out Magneto, who was recruiting mutants. Yet, when Chen Xi proposed making him one of the four horsemen, Magneto decisively refused. Why would I abandon my position as leader to become your underling? Magneto scoffed, asserting that he would never agree to such an absurd proposition unless he were insane. You are still too weak. Observe their transformations, and you will understand that following me is the right choice. Chen Xi rasped, confidently pointing to the enhanced mutants. Magneto, recognizing the strength of Spirit Butterfly and Angel, had heard whispers of their prowess. Angel Warren's transformation was nothing short of revolutionary, and to think it was the result of the monstrous enhancements right before his eyes? You may allow me to experience enhancement. If it brings about change, I might consider it. The shrewd Magneto immediately sought to test the waters with a 7-day trial, a no-strings-attached offer. Excellent. Chen Xi regarded Magneto with interest. He was astute enough to perceive Magneto's intentions. Yet he was confident that the sensation of newfound strength would be irresistible. Slowly, Chen Xi extended his hand toward Magneto's forehead, employing his unique ability. As Magneto underwent enhancement, he distinctly felt an overwhelming shift in his command over the magnetic field. Magneto's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his palm. Even with his experience, he was unable to maintain his composure. Previously, his magnetic powers had only been effective on metals, but now he could feel his control extending even to stones. The magnitude of this change left him both astonished and elated, as he never imagined that, even in his twilight years, he could regain such vigor. What do you think? If you and your team join my leadership, then all these benefits will be available to any mutant. Chen Xi seized the moment, casting a persuasive glance at Magneto's mutant brethren. Boss, agree to him. We can all become stronger. Yes, boss. Once we grow stronger, we can truly escape the Sentinel robot's pursuit. Boss, please agree. Indeed, boss, please agree. Before Magneto could deliberate, his subordinates eagerly implored him to consent. Impressive. At that moment, Magneto had no choice but to raise his thumb. This individual was making it impossible for him to refuse. Magneto, one of the four horsemen, was reinstated. Just then, Charles, seemingly oblivious to danger, contacted Chen Xi using a cerebral wave amplifier, delivering an astonishing surprise to Chen Xi. It was utterly incredible. Apocalypse was astonished. Even this seemingly composed individual could not conceal the gleam of unrestrained exhilaration in his eyes. What have you seen? I demand an answer, Apocalypse murmured. At that moment, Charles, who was manipulating the mainframe, froze in disbelief. He had been directly counter-invaded by Apocalypse. In the control room, Charles's pupils gradually darkened, and an almost deranged fervor spread across his face. With a voice filled with joy, he exclaimed, I have never felt such immense power. Others were equally taken aback by Charles's transformation. This was not the man they knew. Through his intrusion into Charles, Apocalypse uncovered everything. He had finally obtained the answers he sought. No longer did he require stones, spears, or catapults. Apocalypse's voice resonated with an ecstatic fervor. He had connected with the soldiers controlling nuclear launch systems worldwide. He comprehended the answers he craved. As the keys to launch the nuclear missiles synchronized, everything was about to come to an end. He could not suppress his exhilaration as he shouted, "No more weapons. No more systems. Everything is unnecessary. And certainly, no need for superpowers." Boom. Across the globe, countless nuclear silos simultaneously opened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the world erupted with unimaginable gasps and roars. Annihilation was imminent. You can launch your crossbows from the Tower of Babel, but you will never challenge God. At this moment, Apocalypse could hardly contain his elation. He likened himself to a divine being issuing commands on Earth. Countless nuclear warheads soared into the atmosphere, a scenario beyond anyone's imagination, spiraling out of control. The missiles detonated in space, creating a kaleidoscope of fireworks that encircled the Earth, a vision forever etched in their minds. In the next moment, Apocalypse, accompanied by the four horsemen, appeared and whisked Charles away, his monumental plan crystallizing in an instant. Chen Xi did not intervene. Sometimes, specialized individuals were needed to handle such matters. For instance, Magneto and Apocalypse, the demolition team, had an unparalleled ability to dismantle and could fundamentally alter the world. Apocalypse first made a grand entrance with dazzling nuclear fireworks. It was time to officially announce his return to the world. Humanity, heed my words. I offer counsel to every human and mutant. You have lost your way, but I am back. The final judgment is upon you. All your constructions, all your skyscrapers will crumble. A new era is dawning, and you cannot halt its arrival. At this moment, billions of people across the globe exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom that the same voice echoed in their ears. They were even more terrified by the implications of his words, fearing the entity capable of speaking such declarations within the minds of billions. As Apocalypse's voice faded, he slowly descended from the sky, gazing down upon Cairo, extending his arms and unleashing his full might. Countless skyscrapers, countless cars, countless flowers and trees, everything disintegrated in the blink of an eye, transforming into a swirling storm of sand converging towards a specific location. Magneto knelt heavily, slamming his hand onto the ground, unleashing a terrifying force that disturbed the entire magnetic field of Egypt. For the first time, humanity experienced the dread of the mutants' most formidable power. Were they mutants or gods? Was this within human capability? Chapter 84. I will establish a nation. You have 3 minutes to acknowledge it globally. The mutants' overwhelming strength once again astonished the world. They had lost their most potent nuclear weapons, but was there still a chance? In mere minutes, Cairo had been erased from the Earth, and the death toll was incalculable. Apocalypse's value soared, reaching 5 million. Chen Xi gazed at Apocalypse, whose name had turned crimson with notoriety, already contemplating how to celebrate this momentous occasion. After all this effort, was it not all in anticipation of the harvest time? Across the land, within the Earth, countless metallic veins surged around Magneto, causing chaos in the world's magnetic field. If he continued to extract energy, the entire planet might face annihilation. In no time, the once bustling Cairo had been obliterated by Apocalypse, only to be replaced by a magnificent pyramid. Countless satellites captured this scene, leaving global leaders in a state of shock and disbelief. Was this truly a miracle? If they sought to destroy the world, perhaps it would not take long? He was not exaggerating. Countless onlookers gazed in terror and despair at the images projected on the giant screens. Was this the true power of the mutants? Were we truly facing extinction? He spoke the truth. The new era he referred to meant that mutants would become the masters of this planet. Oh God, if you still love humanity, please save our world. Who will rescue us if there is still a deity in this world? Countless voices cried out in prayer. They could do nothing but wait silently for the arrival of death. Charles's power enthralled Apocalypse. If he could seize Charles's body, he would enslave the entire world on a psychological level. The pyramid before him was constructed for the purpose of exchanging bodies. The mutants followed closely to the pyramid, ready for battle. Yet the ambitious Magneto would not allow any mutant to disrupt their plans. Even the X-Men were not to be trifled with. Anyone who dared to obstruct them would be considered an enemy. How could the X-Men, mere pawns, stand against the Brotherhood and countless mutants? Indeed, countless mutants. They all longed for the day when mutants would reign as the masters of this planet. Did you traitors among the mutants dare to impede the rise of your kind? The only outcome would be death. The X-Men were swiftly overwhelmed by the arriving mutants. The unprecedented unity of mutants shocked the world. Many understood this scene signaled their potential future as slaves. Charles, your power is truly captivating. Apocalypse gazed at Charles as if he were a rare gem, whispering in a tone filled with fervent admiration. He was immensely grateful to Charles. Charles, defiantly meeting his gaze, scoffed. I think you are dreaming too soon. You will not succeed. Huh. Say what you will, but I will forge the Hall of Mutants using your body, and you shall be revered for eternity. Apocalypse dismissed Charles's skepticism, observing the countless mutants rallying to his cause. What reason did he have to doubt his success? The Earth Alliance gathered representatives from countries around the globe, watching helplessly and despairingly, filled with impotent rage. Having lost their nuclear arsenal, they felt like a tiger stripped of its teeth, bereft of their former might. What can we do? Are we to simply watch him? The screen displayed Magneto continually warping the Earth's magnetic field, and in just 2 days, he would completely invert the poles. Although they believed Magneto wouldn't go that far, they also knew slavery awaited them. Silence enveloped the assembly, as they struggled to comprehend how to thwart them. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you 3 minutes to contact your respective governments and acknowledge my establishment of a mutant nation. If you do so, I will halt this catastrophe. Just as they found themselves at a loss, Chen Xi suddenly appeared at the venue and calmly spoke. You? Are you certain? One elderly man questioned him skeptically. Although Chen Xi was renowned, the actions of the 2 others seemed more endearing. Wait, you intend to establish a nation for mutants? Where will your territory be? Surely, you do not intend to seize our lands? Another person scrutinized him deeply. They understood the peril of being caught between a wolf and a tiger. They were not naive. Seizing the opportunity amidst chaos. You have no room to bargain with me. I grant you merely 3 minutes. After that, prepare for your demise. Chen Xi declared coldly, for he had no time to engage in petty negotiations with these seasoned schemers. He was now the man in control. The crowd, intimidated by Chen Xi's imposing presence, fell silent and hastily contacted their respective high-ranking officials. In such a critical moment, who would dare to hesitate? Thus, they unanimously agreed to recognize the legitimacy of Chen Xi's mutant nation. Observing this, Chen Xi smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. You have made the wisest choice. After laboring and plotting for so long, this was the day of his grand harvest. These individuals were infuriatingly stubborn, typical of those who only realize the gravity of their situation when faced with dire consequences. Only by stripping them of all means of resistance would they choose to compromise. Boom. At the height of the crisis, Chen Xi suddenly teleported before the pyramid and, before the astonished eyes of the crowd, unleashed a punch that obliterated Magneto's magnetic field. Sir, countless mutants gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that Chen Xi, whom they regarded as a pioneer of mutants, would choose to turn against them at such a critical juncture. Magneto's eyes widened in confusion as he frantically shouted, Why? Why are you sabotaging our efforts? Not just Magneto, but thousands of mutants turned their gaze towards him, seeking an explanation. Do you understand what I aim to accomplish? You do not comprehend. I intend to establish a realm for mutants, a place devoid of poverty, hunger, disease, and discrimination. Chen Xi stood firm in the void, his calm voice resonating in the minds of every mutant, silencing the entire world. Their minds momentarily malfunctioned. They could not fathom that his aspirations were so noble, creating a nation of their own. This was a vision they had never dared to imagine. A grand endeavor that seemed almost fantastical. Would they not fear ridicule for speaking of it? Some astute individuals had begun to grasp that he had been scheming for this day for countless years. Ignoring their astonished expressions, Chen Xi surveyed the resplendent pyramid before him, momentarily awed, yet he had little time to indulge in admiration. With a mere gesture, the entire pyramid was torn asunder, and the transformation of Apocalypse was abruptly halted. Why? Why do you prevent me? We are true kin. Apocalypse howled in anguish, questioning Chen Xi with a heavy heart, unable to fathom that Chen Xi would oppose him. They shared a common vision. In this moment, he could not comprehend that he had even prepared to co-rule this planet alongside Chen Xi. Chapter 85. The ultimate mission concludes. Silver Superman Template. Apocalypse could not understand why. In the end, it was his own kin who betrayed him. Those around him also yearned to know the true answer. Why could they not collaborate with Apocalypse to create a glorious future for mutants? Chen Xi quietly scanned the crowd, noticing countless eyes fixed upon him. He shook his head before finally speaking. In our universe, and in many vast universes beyond, there exists a very special team known as the Celestial Assembly. As he began to speak, the world was shaken to its core. It was revealed that deities truly existed within the universe. Without acknowledging the astonished expressions of the surrounding mutants, Chen Xi continued, as the celestial beings of the universe, they were created by the supreme deity of the multiverse, the one above all. They have long traversed the cosmos, maintaining the balance of the universe. Until 1 million years ago, when the celestial assembly descended upon Earth. Simultaneously, they became intrigued by the life forms on Earth and began to study them, ultimately creating 3 species. The Eternals, the deviants who stand in opposition to the Eternals, and the seemingly weakest humans. However, the reality was a stark contradiction. After years of conflict, the Eternals were forced to take refuge on Titan, the deviants vanished, and the feeble humans emerged as the masters of Earth. Yet, a member of the Celestial Assembly named the Prober, Omeg, had foreseen the tragic fate of the Eternals and deviants long ago. To prevent the cycle of tragedy from repeating, he secretly implanted a special gene, the X gene, within a portion of humanity. Although this gene had been passed down through generations, it remained dormant until 1 million years later, when the X gene began to awaken within some individuals. When this secret was unveiled, billions of humans were utterly stunned, and all speculation was abruptly interrupted. The origin of humanity. The centuries-long debate over humanity's origins was shattered by this mythic and epic revelation. Humanity was, in fact, created by deities? The whirlwind of revelation collapsed their worldview entirely. The deviants were mutants, and humans were merely deviants. Apocalypse's faith crumbled. He had steadfastly believed himself to be a god since birth, never doubting his convictions for thousands of years. Yet in this moment, his faith shattered. He realized that he was the true false god, merely a specimen in the hands of the divine. Ha 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 ha. Apocalypse broke down, laughing maniacally, his sanity unraveling. To discover that a belief he had upheld for millennia was merely that of a plaything sent him into a complete frenzy. No one could withstand such a blow. At this moment, everyone understood that allowing Apocalypse, a false god who could annihilate cities and nations at a whim, to exist would mean the self-destruction of mutants. After his bout of maniacal laughter, Apocalypse fully succumbed to darkness. Already teetering on the edge of madness, Apocalypse's mind was far from normal. He perceived the entire world as his slaves. In an instant, Apocalypse transformed into a calamity, and wherever he passed, there was no resistance under his power. Anything other than flesh and blood was instantly reduced to dust. Such a horrifying spectacle deeply terrified all who witnessed it. They could only pray that Chen Xi would be able to stop this madman. Sir, please stop him quickly. He must not continue his destruction, or the earth will be doomed. We implore you to act swiftly. Only you can save the earth. Faced with their anxious, tense, and fearful gazes, Chen Xi comfortingly replied, "Rest assured, he will soon have no opportunity left." As his words fell, Chen Xi vanished from their sight, pursuing Apocalypse's vicinity. Then, a portal opened, and Jean Grey appeared. "Jean, eliminate him." "Me?" Jean Grey exclaimed in disbelief, pointing to herself, fully aware of her own limitations. However, Chen Xi reaffirmed, "You must believe in yourself. Unleash your greatest power. Do not resist this bestowed strength. Learn to accept your abilities. Fear not, for it is essentially you, and you are it. Consider the countless innocent lives that will perish at his hands if you do not stop Apocalypse. Courageously confront your inner self, unleashing the unparalleled grace of the Phoenix." Encouraged by Chen Xi, Jean Grey's steps grew increasingly steady and resolute, her gaze unwavering and intense. She approached Apocalypse with determination, fixing him with an unyielding stare. "Cease your reckless actions." "Ha ha ha, little girl, do you realize you are courting death?" Apocalypse derisively laughed, dismissing the frail woman before him. After mocking her, he continued his rampage unabated, slaughtering before Jean Grey's very eyes. The debris and dust engulfed countless innocent lives, their pleading eyes seeking her assistance in their final moments. Apocalypse's maniacal laughter contrasted starkly with the despair and wails of the helpless. "Save me. I beg you, save me." The power of the Phoenix embodies the essence of life and spiritual strength within the primordial universe, symbolizing existence and emotion. It serves as the nexus of all entities that have ever existed or will exist across the infinite multiverse, the creator and source of psychic energy. It is the reservoir and custodian of life and emotional energy for future generations throughout the boundless multiverse. In this moment, Jean Grey sensed the unfulfilled pleas and desperation of countless lives, hearing the emotions of those who perished. Her expression contorted in agony and despair, her body trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. As an unimaginable fury spread through her spiritual realm, her golden flames shining more brilliantly than the sun. "What pretense do you maintain before the power of the Phoenix, Apocalypse?" Before the multitude of despairing faces, Jean Grey stood tall against the heavens, her pupils dark and swirling. Igniting her golden wings in a fierce blaze, coldly surveying the arrogant Apocalypse. At this moment, the burning image of the phoenix captivated the minds of innumerable beings across the universe, proclaiming her return with overwhelming dominance. Hundreds of golden flames blazed before Apocalypse, and no matter how he resisted, it was akin to an ant shaking a tree. The outcome was inevitable. Apocalypse, filled with profound reluctance, was reduced to cosmic dust amidst the raging inferno. He should feel extremely honored to perish beneath the power of the phoenix. Even his creator faltered before her might. Ding! Apocalypse has been vanquished. Host mission complete. Reward, 5 million justice points. With Apocalypse's demise, the world fell silent. Witnessing the once terrifying Apocalypse crushed like an ant by Jean Grey, all lingering doubts were obliterated. Humanity began a prolonged recovery and reconstruction, living in peace alongside mutants. While Chen Xi traversed the cosmos in search of an asteroid capable of sustaining millions. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the ultimate task of saving mutants without limits. Reward, 10 million justice points. Time swiftly advanced to 2010, when Chen Xi finally acclimated to the terrifying power of the Silver Superman. Host, Chen Xi. Age, 26, this universe. Faction, the ever-fluctuating Rogue. Companions, the yet-to-awaken Scarlet Witch Wanda. The Terminator, the Enclosed, Spider-Gwen, and Jean Grey. Physique, Silver Superman. Next stage, Golden Superman. Strength, tons. Speed, speed of light. Abilities, steel body, biofield, heat vision, telekinesis, flight. X-ray vision, super breath, spatial teleportation, spatial stasis, spatial distortion, spatial slicing, spatial reorganization. Justice points, 13, 560,000. His power surged almost daily, reaching a level that the system could hardly quantify. Chapter 86, targeted by 5 deities. Chen Xi's strength continued to escalate, yet the world remained unnaturally tranquil, devoid of any outlet for his abilities. Standing by the window, he gazed at the clear sky, a hint of sadness in his heart. It was no simple task to be a true hero. Darling, aren't you going to sleep a little longer? Wanda's languorous voice drifted from behind him. Turning to look, he found Wanda resting her fair arm on the blanket, her rosy lips blowing him a kiss. Truly a fairy. Chen Xi's breath quickened. Just as he intended to approach her, Jean Grey entered the room. Breakfast is ready. Let us attend to other matters after we eat. The bright daylight was indeed a bit overwhelming, and Chen Xi coughed uncomfortably, then leaned down to kiss Wanda's vibrant lips, followed by a gentle kiss on Jean Grey's lips before heading to the living room. The food was delectable, yet Chen Xi found himself somewhat distracted. He possessed a system, but to upgrade it, he needed to complete tasks. He was already formidable as a Silver Superman. However, he was one to ensure he achieved full completion in any game. And the next stage awaited, the Golden Superman, an entity even more powerful than the Silver Superman. Although the Golden Superman appeared infrequently in Marvel narratives, it was the Silver Superman and others who were predominantly depicted wielding power, saving, destroying, and meddling in the world. In the DC universe, the Golden Superman could create, alter, and know all things, impervious to harm. His capabilities were designed to surpass those of the Silver Superman, yet he never appeared again afterward. While in this world, no one could surpass him. Beyond this realm, many others existed. After all, the Marvel Universe is built upon the concept of a multiverse. In this world, mutants and ordinary humans coexisted in peace, and everything seemed to be progressing positively. Yet this incited displeasure among higher-dimensional deities. The mutants possessed diverse abilities of varying strengths. Should their powers develop further, their existence would pose a significant threat to the deities. They observed the human named Chen Xi, who was altering everything. They continually retroactively analyzed this human's past, devising various countermeasures. The planet devourer remarked, though he is growing at an astonishing rate, he has now entered a state of stagnation. It would be most opportune to eliminate him now. Death is the most fitting punishment for him and the mutants. I believe there is no need to rush. Both the mutants and that human named Chen Xi have their lives firmly in my grasp, spoke the goddess of death with a calm demeanor. Sometimes, eternity can be a terrifying thing. It seems that human Chen Xi is pursuing something. I suspect it must be eternity. The god of eternity stated with an air of arrogance. To the deities, eternity is benevolence, but for humans, it is a torment. That human has made a grave miscalculation. The god of annihilation remained silent, feeling that their discussions here bore no meaning. The god of infinity sighed softly. Our powers are far too great. We cannot descend upon their world. Perhaps we should each send our divine followers to deal with this human named Chen Xi. After prolonged deliberation among the 5 deities, they still failed to reach a conclusion. redirecting their focus back to Chen Xi. Sensing something amiss, Chen Xi suddenly turned his gaze towards the direction of the divine presence cast by the five deities. The overwhelming force sent shivers down his spine, yet instead of fear, it ignited excitement, causing him to tremble with anticipation. Had he indeed become a target? The uncontrollable tremors coursing through his body must surely be the doing of deities from a higher dimension, one could surmise. What could their intentions be? Are they contemplating sending someone to confront him? Has his very existence instilled a sense of apprehension in these divine beings? Does this not imply that new adversaries will soon emerge? Chen Xi, lost in his own excitement, remained oblivious to the confusion of Wanda and Jean Grey, who exchanged puzzled glances before inquiring, "Dearest, what is it?" "Exciting events are on the horizon. I must begin my preparations," Chen Xi replied with a smile, donning his coat and departing the house. His exit resembled that of a monarch, drawing reverent gazes from all around. The government of the United States held a complicated relationship with him, oscillating between admiration and resentment. They were pleased that Chen Xi could resolve significant issues, yet envious of the immense influence he wielded. Where there exists brilliance, darkness inevitably lurks. For every individual who harbored pure admiration for Chen Xi, there were those who secretly cursed him, wishing for the swift disappearance of his extraordinary abilities. Upon arriving at Stark Industries, Chen Xi was greeted almost immediately by Tony Stark, who welcomed him with an air of delight. "What an unusual guest," Stark exclaimed, glancing over Chen Xi's shoulder. "I don't see your stunning entourage today." Chen Xi was often accompanied by various beautiful women, most of whom were mutants, possessing both power and beauty, and unwaveringly devoted to him, coexisting harmoniously without a hint of jealousy. In this regard, Stark found himself rather envious. "I wish to see your latest weaponry," Chen Xi stated directly upon his arrival. Stark, taken aback, replied, "Do you truly need such things? With your prowess, even unarmed, no one could pose a threat to you." Chen Xi's formidable nature was well known across the globe. "I do not require them for myself, but the mutants do. Ordinary humans will need them as well," Chen Xi calmly articulated, capturing Stark's full attention. The nonchalance on Stark's face swiftly evaporated. Without further questioning, he stated, "Since the conclusion of that monumental battle, my collaboration with PIM Industries has flourished, and with the proactive involvement of various mutants, we've made substantial progress in our research. We have weapons, as well as potions that can unlock human potential without causing harm. Which do you desire?" At this juncture, Stark paused, casting a glance at Chen Xi. "These research outcomes hold considerable value." I have never been short of funds. No matter the amount, I can afford it," Chen Xi replied with pride, firmly believing that while anyone could face poverty, he would never be among them. Chapter 87, Stark Industries Order. Tony Stark was acutely aware of Chen Xi's extraordinary nature, recognizing that if Chen Xi claimed he could afford something, then he undoubtedly could. Stark's gaze roamed over Chen Xi, but what could he discern merely by observation? After a brief moment, he felt a sense of urgency as Chen Xi's gaze began to settle upon him, compelling him to avert his eyes quickly. Observing Stark's rigid demeanor as he led the way, Chen Xi found it amusing. Stark's furtive glances were hardly subtle, and Chen Xi had taken note of them. "Tony, you mentioned mutants collaborating on your research. May I meet them?" "Of course," Stark replied, almost immediately acquiescing, his voice tinged with excitement. Originally intending to lead Chen Xi to the weapons manufacturing studio, he veered off course towards the mutant experimentation area. Chen Xi arrived just in time. Standing before the bulletproof glass, he observed a group of researchers clad in white lab coats swiftly recording data. Storm, in her black leather attire with windswept white hair, was conducting a small-scale energy release. Chen Xi's expression shifted to one of mild astonishment upon seeing her. After a moment, he redirected his gaze to a man nearby, whose eyes emitted red shockwaves. Noticing Chen Xi's intense focus, Stark introduced, "These two are the most powerful among the registered mutants, having participated in experiments here for nearly a week. Stark Industries is immensely grateful for their cooperation. We at PIM Industries share that gratitude," a voice interjected as Dr. Hank Pym emerged from the room. His initiative in fostering this collaboration with Stark Industries was noteworthy. Upon seeing Chen Xi, Pym's eyes lit up. Chen Xi's visage had become widely recognized, and his presence sparked Pym's imagination. "Tony, could it be that Mr. Chen Xi is here to assist with our research?" Pym inquired, barely containing his excitement. Stark, amused by Pym's audacity, had not anticipated that Pym would wish for Chen Xi to participate in testing. While Stark found Pym's enthusiasm somewhat exaggerated, he couldn't help but share a sense of anticipation as he glanced at Chen Xi. A subtle smile graced Chen Xi's lips. It was gratifying to have his strength acknowledged. However, he continued, "If your intention is to see Stark Industries crumble, I could certainly lend a hand. Chen Xi's power was immense. Even a slight release of his restrained abilities could obliterate everything within hundreds of miles. His statement was not an exaggeration, but a stark reality. At that moment, Stark recalled the image of Chen Xi facing apocalypse and realized they might have made a grave miscalculation. He quickly shifted the topic. Mr. Chen Xi, shall we explore other areas? Chen Xi nodded, bidding farewell to Hank Pym before following Tony Stark to witness the weaponry and the research on their potions. Stark, deserving of the title genius, showcased remarkable intelligence and audacity. You truly are remarkable, Chen Xi remarked after thoroughly appreciating each weapon and potion. Stark, taken aback by the praise from his idol, felt a tinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. I consider myself quite capable, but compared to Mr. Chen Xi, I hardly measure up. There are always greater talents beyond our horizon. Stark viewed himself as a genius, but Chen Xi was undoubtedly a being of another realm. Understanding Stark's sentiment, Chen Xi shrugged and chose not to respond. After Chen Xi meticulously conducted the entire examination and confirmed that everything was in order, he swiftly signed a contract with Tony Stark for a batch of weapons and pharmaceuticals worth $2 billion. I may require these soon, so I hope you can expedite their production. Chen Xi refrained from disclosing the exact purpose of his acquisition, nor did he feel compelled to provide any explanations on that front. Rest assured, Mr. Chen Xi, I shall ensure that my team completes the production with utmost urgency. Tony Stark, elated by his substantial profit, flicked the signed contract with his finger, glancing at the figure of $2 billion, and involuntarily whistled. While this amount was not particularly significant for him, the transaction with his idol and the presence of the idol's signature on the contract brought him immense joy. Chen Xi's visit today was primarily for this matter. Once it was settled, he bid farewell to Tony Stark and turned to leave. Upon returning to his residence and opening the door, Chen Xi was greeted by the sight of Wanda, whose anxious gaze was fixated on the book he was holding upside down. Jean Grey was pretentiously tidying up, and Spider-Gwen, upon seeing him, joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, "Darling, you're back." What could possibly be troubling Wanda and Jean? They appeared rather peculiar. It had only been a short while since he left, and before departing, they seemed perfectly fine. Why had their demeanor shifted so dramatically in his absence? Jean and Wanda had been discussing plans for a date with him just moments ago. Spider-Gwen showed no signs of concealing anything from him. With a bright smile, she linked her arm with Chen Xi's and said, after the battle, "We've been cooped up at home. It's high time we go out and enjoy ourselves. Our wardrobes are still stuck in the old style." Chen Xi swiftly scanned the three women before him. It was evident that they had been genuinely restless during this time. Without hesitation, he replied, "Then let us venture out now." Jean Grey beamed with delight, almost immediately setting aside her cleaning tools and scampering over in her slippers. Yet, amidst her joy, she harbored a twinge of concern. "Are you sure you won't be too fatigued after just returning to us?" She suddenly felt their suggestion for a date was perhaps a tad excessive, or at least poorly timed. "Fatigued? You underestimate me," Chen Xi retorted with enthusiasm. In fact, he felt invigorated at the prospect of three beautiful women parading before him in outfits of his preference. With his agreement, they soon set off toward the streets of New York. The brand-name stores were bustling open. The girls exhibited an unwavering zeal for shopping, tirelessly emerging from one store only to rush into another. Eventually, their accumulated purchases necessitated the hiring of a vehicle for transport. Perhaps we should have opted for home delivery from the outset. Chen Xi settled into a chair, hands clasped atop his knees. Accompanying the girls on their shopping excursion was an undeniably delightful experience, and he felt no impatience. Yet, observing the girls, laden with bags yet displaying a mix of excitement and exhaustion, tugged at his heartstrings. Of course, selecting items personally and holding them in hand imbued a sense of fulfillment. Simply having them delivered home lacked any allure. Indeed, the girls made valid points. Chen Xi chose not to voice further objections, opting instead to facilitate their ease and patiently await their decisions. Occasionally, when they inquired about the appeal of certain outfits, he would offer slight suggestions. "Your complexion is quite fair. That royal blue attire would suit you splendidly. Why not try a style you've never considered before?" His suggestions left the girls blushing, ultimately causing them to cover their faces in embarrassment, fearing further unsolicited compliments from him. As Chen Xi accompanied the girls through the shops, apart from the relatively diligent staff, many passers-by were peering through the glass windows at him. Chen Xi made no effort to obscure his appearance, and those who regarded him as a hero, be they ordinary humans or mutants, were filled with excitement. "Are you the Chen Xi who defeated the villains? May I have your autograph? You're simply incredible. My entire family adores you." A boy, seemingly around 10 years old, eagerly extended his pen and notebook toward Chen Xi. "I'll brag about this to everyone at school tomorrow," they will surely envy me. Indeed, many are envious of you already, Gwen said, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. The boy blushed at her attention, clutching the autograph before scampering off. A young mother cradled him in her arms, beaming with joy. In fact, she even took the boy's signed paper from him in front of the onlookers, revealing that she too was a fan of Chen Xi. Wanda, sitting beside Chen Xi with a hint of jealousy, soon broke into a smile. Individuals as formidable as Chen Xi naturally attracted admiration. She had long since prepared herself for the prospect of additional sisters in the future. What should have been a delightful outing, however, was marred by the inevitability of conflict. Battles among mutants were far more daunting than those among ordinary people. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded as a colossal tree was struck and toppled outside. Goodness, what on earth is happening? A throng of individuals initially intended to flee, but upon spotting Chen Xi nearby, they surged into the store, quickly crowding the confined space. Before the influx of people arrived, Chen Xi and his companions had already ventured outside to ascertain the commotion. Mutants causing a ruckus? Gwen was poised to intervene, but was halted by Chen Xi. Hold on, let us first ascertain the situation. We are still unclear about the enemy's origin or whether they are targeting us. It would be unwise to act recklessly. After all, their powers are anything but ordinary, and any confrontation would likely result in harm to the ordinary humans. Gwen parted her lips. The visibility here is poor. I'll scout ahead. She assured him that she would not act impulsively or harm any ordinary individuals. Chen Xi regarded Gwen seriously, and seeing her earnest expression, lowered his hand. Soon, Gwen utilized her web-slinging abilities to traverse the air with agility. In a world teeming with mutants, their abilities had become integrated into daily life. Ordinary humans had long since acclimated to their presence. Even witnessing Gwen's sudden transformation would evoke no surprise. Rather, envy glimmered in their eyes. Gwen departed with remarkable swiftness, and her return was equally rapid, as she gracefully leapt from the air, landing lightly before Chen Xi. It's the Hulk, for reasons unknown. He has suddenly engaged in combat with Steel Guy. To fight in the midst of a crowd, especially in the city center, is utterly disastrous. Gwen frowned, deeply displeased by the scene she had just witnessed. The number of mutants is considerable, making their complete management a formidable challenge. Enforcing obedience among mutants is not something that can be accomplished immediately. I have never entertained such an expectation. Chen Xi spoke slowly. Moreover, some individuals are inherently disobedient. It is likely that this confrontation is not isolated to the city center. Conflicts among mutants occur elsewhere as well, and the same holds true for ordinary humans. As the two conversed, the battle between Steel Guy and the Hulk was becoming increasingly apparent. With sharp claws, the silver-armored Steel Guy soared through the air at great speed, charging towards the towering green figure on the ground. One combatant hovered aloft, while the other remained grounded. Their collision resulted in both being forced back several paces. Steel Guy possesses formidable defenses, capable of withstanding all forms of attack. The Hulk, too, is endowed with immense strength and resilience. If he were to face mutants wielding magical attacks, he might falter. However, Steel Guy relies on physical combat. The Hulk, on the other hand, grows stronger with each strike. As the battle progressed, it became evident that Steel Guy was clearly at a disadvantage. It appears the confrontation is nearing its conclusion. Wanda, standing beside Chen Xi with her arms crossed, made this astute observation. Chapter 89. The divine dispatch of celestial servants arrives. The nation Chen Xi envisions, where mutants and humans coexist in harmony, is not reflective of this chaos. One can only say that ideals are grand, while reality is stark. To truly achieve his aspirations, a long and arduous journey lies ahead. As Chen Xi contemplated, the battle concluded. The Hulk lifted Steel Guy effortlessly and ambled towards Chen Xi. Just before reaching him, he released his grip, letting Steel Guy crash to the ground. Steel Guy landed with a thud but felt no pain. He swiftly rolled back to his feet. Just as he intended to flee, Gwen ensnared him with her webbing. With a playful tilt of her head, she inquired, "Where do you think you're going?" Steel Guy raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "I wasn't planning to go anywhere." What transpired? Chen Xi's gaze shifted from Steel Guy to the Hulk. The Hulk still bore a furious expression, and with a transformation, he reverted to a regular man. This man was Bruce Banner, who politely bowed to Chen Xi and said, "Good evening, Mr. Chen Xi. I apologize for interrupting your time with these ladies." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Steel Guy, his tone turning somewhat hostile. "Steel Guy has instigated many foolish actions among mutants. I was just reprimanding him." "Nonsense." Steel Guy vehemently denied the accusation, feeling it was a slander against his character. Simultaneously, he was infuriated by such accusations. I did indeed organize mutants to unite, but inciting them? I would never acknowledge that. The Hulk was angry. But Steel Guy was equally furious, pointing an accusing finger at Bruce Banner. Don't think that just because you two are together, you can bully an honest man like me. Chen Xi sensed that their ensuing discussion might delve into private matters, especially with numerous ordinary onlookers present. He snapped his fingers, and in an instant, all the mutants in attendance were transported to a different location, his residence. With formidable defenses, it was a place unafraid of disturbances or eavesdropping. The matter that escalated into violence surely isn't trivial. Please elaborate. Under normal circumstances, Chen Xi would not concern himself with such minor issues, but today, he had a nagging feeling that he might uncover something significant. I have reliable information indicating that there will be a purge targeting mutants. Steel Guy's webbing had been loosened, and after glancing around, he promptly sat cross-legged on the ground. Upon hearing this, I grew anxious and quickly gathered a few well-connected mutants, not exceeding 10 in number, and discreetly organized it. I never anticipated that this fellow would approach me, disregarding my words, stubbornly insisting on his own views, and in a fit of excitement, I ended up fighting him. A purge against mutants? Chen Xi's eyelids twitched. What detailed information do you possess? Steel Guy hesitated, contemplating whether to fabricate a story or feign ignorance, but upon noticing Chen Xi's impassive expression nearby, he gulped nervously. Feeling a chill, he lowered his gaze, not daring to utter a single lie. The 5 deities are quite displeased with the mutants in this world, particularly. Continue. Chen Xi urged, sensing the gravity of the situation. Steel Guy, startled, hastily continued, they are dissatisfied with you. In their view, during the battle against Apocalypse, all mutants should have been eradicated, rather than allowing so many to survive. They intend to dispatch celestial servants, and they will soon arrive in this universe. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi scoffed, reclining against the back of the sofa. Deities, perched high above, presume they can dictate the fate of all when displeased. They resort to vile tactics. How bothersome, yet oddly amusing. The thought of one day trampling these deities beneath my feet is indeed quite intriguing. Let's organize another group to disseminate this information and raise awareness among everyone. After a moment of silence, Chen Xi spoke. Although his orders for weapons and potions had just been placed and had yet to arrive, he could still dispatch the first batch. And what about me? Although Bruce Banner believed that the likelihood of the deities targeting them was minimal, the one who confirmed this matter was Chen Xi. If Chen Xi said it, it must be true. Thus, Bruce Banner grew anxious, uncertain if his impulsive actions would provoke unintended consequences. You and the Hulk should also organize a group. I will reach out to you both later. With that, Chen Xi sent them on their way. He needed to plan promptly. There was no need for ordinary humans or mutants to assist him, but he hoped they would not hinder his progress. After Bruce Banner and Steel Guy departed, Wanda settled beside Chen Xi, nudging him. Is there anything you need us to do? Chen Xi gently ruffled Wanda's hair. Perhaps you could help me follow up on Stark Industries' order. I placed an order this morning. The girls covered their mouths, finally realizing what Chen Xi had been up to earlier that day. Chen Xi understood that if he did not assign them tasks, their presence would only serve to heighten their anxiety. Rather than allowing them to fret, it was better to keep them occupied. Very well, Wanda nodded, as she planned to visit Stark Tower the following morning. The tasks I just assigned to Bruce Banner and the Iron Man, you shall undertake as well. Chen Xi stated seriously. The lives of mutants are destined for tumult and bloodshed. Ignoring certain realities does not guarantee a tranquil existence. At times, we must cultivate a heightened sense of crisis. While the girls may thrive under the shelter of their wings, it is impractical to provide them with constant protection. They must grow strong in their own right. Up to this point, Wanda had yet to awaken as the Scarlet Witch, which was unacceptable. Perhaps he needed to devise a strategy regarding this matter. Chen Xi's gaze fell upon Wanda beside him, who became slightly anxious under his scrutiny, unsure of his intentions. She blinked, and after a few moments of silent observation, he shifted his gaze away, concluding, well, you are quite fine as you are. Chapter 90, A Tangle of Time and Space. Following that day, Chen Xi commenced a series of preparations. Ordinary humans remained oblivious to the underlying tension felt by the mutants around them. What had transpired? Suddenly, a mutant boyfriend beside them sprang to his feet, startling a beautiful woman who could not help but inquire, why are you leaving so abruptly? Aren't we playing together? Two friends who had been enjoying their time together suddenly departed, transforming and vanishing in haste. Keep an eye on the child. A mutant mother abruptly instructed her companion before turning and disappearing from sight. People across the globe sensed the unease emanating from the mutants, aware that something seemed to be affecting them. Though unaware of the specifics, ordinary humans began to share in the rising tension. Chen Xi stood by the window, observing the unusual phenomena in the sky. To an ordinary person, nothing might appear amiss from that vantage point. However, for those who had experienced war and could perceive anomalies, the situation was evidently troubling. The sky loomed dark and ominous, winds howled, suggesting an impending storm. At the summons of several mutant captains, numerous mutants assembled in waves. Armed with a variety of weapons, products of countless experiments tailored to their needs, they also received numerous potions from their leaders. These potions promised to save lives and could amplify their strength manifold within a short span, all without any adverse effects. The mere mention of such enhancements stirred excitement among the mutants. Rest assured, we shall deploy these potions in the most appropriate contexts, leaving no waste, they assured. With the necessary instructions conveyed, an extended silence enveloped them, broken only by the ominous atmosphere overhead, yet nothing unfolded. What on earth was happening? The mutants exchanged glances. For they did not consider a lack of events to be favorable. Rather, they suspected it signified something grander at play. Chen Xi furrowed his brow. But then a smile broke across his face. So that's it, he realized, as he perceived a distant scene that foretold what was to come. Wanda, standing behind Chen Xi, had initially been concerned about impending events, yet she felt herself relax in response to his demeanor. Let everyone return. Nothing will occur today. They should remain vigilant and report any unfamiliar occurrences or disturbances. Chen Xi's sudden command left everyone perplexed. Although uncertain about the rationale, they complied. Soon, his directive was relayed, and upon hearing Chen Xi's words, those once tense individuals promptly returned. The atmosphere of apprehension dissipated. Nearby ordinary friends inquired, "Is everything all right?" "It's nothing. Chen Xi has assured us," they replied. Indeed, if Chen Xi says it's fine, then it surely is. Reassured by Chen Xi's words, the previously anxious ordinary humans gradually shed their tension. Given that it was Chen Xi who spoke, what was there to fear? Although Chen Xi's orders were not precisely articulated, Wanda understood him well enough to convey the unspoken implications, offering further reassurance. Under the comfort of those around them, the world regained a semblance of calm. Even if this tranquility was merely superficial, it sufficed for some. While a minority thrived on chaos, the majority yearned for a peaceful existence in their nation and world. Yet, unbeknownst to them, unforeseen incidents unfolded in their absence. Nevertheless, all of it was swiftly suppressed by the combined efforts of the mutants. Led by Chen Xi, they formed several small teams, appearing across the globe. They witnessed temporal rifts and twisted timelines. They beheld once mighty mountains crumbling and pedestrians who had been walking along the street vanishing into thin air. Some individuals, who had been content in the southern regions, suddenly found themselves transported to the north. Such occurrences transpired incessantly. Although Chen Xi endeavored to manage public sentiment, the situation continued to escalate. For these events were too close to home to ignore. Discussions online proliferated. I was in the room with my boyfriend, intending to engage in an intimate moment, when he suddenly disappeared. At first, I thought I had seen a ghost, only to discover he had appeared at my best friend's house. My deceased mother has suddenly returned home. She is now sitting in the living room, and I am terrified. I had always wished for my school to vanish. I never anticipated it would actually disappear. Strangers have invaded my home. These sentiments primarily belonged to ordinary individuals, yet for mutants, they represented catastrophic calamities, as they faced even graver circumstances. Was there anything more terrifying than foes who vanished only to reappear? Time and space had become utterly disordered. Even if they were reluctant to acknowledge it, this was the stark reality. The divine had played a cruel jest upon them. Such turmoil would remain unaffected even by the TVA. The expressions of the mutants darkened, yet upon catching sight of Chen Xi not far away, they found solace. Though his frame appeared fragile, to them, he was a beacon of reassurance. Could Apocalypse truly be resurrected? Those we once vanquished? The terrifying visions merely required a fleeting recollection to send shivers down their spines. Even if he were resurrected, so what? Chen Xi had slain once. He could certainly do so again. I am confident of this, someone asserted. Hearing this, they felt a renewed sense of conviction. However, just as they deemed the situation not too dire, Chen Xi tilted his head slightly. Although the timeline was indeed awry, he sensed a subtle difference within it. It appeared that several timelines had converged into one. Among these timelines, his existence was conspicuously absent. How intriguing. It seemed the deities had stumbled upon something. Chapter 91. The Collapse of the Deities' Cooperative Relationship. What would transpire in the original narrative without his presence? Evil can never triumph over justice. The outcome will remain unchanged. These deities are truly foolish. How could they believe that in a timeline devoid of him, there would surely arise someone capable of opposing him? How could they think that those who could challenge him would genuinely ally with the deities? Initially, he had eagerly anticipated the divine emissary's arrival, yet they had yet to materialize. Nevertheless, this was still quite amusing. Chen Xi let out a soft hum, unexpectedly crafting a little tune. Mr. Chen Xi was actually singing. It seemed that matters would resolve themselves quite easily. Can you discern what he is singing? It's a bit far. I can't make it out. Naturally, they were not genuinely inquiring about Chen Xi's song, but rather attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Those former adversaries, far more formidable than before, were no match for their mutant brigade. They effortlessly obliterated these foes. Everything unfolded with astonishing ease. After accomplishing their assigned tasks, they found themselves unable to suppress their murmurs. Is that it? They felt that even if the apocalypse were to resurrect, they could directly eliminate the entity without needing Chen Xi's intervention. After all, no matter how powerful the enemy, they too were continuously growing stronger. This was merely a test. The first test. Chen Xi smiled, standing atop the mountain. He once again felt that formidable gaze, as if it were attempting to scorch his very being. He turned to confront that gaze, offering a brilliantly mocking smile. It was a smile that seemed to mock, at least in the eyes of the deities. This human named Chen Xi was indeed infuriating. The planet devourer seethed with rage. This fellow knows we are watching him and dares to display such a provocative demeanor. Whose idea was this? It is utterly dreadful. The goddess of death spoke in a flat tone, but her beautiful eyes betrayed her displeasure. Was it not agreed that the divine emissaries would take action? I believe it unwise to act recklessly when we are unaware of the extent of the opponent's power. The infinite, light-heartedly, interjected. Besides, causing them to be flustered is not a splendid spectacle. So, do you see them flustered? The goddess of death retorted sharply. The infinite fell silent, realizing the miscalculation. The outcome was less than favorable. No wonder death was so irate. Eternity took on the role of peacemaker. We are all striving to accomplish the same goal. Although the result is not ideal, at least we have gained insight into the collective strength of these mutants, which is still a commendable outcome. Annihilation scoffed. What is the point of all this chaos? Just obliterate them directly. Summon a few formidable beings from other timelines, and this world could be reduced to ashes in an instant. We merely seek to eliminate that individual named Chen Xi and the mutants, not to annihilate this world. Eternity had no desire for annihilation to plunge the world into further chaos, even though it was already quite tumultuous. We are deities, beings of hope and mystery. I am not like you. Annihilation brusquely interrupted eternity, then vanished in an instant. This outcome was entirely unforeseen by eternity. They had all agreed to address this matter together. Yet Annihilation departed without hesitation. In truth, he too did not wish to engage in this task, and was quite eager to flee. The goddess of death, who was wholeheartedly focused on resolving this issue, felt her mood sour as she witnessed everyone's reluctance. Perhaps from the very beginning, we should not have collaborated, but rather acted independently. Then let us proceed separately. Thus, the cooperative relationship among the deities came to an end. Chen Xi was blissfully unaware that a mere glance from him had caused such a stir among the deities, effectively disrupting their collaboration. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have taken great pride in it. One could hardly fault him, a man capable of vexing the very gods. At that moment, standing atop the mountain, Chen Xi, sensing that the deities' gazes had shifted away from him, began to methodically instruct the mutants on their course of action. In this chaotic world, where timelines had all been thrown into disarray, the adept mutants were divided into groups to restore order. The emergence of spatial wormholes had further complicated matters, prompting another group of mutants skilled in handling such phenomena to spring into action. Once Chen Xi had thoroughly conveyed his intentions, the remaining mutants set forth to fulfill their tasks, for they had team leaders to guide them. The sky gradually darkened as another busy day came to a close. The individuals skilled in spatial movement quickly returned to their quarters, while those who could fly and those with incredible speed followed suit. These mutants possessed a myriad of powers, and their subsequent actions required no one as concern. My dear, you must be weary. I have prepared a warm bath for you. Jean Grey tenderly wiped the dust from Chen Xi's face with a handkerchief. Chen Xi grasped Jean Grey's hand, halting her ministrations, and smiled. Shall we join together? Jean Grey's face flushed crimson as she shyly nodded. An hour later, the two emerged from the bathroom. Jean Grey felt a bit weak in the knees, while Chen Xi had yet to fully indulge himself. After a long day, he was still engaging in frivolities? Wanda voiced her discontent, though her eyes secretly darted towards Jean Grey and Chen Xi, revealing her true feelings of envy. I suppose I could let you have him for the night, Jean Grey said with a hint of irritation. I don't need him, Wanda retorted, pouting as she set the prepared food on the table. Gwen chimed in cheerfully. If you don't want him, I will gladly take him. Why must we separate? Isn't it better for everyone to be together? Chen Xi had no intention of sleeping that night. After all, he was in such high spirits. The sensation of confronting the deities still lingered in his mind, keeping him in a state of exhilaration. Upon hearing Chen Xi's words, the girls no longer voiced any objections. They dined together, and their eagerness was evident in the speed at which they consumed their meal. Chapter 92. The most powerful mutant Franklin plans to assassinate Chen Xi. Immersed in the warmth of Gwen, Wanda, and Jean Grey, Chen Xi did not neglect his responsibilities. Through the combined efforts of the mutants and under Chen Xi's guidance, order was once again restored. Although stability has been achieved, certain elements persist, remaining unchanged despite the transformations. The chaos of timelines, the disarray of space, compounded by the separate actions of various deities, render mutants and Chen Xi exceedingly perilous. Unbeknownst to Chen Xi, there are those who have set their sights upon him with a lethal intent. My dear, what captivates your gaze? Wanda inquired, having observed Chen Xi standing by the window for an extended duration. Recently, she had noted his penchant for staring at the sky and the throngs below for prolonged periods. Everything seemed to have been brought under control. There was little cause for concern, was there? Yet, a nagging sensation of being followed had begun to plague Chen Xi. His vigilance had always been acute. He could sense even the gaze of the divine. So how could he overlook the subtleties of mere stalking? Nevertheless, this individual was cunning. Each time he endeavored to confront them, they would slip away like an elusive eel, retreating into the shadows. Intriguingly, Chen Xi mused, a flicker of curiosity igniting in his eyes. This marked the third day Franklin Richards had been trailing Chen Xi. Though the latter appeared to be riddled with vulnerabilities, he dared not lower his guard. A man of significant standing, revered by nearly all mutants, capable of vanquishing formidable foes, he could not be underestimated. Franklin Richards held no illusions about the strength of his quarry. Whenever he felt he was on the verge of discovery, he would swiftly conceal himself. Franklin Richards was a naturally born Omega-level mutant endowed with remarkable abilities, including time travel and temporal manipulation, alongside other formidable powers. When a voice warned him that he would soon vanish because the future had been altered, panic surged within him. The son of the Invisible Woman, Susan Storm, and Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, he had been the object of envy since birth, with both parents members of the Fantastic Four. Yet, in this timeline, his mother had severed ties with the organization and chosen to be with Chen Xi, an individual who should not exist in this reality. Erasing Chen Xi's existence to restore the natural order was Franklin Richards' singular objective. With this thought, he found himself hastening to the residence of Susan Storm, contemplating the necessity of clarifying matters with her. A new ally could bolster his chances. Who do you claim to be? Susan queried, regarding this self-proclaimed son with a slight furrow of her brow. Mother, I am your future son, Franklin Richards. Your husband should be Reed Richards, not this Chen Xi. You must part ways with him, Franklin asserted emphatically, his tone tinged with firmness. Susan remained unmoved, a hint of amusement flickering across her features. I assure you, I speak the truth. I understand this may be hard to believe. Witnessing Susan's sudden laughter, Franklin felt a pang of frustration, sensing that she dismissed his words entirely. Hence her demeanor. No, I believe your claims. Since aligning with Chen Xi, I have uncovered numerous secrets of various worlds. I am also aware of the recent turmoil in the timelines and spatial realms. Though I am reluctant to admit it, there is an undeniable connection between us, she acknowledged. However, your existence here suggests that our bond is fundamentally flawed. Franklin gazed at her in confusion. What do you mean? While I cannot discern what has been whispered into your ear, each parallel universe is distinct, and the essence of existence varies. Your presence indicates that your timeline harbors a different reality. To be precise, our relationship cannot be classified as a true mother-son bond, Susan articulated, uncertain if Franklin would grasp her meaning. Should he persist in his pursuit, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. I will discuss this matter with Chen Xi, Susan declared, rising and signaling for Franklin to leave. Franklin's expression darkened as he felt a sense of betrayal, from his own mother, no less. The words she had spoken bewildered him. I will not relent, he retorted, departing swiftly into the void. As she watched him vanish, Susan made a call. When Chen Xi received her call, he was taken aback. Franklin Richards, the being akin to an omnipotent deity, capable of creating universes? There appeared to be a connection to the planet Devourer. Chen Xi blinked, swiftly recognizing the association. Is this man truly your future son? Chen Xi remarked, his tone ambiguous. Susan, instantly displeased, responded, what are you implying? I have no ties to him. You are the only one who matters to me. Surely you are aware of this? Susan was unwilling to acknowledge events that had never transpired. She had never contemplated being with anyone other than Chen Xi. Yet, from another perspective, he could indeed be considered her son. Should she eliminate him? Would Chen Xi find it unbearable? Should I kill him? Chen Xi inquired again, his voice laced with murderous intent. He refused to allow any connection between his beloved and another man, regardless of the alternate significance of that man's existence. Susan, perceiving Chen Xi's tone, recognized the dominance within it. Without hesitation, she replied, I have no connection to him. In fact, he cannot exist in my world. If necessary, I shall take matters into my own hands. Chen Xi was thoroughly satisfied with Susan's response. Had she hesitated for even a moment, he might have cast her aside. The world was filled with numerous beauties, and he need not confine his affections to Susan alone. Chapter 92. Sometimes, pawns may also be repurposed. Are you still troubled by this? Chen Xi's prolonged silence on the other end of the line made Susan anxious, despite the matter having no bearing on her. Why should he be concerned? I am not troubled. In the Marvel universe, goddesses seldom paired with others, many leading tumultuous personal lives. Yet, he was different. Every woman he had touched had known him as their first and would know him as their last. This was merely the first time a son had sought him out, and a future son at that, an experience unlike any other. Prepare yourself. Tonight, I shall come and cherish you properly. After Chen Xi concluded his statement, he abruptly hung up the phone. Susan, initially engulfed in trepidation, felt an immense weight lift from her heart upon realizing that Chen Xi truly bore no ill will. The anxiety that had loomed over her dissipated, replaced by a buoyant sense of relief. Anticipating Chen Xi's imminent arrival, she joyfully began her preparations. Determined, she vowed to exert every ounce of her energy to ensure that Chen Xi experienced a distinctive joy. Susan devoted herself wholeheartedly to this endeavor. Chen Xi, in turn, sensed her newfound exuberance in her attempts to please him. Typically, when Susan interacted with Chen Xi, there lingered an air of hesitance and restraint, causing their encounters to lack the full enjoyment they could offer. Yet today, he found himself particularly invigorated. He engaged in playful antics that Susan usually shied away from, even feeling a lingering desire for more in the early hours of the morning. He contemplated the possibility of sharing these playful experiences with Wanda, if time permitted. These women held a special place in his heart, and he was usually reluctant to push their boundaries too far, aware of the potential consequences. Unbeknownst to Susan, Chen Xi's thoughts had drifted far beyond their immediate surroundings, as he lay in her bed, contemplating other women. So, Chen Xi, what are your next steps? Or should I simply eliminate him? Susan, unable to contain her curiosity during Chen Xi's joyful demeanor, ventured to inquire. However, Chen Xi harbored different intentions. Although his initial thought was to dispose of Franklin Richards, he realized that sparing his life might prove far more advantageous. Chen Xi suspected that the forces behind Franklin Richards were none other than the planet Devourer. While he might struggle against a unified front of the 5 celestial deities, he believed that confronting them individually could be a viable strategy. Rather than passively awaiting divine intervention, he preferred to take proactive measures. Franklin Richards presented a timely opportunity. He was a pawn of the gods, and if utilized correctly, he could be quite effective. Yet, if mishandled, with this thought, a smirk tugged at Chen Xi's lips. He swiftly embraced the naked Susan, pressing a fervent kiss upon her lips, exclaiming, "You truly are my treasure." Susan sensed Chen Xi's heightened joy, though she remained unaware of the underlying reasons. Nevertheless, she too felt a swell of happiness. That night, they indulged in reckless abandon, and by the following morning, Susan was utterly exhausted. Keep a close watch on Franklin Richards. Next time, capture him without letting him slip away. He is as slippery as an eel, Chen Xi remarked. While he could indeed apprehend Franklin, it was not an easy task, and he was reluctant to squander time on it. He understood that sooner or later, Franklin Richards would seek out Susan again. Thus, he decided it was best to entrust this matter to Susan. Susan nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will handle this matter with utmost care. After speaking, she gazed longingly at Chen Xi as he donned his clothes and prepared to leave. She wished for nothing more than to remain by his side for an extended period. One night was simply insufficient for her. The task Chen Xi had assigned her weighed heavily on her mind, yet a week had passed without any sign of Franklin Richards. Anxiety crept in. Could it be that this task would remain unfulfilled? What Susan did not realize was that after their encounter, Franklin Richards had discerned that his mother had been completely enchanted by the man named Chen Xi. He no longer sought to rekindle their collaboration. Instead, he turned his focus directly towards Chen Xi. Chen Xi was far too cunning and formidable, leaving Franklin at a loss for how to approach him. After several failed attempts, he recalled his own ability, the power to alter reality. This capability allowed him to effectively overwrite an entire universe, albeit limited to the pocket universe he had created. He devised a plan to lure Chen Xi into this pocket universe, where he could unleash a formidable entity of his own creation upon him. Franklin's eyes glimmered with a fierce determination. Though he bore no significant malice towards Chen Xi, he recognized that if Chen Xi's existence threatened his own emergence, then eliminating him became imperative. The potential impact on mutants was of no concern to him. With a newfound clarity, Franklin felt a sense of ease wash over him. He observed Chen Xi frequently visiting his mother's home, his teeth gritting in frustration as he yearned to act. However, creating a pocket universe was no quick feat. Meticulous preparation was essential, along with a greater degree of power. Yet, in this world, no one could aid him. Could he rely on that elusive entity who merely warned him of imminent disappearance? No. There remained one person capable of assisting him. Franklin recalled his only remaining family member. His gaze softening. Only she could comprehend the tumult of emotions he currently felt. Valeria, his beloved sister. Though not a mutant like him, her intellect surpassed the bounds of time and space, rendering her comprehension beyond that of even the most renowned scientists. He possessed strength, while she wielded wisdom. Together, they could ensure that the man named Chen Xi met his demise at their hands. The more he pondered this alliance, the more elated he felt. He promptly returned to his original timeline and retrieved his sister Valeria. Upon her arrival, Valeria gazed upon this world, which bore some resemblance to her own, yet differed in many ways, her emotions complex. Chapter 94. A girl resembling Susan. Beneath a lush tree, a petite and adorable girl stood with her brother, watching a beautiful woman emerge from a house. "Mommy," the girl mouthed silently, but soon her lovely eyes fell slightly. She had absorbed everything her brother Franklin Richards had shared with her, including the nature of his past conversations with their mother. "Brother, that person is not our mother," Valeria stated with serene composure. "How could that be?" Franklin, expecting Valeria to share his fervor and resistance, was taken aback by her calm demeanor. "Are you betraying me too?" he questioned. "Our parents are gone. Even if we were to kill Chen Xi, we could never exist in this timeline. Even if we were born, it would have no bearing on us. We are not the same individuals." Valeria wished for her family to escape their obsessive state, so she spoke earnestly. However, Franklin Richards had not anticipated such a response. He was filled with dissatisfaction and, without a second thought for Valeria, turned on his heel and stormed away. Watching Franklin Richards abruptly vanish before her eyes, Valeria was taken aback. How could her brother so callously abandon her? As she stood there in a daze, she suddenly sensed someone approaching. Whirling around, she found herself face to face with Susan. Susan gazed at the young woman before her, whom she found strikingly appealing and intriguing. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" Valeria felt a twinge of anxiety. In her world, her mother had passed away long ago. Suddenly confronted with a youthful woman who resembled a mother figure, she reminded herself to remain indifferent. "I recently moved to the area. Perhaps we crossed paths by chance." Valeria smiled at Susan. Instantly, Susan suspected that Valeria might be fabricating her story, yet there seemed to be no reason for her to lie. Intrigued, Susan scrutinized her closely. Convinced that no one of Valeria's description resided nearby. "I genuinely live around here. I occasionally see you and your boyfriend together, quite close, I must say." Valeria smiled again, then glanced at her watch. "I apologize, but it's getting late, and my family is waiting for me to return for dinner. I must take my leave." Nodding at Susan, Valeria turned to depart. Even after she had walked some distance, she could still feel the weight of Susan's gaze lingering on her back, refusing to wane. She continued forward without looking back until she reached a corner, where she leaned against a cold wall and exhaled softly. "Might I have the honor of inviting you for a cup of coffee?" A handsome man, impeccably polite, extended an invitation to her. This man was Chen Xi, who had come to see Susan, originally intending to inquire about Susan's recent assignments and perhaps share a night with her. He had not anticipated encountering such a striking beauty who bore a resemblance to Susan. What a serendipitous occurrence. Valeria was a prodigy, and even those who fancied themselves her suitors were often unworthy. She had little regard for them, either lacking in looks or intellect. She was engrossed in unraveling the mysteries of the universe and exploring advanced technologies. The man before her was clearly no ordinary individual. She had never encountered anyone quite so handsome. "I've run away from home. Would you take me in?" A night with this man seemed enticing. After all, she desired her first experience to be with someone exceptional. Of course, with such a clear invitation from the lovely woman, how could he refuse? Without hesitation, Chen Xi led her to a nearby hotel. As soon as they entered the room, they eagerly shed each other's garments. "How old are you?" With the tension building, Chen Xi suddenly inquired. Valeria, taken aback by the abrupt question, exhaled softly, 20. Observing her youthful appearance, he was surprised that she was already 20. However, he felt a wave of relief. He had no desire to engage with someone too young, regardless of how much he admired beauty. Valeria frowned, feeling uncomfortable. Chen Xi let out a heavy sigh, his warm breath brushing against Valeria's ear. 2.5 hours later, Valeria's cheeks flushed with warmth. She had not anticipated that being with someone could be so delightful. Reflecting on her past, she felt she had missed out on much. Yet she was grateful that her first encounter was with such an admirable and attractive man. Initially annoyed with her brother for leaving her beneath the tree, she now felt he had done her a favor. Meanwhile, Franklin Richards remained seething with frustration. Damn it, none of you are on my side. I am your family. After stewing for quite some time, he finally realized he had abandoned his unfamiliar sister. Panic surged within him as he hurried back, only to find that she was nowhere to be seen. He mentally rewound the timeline, but for reasons unknown, his usual ability to manipulate time was ineffective in this realm. He saw his sister standing by the tree for a moment, conversing with their mother, Susan, before she suddenly vanished. As Franklin searched for Valeria, Chen Xi, sensing something, abruptly halted his actions with Valeria. What's wrong? Aren't we continuing? Valeria, still yearning for more, playfully teased Chen Xi, her eyes misty and alluring. This innocent and enchanting demeanor quickened Chen Xi's breath. The scent of an ordinary woman was subtly different from that of a mutant, and he realized he could expand his romantic pursuits. After all, it was merely for fun. Rest assured, I shall satisfy you right now. Chen Xi chuckled softly and returned his attention to Valeria. Chapter 95. Valeria's identity revealed, the consequence. Chen Xi and Valeria had shared a thoroughly enjoyable evening, dozing until the next morning when they realized they did not even know each other's names. Oh, I haven't asked you your name. It felt terribly rude to be unaware of the name of the girl he had just shared a night with. The reality was that Chen Xi found Valeria's essence delightful and wished for more encounters. Let us exchange contact information for next time. Valeria hesitated for a moment. She initially considered fabricating a name, but she did not want to be associated with anyone else in his mind. My name is Valeria, she earnestly informed Chen Xi. Chen Xi was taken aback. The name seemed oddly familiar. As he scrutinized her features, he increasingly recognized her resemblance to Susan. The realization struck him. Now he understood why Valeria reminded him of Susan. Are you Valeria Richards? He accurately inquired. Valeria's face registered unmistakable surprise. Her astute mind raced, her expression shifting to one of dismay. Oh, damn it. I actually slept with Susan's boyfriend. Valeria had never imagined such a melodramatic twist would befall her. It felt utterly horrifying. Just hours earlier, she had spoken with her mother, and now she had unwittingly shared a bed with Susan's partner. She felt utterly mortified, covering her face in shame. Chen Xi, however, did not harbor many thoughts regarding the unfolding scene. No, perhaps he did have a fleeting notion, a sense of transgression. As this realization washed over him, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in his eyes, accompanied by a bolder, more audacious thought. Nevertheless, some matters are rather intricate to execute. So perhaps it is best to leave things as they are for the time being. I have some pressing matters to attend to, Miss Valeria. I hope we shall have the opportunity to meet again. With these words, as Valeria looked up, Chen Xi gently tilted her chin and bestowed upon her another deep kiss. Valeria was taken aback, and by the time she regained her composure, she found that Chen Xi had already exited through the grand door of the hotel room. Covering her flushed cheeks, Valeria felt a modicum of relief that he remained unaware of her relationship with her mother. Yet, at that moment, a flicker of doubt crept into her mind. Did he truly not know? Her brother had once informed her of this man's identity, and she found it hard to believe that he was oblivious to her own. Despite not having divulged any information herself, she pressed her lips together. After donning her attire, Valeria lingered before the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel for an extended period. When the time felt appropriate, she positioned herself near the vicinity where her brother had inexplicably vanished the previous day. Although her brother had initially forgotten her existence, she was confident that this lapse was merely temporary. He would surely come to his senses and seek her out. After all, her brother did care for her, his only family. The moment Valeria made her appearance, Franklin Richards rushed forward, grasping her shoulders. Valeria, where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Valeria wore an expression akin to that of a dead fish. Oh, you were worried, yet still tossed me aside? Franklin found himself at a loss for words regarding his sister, especially since he acknowledged that this time, the fault lay with him. Never mind. I shall not argue with you on this matter. Since you are unwilling to assist me, I will escort you back. No, I wish to remain in this world. In another realm, I have no family left, and the minds of others cannot compare to my own. Rather than return, I would prefer to stay here. Franklin was momentarily taken aback, his face lighting up with joy. Are you saying you wish to help me? He had always known that his sister would not abandon him. However, Valeria merely cast a casual glance at Franklin. No, I have stated that I will not assist you, and I absolutely will not. Her brother was undoubtedly intelligent. Yet in comparison to truly astute individuals, his intellect fell short. Despite their brief interaction and the fact that it was merely a shared fondness for a sport, she could still sense that Chen Xi was extraordinary, far from ordinary. She recalled every moment spent in Chen Xi's company. Acutely aware that he seemed to know everything, yet chose to remain silent. With her brother's intellect, he was no match for such a person. If I were you, I would never choose to oppose Chen Xi, Valeria asserted with unwavering conviction. This statement, however, only served to irritate Franklin further. I am your brother. Is this how you speak to your brother? Not only did she refuse to help, but she also mocked him. Franklin's displeasure became increasingly evident. Valeria gazed at her brother, her eyes betraying a hint of unnoticeable pity. It was all too clear that her brother had been manipulated by that voice, yet he remained obstinately unaware. Valeria was clever, but her wit was rendered ineffective against her brother's stubbornness. In this predicament, the only course of action she could take was to endeavor to free her brother from the influence of that person behind him. Her gaze flickered momentarily. Perhaps she should collaborate with her mother, or perhaps she ought to ally with Chen Xi. With these thoughts in mind, she turned away, choosing not to utter another word to her brother, confident that he would soon begin to take action in some regard. Asgard, the realm of the gods. After deliberating with his companions, Thor selected a suitable location for their descent upon Midgard. Initially, they had resolved to travel to New York, to Earth. Yet, the fabric of space suddenly warped. A voice addressed the gods, cool and detached, yet tinged with an undercurrent of compassion. I have chosen a more fitting place for you, but I require your assistance. The gods of Asgard could scarcely believe that this voice resonated within each of their minds. Who is it? Who dares to toy with us? I need you to eliminate Chen Xi. With a single utterance, they felt the world spin around them, and when they regained their bearings, it seemed they had already arrived in a new world, a realm where mutants and humans coexisted in harmony. They sensed a radiant light appearing above them. Instinctively, they looked skyward, only to discover a new world suspended above them. Truly remarkable. Chapter 96. Asgard, the homeland of the Norse gods. The leaders of the mutants immediately contacted Chen Xi. All these calls were intercepted by Wanda and her companions. What on earth is happening? After yet another call was terminated, Wanda gazed anxiously at the sky above. An intriguing occurrence. Chen Xi observed the sky. Asgard, the realm of the Norse gods? Was this a targeted appearance, or merely a coincidence? When Asgard materialized, Chen Xi could distinctly sense a slight disturbance, which swiftly dissipated. Meanwhile, as humans and mutants marveled at the emergence of Asgard, those who had come from Asgard were equally curious about this world. They wandered through the streets, their peculiar attire eliciting no unusual reactions from the locals. It seemed that the people of this world were quite familiar with their garb. What manner of world was this? Sif, clad in a grass-green battle suit, swayed her serpentine waist, her expression one of astonishment. The energy fluctuations here were immense. Many individuals possessed great power. At that moment, her eyes darted about, drinking in the sights. Suddenly, she felt a summons and quickly vanished from her spot, returning to the temple. Sif, do not wander off recklessly. We still have much to discuss. My apologies. Acknowledging her misstep, Sif earnestly apologized. We must ascertain who this Chen Xi is that the voice mentioned. If he is malevolent, we must eliminate him. If he is righteous, we shall pretend we never heard that voice. They remained oblivious to the formidable entity that had summoned them all to this place, indifferent to whether or not they would heed its commands. Nonetheless, the straightforward message left by that voice piqued their interest in Chen Xi. We could investigate further, suggested Zyarfii, his expression grave. I recently wandered through this world and discovered many individuals endowed with powers, coexisting peacefully with humanity. Perhaps we should inquire. Thor directed his gaze toward Zyarfii. This matter shall be entrusted to you, he declared, swiftly diverting his attention. Of course, our more pressing concern is to comprehend the true nature of this world and to ascertain whether we can return to our own. Remember, we are champions of justice. We must not engage in any actions that would tarnish our integrity. Thor's eyes radiated unwavering determination. As they deliberated, a seemingly ordinary human materialized before them. He was a strikingly handsome man, exuding an air of ease. His arrival was so subtle that it evoked no sense of disquiet among the gathered. Who are you? Are you Chen Xi? The mere fact that he could invoke trepidation in that powerful and mysterious voice suggested his exceptional prowess. Yet, despite the apparent vulnerabilities he displayed, There was no indication of his true strength. The intervention of Asgard was indeed astounding. Indeed, I am Chen Xi, he replied with a smile. It seems you are aware of our identities. Therefore, let us speak plainly. A voice commanded us to eliminate you, and it was that very voice that brought us here. Thor held immense confidence in himself and his subordinates, and he possessed the capability to accomplish anything. Chen Xi continued to smile faintly. I may have some knowledge of the voice you mentioned. So, does Asgard intend to confront me, or is it my world that you seek to challenge? Thor observed Chen Xi, who remained unfazed and casual. We must first comprehend this world, he asserted. Thor and his companions knew little about the specifics of this realm. Acting recklessly would not serve them well. At the very least, they needed to understand the nature of the adversary they might face. Chen Xi had merely come to extend a brief greeting. Noticing they had yet to reach a decision, he promptly provided an address. You are welcome to seek me at any time. With that, he departed swiftly, his arrival as fleeting as his exit. After Chen Xi's departure, an extended silence enveloped the hall. Did we glean any insight into the individual named Chen Xi? Clearly, they had not. The fact that such a multitude could not discern even one person's true nature revealed their inadequacies. They were filled with apprehension regarding their abilities. Were the mutants of this world also filled with trepidation? Had Asgard's arrival been aimed at them? The timing of their appearance was decidedly suspect. Chen Xi had advised them not to worry excessively, assuring them that a resolution would soon be forthcoming. However, they must not let their guard down. They needed to remain prepared for potential conflict. Let us observe for now. Even if we must confront these Asgardians, it should not pose a significant challenge for us. Given their strength, they concluded. The mutants did not harbor fear simply because Asgard's palace loomed above them, although a sense of unease lingered. It did not disrupt their daily lives. They were merely a touch more vigilant. It appeared that the voice was not solely targeting the elder brother, but had also bestowed other abilities, or perhaps the voice was multifaceted. Valeria stood atop a building, the wind howling around her as she gazed up at the resplendent, golden Asgard. Franklin Richards stood beside her. Valeria, he called out, unable to contain himself. Valeria hesitated momentarily before silently shifting her gaze away. What is it, brother? Observing Franklin's dejected expression and his current attire, Valeria immediately deduced that he had encountered difficulties. You failed? She was well aware of her brother's intent to assassinate Chen Xi. Yet, his demeanor did not reflect that of someone who had just experienced a failed assassination attempt. If he had indeed failed, he would either be seething with rage or cursing vehemently, certainly not appearing so relaxed. Chapter 97. Approaching Susan with intentions of collaboration. Mother has taken action, Franklin exclaimed, unable to suppress his frustration. Why is she doing this? Does she truly have such an affinity for someone named Chen Xi? Valeria noted that her brother was not seeking her response. He merely desired someone to listen to his grievances. Realizing this, she raised an eyebrow and quickly redirected her attention. Her mind was racing as she continued to observe Asgard above. Franklin, who had been speaking incessantly without receiving much response, finally paused and looked up, unable to suppress a sardonic grin. It seems that the one named Chen Xi is in serious trouble. In serious trouble? Valeria disagreed entirely. Her mind was rapidly calculating various factors, leading her to draw some conclusions. She even deduced what roles she might best fulfill in this world. Turning away, she announced, I am going to see Mother. Franklin looked at her, confusion etched on his face. Where are you going? To find Mom. Although she was not a mutant and had no idea where to locate Chen Xi, she was certain that finding her mother would make it easy to locate him. With this thought, Valeria quickened her pace. In a comfortable and charming setting, Valeria sat opposite Susan. Initially, she felt a twinge of discomfort, perhaps even guilt. But after sipping a cup of bitter coffee, all traces of unease vanished. I should have anticipated this, Susan remarked, regarding Valeria with a probing yet gentle gaze. You are not a mutant? I am merely an ordinary human, not significantly different from others aside from being more intelligent than some, Valeria replied with calmness. What is it that you wish to achieve? Your presence indicates that your intentions are far from simple. Susan was certain of this. This world must also have Stark Industries, correct? Originally, she could have gone alone. She possessed the capability. However, she yearned for her mother to acknowledge her existence. In every conceivable aspect, this was a rightful pursuit. Susan harbored a lingering suspicion that the daughter from this alternate dimension had ulterior motives. Yet, since the other party had not explicitly stated them, she refrained from inquiring further. Instead, she calmly remarked, You must understand that your brother has long desired to harm Chen Xi. Under such circumstances, it would be impossible for me to facilitate an introduction. This poses significant risks for both mutants and humans alike. You may choose to trust me or not, but can you make such decisions, Miss Valeria? Valeria refrained from addressing her as mother. Her intention was to completely sever the connection between her mother and the person before her. Susan maintained a tranquil demeanor. Having been Chen Xi's assistant for a while, there were indeed matters beyond her purview to decide. I will report this matter to Chen Xi, she concluded earnestly. After receiving this response, Valeria rose and chose not to linger further. I look forward to the outcome you achieve. I shall return in a few days. With that, Valeria nodded at Susan and departed. Susan escorted Valeria to the door, her expression a complex tapestry as she observed the retreating figure. Once Valeria had completely vanished from her sight, she lifted her gaze to the blinding heavens above. So much had transpired recently, and she wondered if there was anything she could do to aid Chen Xi. However, Chen Xi had only instructed her to deal with Franklin Richards, suggesting that he likely had the rest well under control. With this thought, her worries were somewhat alleviated. Jean Grey, influenced by the recent events, found herself yearning for power. As an Omega-level mutant, her starting point was significantly more formidable than that of others. Yet, she recognized her potential to grow even stronger. Not just her, but her close friends Wanda and Gwen shared this desire for power, having reached a fervent state in their aspirations. They need not toil excessively. Chen Xi was well aware of their recent endeavors. Chen Xi, do you not feel concerned? These are gods who have emerged. The Asgardian deities possess extraordinary strength and are numerous. Should a conflict arise, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for us. Do not fret, Chen Xi dismissed the notion entirely. A confrontation is unlikely, their leader is far too righteous. At this point, he thought of Thor and couldn't help but chuckle. An excessively upright leader is not necessarily a detriment to the populace, yet in certain situations, their lack of flexibility may indeed incite discontent among subordinates. Although Chen Xi had merely appeared in the Grand Hall for a fleeting moment, he could discern that some individuals were not wholly loyal to Thor. Such individuals were indeed manipulable, and the righteous Thor himself was also quite suitable for exploitation. Chen Xi had categorized all those who had recently appeared as potential assets. To confront the 5 divine beings, the required strength was far beyond the ordinary. Chen Xi was eager to see what further individuals these gods might summon. Sensing that the world was becoming increasingly vibrant, the entire situation was evolving into something far more intriguing. Chen Xi felt a thrill each time he encountered something that exceeded his expectations. This anticipation and excitement were fundamentally different from certain sports, yet they were interconnected. He inhaled deeply and embraced Gwen, who was close at hand. A shy glow illuminated Gwen's face. It's still daytime. Who cares about the time of day when it comes to action? Daylight is preferable. It allows me to see your beauty more clearly. With that, he swept Gwen into the bedroom. Chapter 98. Loki and the Mischief of Fenris. The denizens of Asgard had only brief contact with Chen Xi. However, after deliberately studying him, they held a considerable respect for his capabilities. This individual had managed to govern mutants to such an extent alone, instilling trepidation even among people from other nations. Whatever he wished to accomplish, it was almost as if he could summon an army with a mere call. It seems we are being manipulated by that voice. The voice that resonates within our minds clearly belongs to someone of significant status, perhaps a deity of a higher dimension, possibly the creator god. If that is indeed the case, should we not heed their words? After all, offending the creator god would bring no benefit to us. We cannot comply with that, thundered Thor, his expression grave. If we were to do so, what would we become? The powers residing in another dimensional realm are undeniably formidable. To think we could manipulate them at will is nothing short of folly. We are agents of justice. To treat the righteous with disrespect would bring shame upon us as guardians. With Thor steering the broader direction, even if some initially harbored dissenting sentiments, they ultimately refrained from contesting his decisions. He was their leader. Since it was his resolution, they would adhere to it. As they conferred and resolved to forge an alliance with Chen Xi, another figure descended upon this realm. He was Loki, a being harboring malice towards Thor and harboring a deep-seated resentment towards his brother's ascendance to the throne. His objective was to eliminate the most righteous deity in existence. Justice? Nothing could be more loathsome than that concept. He, Loki, was determined to become the supreme ruler of the 9 realms. Did that voice that lured him here believe it could control him? It was merely a coincidence of shared objectives, as Chen Xi also embodied the notion of justice. He appeared in this world with his son, the monstrous wolf Fenris, unleashing chaos with reckless abandon. His intentions were crystal clear, to upend this world. As Loki and Fenris wreaked havoc, news of their actions swiftly reached Chen Xi's ears. They were undeniably powerful, especially that fearsome wolf, who had injured many of their ranks. Wanda spoke with concern. Jean Grey has brought a considerable number of individuals in an attempt to control that wolf and the man named Loki, but they are utterly incapable of achieving that. Wanda was deeply troubled about Jean Grey, pacing restlessly in the room, her mind racing with thoughts on how to confront the current predicament. Do not worry, Chen Xi replied with calm assurance. This situation is entirely within my expectations. Seeing Chen Xi's composed demeanor, Wanda's initial anxiety began to dissipate. What shall we do next? One cannot simply allow that man named Loki and the monstrous wolf to wreak havoc. After all, a delicate balance has been painstakingly maintained, and it must not be so easily disrupted. Wanda was unwilling to witness such events unfold. Naturally, Chen Xi would also not permit such occurrences. With a slight smile, he turned his head to Wanda. Shouldn't this matter be addressed by someone formally? Let the people of Asgard handle it, as their relationship is already quite unique. It would be inappropriate for us to overstep in certain matters. Indeed, we could even request compensation from Asgard. After all, Loki is Thor's brother. Isn't it entirely normal for a brother to discipline his sibling? Initially, Wanda was unaware of the full extent of the situation, but upon hearing Chen Xi's words, she felt that they could entirely abstain from involvement. Entrusting the matter to the Asgardians would be perfectly acceptable. They have truly caused us considerable trouble. This time, we must demand a substantial compensation. The actions of Loki and the wolf would surely be known to the Asgardians immediately. As the king of Asgard, Thor would undoubtedly be even more aware. He unleashed a torrent of fury within the Grand Hall. This troublesome Loki certainly has a knack for creating chaos. He ought to be confined, preferably for a lifetime. In any case, to prevent Loki from causing further disturbances in this world, we must urgently send someone to apprehend him. A suggestion was promptly put forth. Baldur, Amora, you two should take action and retrieve Loki and the wolf. Thor issued the command almost instantaneously. Yes. Baldur and Amora voiced no objections and proceeded to act as instructed by Thor. Their speed was remarkable, and they vanished from the Grand Hall in an instant. After issuing these orders, Thor descended from his throne. As for Chen Xi, he felt it necessary to provide an explanation. Thor had no intention of antagonizing this highly esteemed local figure, especially since it was evident that he was no ordinary man. Although they had crossed paths several times, Thor had yet to discern Chen Xi's true nature, only knowing that this man was extraordinarily powerful, so much so that even he could not gauge the extent of his strength. Others had initially intended to accompany Thor, but he raised a hand to halt them. I shall go alone. Should too many accompany me? It would not be an act of apology, but rather a threat. Thor did not wish to be misunderstood during this visit, although he believed that the man would likely not take offense. Thus, once the necessary matters were addressed, he promptly sought out Chen Xi. As the space within the room fluctuated, Chen Xi was engrossed in a book. He seemed to have anticipated Thor's arrival. Chen Xi was not at all surprised by his presence. Thor offered a gesture of apology. I sincerely apologize. My brother Loki has caused significant trouble for your nation, and this is my fault for not keeping a closer watch on him. I understand that this was an accident, yet it remains a fact that he and that wolf have harmed my people. Chen Xi spoke calmly. Of course, I will willingly accept any compensation. Thor readily offered to compensate. Chen Xi was quite satisfied with Thor's demeanor and proposed a figure that was neither excessively high nor low. Thor raised no objections and agreed to the compensation. With the matters of apology and compensation settled, it was time to discuss other matters. Chapter 99. Drafting the cooperation agreement with Asgard. Thor's expression suggested he had something significant to convey. However, Chen Xi merely glanced at him, not initiating conversation, but waiting for Thor to speak first. Acknowledging Chen Xi's demeanor, Thor began slowly. We have been here for quite some time and have come to recognize Mr. Chen as an admirable leader. We have all been victims of that voice, and I harbor no intentions of animosity towards you. Thus, so you wish to collaborate with me? Chen Xi interjected. Indeed, in truth, Chen Xi was more inclined to utilize the partnership to his advantage. However, as allies, the more connections one has, the better. Alliances can serve as potent tools, albeit with a distinction between overt and covert utilization. Of course, Chen Xi assented without hesitation, yet Thor still appeared troubled. His concern seemed to stem from dissatisfaction with such a verbal agreement. In that case, shall we draft a formal cooperation agreement? Chen Xi proposed. At last, Thor nodded in agreement. I shall promptly have someone draft a cooperation agreement that is mutually beneficial, and I hope our future interactions will be pleasant. After Chen Xi spoke, he offered Thor a gentle smile. That would be most appreciated. Thor once again bowed slightly to Chen Xi before vanishing from his presence. This had long been anticipated by Chen Xi. After Thor's departure, he resumed his reading. Not long after Thor left, Wanda emerged from the adjoining room. Wanda, please instruct Susan to draft an agreement concerning the cooperation between myself and Asgard, ensuring it is as fair as possible. Yes, Wanda promptly affirmed. Chen Xi's notion of fairness was genuine. He held no interest in employing underhanded tactics in matters of contracts, as there was simply no need. Wanda understood Chen Xi, and the other women surrounding him were equally aware of his character. Wanda swiftly made a phone call. At that moment, Susan was in her room, contemplating how to address the situation with Valeria. She hesitated to approach Chen Xi, concerned that his previous anger over Franklin's appearance might resurface. She was anxious, not merely about Chen Xi's potential displeasure, but rather the fear that he might cast her aside due to her mention of Valeria. Since aligning herself with Chen Xi, she had never regretted her decision, even secretly rejoicing in it. Yet, what if her inquiry regarding Valeria irritated Chen Xi, leading him to dismiss her? Susan was acutely aware that her presence beside Chen Xi was entirely replaceable. There were simply too many remarkable women around him. She bit her lip, and as she continued to waver, a phone call suddenly came through. Susan paused for less than a second before promptly answering it. Upon realizing that it was Wanda on the other end, she immediately perked up. Wanda was the first woman to stand by Chen Xi, and her significance to him was unparalleled. Offending anyone else was preferable to incurring Wanda's wrath. This was a conclusion Susan had drawn since associating with Chen Xi. Of course, Wanda would hardly take note of her concerns. Did Chen Xi ask you to draft a cooperation agreement with Asgard? Upon hearing the purpose of Wanda's call, especially since it was a request from Chen Xi, Susan immediately felt invigorated. She hastily assured, "Rest assured, I shall handle this matter with utmost diligence. By tomorrow morning at the latest, I will deliver the drafted contract, and there will be no issues." After repeatedly affirming, Susan finally ended the call, her spirits soaring. It had been quite some time since Chen Xi last visited her, although they had previously arranged for him to come over. She was left wondering what might have suddenly prevented his arrival. Now, instead of him coming to her, it was she who would take the initiative. Hoping to make a commendable impression this time, Susan was overwhelmed with excitement. Yet soon after, a wave of melancholy washed over her. She recalled the situation with Valeria. How was she to address the matter concerning Valeria? Although Susan could arrange a visit to Tony Stark's industrial tower, she was uncertain about Valeria's attitude towards it. Susan was reluctant to make an independent decision that could potentially lead Stark Industries into a predicament, especially since Valeria appeared to be a minor, and it was unclear what qualifications she possessed to work there. Indeed, this was a matter that required Chen Xi's guidance. However, in order to consult him, Susan needed to swiftly complete the tasks assigned to her. With this in mind, Susan promptly strode to her desk, seizing paper and pen to commence her writing. Her pace was remarkably swift, occasionally furrowing her brow or relaxing it as she focused intently, so absorbed in her work that she scarcely noticed the knocking at the door. It was only when the knocking grew increasingly insistent that she snapped back to reality. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 5 p.m. She had been engrossed for quite some time, but even now, the contract remained unfinished. Who could be knocking at this hour? A sudden possibility flickered in Susan's mind, causing her breath to quicken. She dashed to the door, hastily adjusting her attire and hair. When she opened the door, her expression fell momentarily, only to be replaced by surprise. "It's you. Good afternoon, Miss Susan," Valeria greeted politely at the threshold. "May I come in?" Puzzled as to why Valeria would visit at this hour, Susan bit her lip and stepped aside to allow her entry. Valeria surveyed the room, her gaze landing on the disheveled papers and pens scattered nearby, smiling as she noted, "It seems Miss Susan has been quite busy with work." Susan, however, had no intention of engaging in pleasantries, as much of her recent distress stemmed from the very girl before her. "What brings you here this time?" she inquired directly. "I came to inquire whether my employment has been confirmed," Valeria replied, her tone shifting to one of seriousness. Chapter 100, The Altered Contract. "So, Valeria's visit is solely regarding this matter?" Susan frowned. "I have yet to finalize your position. After all, I cannot ascertain whether your intentions mirror those of your brother. Franklin, if you harbor malice towards this world, I am a cognitive developer, and I am acutely aware of what actions are appropriate. My brother Franklin lacks the intellect to contend with Chen Xi." Mentioning Chen, she seemed to trigger something in Valeria, causing a fleeting blush to grace her cheeks before she quickly regained her composure. "If you are concerned about my age, fret not. I am already an adult, 20 years old. Moreover, I have accomplished numerous achievements and conducted extensive research. I am confident in my abilities to propel this world into a new technological era." Valeria spoke with a confidence that was not arrogance, compelling Susan to believe her words. An inner voice assured her that this girl, named Valeria, was truthful. She could indeed fulfill her assertions. Nevertheless, Susan felt incapable of making a decisive conclusion. "You must allow me some time. Even if it's just to mention it to your leaders. It is better than me idly waiting here. Everyone's time is valuable. If I do not secure a suitable position soon, I may very well face starvation. At this, Valeria flashed a smile at Susan. My brother often abandons me when he is angry, and my funds are nearly depleted. Was she subtly suggesting she hoped to be taken in? The thought of accommodating Valeria was not entirely unfeasible. After a mere 30 seconds of contemplation, Susan arrived at a decision. You may stay here. Tomorrow, I will take you with me to meet our leader, Chen Xi. Whether he chooses to retain you will be entirely up to him. As for the possibility of Chen Xi directing his ire towards her due to this, Susan chose not to dwell on it. Overthinking would not yield any benefits. Her foremost priority was to expedite the completion of that contract. Having said this, she permitted Valeria to move about freely while returning to her desk. She worked with intense focus, neglecting even her dinner. When the enticing aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, Susan was taken aback. Miss Susan, it's getting late. Shall we dine together? Valeria continued to address her as Miss Susan. Although Susan found this odd, she saw no harm in it. After all, it would be inappropriate for Valeria to call her mother. As they sat at the table, the meal exceeded her expectations, certainly surpassing what even a five-star establishment might offer. Your culinary skills are quite impressive. You must have studied them meticulously, Susan remarked. Isn't cooking something one can grasp just by observing? Must one truly learn it? Valeria expressed genuine curiosity regarding Susan's comment. She was not boasting. She genuinely believed that learning anything was effortlessly simple. The ability to produce a dreadful meal was what truly struck her as remarkable. After they finished their meal, Susan arranged a room for Valeria. She then concluded the remaining details of the agreement, inputting the information into her computer and printing it out. By the time she completed this task, it was well past midnight. She promptly retreated to her room for rest, while Valeria quietly emerged once Susan had fallen asleep. She quickly glanced at the contract Susan had drafted, deleted it entirely, and made her own modifications, striving to restore everything to its original state. In the morning, Susan conducted a swift review and found no issues, then departed with Valeria. When visiting Chen Xi, it is imperative to exhibit proper decorum. He is an exceptionally formidable individual. Do not be deceived by his seemingly ordinary exterior, for it would be unwise to underestimate him. If you are contemplating an assassination, I would strongly advise against it. On their way, Susan continuously imparted this wisdom to Valeria, who maintained a serene smile throughout. Rest assured, I am well aware of my capabilities and limitations, Valeria replied. She understood Susan's concerns, but the repetitive admonition reminded her of her own mother. Despite hailing from different worlds, their personalities bore a striking resemblance. After traversing a considerable distance, they arrived at an expansive villa. Upon entering, the vastness of the space was palpable. In the living room, Chen Xi lounged casually, with Gwen attending to his shoulders. Is the contract I requested ready? Please bring it forth for my perusal, Chen Xi said, extending his hand. Susan promptly handed the contract to him. Chen Xi swiftly scanned the document before smiling and remarking, This contract is not authored by you, Susan, is it? His gaze shifted to Valeria, a teasing glint in his eyes. I meticulously composed it word by word yesterday, Susan asserted, having reviewed it prior to her arrival, finding no discrepancies. Chen Xi then returned the contract to Susan, who immediately lowered her head to scrutinize it more closely. The more she examined, the more perplexed her expression became. The contract bore a resemblance to her original draft, yet numerous sections diverged significantly. This contract is certainly not my handiwork, rather, it surpasses my own in quality, containing aspects I had not conceived. With only herself and Valeria in the room, if it was not her creation, it could only belong to Valeria. Had it been poorly written, she might have vented her frustrations at Valeria, but the document's excellence left her feeling only embarrassment. Do not worry. I harbor no blame towards you. This contract is indeed exceptional, and it has been refined from your original foundation. Chen Xi then inquired, aside from delivering the contract, is there anything else of significance? He took the contract back and handed it to Wanda, resting his hands on his knees while smiling at Susan and Valeria, revealing none of his prior acquaintance with Valeria or their intimate interactions. Chapter 101. Valeria's assurance of her worth. Beyond delivering the contract, I certainly have other matters to address. Susan inhaled deeply, preparing to express her purpose for visiting, but Valeria stepped forward. I implored Miss Susan to help me secure a position at Stark Industries. While I should seek the approval of Tony Stark, if you, Mr. Chen Xi, were to personally recommend me, the process would undoubtedly become much easier. Valeria was resolute in this belief. You are correct, my recommendation would suffice, but what compels me to assist you? Chen Xi replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. Valeria could not admit that their closeness was the reason. Such a confession would bear no weight. Their brief encounter had culminated in intimacy, devoid of any emotional foundation. Even Susan could be discarded. What chance did she, a mere one-night companion, have? Despite her understanding of this reality, Valeria felt a momentary pang of disappointment. However, she quickly regained her composure. Because I am exceptionally clever. After a brief pause, she continued, not only am I intelligent, but I am also incredibly resourceful. I comprehend the precarious state of the world. My involvement would bring about significant change. You possess great confidence, Chen Xi observed, his tone remaining placid, devoid of any detectable emotion. Valeria bit her lip, feeling a surge of anxiety within her. I am indeed confident. I believe Mr. Chen Xi should consider testing my worth. I can prove myself, Valeria vowed, realizing she had never been so fervently eager to advocate for herself. At that moment, she was uncertain whether she sought to validate her abilities or merely to impress Chen Xi. Regardless, both motivations resonated within her heart. She fixed her gaze upon him intently. Very well, Chen Xi replied, a light chuckle escaping his lips. After Chen Xi's acquiescence, Wanda addressed Valeria. I happen to be heading to Stark Industries to retrieve the second shipment. Since you are going there as well, let us proceed together. Valeria nodded, initially expecting Chen Xi to accompany her, but accepting Wanda's offer instead. As Wanda led her away, Valeria cast a reluctant glance back at Chen Xi, only to find him engaged in conversation with another woman. A flicker of displeasure crossed her mind, yet she ultimately redirected her focus. She was determined to demonstrate her strength and win Chen Xi's admiration. Being overlooked now would not matter. She would prove herself in due time. Although Valeria's unwavering gaze lingered on Chen Xi, Susan remained oblivious, while Gwen and Jean Grey exchanged knowing looks. It was evident that Chen Xi shared a connection with Miss Valeria. Their silent understanding was mutual, and they exchanged glances quickly, even Chen Xi remaining unaware. Yet, even if he had noticed, it is unlikely he would have cared. His reputation in public was well known, and these women were undoubtedly cognizant of it. Thus, there was no need for pretense or concealment. As the three of them engaged in quiet companionship, a sudden tremor shook the ground, startling them into alertness. An attack was imminent. The audacity of the assailants was astonishing. Gwen, incensed, stood abruptly. It must be those Asgardians. They are the only possible culprits. While they speculated, Thor raged in the Grand Hall. Baldur, Amora, was it not your charge to handle Loki's affairs? Is this the result of your efforts? Thor's ire was palpable. I sincerely apologize. Loki is exceedingly cunning. Every time we near his capture, he escapes. They had not anticipated that Loki would launch a direct assault on Chen Xi's residence. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, they hastened to seek Thor's assistance. Thor, momentarily at a loss for words, pressed his lips together in frustration. Enough. The matters remained unresolved, and yet excuses continued to abound, a result Thor did not desire. His countenance reflected his displeasure. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands, even to the extent of personally offering an apology. That Loki fellow is nothing but a source of trouble. Thor swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Loki was in high spirits. That fool, Thor, must be experiencing quite the headache right now. Just as Thor understood him well, he too possessed an intimate knowledge of Thor. He had learned that Thor was attempting to collaborate with Chen Xi in this world. All he needed to do was dismantle their partnership. Yet, it remained a mystery how Chen Xi's abode had sustained no damage at all, while the surrounding structures had been reduced to ruin. Loki was far from satisfied. Fenris, my son, let the assault intensify. The monstrous wolf complied. Almost immediately after Loki had uttered certain words, he chose to strike. However, his attack seemed to yield little effect. The clash of their powers produced a tremendous energy that forced them both to retreat. Fenris spat blood from his mouth, gazing at the figure who had obstructed him, Thor. The wolf had never feared anything, and upon recognizing his opponent, he charged once more. Loki frowned, but did not halt Fenris's advance. Not only did he refrain from intervening, but he even attempted to launch an assault on Thor. Thor, how foolish you are to dare appear before me alone. I initially intended merely to add a bit of trouble to your life, but since you seem to require more, you shall meet your end here. Rest assured, I will also send away those shallow gods surrounding you, so you can be reunited in the afterlife. Chapter 102, Loki and Fenris. Loki had arrived this time fully prepared. Thor, initially dismissive, gradually found himself unable to withstand Loki's onslaught. It was then that he realized something was amiss. Loki wielded a warhammer, a sinister smile upon his lips as vast amounts of energy coalesced upon the weapon. Floating in midair, he struck down towards Thor with a resounding crash, creating a massive crater in the ground. Yet, Thor, who should have been obliterated alongside the crater, had vanished without a trace. Where is he? Loki could hardly believe that his actions had been so effortlessly thwarted. He glanced around, then noticed a figure above him. Thor, gravely injured, was being held by a man. The once mighty Thor now appeared as a limp serpent, dragged along, an utterly ridiculous sight. Perhaps allowing Thor to live would be the better course of action. In that moment, Loki could not help but feel a surge of delight at Thor's disheveled state. He gripped his warhammer tightly, casting a gleeful look at the man nearby. "You must be Chen Xi?" Chen Xi gently placed Thor on the ground. He spoke little, merely affirming Loki's inquiry. "Indeed. I am Chen Xi." As he landed, two women suddenly appeared. One was Gwen, and the other was Jean Grey. Though both women sensed the tension in the air and recognized that they were likely no match for the men outside, they steadfastly positioned themselves beside Chen Xi. Chen Xi cast a brief glance at the two women before unceremoniously dropping Thor to the ground. He could not allow his women to assist a stranger, a notion he found quite distasteful. Thor, unfazed, sat cross-legged on the ground, panting heavily. "Thank you." He had not anticipated his meeting with Chen Xi would unfold in such a disheveled manner, which was truly embarrassing. At that moment, Amora, Balder, and other Asgardian deities appeared. Loki's eyes suddenly filled with a wary glint, realizing the opportunity he had hoped to seize, to capture both Chen Xi and Thor, was slipping away. Although Loki had always held a sense of self-importance, believing no one could rival him, the sheer number of foes before him was daunting. He and Fenris alone could not contend with them. Even in his arrogance, he would not underestimate the situation to such a degree. Thus, he bellowed to Fenris, "Fenris, retreat." After issuing the command, he unceremoniously fled with the monstrous wolf under the gaze of many. Balder immediately sought to pursue them, but Thor called out to him. No need to chase. Thor was certain that Balder would not stand a chance against Fenris and Loki. Rushing into battle would be tantamount to courting death. Aware of this, Thor would not allow Balder to pursue. Though reluctant, Balder ultimately halted his advance. He turned around and rushed to assist the severely injured Thor. Thor exhaled heavily. "I never expected Loki to become this powerful. It is entirely beyond my expectations. It seems I had underestimated him significantly. Clearly, had he not been so complacent, this predicament would not have arisen. Aside from this matter, there were other issues at hand." He turned his gaze toward Chen Xi, approaching him with solemnity. "I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention. I did not intend to rescue you. The events unfolded at my doorstep, and I felt compelled to investigate. It appears you are quite familiar with that man named Loki. As for the damages incurred, shall we discuss compensation?" Chen Xi smiled, addressing the topic of monetary recompense without hesitation, causing Thor to blush with embarrassment. The disruption of his household affairs affecting others was indeed most regrettable. Thus, he awkwardly shifted his lips before earnestly responding to Chen Xi. "Compensation is certainly warranted. I entrust you with the matter concerning Amora." Initially, Thor believed it would be more appropriate for him to manage the situation personally. However, given his current battered state, broaching the subject with others would only invite speculation. There was no need for excessive candor. It was wiser to let a trusted subordinate handle the issue. Thor noted that the women accompanying Chen Xi were all exceptionally beautiful. Sending Amora to negotiate with Chen Xi was also a matter of personal interest. Among the Norse deities, moral considerations were often lacking. Should Amora and Chen Xi develop feelings for one another, it would greatly facilitate their future collaboration. Of course, if there was no mutual attraction, he would not force the matter, as some things required genuine affinity to flourish. Amora, unaware of Thor's covert intentions, responded promptly, "Very well." After Balder took Thor away, Amora glanced at the surrounding disarray and then, with great caution, bowed respectfully to Chen Xi. "Now, Mr. Chen Xi, let us discuss the matter of compensation." Amora found the concept of compensation to be rather novel. In previous battles, such an idea had never been entertained. However, after encountering Chen Xi, Asgard had indeed compensated him quite generously. The last time was no exception. Amora had initially anticipated that he would make some excessive demands or request a considerable sum, which, although trivial for Asgard, could still be somewhat displeasing. Yet, Chen Xi did not do so. Instead, he seemed to possess a more noble perspective than she had assumed. This made Amora feel somewhat embarrassed. "Since the matter of compensation has been settled, I shall take my leave." Amora nodded to Chen Xi and rose to depart, only to be halted by his voice. "Wait, Miss Amora, would you care to stay for a meal? After all, we have much collaboration ahead." Amora did not ponder this too deeply. If Chen Xi had invited her alone for a meal or tea, she might have suspected ulterior motives. However, with Gwen and Jean Grey industriously working in the kitchen, she felt reassured. Chapter 103, The Enchantress Amora. Although the living room now only held Amora and Chen Xi, his demeanor remained tranquil, devoid of any inappropriate intentions. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Gwen and Jean Grey, aware that Amora would be dining with them, exerted themselves to prepare a splendid meal. They were determined to impress Amora. Observing the two women bustling about, Amora felt a sense of bewilderment. These humans were quite peculiar. They seemed inexplicably excited over the mere act of cooking. To her, only combat truly showcased a person's worth. While she did not entirely concur with Gwen and Jean's enthusiasm, she chose not to voice her opinions on the matter. The meal itself was quite delightful, though Amora deemed it unnecessary. Food was merely a basic sustenance for maintaining bodily functions, and for a deity, it was largely superfluous. She was already graciously indulging in a small amount of their fare. After dining, she inquired if Chen Xi had any further matters to discuss. None. But here is a contract for your leader. If there are no issues, once he has recuperated, he may come to discuss it with me. With that, he handed Amora a contract that Susan had previously prepared, which had been amended by Valeria. Chen Xi had reviewed it and found no need for further alterations. Everything was indeed perfect. Once Amora confirmed there were no further matters, she nodded and took her leave. After Amora's departure, Gwen could not help but remark, "This Miss Amora is truly different from us." Although she said nothing, her eyes spoke volumes when they regarded us. Perhaps the gods of Asgard were fundamentally different from themselves. It was said that they were born warriors, naturally inclined to battle, lacking both the inclination and energy for such mundane tasks as cooking. Jean Grey, having observed Amora as well, noted the same penetrating gaze. She likely believed they should not waste time on cooking. Each individual has their own preferred way of life, while one may not agree. It is prudent not to voice dissent. Amora managed this aspect quite well. After spending some time with the Asgardians, they seemed rather agreeable indeed. Chen Xi found himself in complete agreement with Gwen's observations. Simultaneously, he silently plotted how to utilize the Asgardians for his own purposes. The mere thought of leveraging them brought to mind Valeria, who was still working at Stark Industries. Wanda had taken her there for quite some time. It was uncertain whether Valeria had settled in or found success. Chen Xi pondered this slowly, yet it did not leave a significant mark on his mind. By evening, Wanda returned home leisurely. As she approached the house, she noticed signs of a struggle. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and an overwhelming sense of anxiety gripped her, prompting her to hasten indoors. The atmosphere within the house remained as warm and welcoming as ever, seemingly unaffected. Wanda swallowed hard. Had something occurred today? Was anyone injured? As she spoke, her attention was primarily focused on Chen Xi, who merely glanced up at her and smiled, assuring her, "It's fine." Initially, she had feared something serious had happened, but upon hearing Chen Xi's reassurance, she felt a sense of relief. Though she could not suppress her complaints, I wonder where all those troublemakers came from, always seeking to cause chaos. Yet, troubles seemed to follow Chen Xi relentlessly, and they all understood that he was being targeted. Those adversaries were eager to eliminate him. Presently, these were merely minor inconveniences. If they could not handle such situations, the future would indeed be dire. "My dear, if there is anything you need help with, please do not hesitate to ask. Although we may not be able to assist you greatly, we can certainly manage small tasks." For instance, today Wanda could help address Valeria's situation. As she thought of Valeria, Wanda's gaze momentarily lost its focus. Valeria was rather peculiar, yet undeniably intelligent, exceptionally so. When she had introduced Valeria to Tony Stark, Chen Xi's influence had led Tony to initially intend to assign her a mere trivial role. However, Valeria's remarkable performance had transformed Tony's perception of her, as if he had discovered a hidden treasure. Wanda exhaled softly. Regardless, Valeria had successfully secured a position at Stark Industries, marking a significant accomplishment. Sitting beside Chen Xi, Wanda recounted how she had arranged for Valeria and detailed her successful induction into Tony Stark's enterprise. Chen Xi was not surprised by Valeria's exceptional capabilities. After hearing her account, he nodded, indicating that the matter was settled. Yet, thinking of Valeria inevitably brought to mind her brother, Franklin, who had been conspicuously absent of late. It remained unclear where he had gone. This issue had initially been assigned to Susan, but she had yet to provide any results. Chen Xi's gaze flickered momentarily. He was not particularly anxious about it. Rather, it was likely Franklin's associate who was feeling the pressure. Chen Xi was certain of this. Indeed, his suspicions were well-founded. The planet Devourer, who had been closely monitoring Franklin's actions, was exceedingly irate. He had never encountered someone as ineffectual as Franklin, tasked with assassinating Chen Xi. He not only failed to accomplish the mission, but did so with a cowardly hesitance. "Have you forgotten the purpose of your existence in this world?" Even though the planet Devourer was seething with anger, he did not allow a hint of this emotion to surface. Instead, he spoke with an air of insidious persuasion. "I am well aware of that, but how can I make a move when I cannot even approach him?" After tracking Chen Xi for an extended period, He discovered that Chen Xi had an extraordinary affinity for remaining at home, venturing out rarely. To make matters worse, his residence appeared to possess some form of protection, complicating any potential assault. Chapter 104: Mechanical Insects. Franklin was incensed by accusations of inaction, feeling a surge of indignation. Some people hid in the shadows, spouting words that were easy to utter without consequence. He was furious, even contemplating abandoning the endeavor altogether. The planet devourer recognized that his previous words had thoroughly irritated Franklin, causing discontent. He hastily remarked, "It is indeed unjust to blame you for the difficulty in taking action, but now his allies are formidable. If you do not strike soon, the opportunity may slip away, and you would not wish for your prior efforts to amount to nothing, would you?" Franklin was engulfed in frustration. In his own realm, he considered himself a powerful individual, having accomplished numerous feats. He had anticipated that this undertaking would be exceedingly simple. Yet, it had become apparent that he had overestimated his capabilities and underestimated those of Chen Xi. If Franklin was in dismay, could the planet devourer remain unperturbed? His rise to such formidable stature was not without considerable effort. Nevertheless, he was able to bestow a portion of his strength upon Franklin, even if it meant slightly diminishing his own power. After contemplating the matter for only a brief moment, the planet devourer took decisive action. Franklin acquired a formidable legion of mechanical insects as his subordinates. While this brought him joy, it also made him acutely aware of the immense power of the figure behind him. This is quite splendid, is it not? Suddenly, Franklin was filled with courage, becoming exceedingly audacious. With these mechanical insects at his disposal, what was there to fear? Following the conclusion of their conversation, the world inhabited by Chen Xi was abruptly besieged by a powerful assault. Mechanical insects emerged from an unknown origin, few in number, yet striking with ferocity, ruthlessly sweeping across the landscape. Ordinary humans could only flee in terror, while mutants attempted to resist, yet they were no match for these mechanical beings, their expressions reflecting sheer panic. The new weapons and their recently augmented abilities proved utterly ineffective against the mechanical swarm, rendering their previous efforts futile. How could this not evoke a sense of despair? Buildings burned and crumbled, the air filled with anguished cries. It was a massacre on a grand scale. Franklin observed this scene with a twinge of compassion, yet there was no trace of regret in his eyes. Bloodshed was an inevitable consequence in the pursuit of his objectives. Chen Xi had remained hidden in his home, never making an appearance. There was no other way to draw him out. The entire world descended into chaos. Franklin's gaze was cold and indifferent as he hoped for further disorder, wishing for Chen Xi to seek him out. Before Chen Xi could find him, it was his sister, Valeria, who sought him out. "Brother, have you lost your mind?" Valeria glared at Franklin, disbelief etched across her face. She had never imagined her brother capable of such actions. "You are utterly cruel to inflict such harm upon innocent humans. Those people are blameless." If it were merely a matter of confronting Chen Xi, Valeria might not have agreed. But she would have understood Franklin's rationale. As he had stated, he was unwilling to disappear. Thus, he must act against Chen Xi to restore balance. Therefore, while Valeria could not condone some of Franklin's actions, she only attempted to persuade him briefly before parting ways. "But now, I am simply executing what I have long desired, and the sacrifices of those humans and mutants are worthwhile." Franklin remained obstinate, never believing he had erred. He watched the mechanical insects wreaking havoc in the distance and coldly declared, "As soon as Chen Xi emerges, these mechanical insects will cease their destruction." Realizing that no amount of reasoning would sway Franklin, who remained steadfast in his beliefs, Valeria's eyes filled with sorrow. "I cannot allow you to continue this way. If no one else in this world can stop you, then let it be me." In her hand appeared a dagger, and suppressing her anguish, she charged toward Franklin. "Valeria, my dear sister, how naive you are. You are fully aware that you are merely an ordinary person and cannot possibly contend with me." Franklin's voice was frigid as he effortlessly deflected Valeria's attack with a mere flick of his hand. Valeria knew she was no match for Franklin. She only hoped her actions would awaken him to reason. Yet, how could Franklin be swayed? Even as Valeria displayed such resolve, he remained unaffected, merely twitching a finger to render her unconscious. "You are my sister. I will never harm you, but do not think to obstruct me." After simply binding Valeria and placing her in a safe location, Franklin continued to advance step by step with his mechanical insects towards the direction where Chen Xi resided. It seemed this fellow was now fearful, as he had yet to show himself despite the commotion. Franklin scoffed. Chen Xi remained absent, yet the mutants launched their assault. When the first mechanical insect collapsed to the ground, convulsing and emitting bursts of light before self-destructing, the mutants erupted in cheers. "It is dead. Finally, it is dead." In their eyes, The once formidable enemy fell effortlessly. How could this not bring them joy? They had vanquished these terrifying mechanical insects through their own abilities. As they attacked the mechanical insects in waves, Tony Stark suddenly looked around anxiously. Susan noticed Tony's demeanor and couldn't help but inquire, "What is it? Tony, what are you looking for?" Valeria had accompanied them, yet now she was nowhere to be found. In such circumstances, how could a mere ordinary person be wandering about? Most importantly, Vision had not located Valeria either. Tony Stark expressed great satisfaction with the talent sent by Chen Xi and held high hopes for Valeria. He certainly did not wish for such an exceptional individual to perish in the midst of this calamity. Chapter 105. War resurfaces. Franklin S. Fury? Are you saying Valeria has come as well? Susan inquired, her anxiety becoming palpable. Valeria had appeared here, only to vanish suddenly. Where could she possibly have gone? Her gaze darted towards a position not far off. There, Franklin loomed high above, and each time someone attempted to attack him, 2 mechanical insects would intercept the assault. Susan possessed no evidence nor any understanding of how an ordinary person could locate Franklin in such circumstances, yet she felt a vague conviction that Valeria could achieve that feat. "I will seek out Valeria," Susan declared, and then, using the buildings to conceal her movements, she hurried toward Franklin's direction. Anyone who ventured too close to Franklin would be assaulted by the mechanical insects. Yet for some inexplicable reason, she noticed that Franklin had indeed spotted her, but did not hinder her approach. Franklin was deliberate. He intended for her to come closer. In that moment, Susan comprehended fully. She thought, perhaps Valeria had also orchestrated for Franklin to allow her passage. After all, how could an ordinary individual survive in this place otherwise? "You've come, Mother." Upon seeing Susan, Franklin's expression bore a hint of irritation. "Had you chosen to stand by my side from the outset, today's events would not have transpired. Chen Xi is dead, and you are back on the path to righteousness. I have already told you, I am not your mother." The same reasoning she had previously shared with Valeria seemed lost on Franklin. Was this truly the distinction between intellect and ignorance? Susan felt no desire to continue the conversation. Standing before Franklin, her gaze incessantly searched for Valeria's whereabouts. "What are you looking for?" Franklin queried. "Are you in search of Valeria?" He directly addressed the purpose of Susan's visit. "Have you admitted that Valeria is your daughter?" "I do not wish to discuss this matter further," Susan retorted coldly. Reiterating the same topic was futile and devoid of meaning. "Rest assured, Valeria is my biological sister, my most cherished person. I would never harm her. However, if you do not comply with my demands, you must perish." A person who strayed from the original path, if the other party persistently denied their identity, then they, too, would be disregarded. "I cannot bear to let others kill you, so I shall take matters into my own hands." With that, Franklin charged directly at Susan. Taken by surprise, she recoiled sharply, rolling away to evade his attack. Yet, no sooner had she regained her footing than another wave of assault came crashing down. Franklin's power was formidable. He was acutely aware of his attacks, having anticipated her every move. This individual possessed a profound understanding of himself, or rather, of the Susan from that world. Susan realized in that moment that she was no match for Franklin. Just as it seemed she would be vanquished, a hand appeared silently behind Franklin. With a swift crack, Franklin's neck was easily snapped by that hand, followed by a sudden blaze that ignited and consumed him. It turned out that the newcomers were Chen Xi and Jean Grey. Chen Xi had effortlessly broken Franklin's neck, while Jean had been the one to set him ablaze. Susan was taken aback by this scene, uncertain of how to respond. She stood frozen in place. "What's the matter? Have I slain Franklin, and does that sadden you?" Chen Xi inquired. "Of course not. That thought never crossed my mind." Susan believed that Franklin's fate was entirely self-inflicted. She felt a twinge of regret, yet beyond that, her feelings were muted. However, the thought of Valeria brought a pang of discomfort. If Valeria were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Unlike the others, Valeria was Franklin's biological sister. They had grown up together, and Franklin had always treated Valeria decently. Neither Chen Xi nor Jean spoke of Valeria's sorrow. They quickly located her unconscious form. When she regained consciousness and learned the news, she remained silent for an extended period, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She opened her mouth, but no words emerged for what felt like an eternity. Chen Xi and the others did not pressure her to speak. They simply urged her to remain calm. "The outcome for my brother was, in fact, within my expectations. I harbor no hatred towards any of you. I merely feel immense sorrow." After uttering those words, Valeria buried her face in her knees, weeping silently. Franklin had been eliminated by Chen Xi. The mechanical insects had also been eradicated through their collective efforts. Chen Xi and Jean temporarily departed, as the act of killing Franklin implicated both of them. Now, Only Susan remained by Valeria's side, offering solace. I despise that person. The one who seduced my brother into opposing Chen Xi. After a protracted period of weeping, Valeria gradually lifted her head. She sniffed, then fixed her gaze upon Susan. Do you know who it was that manipulated my brother? I believe you must know. Even if you do not, Chen Xi surely does. At this point, Valeria suddenly smiled. Chen Xi is truly remarkable. He knows so much, far more than one might imagine. I warned my brother countless times not to oppose Chen Xi. He is no match for him, and he should not heed that insidious voice. That voice clearly harbored ill intentions, yet my brother refused to listen. This outcome is one that no one desired. Please do not grieve any longer. As Susan spoke, she gently patted Valeria's shoulder, feeling helpless to offer anything beyond mere comfort, for she was at a loss for words. The war had concluded, and everyone was engaged in clearing the remnants of the chaos. Chapter 106. The research outcomes of the mechanical insects. The ruined buildings and the injured individuals. All of it was etched into Valeria's mind. Perhaps her brother's death was for the best. Had he lived, who could say what further mischief he might have wrought? Valeria spoke these words with a hollow smile, yet in that moment, her expression seemed to convey a deeper anguish than any tears could express. Your brother certainly erred, yet do not torment yourself, for he has shown you kindness. No one is compelling you to take a stance. This matter bears no relation to you. In a moment of uncertainty, Susan found herself at a loss on how to console Valeria. They ambled slowly, and not far off, Chen Xi, who had departed earlier, stood commanding the mutants on how to address certain situations. Upon noticing their approach from a distance, he ceased his instructions and directed the mutants surrounding him to attend to their tasks. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon Susan and Valeria, more specifically fixating on Valeria. However, Valeria was the last person she wished to see at that moment. Instinctively, she concealed herself behind Susan, her fingers gently tugging at the hem of Susan's garment. Chen Xi observed Valeria's actions, yet continued to stride purposefully toward them. I do not believe I have committed any wrongdoing. Thus I shall not apologize to you, Chen Xi proclaimed as he approached, his words directed at Valeria. Valeria pressed her lips together tightly. Chen Xi, regardless of the circumstances, Valeria has recently suffered the loss of a very dear family member. Your words are exceedingly ill-timed. In what manner are they inappropriate? Due to his brother Franklin's actions, we accounted for the casualties, totaling 12 fatalities and over 100 injuries, all stemming from Franklin's misdeeds. Numerous structures have also been destroyed, necessitating financial resources for their reconstruction. Chen Xi articulated, his tone remarkably calm, yet the harshness of his words was undeniable. He bore no resentment toward Valeria, acknowledging each individual as an autonomous entity. Valeria need not shoulder the burden of her brother Franklin's actions, yet it was imperative to clarify, in his presence, the gravity of what Franklin had done. Yes, I am truly sorry, Valeria stammered, her mind a blank, unable to articulate her thoughts. Thus she could only offer Chen Xi her apology. You need not apologize to me, for you have done nothing wrong. I am here to clarify that I do not feel remorse for your brother's death, Chen Xi continued, resolutely expressing his sentiments. Once he concluded his remarks, he turned and walked away. Valeria's complexion turned ashen. She could even feel her legs trembling as she listened to Chen Xi's words. Did Chen Xi truly not feel remorse for her brother's death? Valeria's mind echoed this question repeatedly. Was her brother truly deserving of death? While she understood this concept, she could not suppress her overwhelming grief when confronted with such words, leading her to break down in tears. Her sobs reverberated through the surroundings. Everyone heard and witnessed her anguish, yet they merely glanced at her momentarily before shifting their attention elsewhere. Those unfamiliar with her situation assumed she was mourning a relative lost in the turmoil or the recent battle, as many others had exhibited similar reactions. Susan was utterly bewildered as to how to navigate the current predicament. Chen Xi, why must you utter such words, provoking such distress in the young woman? Though she recognized the validity of Chen Xi's statements, a flicker of resentment lingered within her, especially after she had painstakingly managed to soothe Valeria, only for her to now appear even more shattered. A week later, Valeria resumed her work at Stark Industries. Once a girl full of laughter, she had become consumed by her work, shutting herself off from the world, which alarmed both Tony Stark and Ham. They were taken aback by the profound impact Franklin's death had on her. Honestly, when it was revealed that the perpetrator of the calamity was her brother, they were equally astonished. Tony Stark remarked thoughtfully. He had even contemplated dismissing Valeria from Stark Industries, yet he hesitated. Firstly, Valeria was the most talented individual he had encountered. And secondly, since Chen Xi, the one who had harmed Franklin, had allowed Valeria to continue her work, Tony felt he lacked justification to expel her from Stark Industries. Do you know what she is researching? Tony Stark inquired of Ham beside him. Even I cannot fully comprehend her calculations, Ham admitted, marveling at her intellect. I once thought we were geniuses, but compared to Valeria, we are merely ordinary. Acknowledging someone else's superiority is a challenge. Yet both Ham and even the self-absorbed Tony Stark recognized Valeria's exceptional prowess. Regardless of her research, we shall uncover the truth in due time. Our priority now is to refrain from disturbing her. After saying this, Tony Stark nudged Ham's shoulder, signaling him to accompany him as they departed. Ham's gaze remained curiously fixed on Valeria for a brief moment before he followed Tony Stark out. Another fortnight passed, and Valeria finally emerged from her laboratory. Ham and Tony Stark rushed to greet her. Before either could speak, Valeria addressed them directly. I wish to meet Chen Xi. I have made progress in my research on the mechanical insects. For some, achieving such results might take a lifetime of study. Yet Valeria had accomplished it in merely 3 weeks. You have truly mastered the study of mechanical insects and obtained results? Ham's voice faltered at the thought. They had faced the mechanical insects firsthand and understood their formidable nature. Indeed, I have garnered significant results, Valeria affirmed with conviction. Chapter 107. Valeria must remain composed and temporarily return to her original world. Valeria's unwavering confidence ignited excitement in both Ham and Tony Stark. Were anyone else to accomplish something so notable in such a brief period, they might have doubted it, particularly when it came to significant technological advancements. The remains of mechanical insects had unveiled a glimpse into a more advanced civilization, a technology that surpassed even the extraterrestrial technologies acquired during the New York battle. Tony Stark and Ham were both leading the research, yet no conclusions had been drawn. I will ensure your meeting with Chen Xi is arranged, Tony Stark assured her. However, your research findings must undergo testing. Given that these were Valeria's experimental results, Tony Stark was uncertain about the appropriateness of his words. He felt that regardless of how he phrased it, it seemed somewhat excessive. A frown creased his brow, his expression betraying his hesitation. Just a glance at Tony Stark's demeanor, and Valeria quickly grasped the underlying sentiments. We can discuss testing later. I wish to entrust my research findings solely to Chen Xi. Valeria sought to secure a resolution for herself. Having completed these tasks, she felt a semblance of closure. With her lips pressed together and her gaze lowered, she experienced a complex array of emotions. For some time now, sorrow had nestled within her heart, stemming from the tragic loss of her brother, Franklin, at the hands of Chen Xi. Despite her persistent internal reassurances that it was merely an unfortunate accident, acknowledging that her brother had indeed acted in a manner that was beyond reproach proved difficult. Valeria appeared enveloped in silence. In this context, Ham and Tony Stark found it increasingly challenging to voice their thoughts. Since you have made your decision, we shall take you to meet Chen Xi, they declared. Although they had been unaware of the circumstances before, they had since come to understand the gravity of the situation. They were acutely aware that Chen Xi was responsible for the death of Valeria's kin, just as they knew that it was Valeria's family who had unleashed mechanical insects upon the city. Tony Stark cast a glance at Valeria before dialing a number. On the other end, Chen Xi's voice resonated. Upon learning that Valeria had something to deliver concerning the mechanical insects, a smile involuntarily graced Chen Xi's lips. The planet devourer. You say? Chen Xi was taken aback by the fact that the planet devourer had granted a fraction of its power to Franklin. Yet this unexpected turn of events proved to be quite fortuitous for him. While he discerned that the mechanical insects posed no real threat to the planet devourer, he recognized an opportunity to establish a connection that could potentially inflict a minor setback on the entity. Resolving the issue with the planet devourer would also unveil the identity of those lurking behind Asgard and Loki. Contemplating these matters, Chen Xi spoke. Let her come over. I shall be home all day. With that, he ended the call. A visitor was on the way. Observing Jean Grey in her rather revealing attire, Chen Xi initially failed to perceive anything amiss, but soon felt that her choice of clothing was somewhat inappropriate. He voiced his thoughts, prompting Jean to inquire, when will the other party arrive? She had hoped to engage in some mischief with Chen Xi but felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing that other guests would be joining them that morning. I believe it should be less than an hour, she replied. Given Valeria's eagerness to meet him, she was likely on her way. Jean's disappointment became more evident, yet she refrained from voicing it, pouting slightly before retreating to change into more suitable attire. Wanda and Gwen had already left to address urban development issues, leaving Jean to accompany Chen Xi for the day. After hastily tidying up the house, she proceeded to the kitchen to prepare juice upon learning that Valeria was the intended guest. Just as she completed these tasks, the doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of their awaited guest. Standing at the entrance was none other than Valeria herself. "Come in. Chen Xi has been waiting for you," Jean greeted her. Valeria nodded and stepped inside after Jean made way. Her eyes immediately landed on Chen Xi, who sat nearby with a glass of juice before him. Upon her arrival, he naturally pushed the juice toward her, inviting, "Please, have a seat." Valeria had anticipated that seeing Chen Xi would elicit no emotional response, yet the reality proved otherwise. "This is the culmination of my research," she declared, placing a hard drive before him. Chen Xi glanced at the hard drive, but refrained from touching it, choosing instead to fixate on Valeria with a serious expression. "Since you insisted on meeting me, I trust you have other motives beyond merely delivering your findings on the mechanical insects. Speak, what is it?" Valeria met his gaze, noting the calmness in his eyes, which suggested a lack of any particular fondness for her. Although she had steeled herself for this moment, a sense of melancholy crept in. "I am aware of your abilities, and I wish for you to return me to my rightful timeline." Desiring to go back? This revelation surprised Chen Xi. After all, Valeria's capabilities were extraordinary, and remaining here would undoubtedly be more advantageous than leaving. Yet, considering the recent events, it was clear she was reluctant to stay any longer. "Very well, then. When do you plan to depart? I can escort you at any time." Chen Xi readily acquiesced, though Valeria did not appear particularly pleased. "Right now," she replied, anxious that she might one day regret her decision. With determination, she faced Chen Xi. He rose and approached her, placing a hand on her shoulder before they both vanished from the spot. As Valeria and Chen Xi suddenly disappeared from the room, Jean Grey exhibited no surprise. In fact, after their departure, she proceeded to clear away the untouched juice on the table. The hard drive, however, gave her pause. After a moment's hesitation, she chose not to disturb it, allowing it to rest quietly on the table. Chen Xi's absence was brief, and he soon returned. "Valeria, has everything been taken care of on that end?" he inquired, meeting Jean's gaze. Chapter 108. Valeria is a genius. What a pity. "Yes, I must make a trip to Stark Industries. Do you wish to accompany me?" Chen Xi's question prompted a nod from Jean. She was eager to go, as today was meant to be her time with him. Although they could not indulge in their whims at home, simply being by Chen Xi's side, no matter the location, brought her joy. With their plans solidified, they made their way to Stark Industries. Upon their arrival, both Ham and Tony Stark greeted Chen Xi with evident cheer. Yet their expressions shifted to surprise upon realizing Valeria was not with him. "Did Valeria not come with you?" Chen Xi exchanged glances with the two before responding nonchalantly, "No, Valeria will not be appearing again." Noting their intent to inquire further, Chen Xi chose not to elaborate, instead producing the hard drive Valeria had entrusted to him. "This is the result of Valeria's research. You may commence your experiments now." Tony Stark and Ham, visibly excited, ceased their questioning and focused intently on the hard drive, their eyes alight with anticipation. They eagerly opened it to reveal a wealth of data and analytical diagrams concerning the mechanical insects. Both men, being astute minds, were utterly astonished by the groundbreaking information contained within. "Valeria is truly a genius. How could she achieve such a feat? It's simply unbelievable," they marveled. What methodology could she have employed to deduce such intricate details without conducting an internal examination of the mechanical insects? Chen Xi stood not far behind them, choosing to remain silent as he listened to their astonished exclamations. His demeanor was one of unwavering composure. Only after they had completed all their calculations and stood up, still captivated, did Chen Xi inquire, "What can you accomplish with the research findings on the mechanical insects?" "We can certainly repurpose some of our previous weapons and equipment using the principles derived from the mechanical insects," one of them replied. "Indeed, Tony is correct. We can undertake modifications and even recreate the mechanical insects, producing a batch of entities that we can control." As Tony Stark spoke, his brow furrowed slightly. "However, I would advise against such an approach. While puppets are indeed useful, an excessive number could lead to potential reversals in their operation by those who understand the principles behind these mechanical insects, which could be catastrophic for us." Tony Stark's caution was not mere hyperbole. Chen Xi understood this well. "I see your point. If we were to proceed in that manner, it would indeed be advantageous for the Devourer of Worlds." Chen Xi would never allow such a scenario to unfold. A slight smile graced his lips as he concurred with Stark's sentiments. The group conducted extensive research and discussion within the laboratory, swiftly honing in on their research direction and the items they aimed to manufacture. "You need not worry excessively about funding. I will increase the investment. Anything that benefits humanity is certainly worth pursuing in abundance." Upon hearing Chen Xi's words, a genuine smile blossomed on Tony Stark's face. "Rest assured, we will diligently pursue our research. I will lead the most talented team of researchers." After expressing this, Stark and Ham resumed their investigations. Once Chen Xi confirmed that his presence was no longer required, he departed. He inspected the urban development projects and later conversed with Thor and Asgard regarding potential collaborations. The whereabouts of Loki and the Fenris wolf remained shrouded in mystery. They appeared exceptionally adept at evading detection, leaving not a trace of their presence. Logically, Loki's situation should be handled by us, Thor remarked, a hint of resentment seeping into his tone. That rascal is like a rat in the sewers, hiding wherever he can. He is impossible to catch. Yet, the crux of the matter was that Thor had never truly intended to harm Loki. After all, he was a brother whom Thor had once cherished. The thought of having to take severe action against Loki was something Thor could not bring himself to do. Observing Thor's exasperated expression, Chen Xi noted that, despite his grievances regarding Loki, there was no genuine anger reflected in his demeanor. In the original narrative, Loki had committed numerous transgressions, yet Thor had never truly loathed him. Loki was a different entity than Franklin. If Chen Xi were to truly take drastic measures against Loki, it would undoubtedly create a rift in Thor's heart. After discussing matters with Thor for some time, Chen Xi grasped this sentiment deeply, silently resolving to reassess his plans. He could not afford any deviations from his intended course. With this in mind, Chen Xi fabricated a casual excuse to take his leave after another conversation with Thor. During this period of hurried comings and goings, everything seemed to return to a semblance of calm. However, the looming crisis in the shadows continued to swell. Just as Chen Xi was on the verge of forgetting about Susan, she took the initiative to reach out to him. It's been a long time since you sought me out. I thought you might have forgotten my existence. She assumed that Chen Xi was directing his frustrations regarding Valeria and Franklin toward her. This period of uncertainty had left her restless, especially after learning that Valeria had returned to her original world. Such anxiety had kept her tossing and turning at night. She hesitated to approach Chen Xi, knowing that if she did not make the first move, he might never come. After a moment of deliberation, she summoned her courage and dialed his number. As she listened to the voice on the other end, her heart raced with apprehension until Chen Xi finally agreed, prompting her to exhale a sigh of relief. Before his arrival, she quickly prepared herself. When the doorbell rang, she hurried to answer, delight lighting up her face at the sight of Chen Xi. However, as she began to speak, a hint of complaint crept into her tone, only for her to swallow her words as she sensed the awkwardness. Forget? How could I? After all, you are my woman. If you miss me, you can simply call. Just don't do so too frequently. My responsibilities extend beyond just you. And there are others of greater significance within the household. Chen Xi did not articulate these thoughts too explicitly, as some matters were inherently understood between them, and discussing them would only induce discomfort. Susan blinked, refraining from probing further. I understand your meaning. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Chen Xi's neck, her voice softening as she added, let us not dwell on those matters. Let us focus on what lies ahead, for the night is still long. Chen Xi graciously acquiesced, quickly engaging in the moment with her. During a break, Susan bit her lip, her curiosity piqued about whether anything had transpired between Chen Xi and Valeria. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, she chose to remain silent. She suddenly felt that inquiring further was pointless, given that Valeria was no longer present, having returned to her own world. Beside her, Chen Xi lay quietly, and she occupied a cherished space by his side. What more was there to worry about now that she had confirmed this? Reflecting on this, Susan found her previous worries trivial. Can you spend a bit more time with me in the future? Women, in certain respects, can be quite sentimental, especially when lying beside a man. Even seemingly unreasonable requests seem inconsequential. If you wish for my company, then you must also be prepared to work harder, Chen Xi replied. Susan blinked, momentarily puzzled by his response. Chen Xi continued, there are numerous matters demanding my attention: urban development, sporadic mutant disturbances, research at Stark Industries, and issues in Asgard. With so much on my plate, if someone could assist in alleviating some of these burdens, I would find myself with more time to spare. The women surrounding him either helped manage trivial tasks or kept him company in lighthearted antics. Chen Xi saw nothing amiss in this arrangement. After all, they were his responsibilities. However, if his women could be of greater assistance, sharing the load, would that not be a splendid outcome? After considering Chen Xi's words, Susan acknowledged that he indeed had a multitude of responsibilities and that there were areas where she could lend her support. She nodded in agreement, rest assured. I will certainly make an effort. She contemplated the various matters she could intervene in. Perhaps she could inquire with Wanda. After all, despite being Chen Xi's woman, she felt she could not measure up to Wanda and her ilk, and it was imperative to avoid overstepping her bounds. With a plan finally taking shape in her mind, Susan felt an increasing sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, Loki and the wolf Fenris, who had been relentlessly pursued by the denizens of Asgard and the mutants aligned with Chen Xi, found themselves in a bar. Both were sipping drinks, their expressions marred by discontent. "Our numbers are woefully insufficient," Loki remarked suddenly. He had faith in his own abilities and in those of his son, Fenris, yet the thought of facing an entire Asgard, not to mention all of Chen Xi's forces, made their scant numbers painfully apparent. Wherever there is light, darkness inevitably lurks. Loki uttered this thought aloud. Ever since he arrived in this world, this notion had danced in his mind, yet he had refrained from acting upon it. "Fenris, let us embark on a grand endeavor." Having resolved on a course of action, Loki was determined to execute his plans rather than remain here fretting over trivial matters. As twilight descended, a towering figure and a slender silhouette cloaked themselves in capes and strolled through the streets. They had gathered considerable intelligence, pinpointing the chaotic region they sought. "It appears we have arrived at our destination," Loki declared, confident that the individual they sought would yield results here. Thor, and that Chen Xi, shall present them with quite a surprise. A smile involuntarily graced Loki's lips as he contemplated his impending bold move. Meanwhile, Thor and his allies continued their search. "This fellow is exceedingly cunning," Thor mused. If previously he had likened Loki to a rat lurking in the shadows, now he saw him as a mole, vanishing just as they approached his potential hiding spots. Someone must be aiding him, otherwise his speed is inexplicable. Those assisting Loki are undoubtedly formidable, Thor concluded with conviction. When he next approached Chen Xi, he shared this insight. "I am aware that someone is collaborating with Loki." Chen Xi was not surprised. After all, news of Loki had been widespread, yet he remained elusive. It was evident that someone was aiding him, making the task of locating him exceedingly challenging. Thor preferred not to take drastic measures. Should he become truly serious, the consequences could be catastrophic. He had no desire for such an eventuality. "Not to worry. I shall have my people continue their surveillance. Given our cooperative relationship, I will assist you somewhat with your concerns, Thor." "I truly appreciate it, Chen Xi. And I apologize for the trouble regarding Loki during this time. However, once we capture Loki, what are your intentions?" "I shall confine him to a place from which he can never escape." Thor was momentarily taken aback by Chen Xi's question, momentarily speechless. After a brief hesitation, he responded swiftly. Clearly, this was a question he had pondered himself, allowing for such a prompt reply. This also confirmed Chen Xi's previous suspicions. Thor harbored no genuine desire to kill Loki. "Should Loki cause significant harm to my world, and should he fall into my hands, I shall show no mercy." Chen Xi paused before continuing. "Thor, I share this with you to prepare you mentally. After all, he has no connection to me, and I will not show him any leniency." Chapter 110, A Faction of Mutants Betrays. Thor understood the underlying reasons for Chen Xi's words, and upon grasping this, he had little else to say. He could only hope to apprehend that scoundrel Loki before Chen Xi. "What is that?" As Thor conversed with Chen Xi, Gwen and Wanda were engaged in conversation by a nearby window when, suddenly, they appeared to have spotted something astonishing, their eyes widening and their voices shifting in pitch. Clearly, they had witnessed something incredible, as evidenced by their astonished demeanor. Chen Xi and Thor were in complete agreement about this. They instinctively approached the window, allowing the two women to shift aside. In that moment, everyone comprehended the unfolding situation outside. Upon witnessing it, incredulity washed over them. "Is that a ship?" Thor exclaimed, his gaze drawn upward to a vessel hovering above them. It was unmistakably a ship, and a ghostly one at that. Specters surrounded the vessel. Had it been mere mortals observing, they would have mistaken it for a dark, indistinct object in motion. Only those with abilities could discern the true nature of the sight. Could this be a spectacle orchestrated by Loki? Upon seeing the ghost ship, Thor involuntarily associated it with his brother. He sensed that this was Loki's handiwork. However, it would take more than a cursory glance to grasp the full implications. Chen Xi harbored doubts about Loki, suspicions that were absolute. Yet, upon glancing at Thor, who seemed reluctant to believe Loki was responsible, her gaze faltered momentarily. She needed to ensure that Thor felt utterly disillusioned with Loki, even to the point of being compelled to slay him herself. Loki must be vanquished by Thor's own hand. She had to devise a plan, maintaining a calm facade. Her mind was rife with scheming. "Let me send someone to investigate further." Thor glanced at Chen Xi, noting her lack of intent to intervene, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded quickly. "I shall go at once." After exchanging farewells with Chen Xi, Thor hurriedly departed. Once he left, Gwen tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and remarked, "Darling, are you truly planning to leave this matter in the hands of Asgardians? Given Loki's cunning, if he dares to act so brazenly before us, he must possess an elaborate plan, anticipating our response. After Asgard, it will be our turn." Chen Xi chuckled at this point. Perhaps the opposing party has grander designs, aiming to ensnare both factions in one fell swoop. Chen Xi was increasingly convinced that the adversary's intentions likely aligned with the latter scenario. The mere thought of such a possibility ignited a surge of excitement within her. How utterly fascinating. Subsequently, a series of events unfolded. A faction of mutants chose to follow Loki, betraying us. How infuriating. Chen Xi rescued them. And this is how they repay him? The treachery of mutants is utterly intolerable. What is there to fear? Chen Xi, however, was not in the least surprised. Even he could not guarantee that everyone would remain loyal, so it was unreasonable to cast blame on others. Chen Xi appeared entirely unperturbed. Those who had previously rallied in his defense found themselves at a loss for words. Moreover, a horde of ogres emerged from nowhere, ruthlessly attacking ordinary humans, leaving behind a scene of gruesome carnage, necessitating the deployment of numerous individuals to quell the chaos. The ogres were terrifying indeed, yet fortunately easily distinguishable. Were they to resemble ordinary humans, the inhabitants of this planet would surely suffer immensely. The remaining matters would be handled by the Asgardians. Our focus must be on combating the ogres. The emergence of these creatures elicited a frown from Chen Xi. After such a brief respite, he had hoped this idyllic existence would endure. Wanda felt compelled to express her sentiments. She despised war, having lost cherished family members to its ravages, and now, only Chen Xi remained by her side. With this thought, she instinctively embraced him. Chen Xi did not resist, but gently patted her back. Wanda permitted herself this moment of weakness, but soon regained her composure. I will lead a small team to deal with the ogres, Wanda volunteered. Very well. I entrust the subsequent matters to you. Chen Xi nodded. After placing a kiss on Chen Xi's cheek, Wanda swiftly departed. Her speed remarkable, as she immediately locked onto her mission. Chen Xi watched her leave. Shortly thereafter, Gwen also took her leave. Tony Stark required assistance with his new equipment. Someone had to manage logistics. Although Gwen preferred to confront the wretched beings disrupting their home front, Chen Xi remained alone in the quiet of his room. After a brief silence, he too made his way to the front lines. As a figure capable of instilling confidence in both humans and mutants, how could he remain at home awaiting news? He was destined for the front lines. Upon his arrival, he swiftly dispatched a swarm of ogres wreaking havoc in the city. Nearby, Tony Stark donned his Iron Man suit. Though he was supposed to tend to equipment issues, witnessing the detestable ogres stirred his blood to a boil, rendering him incapable of attending to logistics, which he entrusted to the technical team. With Gwen assisting, what more could he worry about? Captain America descended from the skies. Iron Man, I am here to lend you a hand. Excellent, Tony Stark exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with determination. With Captain America's arrival, familiar comrades appeared one after another, invigorating Tony's inner courage. The ogres in their vicinity were swiftly brought under control, the tide of battle decidedly in their favor. However, some areas remained tragically uncontrollable. Chapter 111. The ogres annihilate a village. In a northern region, the ogres had nearly devoured the entire population of a village. The remains were reduced to mere bones, carelessly discarded by the ogres, forming heaps resembling small mountains. Yet, this was not the most egregious aspect. Even more appalling was the sight of a mutant squad, which not only failed to intervene, but stood idly by, laughing as the ogres consumed the humans. Clearly, this was the very outcome they desired to witness. Across the nation, many were confronted with this harrowing scene. Help, please. A young mother clutched her child as she stumbled towards the mutants, pleading for salvation, only to be brutally kicked towards the ogres by one of them at the forefront. What a misfortune. The mutant's eyes bore a stark disdain. The young mother could scarcely believe her eyes. The mutant, who typically wore a cheerful demeanor, had transformed so swiftly. As she felt her flesh being torn away, she yearned to protect her child, but strength abandoned her. Lenny, didn't you give this woman quite a few gifts before? Indeed, she is quite repugnant, acting as if she is entitled. If what I gifted her wasn't satisfactory, she'd surely express her impatience. The man named Lenny spoke with clear disdain. This blood-sucking trash should have been eradicated long ago. Being devoured is her fortune. At least the refuse serves some purpose. Ha ha ha. The harsh laughter was the last sound the woman heard before her demise. Meanwhile, in the city, complete control had been established. The ominous death ship hovering above posed no concern. Sporadic cannon fire indicated that battles raged above. Chen Xi cast a brief glance upwards before returning his gaze. It must be the Asgardians, as they had split into teams, while Chen Xi dealt with the ogres. The death ship was likely their responsibility. Now, the question remained whether Loki was cooperating with the ogres or the death ship. Chen Xi pondered these matters nonchalantly. This is dire news. My team has just received word that several northern villages have been utterly annihilated, with the ogres responsible, aided by mutants. Jean Grey, who had been monitoring the situation, rushed to Chen Xi's side upon receiving this information, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. Indeed, such circumstances were staggering. Let us proceed to that location, Chen Xi replied, furrowing his brow slightly before swiftly making a decision. Thus, he flew northward, accompanied only by Jean Grey. The northern region was quite distant from their home, yet Chen Xi and Jean Grey arrived in the blink of an eye. Hell on earth. Upon their arrival, the four words echoed in Chen Xi's mind. How long had it been since he had witnessed such a horrific scene? Even in past battles, he had never encountered a sight so saturated with blood and corpses. The bodies were clearly ravaged by some monstrous force. Jean Grey was indeed a girl, and upon witnessing this scene, she couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her face. Help! Help me! A man's feeble voice suddenly rang out. Chen Xi and Jean Grey had sufficiently keen ears, and they swiftly located the source of the desperate call for assistance. It was behind a massive boulder, with only the upper half of the man visible. When he caught sight of Chen Xi, the man opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to utter something. Yet, ultimately, his gaze began to fade. Clearly, maintaining such a position had pushed him to his limits. Upon witnessing this, both Chen Xi and Jean Grey fell into a profound silence. They sighed gently, and then their expressions turned grave as they began searching for the ogres in the vicinity. It was obvious that the area was desolate, devoid of any signs of life. They had evidently relocated. Jean Grey found this scene exceedingly unsatisfactory, even harboring a deep-seated hatred for it. Those damned ogres, destined for demise, had not only ravaged one place, but were now wreaking havoc elsewhere. Let us continue our search, Chen Xi said, his face no longer adorned with that light-hearted, amusing smile, but rather a chilling smirk that instilled fear. Each day, countless lives were lost in this world, yet this particular death was one that these individuals should never have encountered. Loki must die. Chen Xi was unwavering in this conviction, to the point that he had mentally regarded Loki as already deceased. As they ventured northward and found no living souls remaining, they continued their search in the surrounding areas. Soon, they stumbled upon a large group of ogres and, simultaneously, a number of mutants. These mutants were particularly vile, actively assisting the ogres in capturing humans, only to then feed these unfortunate souls to the ogres. Jean Grey covered her mouth, nearly retching at the sight. We have much to do. Let us remain calm. Chen Xi placed a reassuring hand on Jean Grey's shoulder. Initially, she had been somewhat unhinged, but she quickly regained her composure, just as Chen Xi had advised. Having experienced numerous battles, Jean Grey had never before witnessed such a horrific scene. Can I take action? She asked softly, her fists clenched tightly. The fury within her could no longer be contained. She yearned to unleash a massacre upon these wretched beings. Of course, Chen Xi replied nonchalantly. Such a scene was one that no one wished to witness, yet it had come to pass. Chen Xi then took action, and when he did, he showed no mercy. Striking with deadly precision, those mutants he had once saved ultimately met their demise at his hands once more. Throughout this ordeal, his expression remained unchanged. One village after another was purged, and by the end, they had become numb to the brutality surrounding them. When Tony Stark learned of the fate that had befallen those villages, he remained silent for a long while before finally uttering to Chen Xi. Not all mutants are so terrible, they are not so different from ordinary humans. Chapter 112, Loki disguised as Thor. I know not all mutants are malevolent. It just so happens that the wicked ones happen to be mutants, akin to how ordinary humans are not simply black and white. I understand the situation, so do not worry. Aside from Tony Stark, Chen Xi also observed that the other mutants displayed considerable anxiety during this time. I am aware that even without mutants, the lives of ordinary humans would not be without peril, as there are other significant threats to humanity besides mutants, Chen Xi continued, his tone remaining remarkably serene. Gradually, the mutants, who had initially been apprehensive, began to calm down as they absorbed Chen Xi's words. Tony Stark sighed in relief, as he had been genuinely concerned that Chen Xi might impulsively initiate a purge against the mutants. However, how could Chen Xi act in such a manner? Despite perceiving himself as human, he understood that such a being would not be permitted to exist even in a peaceful society. He had spent a considerable amount of time strategizing to establish the realm of mutants, and despite numerous complications, he would never abandon the existence of mutants. Yet it seemed he had erred in certain respects. He could not simply liberate the mutants and establish their domain only to then neglect them. Mutants required their own legal system and ample space for their activities. With arms crossed, Chen Xi delved deeply into reflection regarding his past actions. However, This contemplation was brief. As he soon cast these thoughts aside, there were more pressing matters at hand. First, they must apprehend Loki. They needed to resolve this situation before anything else. Had they located Loki in Asgard? It seemed they had, but Loki refused to confront the Asgardians directly, fleeing at the first sign of discovery, leaving only the wolf Fenris and his subordinate Uric to contend with. Gwen, responsible for logistics, had been closely monitoring the situation in Asgard. Chen Xi swiftly vanished from the scene, seeking out Thor, the god of thunder. Upon seeing Chen Xi, Thor's expression showed a hint of surprise, and he spoke. I am aware of the ogre army's assault. Loki has committed a grave error this time, and I apologize. Some apologies are devoid of any real substance, Thor. I have already informed you that should I encounter Loki, I will not let him off easily. He has only one path before me, death. There is no second option. Thor pursed his lips and fell silent. Had this transpired in Asgard, he would have found it impossible to forgive. I have no right to oppose your decision. Should Loki indeed fall into your hands, you may deal with him as you see fit. I will not interfere. Upon hearing Thor's words, Chen Xi nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, he had wished for Thor to confront Loki directly, as it would foster a more stable collaborative relationship between them. However, now that cooperation seemed less significant. Loki's head must roll, to be spat upon by all and to quell the fury within everyone's hearts. Chen Xi understood that Thor would undoubtedly feel discomfort regarding this, so he refrained from calculating how Thor's mindset would be affected. After all, if the people of Asgard could not become allies, then they would become adversaries. Yet, the likelihood of this outcome was exceedingly low. With this thought, Chen Xi's mood gradually stabilized. Have your people found Loki's whereabouts? My companion informed me that Loki is exceedingly cunning, fleeing at the slightest hint of discovery, leaving behind only the monstrous wolf Fenris and his subordinate, Ulrich. In truth, locating Fenris and Ulrich would alleviate many concerns and affirm that Loki is indeed lurking nearby. After all, Loki possesses a penchant for mischief, relishing the opportunity to observe events unfold from the shadows, and he had previously been accompanied by Fenris in his endeavors. Thus, the notion of his proximity is rather evident. Is it not? Clearly, I am not the only one who thinks this way. Thor, the god of thunder, shares the same sentiment, though he refrains from voicing it. Casting a gaze laden with complexity upon Chen Xi, momentarily glancing at Thor, chose not to dwell on it further and instead set forth to ascertain Loki's whereabouts. Not far off, the beast Fenris was ensnared by the denizens of Asgard, letting out a series of ferocious howls, showcasing immense strength as he easily broke free from his captors. Chen Xi observed this scene with calm detachment when he suddenly sensed a formidable attack approaching from behind. Turning to investigate, he was taken aback to find it was none other than Thor himself. In that moment, even the typically composed Chen Xi couldn't help but feel astonished. As he beheld the golden spear aimed at his chest, realization dawned upon him. Loki. Upon uttering Loki's name, Thor's form swiftly transformed into that of Loki. The transformation, witnessed by all except his minions, left the remaining onlookers in shock. The Asgardians, particularly stunned, were promptly overpowered by Fenris, with some even losing their lives in the chaos. When did you manage to replace Thor? Chen Xi deftly evaded the thrust of the spear. It was unsurprising that he had not detected Loki's presence until now. When I visited your abode, Loki replied, a sinister smile gracing his lips, reveling in his triumph. That fool Thor was easily deceived by my words. He lamented that these actions were not his true intentions, and in his naivety, he softened, promising to forgive me on the condition that I cease my current endeavors. How could Loki possibly comply, especially when his intentions had never been noble? His original plan had been to eliminate Thor outright, but keeping him alive might serve his purposes better. Thus, he spared Thor's life. Chapter 113. Loki aspires to become the sovereign of the cosmos. The assembly heard Loki's derisive remarks about Thor's foolishness. Under ordinary circumstances, the Asgardians might have retorted, defending their king's honor. Yet, in this moment, they found themselves at a loss for words, grappling with disbelief that their king could fall so easily for Loki's ruse. Was it possible that, in his heart, Loki held more significance than all others in Asgard? The king should be acutely aware of their adversarial position. Vigilance was paramount, regardless of the circumstances. While I concur that Thor is indeed a fool, you, with your utter lack of compassion and your audacious disregard for human life, have no right to exist. Chen Xi exclaimed vehemently. Loki, brazen and dismissive, wielded his spear with deadly intent, each strike aimed at Chen Xi's vulnerabilities. The golden tip possessed the power to pierce even the most resilient of substances, and today, he was determined to see Chen Xi perish. This ambition was part of the pact he had forged with the figure behind him. He aspired to be king, the mightiest ruler in the universe, not merely the sovereign of Asgard. Loki's ambitions were grand, and he never perceived them as excessive. A king devoid of ambition is indeed a terrifying prospect. Much like that fool Thor. Where did you acquire the ogre army? That is my trump card. Why would I divulge it to you? The exchange between Chen Xi and Loki intensified, with Loki evidently possessing the upper hand in power. This force was formidable, creating an overwhelming pressure that weighed heavily upon Chen Xi. However, he remained largely unfazed, rising to the challenge. Loki had anticipated an effortless victory, but was taken aback by Chen Xi's resilience, especially as the latter's eyes suddenly glowed with a crimson light, shooting forth at a mere arm's length. Loki was startled by the unexpected display of prowess. His arm, unable to evade in time, was seared, a significant portion of flesh charred beyond healing. Loki's expression morphed into one of bitter resentment. He had initially believed Chen Xi would be easily subdued, yet now he recognized the latter's capabilities. No wonder that figure held such trepidation towards Chen Xi, even desiring his immediate eradication. While he had previously struggled to comprehend, clarity now dawned. As he spoke, Loki's attacks became increasingly ferocious, each move infused with lethal intent. The remaining Asgardians yearned to rush to Chen Xi's aid. But the conflict between titans was not something they could interject upon, leaving them to watch anxiously from the sidelines. How could this situation be resolved? Surely, they could not stand by and watch as Chen Xi met his demise. Furthermore, if Loki failed to reveal Thor's whereabouts, what then? They could not truly allow Loki to ascend as king. If that were to transpire, they would rather perish. After all, serving a being devoid of compassion and brimming with ambition was utterly terrifying. Amora could not permit such an outcome. Fenris and Ulrich relentlessly assailed the remaining Asgardians, their strength formidable. This is dire. Gator was struck fiercely in the abdomen by Ulrich, the blow penetrating deeply. Gator, are you all right? Amora exclaimed, panic-stricken. I am unscathed, merely punctured, he replied, blood spilling from his lips. He found Amora's alarm somewhat excessive. Our healing abilities are quite robust. Just grant me a moment, Gator panted. Yet, in the midst of war, who would afford them the luxury of respite? Ulrich certainly would not. Another attack surged forth. Amora was gripped by fear as she witnessed both individuals on the brink of peril when Chen Xi, who had been engaged with Loki, suddenly appeared before them, blocking Ulrich's strike. The clash generated a powerful gust of wind. Chen Xi didn't move, but Ulrich staggered back several steps. You two okay? Chen Xi spoke as he raised an eyebrow at Amora. Take your companion and get him treated. Thank you, Amora said, quickly taking Gaddle away, leaving only the remaining Asgardians still resisting. In her heart, Amora told herself that once she got Gaddle to safety, she'd return immediately to keep fighting. That thought gave her a bit of comfort. Unfortunately, aside from the ogre army and Fenrir the magic wolf, more death warriors emerged from the ship of nails, a vessel of the dead. They were already beings who had perished. They no longer feared death. Under Loki's orders, they launched a direct assault on the Asgardians. One after another, Asgardian gods fell. Chen Xi watched it all unfold, his expression calm and emotionless. Sif, with her dazzling golden hair, shone brilliantly. She hadn't originally appeared in this battle, but now she had come, and with her, the deceived Thor as well. Thor raised his hammer high, charging at Loki with furious momentum. A winged horse, shining with holy light, descended with a woman upon its back, Valkyrie. She had once been a guardian of Earth, and sensing the danger in this world, she came instinctively. Upon arrival, she immediately joined Thor's side. Then, one after another, the legendary gods and heroes appeared. The situation, which had been one-sided under Loki's control, suddenly turned upside down. Loki, this time I'll never forgive you. When Thor appeared, Chen Xi quickly stepped aside, giving him the main stage. At the same time, he muttered inwardly, You say you want to forgive him. But will you really this time? Looks like you mean it. That fierce expression, hopefully this time the outcome will be different. Chen Xi's face remained impassive, but inwardly, he was quietly observing the show. Chapter 114. Before the world becomes even more chaotic until Wanda appeared behind him, whispering a few words into his ear. Chen Xi, for some reason, demons are suddenly appearing all over the country. They're vicious, no less than the ogres. They're attacking both mutants and ordinary humans. Even several mutants together can barely take down one demon. Hearing this, Chen Xi immediately followed Wanda away. It was a grueling battle. Unlike Apocalypse, this time the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and they just kept coming. Their total far exceeded the combined population of humans and mutants on Earth. All these evil beings were under Loki's command. They continuously strengthened Loki's army and his influence. More and more mutants, unable to resist the tide, defected to the side of evil. Chen Xi didn't find any of this amusing. He fought just as hard as the others. The world was descending into chaos, worse and worse by the moment. The gods really are cruel to me, he murmured during a brief moment of rest, gazing at the endless dark sky. As time passed, the situation did not stabilize. Chen Xi was certain that if no strategy was found soon, all ordinary humans would be wiped out. Only the stronger mutants might survive a bit longer. But he was prepared. If things reached their worst, he already had a plan ready to execute. Chen Xi quietly observed everything, waiting for the right moment. Wanda knew Chen Xi had a plan. She was the only woman by his side who did. She asked him, when exactly will the right moment come? When is the worst time? When Loki is defeated or even killed by Thor. That's when things will truly fall apart. But earlier, I sensed you wanted to personally deal with Loki. Why did you let Thor do it instead? It doesn't have to be Thor, Chen Xi replied. As long as it's someone close to him, an Asgardian, that's enough. If there's an optimal plan, why use the worst one? Because in Thor's heart, Asgard, and his people, mean something different than I ever could. Just like how his women mean more to him than anyone else's life. I see, Wanda murmured. She felt she understood a bit more. Though many things still eluded her. She frowned slightly, then quickly relaxed again. Even if she didn't fully grasp everything. She trusted Chen Xi's words, and that was enough. They both waited patiently for the outcome. When Thor finally appeared, missing an eye, Wanda, standing beside Chen Xi, was shocked. Though you lost an eye? What happened to you? Chen Xi looked at Thor's battered state, expression unchanged, though he asked flatly. You look terrible. What happened? My arrogance and cowardice brought me to this, Thor said bitterly. Most of Asgard had been destroyed. Though they managed to defeat Loki and his forces, the cost was devastating. And with Loki's death, the demons, ogres, and death warriors that once acted under his command now scattered chaotically, wreaking havoc across the human world, causing even greater destruction. Thor felt deep guilt. If he had captured or killed Loki sooner, this tragedy might never have happened. He blamed himself entirely, the pain heavy in his heart. So you came to me just to say that, Chen Xi said calmly, though impatience crept into his tone. Or is there something else you want? Thor hesitated, knowing that every wasted moment meant more human lives lost. Finally, he spoke his true purpose. I want your help. Things are dire for all of us. Before Chen Xi could reply, Wanda's displeasure was already written all over her face. She found Thor, the god of thunder, rather brazen. How could he so casually request Chen Xi's assistance? If such a thing were to happen to her, she would be utterly mortified. Perhaps the audacity of men, or indeed of these Asgardian deities, is invariably greater. I am acutely aware that my demands may be somewhat excessive, yet apart from beseeching you, I cannot conceive of another whom I could implore. The All-Father entrusted the fate of Asgard to him, yet he finds himself incapable of guiding its people towards prosperity, dragging them down to this dire state. He mused that if he were ever to encounter the All-Father again, no matter the realm, he would be engulfed in shame. Although these thoughts represent the best of hopes, in reality, he sensed that his demise was imminent. Enough of these superfluous words. Let us discuss what it is you wish to ask of me. Despite the lengthy discourse, he had yet to arrive at the crux of the matter, which was truly exasperating. Thor opened his mouth, acknowledging that he had indeed been roundabout, wasting precious time without articulating his request directly. Yet, it was not his intention to be so vague. If only he could express his demands plainly, were it not for the fact that they were rather unreasonable. I hope you can assist me in managing Asgard, Thor declared earnestly. Entrusting Asgard to a mere mortal? Wanda gasped in disbelief. Was the king of Asgard truly out of his mind? To confront Loki, Thor had sacrificed one of his eyes in exchange for the wisdom of the Well of Mimir. Chapter 115. The god of thunder entrusts Asgard to him. Through glimpses of the future, he beheld countless potential outcomes, most of which led to grim conclusions. Thor sifted through these visions until he ultimately fixed upon Chen Xi. Although he could not see far into the distance, he discerned Chen Xi's tenacity and wisdom, even his resolve. While he felt apprehensive about entrusting Asgard to anyone, he believed that Chen Xi would undoubtedly safeguard all its inhabitants. At this juncture, Thor sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving Gator and Amora. Without you, they might have faced dire misfortune. The losses Asgard had already endured were grievous, and Thor wished to prevent further calamity. I can acquiesce to your request, Chen Xi suddenly replied, as if he had contemplated this for an extended period. In truth, this was merely a part of Chen Xi's scheme, and now that his plan had come to fruition, it was time to reap the rewards. Thor remained oblivious to Chen Xi's internal machinations, unaware of his thoughts, only knowing that Chen Xi had consented to his plea, which filled him with uncontainable joy. Thank you. Truly thank you. Having uttered this, he stumbled away upon Chen Xi's gesture. Not long after his departure, Wanda turned to inquire of Chen Xi, should we not take action? Indeed, Chen Xi smiled, having anticipated this moment for quite some time. From the moment Franklin arrived in this world, he had been devising plans. While Susan dealt with Franklin, he would seize for himself the new universe Franklin had created. He even had to exercise caution to prevent Franklin from birthing life within his new cosmos, and fortunately, nothing of the sort occurred. With Franklin's abilities now under his control, the new universe had already taken shape. Thus, when the time for action commenced, the others found themselves engulfed in despair, only to suddenly discover that the sources of their anguish had vanished without a trace. The streets were littered with ruined edifices and bloodied corpses, yet those once defeated ogres and demons had seemingly disappeared. Were it not for the desolation surrounding them, they might have believed they had merely endured a dreadful nightmare. What had transpired? Why had those malevolent entities vanished entirely? Uncertainty reigned. None knew the answers. Who could be responsible for such a feat in this world? Who, if not their leader Chen Xi? Look, it's time magic. Good heavens. Such a grand display of world magic? All present gazed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, even those who had perished rising from the ground one by one. They retained vivid memories of their own deaths, continuously touching their bodies. I distinctly remember being crushed by a demon's hand. How am I alive? Am I not a spirit? I recall being devoured whole by an ogre, yet here I stand. One individual slapped their own face, the sting serving as a stark reminder that this was no dream, but a reality. This must have been the work of Chen Xi. How powerful he must be. My dear, are you unharmed? All understood that the architect of this scene was undoubtedly Chen Xi. Gwen, filled with concern, leapt swiftly to stand before him, softly inquiring about his well-being. I am unharmed. I feel quite well, Chen Xi replied nonchalantly. After all, he drew upon the energies of another universe and had expended little of his own strength. If there was anything he wished to express at that moment, it was his gratitude for Franklin's demise. Thanks to the manipulation of time magic, everything had reverted to its state prior to the war. The Asgardians approached Chen Xi. You wield time magic. Can you not restore our fallen comrades? My time magic can only be applied to entities that already exist within this world. Did you not witness how those demons and ogres did not resurrect upon their demise? Chen Xi interjected, promptly dispelling the Asgardians' delusions. They were not of the same dimension as him. Time magic was not universally applicable. Regardless of the world, chaos had ensued. His ability to wield it stemmed from meticulous preparation, and the use of time magic was exceedingly stringent. The Asgardians held little hope. They were aware that Chen Xi was merely a human. While he could accomplish certain feats, others were beyond his reach. They clung to a flicker of hope. Unable to resist turning to Chen Xi. My apologies, we have overstepped, Sif said solemnly, bowing deeply to Chen Xi and offering her apologies. It is of no consequence. Your inquiry was merely one of earnestness, and I harbor no ill will, he replied. He was under no obligation to fulfill their requests. He was not foolish. At least in matters of folly, he would never emulate Thor. What of Thor's situation? Chen Xi inquired, wishing to divert the conversation from this topic. Thor's situation appears precarious, yet he has meticulously arranged the subsequent plans. At this point, Sif could not help but furrow her brow. He has entrusted all of us into your hands, a fact we are aware of. Therefore, feel free to issue any commands as you see fit. Additionally, he instructed me to convey a crucial piece of information to you. What is it? Asgard, along with Loki and the others, has been guided by a certain voice, a voice that emanates from a more formidable presence. This entity harbors a profound enmity towards you, even aspiring to dismantle the entire mutant populace. Though their initial attempt was thwarted, I believe another wave of assault will soon follow. As Sif uttered these words, Chen Xi once more felt an intense gaze directed at him. The origin of this gaze remained uncertain to Chen Xi, but he was unequivocally certain it belonged to one of the 5 deities of a higher dimension. It matters not. Let them come forth, Chen Xi remarked with a smile, his voice tinged with a hint of pride. Chapter 116, The Trial of Asgard. The survival of humanity is not dictated by the gods. Yet the fate of the gods is ultimately determined by humanity. In this regard, Chen Xi indeed possessed grounds for his pride. He understood why Thor was so deeply concerned, and why he would bestow Asgard upon a seemingly unrelated human. The cyclical fate of Ragnarok had become transparent to him. To alter this dire situation and to save Asgard, certain actions must be taken. He believed that anyone in Thor's position would arrive at the same resolution. Sif's tone was particularly resolute as she articulated these sentiments. Yet, Chen Xi did not place significant weight on these matters. The deities of Asgard often exhibited excessive bravado, yet to Chen Xi, such displays were entirely unnecessary. They could selflessly sacrifice for humanity, yet he pondered why one must choose sacrifice when a more harmonious solution could exist. Why could the mischief makers like Loki not be the ones to bear the brunt of such sacrifices? But those troublemakers are already deceased. He intended to visit Asgard, if only to verify certain matters beforehand, to ascertain whether there were those who would contest his authority, thus preventing any potential disruptions. As for why he would not entrust Asgard to another, the power had already been placed in his hands. Why would he relinquish it? Did he appear so foolish? Not only would he refuse to relinquish control, but he would also exert every effort to claim Asgard entirely for himself. Even should Odin return to the realm of the living, reclaiming Asgard would be an impossibility. Though this may seem rather underhanded, Chen Xi never considered himself a virtuous individual. After his visit to Asgard, merely a fleeting glance was sufficient for Chen Xi to gauge the prevailing attitudes of the other inhabitants. He pursed his lips, his eyes revealing a subtle, unexpected intrigue. Throughout this time, Chen Xi maintained a smile. While he discreetly observed them, they too were scrutinizing him, eager to determine whether he possessed the merit to protect Asgard in place of their king. They wished to ascertain whether Chen Xi would approach this undertaking with sincerity. After all, no one would willingly assist another in an endeavor that reaped little reward. Should someone willingly do so, it could only imply ulterior motives. In this respect, they seemed quite certain. Those who had yet to engage with Chen Xi regarded him with a glint of ill intent, coupled with a palpable resistance. Conversely, those who had previously interacted with him, particularly those who held great faith in Thor, also harbored considerable trust in Chen Xi, as chosen by their king. In just a matter of minutes, Chen Xi had unraveled the complexities of the situation. After exchanging casual remarks with the Asgardians who differed in sentiment, he finally withdrew his gaze. It has been a delightful conversation. However, I must now root out all the traitors and cannot linger further, Chen Xi declared openly before departing with a light-hearted stride. At that moment, a realization dawned upon everyone present. Perhaps Chen Xi truly did not care for Asgard. After all, the number of individuals under his management was considerable, particularly among the mutants. If nurtured properly, the strength of this mutant faction could rival that of the Asgardians. Perhaps this line of thought contributed to their initial wariness towards Chen Xi, which began to wane, leading to a growing sense of calm and reduced resistance towards him. This transformation was remarkably evident. The gods of Asgard were indeed adorably naive. Humanity, by its very nature, is capricious. One can embody both virtue and vice. Never should one hastily label a capable human as simply good or evil. Chen Xi mused to himself, yet he pressed onward, his pace unwavering. He swiftly vanished from the sight of the Asgardians, returning to his own domain. At this moment, the sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze caressing his ears, evoking a sense of joy. How delightful it was. Following a battle, the weather had turned so splendid, providing a welcome comfort. Nonetheless, the exertion had left him fatigued. The lack of thorough preparation had made the forthcoming assault inevitable. He glanced skyward, noting the absence of any surveillance or oppressive gazes. He calculated that his recent actions would undoubtedly vex the five deities, for it appeared that this time, their efforts had yielded no fruit. In the near future, they would likely refrain from further action. Evidently, Chen Xi had surmised correctly. The five deities, who had previously parted ways due to unresolved matters, reconvened, each wearing a grim expression. Who acted this time? They were lost in their own thoughts, unaware of who had posed the question. I did, the planet devourer sneered. I conducted a test, enlisting mechanical insects to assist Franklin. I too took action. I relocated the gods of Asgard, including Loki and his ilk. Regrettably, the outcome was far from satisfactory, Annihilation remarked, his tone equally dismal. Far from satisfactory? I would dare say it was abysmal. More accurately, their recent endeavors resembled nothing short of a farce. At this juncture, if they remained oblivious to the unfolding events, these exalted deities would truly be a jest. The prowess of Chen Xi surpasses our wildest imaginations. He possesses the extraordinary ability to assimilate the powers of others, amplifying them to an unfathomable extent. This is no ordinary gift. In this regard, the five deities are unequivocally convinced. Before orchestrating their next move, they must first scrutinize him closely. They seek to uncover any flaws in Chen Xi's defenses. Should they be able to intervene directly, many of their concerns would dissipate entirely. Contemplating this, a sense of dissatisfaction began to fester within them. As they grappled with the constraints imposed by the world, their discontent intensified. Chapter 117. The Intentions of the Goddess of Life. I wish to observe that man up close. The goddess of life remarked suddenly, playfully twirling her hair. Her tone exuded a casual indifference, yet her intent was unmistakable. How shall we proceed? We must create a corporeal form. That is beyond our capabilities, came the retort. If we could achieve such a feat, we would not find ourselves languishing in this predicament. Who says it is impossible? Did you not accomplish it? The goddess of life's gaze shifted to the planet Devourer. She was acutely aware that the planet Devourer was a conglomerate of mechanical insects. Despite the relatively weak forces he dispatched, they were still far superior to the deities, who found themselves powerless. It was not that they could not act. Rather, the repercussions of their actions would be severe. Just because certain matters remain unspoken does not imply ignorance. The planet Devourer's recent actions had already incurred backlash, likely necessitating a prolonged period of recuperation. The others were not surprised by the planet Devourer's words. In truth, following the approach of annihilation would have been optimal. Minimal words, no actions. Allowing others to take the initiative was the best course. However, the goddess of life made a valid point. Proximity may reveal Chen Xi's vulnerabilities. Silence enveloped the assembly of deities, and ultimately, they resolved to heed the goddess of life's counsel. After all, they had attempted to test and engage him multiple times. Yet Chen Xi had sustained no injuries. They did not wish for their next endeavor to yield unfavorable outcomes. Then let us proceed, declared Infinity. So be it. Eternal assented without hesitation. Thus, they swiftly formalized their plans. With matters agreed upon, they would now meticulously consider the specifics of their execution. The 5 deities prepared to act in an alternative manner, unbeknownst to Chen Xi, who, even if aware, would likely remain indifferent. At present, he lingered by the seaside with several women, clad in swim trunks that showcased his sculpted physique. Any woman who had intended to approach him promptly retreated upon noticing the stunning company he kept. The disparity in physique and beauty left them no choice but to withdraw. Likewise, men who dared to approach were deterred by the sight of the trio of women, hastily seeking distance. Most of those attempting to engage were mere ordinary humans. While the mutants, upon sensing the unusual dynamics of 1 man and 3 women, refrained from any action. A cacophony erupted over the water. Tony Stark was reveling aboard a sailboat, and spirits among the others were high. Chen Xi, are you thirsty? Would you like some ice water? Susan called out, approaching with several glasses of juice and cold water. Witnessing the harmonious interaction between Chen Xi and the 3 women stirred a twinge of envy within her. She paused momentarily before hastening toward them. Thank you, Chen Xi replied, slightly raising his chin to indicate where she could place the drinks. He sensed Susan was trying to curry favor, though he paid little mind to it. There were many women eager to please him. Suddenly, a frantic cry pierced the air. Over there! Someone needs help. The jubilant cheers inspired by Tony Stark's aquatic antics were replaced by desperate pleas. Instinctively, they turned their gazes toward the commotion. Above the water, thunder rumbled ominously, and amidst the tumult, a woman lay motionless on a piece of driftwood. She might be a mutant with lightning abilities. I'll go rescue her, Wanda declared, rising and rushing forward. Within a minute, Wanda returned, drenched and breathless. It's no use. We can't get close, she reported, panic evident in her eyes. The girl on the water appears increasingly frail. I don't know how much longer she can hold on. As she spoke, Wanda's gaze involuntarily fell upon Chen Xi, carrying an unspoken plea. Chen Xi, ever attentive to the requests of those dear to him, stood up. If that is the case, I shall investigate. As he approached, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. For piercing gazes bored down upon him, and as he neared the water's edge, he noticed a subtle change. The tempestuous lightning above the water seemed to wane. Chen Xi took a step back, narrowing his eyes at the scene before him. He could not shake the feeling that this could very well be a trap orchestrated by the deities. Should he step directly into the snare, or feign ignorance of its existence? Darling, is something wrong? Jean Grey, the closest to Chen Xi, noticed his momentary hesitation. She sensed his uncertainty, but wondered why he hesitated. Was it possible that the woman floating on the water was not what she seemed? She fervently hoped that her suspicions were unfounded, especially since Chen Xi had yet to utter a word. However, even the mere thought of it filled her with profound unease. As time ticked away, Chen Xi finally moved. Without uttering a word, he reached the girl adrift on the water, and the ominous storm above them dissipated instantly. A serene calm enveloped the scene. Were it not for the eyewitness accounts of those on the shore and the water's surface, they might have dismissed it as an illusion. It was nothing short of astonishing. A gasp escaped someone's lips, yet when they recognized Chen Xi among them, a sense of inevitability washed over them. After all, this was Chen Xi, a being capable of wielding time magic to resurrect all and restore cities effortlessly. What, then, could he not achieve? With this thought, Their anxieties began to dissipate. Chen Xi cradled the woman he had rescued from the sea in his arms as he made his way toward the shore. Gwen stood beside him, inquiring, "My dear, is she all right?" "She won't die," Chen Xi replied with a smile that belied a hint of indifference in his tone. Chapter 118. The suspicious woman rescued by the sea. It seemed he was utterly unconcerned about the fate of the person he had saved. Yet, if he were truly indifferent, why had he bothered to rescue her at all? Upon realizing this, some began to struggle with their confusion, particularly the woman by Chen Xi's side. The gaze that had been scrutinizing her had vanished, which was quite peculiar. The deities who had been observing her were limited in their capabilities. They could discern her actions. Yet each instance of their probing drained considerable energy. At least for the time being, certain matters were evidently not worth worrying about. With this understanding, Chen Xi felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. "Should we take this girl to the hospital?" Susan suggested, preparing to make a call. However, she had barely taken a few steps when Chen Xi called out to her. "No need. I believe she will awaken soon. Let's head back." He declined Susan's proposal. Perhaps he had not fully considered the implications of the woman's fate at first, but her presence was indeed quite fortuitous, a valuable pawn. If utilized wisely, she could serve as a profound thorn in the side of those deities. The mysterious woman lay in the bedroom, awakening 2 hours later with a bewildered expression, her eyes clouded with confusion. "What is your name?" Chen Xi inquired, seated casually in a chair with one leg crossed over the other. He had no patience for any amnesia antics. They would not amuse him in the slightest. Fortunately, the woman before him seemed disinclined to entertain such notions. Initially, she appeared somewhat dazed, but soon regained her composure and introduced herself. "My name is Iris. I do not understand how I ended up there, but I am truly grateful to you." As she spoke, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. "Might I impose upon you to provide me shelter for a while? I realize this request may be excessive, but I have no other recourse." She rummaged through her meager belongings, which consisted solely of a few changes of clothing, an utterly dismal situation that felt deeply unsettling. "Very well, you may stay here for the time being," Chen Xi declared. As Iris felt a flutter of anxiety, and Wanda and the others held their breath in anticipation. Upon hearing this, Wanda and the others were uncertain how to react. Their emotions a complex melange. "Since Miss Iris wishes to reside in our home for a period, I shall take charge of the arrangements," Gwen said with a smile that never quite reached her eyes. They did not oppose Chen Xi's association with other women, but they would not permit anyone of uncertain identity to linger near him. This individual was far too perilous, and everything about her felt profoundly amiss. They did not believe that Chen Xi was unaware of this, nor did they think he might have recognized it, but chose not to disclose it. Such speculations danced in their minds, yet none voiced them. Perhaps they felt that articulating such thoughts would be futile. After all, once Chen Xi made a decision, no one could sway him. He possessed a variety of ideas, some of which they could anticipate and even receive explanations for, while others remained inscrutable, leaving them to wait for the final outcomes to understand what had transpired, much like in previous battles and arrangements. "Miss Iris, please feel free to stay here. The weather has been quite pleasant lately, and if you wish, you may wander outside at your leisure. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask us," Wanda expressed with genuine enthusiasm. Since Iris had decided to inhabit their space, Wanda felt it her duty to ensure everything went smoothly. As she made these arrangements, she involuntarily glanced at Chen Xi. His demeanor was unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to their plans. Nevertheless, Wanda was certain he was listening intently, regardless of his decisions. The one thing they needed to ensure was that they did not create any complications for him or hinder his progress. "I am truly grateful to you all. Without you, I would not know what to do," Iris said, all the while subtly observing Chen Xi. It was remarkably easy for her to identify Chen Xi's vulnerabilities. Her intentions decidedly straightforward. These women were likely one of his weaknesses. However, as a deity, although she could resort to unscrupulous methods in certain circumstances, her powers were severely diminished, only slightly above that of an ordinary human and significantly weaker than a mutant. Despite her desire to act, she feared she could not contend with these extraordinary individuals. Yet, while she contemplated this, Iris believed that dealing with the women around Chen Xi might be a feasible approach. However, she had only just begun to establish herself in Chen Xi's vicinity, and this body could sustain itself for at least 3 months. She needed to swiftly uncover more of Chen Xi's weaknesses within that time frame, perhaps even eradicate the entire mutant population or destroy Chen Xi himself. She could not permit this extraneous individual to wreak havoc upon their universe. Some individuals were simply meant to perish within the established timeline. Iris harbored considerable discontent regarding Chen Xi's presence in this world, as he had disrupted much. If it became absolutely necessary, Perhaps she should enlist the TVA to handle matters concerning Chen Xi, though she doubted they could achieve much. Iris felt that Chen Xi harbored a substantial secret. This conclusion was reached by other deities after a period of observation, and it was a consensus among them. After all, no matter how formidable a human might be, they had their limits. Yet, with Chen Xi, they only perceived vast potential without discernible boundaries. If one were to speak of limits, Chen Xi's would undoubtedly be infinite. Chapter 119, The Demands of Politicians. Iris had engaged in numerous endeavors and encountered a multitude of individuals, yet she had seldom met someone like Chen Xi. When he rescued her from the water, he maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. Her presence there would undoubtedly arouse his suspicions. It was impossible for him to feel no doubt whatsoever. As Elise contemplated, her gaze instinctively lowered. It was highly probable that her identity had been surmised by the other party. The reason they had refrained from exposing her could very well be that they were scheming something in their minds. Elise was no fool. At present, both sides were merely performing, each vying to see who would ultimately emerge victorious. How intriguing. A subtle smile graced the corners of Elise's lips. Perhaps it was due to her abandonment of her divinity that she had acquired more human-like qualities. She observed Chen Xi closely. Yet, at that moment, Chen Xi was summoned by the government of the United States. What could they possibly want at this time? Wanda expressed her discontent. Whenever a crisis arises, they shift all responsibility onto you, retreating like turtles, only to emerge again, leading me to suspect their intentions are far from benign. In any case, the world ought to be governed by laws. I see no substantial issue in continuing along the lines of the previous framework. As Chen Xi spoke, he allowed Jean Grey to adjust his attire. His tone was casual, tinged with a sense of nonchalance. Should he be tasked with drafting a new set of laws? He felt he lacked the inclination to oversee such matters. Moreover, the current government was not entirely incompetent, yet it could hardly be deemed commendable. A slight furrow creased Chen Xi's brow. He feared that this visit would prove to be quite troublesome, not because he was afraid of complications, but rather because he found the situation lacking in intrigue. Should I accompany you? Wanda whispered in Chen Xi's ear. Hearing her words, Chen Xi chuckled. I am a grown man, and I am not venturing into a den of danger, merely dealing with some ordinary humans. I can handle this without your undue concern. As he spoke, Chen Xi surveyed his neatly arranged clothing, ensuring everything was in order before stepping outside and driving straight to the city center. He arrived promptly at the government building, where he was immediately greeted and ushered into the conference room. Mr. Chen, you finally arrived. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. As soon as Chen Xi entered the conference room, all eyes were instantly riveted upon him. His demeanor was remarkably composed. Not only was he calm, but he casually glanced at his watch, then spoke in a tone that was almost nonchalant. It seems I am not late. In fact, I arrived 5 minutes early. Chen Xi's smile was disarming, and the politicians who had intended to speak were momentarily silenced. Their dissatisfaction with Chen Xi's current status was palpable, yet they felt powerless to oppose him, unwilling to provoke hostility. Recent incidents involving mutants disrupting societal order had arisen, and Mr. Chen appeared to lack the bandwidth to manage these issues. Do not mistake our involvement as meddling. We merely seek to ensure greater stability within society. Although you have successfully salvaged the situation, the actions of the mutants cannot be overlooked. They pose a significant threat, without a legal framework addressing them. Listening to their incessant chatter, Chen Xi nodded with an air of natural agreement. You are correct. If you can devise a legal system applicable to them, then by all means, proceed. His expression remained unperturbed. The politicians had assumed persuading Chen Xi would be a formidable task, yet they were taken aback by his light-hearted acquiescence. Devoid of any objections, this sudden shift rendered them momentarily speechless, questioning whether they had misheard. If not, why was Chen Xi reacting so calmly? The scene portrayed a stark contrast between them and Chen Xi. By the way, aside from this matter, we have other issues to address. One bold politician, suddenly moistening his parched lips, declared, that city above us, I have learned it is called Asgard, although I am uncertain of its origins, since it resides on our soil. Should it not adhere to our laws? Chen Xi regarded the politician who raised this point with newfound respect for his courage. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he replied, you are indeed correct. What are your thoughts on this, Mr. Chen? Seeing Chen Xi offer no objection, the politician's enthusiasm surged, and they eagerly implored, so, Mr. Chen, do you support all our endeavors? I wholeheartedly support them. Chen Xi's tone remained composed. I believe you possess admirable ideas and courage. If your proposals benefit both parties, I see no reason to decline, do I? The politicians, who had previously harbored a hint of trepidation, found themselves completely at ease. It appeared that no issues remained. With no further concerns, they felt reassured. Mr. Chen, We have conveyed everything we wish to discuss, and we will not impose upon you any longer." With that, Chen Xi rose and departed. The politicians watched him leave, not hindering him, as their focus had shifted to more pressing matters. "Quickly, we must draft a proposal." They were racing against time, eager to solidify their plans before Chen Xi could change his mind. Should he do so, all their prior efforts would be rendered futile. They were determined to avoid such a predicament. After Chen Xi's departure, he was well aware of the chaos that would ensue among the politicians. However, he paid it no mind. Indeed, it was beneficial to keep these humans occupied, preventing them from indulging in wild fantasies that could lead to disastrous outcomes. The mutants had already stirred considerable unrest in the world. It would be unwise to allow ordinary humans to join in the turmoil. Chen Xi slid into his car, his fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel. Chapter 120, The Storm Approaches. He drove slowly, making his way home. Before long, he arrived at his doorstep. The gates of the courtyard swung open upon his return, and he parked his car within. Rather than hastily exiting, he cast a sidelong glance and noticed Elise watering flowers with a watering can. Surprised by this unexpected sight, he raised an eyebrow. It was astonishing to witness her engaging in such domestic activity within the courtyard. Yet, after a moment's pause, he merely raised an eyebrow and then redirected his gaze, as if ignoring Elise's presence entirely, and walked straight into the house. As he entered, he adjusted the tie around his neck and removed his outer jacket. Jean Grey promptly approached to assist him with his coat. "Dearest, has anything unfortunate transpired at the government today?" Jean Grey inquired, her expression laden with concern as she gazed at Chen Xi. Chen Xi raised an eyebrow slightly. "What do you anticipate might occur?" Observing Chen Xi's demeanor, which exuded an air of nonchalance, it was evident that everything had unfolded smoothly, rendering any worries unwarranted. With her apprehensions alleviated, Jean shifted the conversation away from political matters and focused on their housemate, Eliza. That woman appeared entirely unremarkable, a notion they had vigilantly maintained. Reflecting on the events that had commenced earlier that morning, Jean's countenance became pensive. Were Eliza to exhibit any suspicious behavior, they might have remained vigilant. However, her demeanor was so exceedingly mundane that it left them at a loss for how to proceed. There was no need to scrutinize her incessantly. She could pursue whatever endeavor she wished. Some matters, when observed too closely, became futile, much like Eliza's own watchfulness over them. Yet, could such a brief interaction truly reveal anything of substance? Chen Xi doubted it. Some individuals might coexist for years, even decades, without truly comprehending one another, let alone grasping the essence of someone after less than a day's acquaintance. Chen Xi shrugged at the thought. If Eliza sought to scrutinize him, yearning to uncover any flaws, that was entirely within her purview. Of course, he was well aware of her intentions. Her conspicuous demeanor made her motives abundantly clear. One had to wonder what was going on in the minds of those deities. Were they made of glue? Did they genuinely believe they could discern his weaknesses merely through observation? If he so desired, he could present them with countless vulnerabilities. Yet, could they truly differentiate between the genuine and the feigned? Chen Xi found their assumptions rather unreliable and shook his head, refraining from dismantling their notions or decisions. After all, witnessing them flounder, engaging in fruitless endeavors, was rather amusing. The weather had been splendid, a canvas of azure skies devoid of clouds. Yet one day, the atmosphere abruptly turned ominous, foretelling a torrential downpour. Such capricious weather was challenging to control, as it was a facet of nature. Even if they could temporarily alter it, sustained changes were unattainable. Besides, rain could be seen as a fortuitous occurrence. However, their anticipation of a mere shower was quickly overshadowed by a deluge so severe that it submerged the city. How could such a calamity arise? This was no ordinary natural phenomenon. The city had not encountered such devastation in centuries. The winds howled, thunder roared, and relentless rain lashed down, stinging the faces of those caught in its fury. Ordinary individuals struggled under umbrellas that were rendered useless by the tempest, swept away by the gusting winds. The cacophony of thunder forced those who had intended to brave the elements to retreat indoors, seeking refuge in their workplaces. Uncertain of how long the deluge would persist, they feared prolonged rainfall would halt all activities. Yet, despite the gravity of the situation, many held on to the belief that it could not be too dire. In reality, the circumstances were far more severe than they could fathom. As the torrential rain continued to pour and the thunder struck buildings, an unexpected bolt hit a power station, plunging the entire city into darkness. "Damn it! My design draft has vanished," a beleaguered office worker exclaimed. Incredulity etched across his face as he cradled his head in despair, unwilling to accept that the fruits of his sleepless toil had disappeared. "This is catastrophic," The meeting isn't even over yet, and we've lost power. What about the backup? The government was thrown into disarray, voices raised in outrage at the unforeseen crisis. The hour was still early. Many were preparing meals at home, yet now faced the grim prospect of going hungry. Such an occurrence was entirely beyond anyone's expectations, and they were reluctant to accept it, desperately seeking solutions. They reached for their phones, attempting to contact the government, only to find their devices rendered useless due to a complete lack of signal. Even dialing emergency services proved futile. Those with mutant abilities instinctively moved to address the power outage, yet the torrential rain obscured their vision, leaving them disoriented. How could they resolve this dilemma? Should they seek out Chen Xi? But with their sense of direction compromised, how could they find him? Moreover, this was a natural disaster. Even if they located Chen Xi, would it truly make a difference? Some scoffed at the notion of consulting Chen Xi for every predicament, finding it amusingly absurd. Though Chen Xi was formidable, altering the weather was beyond even the mightiest of deities. Asgard had implemented defensive measures, remaining unaffected by the storm. Chapter 121. Eliza had discovered nothing. They even remarked, if this matter were entrusted to us, it would be a trivial task. However, since Chen Xi did not make such a request, we shall remain oblivious. The denizens of Asgard adhered strictly to the laws of nature. Observing Chen Xi's continued absence, they concluded he likely had no interest in intervening, thus dismissing the issue entirely. Wanda gazed out at the tempestuous weather, resting her head upon Chen Xi's shoulder. Chen Xi, are you all right? Do you believe we should intervene in this situation? Hearing Wanda's words, Chen Xi withdrew his gaze from the tumult outside to regard her. This is not the result of someone's machinations. It is merely a common shift in weather patterns that can be resolved scientifically. I trust the government will find a solution. Although there were indeed challenges Chen Xi could address, it was impractical for him to resolve every issue. He was confident that, even without his intervention, the mutants would not tolerate this situation for long and were likely already mobilizing throughout the city. Gwen had already departed the house at the first opportunity. Chen Xi watched her leave, harboring no intention to stop her. At that moment, Eliza emerged from her room, draped in a coat. The rain outside was so torrential that it had deprived the inhabitants of sleep throughout the night. Elise spoke while cradling her head in her hands. The sight was indeed unbearable. Given that everyone was grappling with their drowsiness, it seemed prudent to engage in conversation in the living room. Chen Xi lounged comfortably, one leg draped over the other, exuding an air of relaxation. Upon hearing Chen Xi's words, Elise, who had initially appeared at ease, suddenly adopted a more rigid demeanor. She settled onto the sofa opposite Chen Xi, straightening her back. Do you have inquiries to make? Are you curious about my origins? For days, Chen Xi had refrained from questioning Elise, which had made her increasingly uneasy. Perhaps influenced by her current form, Elise found it challenging to maintain a composed state. I harbor no interest in your origins. After all, some matters are painfully apparent without the need for elaboration. What more is there to discuss? Chen Xi had long been aware of the five deities' intentions to eliminate him, yet he had never directly inquired why they deemed it necessary to do so. Was it because his existence threatened them, or was it simply that he ought not to exist? It was evident that Chen Xi understood his position in the eyes of these deities. The atmosphere was thick with silence as Wanda sipped from a glass of plain water. Her gaze flitted between Elise and Chen Xi. Though silence enveloped them, it was as if they had exchanged 1,000 unspoken words. Wanda found the scene before her utterly astonishing, yet ultimately chose to seal her lips, recognizing that this moment was not one for her to intrude upon. You are a truly wonderful person. Were it not for you, I might have perished upon the sea. Elise finally broke the silence, her voice tinged with gratitude. Chen Xi chuckled softly, sinking deeper into the embrace of the sofa. Miss Elise, while some things may be obvious, you need not attempt to deceive me with such words. It is quite amusing. I am at a loss as to the meaning behind your words. I speak earnestly, Elise replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. Observing her expression, Chen Xi felt a twinge of disinterest. He had an affinity for things that were engaging. When faced with the mundane, he found little motivation to pursue matters further. Miss Elise, we have sheltered you for an extended period, during which you have accomplished little beyond watering plants and tidying up. Such tasks are within anyone's capability. Your presence is not indispensable. What do you imply? Are you suggesting I leave in such weather? Elise's brow knitted together, her frustration evident, though she did not voice it outright. Why are you so upset, Miss Elise? Chen Xi inquired, raising an eyebrow in confusion. I merely feel no obligation to assist you. I could easily send you to a shelter or the police station. I am certain they would provide you with suitable arrangements. After saying this, he noticed Elise's continued frown and chose not to elaborate further, instead rising to his feet. I shall step out for a moment. Chen Xi had originally intended to remain at home that day, but suddenly felt that the outside world might offer more intrigue, so he decided to venture out. Wanda, noticing Chen Xi's departure, quickly followed suit. The weather was truly dreadful. Although Chen Xi was formidable, perhaps seeking a moment of clarity outside, she wished to remain by his side. Before leaving, however, she felt compelled to clarify a point with Elise. She halted and turned to Elise, saying, I know not your true identity, nor do I understand your purpose for being near Chen Xi, but we bear no obligation to aid you. It would be best for you to leave this place at once. After watching Chen Xi and Wanda's retreating figures, Elise was left bewildered, pondering aloud. Perhaps I ought to share some truths with him. He is clearly upset due to his lack of information. So, what do you propose to do next? The other deities had observed Elise's recent actions and noted her apparent lack of productivity, aside from recognizing that a few women were Chen Xi's vulnerabilities. But merely a few women? Even if they were removed, there would be others to take their place. Utterly useless. If I were closer to him, perhaps I could uncover more valuable information. Transcending time and space, the other four deities were dissatisfied with Elise's recent endeavors. Chapter 122, The Boundless Doctor. Although the four deities found some merit in Elise's efforts, even jesting that they would have been more effective, the situation had become entrenched. Altering it now would prove exceedingly difficult, so it was wiser to continue as is, albeit with some adjustments. Chen Xi has grown suspicious of your identity. It would be prudent not to cling to him too tightly at this juncture. Perhaps it would be wiser to retreat and observe from a distance. Sometimes, proximity breeds caution. While distance allows for clarity in matters previously overlooked, Yinmi spoke earnestly. Her words momentarily assuaged the deity's discontent, presenting a new avenue for consideration. Elise herself recognized that they had initially veered off course. A sudden change might no longer hold significance, but it was better than doing nothing at all. The house was now eerily silent, her presence the sole occupant. With nothing to tidy, she departed alone. The night was tempestuous, the rain pouring heavily, shrouding the sky in darkness. Elise, merely an ordinary human, was soon drenched to the bone as she braved the rain. Yet she paid it little mind, following the dissipating scent in the air toward the left. Meanwhile, Chen Xi had arrived at the city center, where numerous mutants navigated the downpour. Is the power still out? Someone inquired, unable to suppress their curiosity. The power plant had been struck by lightning, suffering significant damage. Although assistance had arrived, the situation remained dire. A gaunt mutant leaped in front of Chen Xi, water dripping from his form. He wiped his face and offered a sheepish smile. The rain is still relentless, but many ordinary people have ventured outside due to the flooding on the first floor. At that moment, another mutant hurried over from the distance, his tone tinged with compassion and a hint of resentment. These ordinary humans have truly lost their minds, oblivious to the current situation. Should anything occur on this rain-soaked night, their demise would go unnoticed. Just moments ago, he had rescued a human who had been struck by debris. The man thrashed helplessly in the water. Had they not arrived in time, he might have drowned amidst the deluge. Such a scene is utterly absurd. It was a situation entirely avoidable. For ordinary humans, they possess few means to save themselves. Thus, a modicum of understanding is warranted. As Chen Xi spoke these words, his tone remained relatively calm. Everyone should endure a bit of hardship tonight. The rain likely wouldn't last much longer. Chen Xi could not attend to every matter. If one day he were to leave this universe in search of opportunities elsewhere, how would these humans and mutants fare in his absence? He aspired to foster a harmonious coexistence between humans and mutants, hoping to witness such a reality unfold under his stewardship. Yet, he was acutely aware that achieving this in the short term was a formidable challenge. However, if everyone shirked their efforts, even the simplest of tasks would remain unfulfilled. That night, mutants were engaged in rescuing ordinary humans, while the latter fought to salvage their precarious possessions. All were gazing out at the curtain of rain, with no sign of abatement. An air of trepidation enveloped them. As dawn broke, the rain began to diminish, and by around 8 or 9 in the morning, the sun emerged, transforming the rain into a gentle drizzle. The entire city resembled a desolate, uninhabited fortress. It was not until noon that the sun unexpectedly graced the sky, prompting people to gradually emerge from their homes. This day saw no work or school. As they strolled the streets, surveying their surroundings, they spontaneously began to tidy up. Most individuals had sheltered within their homes during the torrential downpour, enduring a night of fright and restless sleep. Among those who ventured out, a few bore injuries. Yet the total did not exceed 20, a number that should have been entirely avoidable. The city had fared far better than others in terms of injuries. A bespectacled man, his hair flecked with gray, emerged with a large medical kit in hand. After surveying the area for some time, he slowly approached Chen Xi. Chen Xi raised an eyebrow, observing the man who appeared merely an ordinary individual, a kind-looking elder. "I am a doctor, part of an organized and extensive medical team." The man began with a straightforward introduction. "I know you, Chen Xi. You are the one who has saved this world. Your timing is unfortunate. Those injured have already been transported to the hospital, and some of their wounds are not severe." Wanda, standing beside Chen Xi, interjected, "He is a traditional doctor of sorts, whereas I am a doctor without borders, existing in the hearts of people, aiding many. Chen Xi, like us, you have also helped countless individuals, and to us, you are an indispensable presence." "I have no interest in being a doctor," Chen Xi replied with a smile, unhesitatingly declining the offer. "Currently, mutants and humans coexist peacefully across the globe. However, in unseen corners, humans suffer, and mutants grieve. You may believe you have instigated change, yet some aspects remain untouched." The man who claimed to be a doctor without borders had attempted to extend his hand to shake Chen Xi's, but upon being rebuffed, he naturally lowered it. "Helping others is a profoundly rewarding endeavor. Mitigating death worldwide is immensely fulfilling. Your abilities are remarkable. I am aware you once employed grand time magic to resurrect the deceased." The doctor spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Chen Xi, brimming with anticipation. Wanda stepped in front of the doctor, blocking his view of Chen Xi. "There are countless individuals struggling," she asserted. "Chen Xi's abilities should be utilized for greater purposes. If this doctor merely seeks to be a physician, that may be commendable for some ordinary people, but for Chen Xi, it would be a gross underutilization of his talents. No one expects him to be just a doctor." Wanda found it difficult to comprehend the man's approach. The doctor sighed, ignoring Wanda, and redirected his gaze to Chen Xi. "I have inquired about you, Chen Xi. You have indeed accomplished much. Yet, I also recognize that you have confined yourself to this city, seldom venturing elsewhere. Your city is commendable, protected by your presence. But have you ever glimpsed places you have never set foot in? There, conflict rages on, often unnoticed even by the media. I have traversed numerous locales with my medical kit, witnessing bloodshed, corpses, and the chaos of war, alongside despair. No one is a savior. I understand your words and the perspectives of others, yet I harbor a small hope that you might explore such realities." After a brief silence, the doctor continued, "If you deem this unnecessary, consider our encounter simply a coincidence." With that, he nodded to Chen Xi and turned to leave. As they observed the doctor's somewhat unsteady figure, neither Chen Xi nor Wanda spoke. Wanda abhorred war. Memories of her own experiences inevitably resurfaced whenever it was mentioned. As the doctor vanished from sight, she stepped aside, allowing him to pass. "Do not take his words to heart," she cautioned. Deep down, she recognized the validity of the doctor's sentiments, yet she also understood the truth in her own earlier remarks. In a scenario where both perspectives held merit, there was little need for extensive dialogue, for even she struggled to make a definitive decision, casting furtive glances at Chen Xi, uncertain of whether the doctor's words would resonate with him. The doctor was not mistaken. Indeed, Chen Xi only witnessed larger issues, remaining oblivious to the smaller ones. Though Wanda believed she masked her thoughts well, Chen Xi perceived everything. Upon realization, a slight smile crept across his face. Yet, even if that were the case, what of it? Chen Xi had not allowed the matter to weigh on him. He had already dispatched individuals to address various situations. If he were to oversee every occurrence worldwide, regardless of size, even the ability to clone himself would prove futile. War would never cease. Wherever humanity dwelled, shadows would linger, ensuring conflict would inevitably arise. Without his presence, war had never truly vanished. Could it be said that with him there, under his suppression, it would not change? The words of that physician were indeed commendable, yet they appeared somewhat idealistic. Chen Xi did not share this sentiment. "So, you intend to abandon your concerns?" Wanda felt an unexpected pang of disappointment. It was not that they would neglect their duties, but rather that certain matters, even if managed, yielded no tangible results. Internal strife and similar issues could only be resolved by their own hands, rather than relying on outsiders. As Chen Xi spoke, his tone remained nonchalant. Wanda stole a glance at him, realizing he was disinclined to engage with the issue, prompting her to press her lips together and fall silent. Unbeknownst to them, the words exchanged between Chen Xi and the doctor, as well as those spoken to Wanda, had somehow spread, giving rise to numerous factions opposing Chen Xi. They distorted the facts, misrepresenting his statements, and accused him of being hypocritical. They claimed to seek liberation for mutants, professing a desire for peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans, while in reality, Chen Xi was accused of inaction. This situation caused a slight headache for Chen Xi and his companions. Though it was primarily Wanda and a few other women who felt the strain, Chen Xi, however, maintained his composure. He appeared deep in thought, as if contemplating something significant. Wanda and the others observed his demeanor, completely unaware of his thoughts, yet their discussion abruptly ceased, unwilling to disturb his contemplation. Perhaps Chen Xi had conceived a new idea, or perhaps he had already devised a plan for the future. The spectacle had a profoundly positive effect on the politicians, who relished the diminishing influence of Chen Xi. They feared losing their positions to him and had even resorted to opportunistic tactics, wishing to see him utterly lose the people's support this time. Various factions emerged, tarnishing Chen Xi's reputation further. Soon, emissaries arrived from Asgard. Amora's beautiful visage betrayed a hint of anger. I never imagined you had done so much. Only for them to erase all your contributions. Without you, would they still thrive in this world? After some interaction, Amora found herself favorably inclined towards Chen Xi. He appreciated having a woman speak on his behalf. Regarding her remarks, he held his own understanding. If one could be so easily swayed by rumors, lacking personal judgment and comprehension, then such individuals were unworthy of his protection. Let the tempest rage even fiercer. Chen Xi was not an ordinary man. The rumors posed no threat to him. His actions over this period had demonstrated that he remained unaffected, finding amusement in some of the online commentary, which he read aloud to share with the women. Wanda and the others had initially worried for Chen Xi, but upon witnessing his demeanor, they felt a sense of reassurance. Questions that had previously gone unconsidered now demanded their attention. In truth, Wanda had always been curious about the origin of these comments. Was it the doctor? Such detailed content could not have been conveyed without someone nearby. This matter was undoubtedly linked to him, yet she dismissed the notion of any connection. Chapter 124. There were many aspects Chen Xi overlooked. He spoke calmly, expressing a measure of trust in the international physician, feeling that the individual had no need to engage in such actions. But if not the doctor, then who? Could it be their own doing? How absurd, Wanda pondered, resolutely affirming that she would never betray Chen Xi. Should they pursue this matter further? She looked to Chen Xi, who shook his head. No need. I already know who is responsible. Despite appearing unconcerned, Chen Xi had indeed conducted a brief inquiry. It was not difficult to identify suspicious individuals in their midst, particularly considering the presence of several mutants and an unexpected entity at the time. Additionally, there were those unmistakable gazes that could not be ignored. A bit of conjecture made the situation clear. However, he had underestimated Eliza. He initially thought that after expelling her, she would not be able to take significant action in the short term. Yet, on the very first night, she executed an unexpected maneuver. The convergence of 5 minds could indeed be formidable. Yet, what impact could inciting public opinion truly have? Chen Xi had yet to grasp this aspect. Did they believe he would feel flustered and reveal a weakness? Impossible. He remained indifferent to the opinions of others regarding him. What he aimed to accomplish was beyond anyone's interference, and what he refused to do could not be forced upon him. He remained unaffected by anyone. Nevertheless, the magnitude of this public outcry instigated a moment of introspection. Perhaps his perspectives on certain matters were indeed excessive. Perhaps he should heed the physician's advice and explore the world. Through broader experiences, some of his notions might evolve. Chen Xi contemplated embarking on a brief journey. When he shared this intention with Wanda and the other girls, they were taken aback, eagerly vying to accompany him. However, Chen Xi declined. I wish to explore alone. If you accompany me, this journey will become an indulgence rather than a time for reflection. Chen Xi was resolute in his understanding that, regardless of how many people surrounded him, it would have no bearing on him. Yet, while he thought this way, others might not share the same perspective. I am not seeking to justify myself to others. I wish to account for myself. When others struggled to comprehend his words, Chen Xi added another statement. This caused Wanda and the others, who had initially intended to persist, to fall silent. They nodded. Since you have said so, Chen Xi, we trust your judgment. But please do not sever contact with us. We wish to be informed of your situation. Indeed, how long would this journey last? Not too long, just 3 months. 3 months was not a long time for them, and after a moment's hesitation, they nodded in agreement. With their assent, Chen Xi almost instantaneously vanished from their sight, not even pausing for a final exchange of pleasantries. Wanda, Gwen, and Jean Grey stood before the sudden emptiness, exchanging glances. Why was he in such a hurry? Regardless, during this time, they must ensure the safety of Chen Xi's home. This time, public opinion cannot be allowed to continue its unchecked proliferation. Although Chen Xi remains indifferent, we cannot afford to be truly unconcerned. The three women exchanged knowing glances, resolutely deciding to resolve everything before Chen Xi's return in 3 months. They stand as the pillars behind Chen Xi and cannot perpetually rely on his protection. Meanwhile, after leaving home, Chen Xi's first destination was a vast, arid expanse devoid of human presence. Once a fertile land suitable for cultivation in the south, it had been irrevocably altered by war and climatic shifts, leaving desolate houses isolated in the parched terrain. Standing amidst this desolation, Chen Xi observed for an extended period, yet no one emerged from within. He descended from the sky, his footsteps light enough to stir only a thin veil of dust. The wind rustled at the cuffs of his trousers as he gazed at the scorching sun above. Resources were scarce here. Even from the heights, he had noted the absence of water and suitable food supplies. Frowning slightly, he made his way towards a particularly dilapidated hut. Sensing a faint pulse of life within, albeit weak, he merely rested his hand on the door, applying no force, and it swung open. Suddenly, a commotion erupted inside as if startled by his presence. Chen Xi beheld a woman clutching a child tightly on a makeshift wooden bed, her eyes wide with terror as she regarded him. "I apologize for intruding. I merely wished to ask a question." The woman and child gazed at him with unfamiliarity, clearly unaware of his identity. "Who are you? What do you wish to inquire?" Though the woman did not dismiss Chen Xi, her confusion lingered. Despite not understanding why this seemingly affluent man had appeared in their midst, she clung to a flicker of hope, however tenuous it may be. Had she the strength to move, she might have already crawled to his feet. "If I answer your question, could I possibly receive a little water and some food? We have not eaten or drunk anything for a long time." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xi conjured a bottle of mineral water and 2 pieces of bread into his hands. The woman, taken aback by this unexpected generosity, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Truly thank you." Upon uttering these words, she immediately released her hold on the child and, albeit weakly, approached Chen Xi. Observing her distress, Chen Xi stepped forward and placed the provisions in her hands. The woman and child devoured the food and water ravenously. Having been deprived of such sustenance for far too long, Chen Xi remained silent, yet his mind echoed with the words of the doctor, pondering the many opportunities he might have overlooked. He had always considered himself powerful, witnessing only the robust, while neglecting those who struggle for survival beneath the surface. Chapter 125, Suffering Exists Everywhere. In this arid region, many still reside, and after a thorough inspection, Chen Xi discovered nearly 100 such souls. Each bore a common trait, prolonged hunger that rendered them mere shadows of their former selves. Chen Xi did not intend to linger in this desolate place. He recognized their dire need for water and food. Crouching to sense the depth of the groundwater, he then raised his gaze to the blazing sun, inhaled deeply, and suddenly struck the ground with a clenched fist. Many gazed through the tattered walls of their shanties, their eyes filled with trepidation and a hint of excitement. They believed that perhaps this stranger's arrival could transform their lives. The groundwater surged upward in response to Chen Xi's actions. Swift and adept, he did not expect those who could barely stand to assist him. He managed everything himself. When the first frail man staggered toward him, astonishment and disbelief illuminated his features as he cupped his hands to drink deeply. The sweet water tasted distinctly different from the mineral water Chen Xi had previously offered, far more refreshing. Initially, the emaciated man thought he might be mistaken, but soon realized this was no error, but a reality. Unable to contain his excitement, he called out to others still hesitant, prompting them to emerge from their shelters. Some, particularly sensitive souls, wept openly. This was the vision they had longed to witness, and now it was unfolding before them. Chen Xi appeared as a veritable savior. "Thank you. We are immensely grateful." The crowd bowed deeply in gratitude. After a moment of silence, Chen Xi left behind provisions sufficient for a month's sustenance. Then spoke. "I have left you enough food for a month. During this time, I will arrange for assistance to reach you, and you will receive guidance on what to do next, so do not worry." The prospect of salvation for their future filled them with contentment, and a new chorus of gratitude arose. Chen Xi merely exchanged a few pleasantries before moving on to another location. He had promised Wanda and the others that he would return in 3 months, a considerable span during which he intended to assess conditions around the globe. This time, while soaring through the air, he detected a potent wave of negative energy in a particular area, prompting a surge of curiosity. Without much hesitation, he descended to investigate. It was a poorly guarded prison, and no one could impede Chen Xi's advance. As he approached, a number of ragged individuals rushed towards him, their desperate gazes igniting a profound courage within them. Among them were ordinary people, seemingly unremarkable, while others adorned themselves in finery, and some appeared sharp in tailored suits, representing a diverse array of backgrounds. "Help! Please save me. I would give anything for my freedom. Chen Xi continued onward, scanning left and right until he reached the innermost depths of the prison, where he discovered a cell constructed of unusual materials, housing several mutants. Although they were not in a state of utter despair, their expressions betrayed a sense of profound distress. Upon Chen Xi's arrival, their eyes widened in astonishment, mingled with caution. Who are you? Why are you here? We have never seen you before. The mutants gazed at Chen Xi, seemingly perplexed by his presence in this place. However, their eyes soon darkened with suspicion. Are you allied with him? Who is he? Chen Xi raised an eyebrow, utterly bewildered by their inquiries. Yet, his interlocutors offered no reply, instead huddling together, whispering amongst themselves. At that moment, while everyone remained oblivious to Chen Xi's origins and intentions, a lady adorned in an elegant gown emerged from the throng of mutants. Do not be afraid. I have encountered this individual before. Many among them bore signs of distress or injury, yet this woman's attire appeared remarkably pristine, as if she had only recently been seized. Could someone elucidate the situation to me? Chen Xi continued. I do not comprehend who you refer to as him, but it is evident that I am not affiliated with him. You are Chen Xi, are you not? You liberated the mutants and fostered harmony between mutants and humans. Was this the Anna you mentioned? The one who spoke of Chen Xi? We have indeed missed much, but why do you find yourself here? Although Anna confirmed the woman's identity, the others remained hesitant. The woman, identifying herself as Anna, drew closer to the cell, pleading, I beseech you to save us. We know not what that man intends, but he has captured us here, along with many ordinary people and mutants alike. Each day, someone disappears, never to return, and I dread becoming one of them. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and trepidation. They did not wish to perish in such a manner. Rest assured, I shall rescue you, Chen Xi reassured. Placing his hand upon the prison bars, a fierce current surged through his body, potent enough to incinerate a person into ashes. Chen Xi trembled, momentarily at a loss for words. His brow furrowed slightly before he raised his hand to press against the railing, just as an overwhelming oppressive force descended upon him, rendering him immobile. Chen Xi abruptly shifted his gaze and beheld a colossal figure shimmering with silver light. This being was devoid of eyes and hair, entirely enveloped in an enigmatic silver substance. Each step it took felt like the earth itself was quaking, instilling a profound sense of dread. Chen Xi's breath quickened as he recognized his misfortune in encountering the destroyer. Chapter 126, The Arrival of the Destroyer. The destroyer stood at 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighed nearly 400 pounds. He hailed from Asgard. More specifically, he was associated with Loki. What could have brought him to this place? While Chen Xi had previously been uncertain about why the prisoners were confined, he now comprehended the grim reality. The destroyer possessed no soul. He thrived on the life force of others to exert control. If others were present, Chen Xi could have employed alternative strategies to extricate himself, allowing the two parties to engage in combat while he merely observed. However, it was apparent that he had now become the focus of the destroyer's attention. In Chen Xi's lexicon, the notion of retreat was inconceivable, yet, confronting this adversary was undoubtedly unwise. He had yet to ascend to the status of a gold-tier hero, otherwise, he would not regard the destroyer with such trepidation. At this moment, Chen Xi's countenance darkened as urgency surged within him. Quickly, what must I do? His mind raced with thoughts, and he instinctively activated his system panel. After a period of endeavor, his justice points had inexplicably increased significantly. Sunbathing had also augmented his abilities across the board. Initially, Chen Xi harbored concerns, but the thought that his system would automatically deploy defensive measures in the face of fatal threats dispelled his anxiety. His strength was in a constant state of ascent, reaching a level beyond his reckoning, while his justice points, though gradually rising, amounted to merely 30 million, far from the threshold for upgrading to gold tier. Ding. Task initiated. The system's voice, which Chen Xi had deliberately overlooked, now sounded melodious to his ears. Ding. Rescue all individuals within the prison. Chen Xi paused, noting that there were no further instructions beyond this task. Hearing this, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. If intellect were the means to confront certain challenges, he perceived that dealing with the destroyer would not be insurmountable. All he needed to do was lure the destroyer away, granting the prisoners a chance to escape. For the destroyer, the most alluring prize was undoubtedly a robust life force. Without hesitation, Chen Xi amplified his own vitality in a distinctive manner. The destroyer initially sought to eliminate this intruder, but upon sensing the overwhelming life force emanating from Chen Xi, he was filled with delight, swiftly opting to seize Chen Xi. Drawing the destroyer away from the prison proved to be a relatively effortless endeavor for Chen Xi, despite the initial appearance of difficulty. As Chen Xi lured the destroyer from the confines, the mutants exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with incredulity. Anna gazed at the suddenly shattered cell door, astonishment flickering in her eyes. Although they had just witnessed Chen Xi in action, had he not seemingly done nothing moments prior? What, then, was this new development? They regarded one another, each finding the situation utterly astonishing. We must not linger here. Everyone, flee at once. With a mere moment of contemplation, the circumstances became evident. Time was of the essence, and thoughts of anything else faded as their singular focus became escaping this place. Led by the mutants, they hastily departed. But one mutant could not suppress his inquiry. Are we truly leaving like this? Shouldn't we assist that person? Are you certain we can be of help rather than a hindrance? Anna retorted to the mutant. We must escape, now? Though Anna was not the most formidable among the mutants, she undoubtedly possessed a deeper understanding of Chen Xi than most. Unlike those who had been imprisoned for an extended period, she had witnessed many of Chen Xi's deeds and recognized his formidable prowess. Even if that peculiar figure, swathed in silver, was indeed extraordinarily powerful, beyond Chen Xi's capability to confront, she was confident that he could extricate himself unscathed. Chen Xi was acutely aware of the steps he needed to take next. Every stride, every action he undertook was meticulously calculated. Although the destroyer wielded immense power, he unwittingly adhered to Chen Xi's strategy, completely oblivious to any underlying discrepancies. To extinguish the vitality of the destroyer's being would require an inordinate amount of time, a task Chen Xi did not deem easily achievable. In comparison to my own strength, you are indeed not formidable. Chen Xi had presumed that the destroyer would remain silent, yet was taken aback when it abruptly halted and addressed him with this remark. The destroyer paused, and Chen Xi instinctively followed suit. What do you mean? Chen Xi inquired. He found himself utterly perplexed by the destroyer's words, and his curiosity about its appearance intensified. Who exactly are you? The voice of the entity resonated with a sense of familiarity, leading Chen Xi to wonder if it might be someone he knew. However, that seemed implausible. I do not know who I am. All I am aware of is that since gaining consciousness, I have incessantly collected the lives of others. I recognize that this is wrong, and I have no desire to manipulate these lives, yet I yearn to exist, to find someone who can rescue me from this predicament, the destroyer articulated slowly. This statement left Chen Xi momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Why was the destroyer divulging such thoughts to him? It was indeed bewildering. No one comprehends the true essence that resides within the destroyer's form. Perhaps it is merely an ordinary being, or perhaps it is a mere manifestation of energy. What do you wish for me to do? Regardless of how implausible the other's words may be, it was evident that there was a request at hand. I hope you can help my master escape. Master? Who could the destroyer's master be? Chen Xi's eyelids twitched. After the destroyer uttered this phrase, another figure emerged. A strikingly elegant woman clad in black combat attire appeared, her gaze imbued with a hint of disdain and an air of arrogance. My name is Sylvie, daughter of Odin. Sylvie, was she not the female counterpart of Loki? Just as Thor had recently vanquished the male Loki, now the female Loki had emerged. If Chen Xi's expression could materialize, it would undoubtedly be one of exasperation. Sylvie, what is your intention? Chapter 127. The female Loki, Sylvie. I desire to seize control of Asgard. We can collaborate. I am aware that my brother Thor has entrusted the governance of Asgard to you. However, are you truly capable of wielding that power? I doubt you can, and thus, my presence is necessary. My strength is on par with my brother's, and I am equally formidable as others of my ilk. Sylvie's demeanor radiated haughtiness. She had already assessed Chen Xi's capabilities through the destroyer. Indeed, while Chen Xi proved to be remarkably strong and astute, he still fell short of their prowess. It appears you are acquainted with another individual of your kind. Indeed, I am. Ever since I unexpectedly arrived in this realm, I have been observing from the shadows, refraining from immediate action. I have learned much, including that a certain voice seeks to target you. Initially, I was perplexed as to why we Asgardians should confront a mere human. Despite your strength, you seemed insignificant to us. However, I later realized your potential is boundless. I do not mind having another powerful ally, for I detest being commanded by others. As she spoke, Sylvie's eyes brimmed with disdain and coldness. How could anyone presume to control me? I alone dictate the course of others' lives, and I shall not permit anyone to attempt to manipulate mine. Listening to Sylvie's words, Chen Xi exhaled silently. Truly, her sentiments echoed those of the male Loki, suggesting that their essence was fundamentally similar. Yet, it was also understandable, given their shared archetype. Even if their thoughts aligned, it was a natural consequence. Moreover, avoiding conflict was indeed a favorable development. Chen Xi harbored no objections to the notion of forming an alliance. Forging an alliance and establishing a cooperative relationship seems advantageous. However, in my world, any transgression against those I care for is inexcusable, Chen Xi replied slowly. Observing Chen Xi's willingness to compromise, the atmosphere surrounding Sylvie transformed into one of delight. This matter can be resolved effortlessly. I shall instruct the destroyer to release all those imprisoned in the dungeons. Upon uttering this, Sylvie seemed to sense a disturbance, tilting her head towards the prison's direction. There, she caught sight of a frail human stealthily observing them before hastily fleeing. In that moment, she fell silent. Subsequently regarding Chen Xi with a bemused expression, "It seems you have been quite busy in the prison. Even in our absence, those individuals would have likely escaped." Sylvie had not initially regarded the prisoners as significant, but now, it merely served as a precondition for their collaboration, requiring no obstruction. Now that we shall not impede their escape, can we proceed with our cooperation? Due to Sylvie's presence, Chen Xi returned to the city he shared with Wanda much earlier than initially agreed upon, not even a week having elapsed. Sylvie accompanied him into the city. Their arrival was first noted not by Wanda's followers, but by the denizens of Asgard within the temple. "I smell an unpleasant scent. Is it Loki? Damn it. The king has been forced into a cycle due to Loki, yet Loki has not perished. How is that possible?" Amora and her compatriots seethed with anger upon detecting Loki's essence. Unable to remain calm within Asgard, and they charged towards the source of the aura. A considerable number of them confronted Sylvie and Chen Xi. Upon seeing Chen Xi, their expressions reflected surprise, yet when they laid eyes on Sylvie, silence enveloped them. "It is Loki." Indeed, it was Loki. The aura was unmistakably identical. Although deities may lack gender, the magnitude of his sacrifice was immense, transforming from a man to a woman. Regardless of the form, the essence of Loki remained unchanged. The group engaged in hushed murmurs, ultimately reaching a consensus. Loki was Loki. His past misdeeds could not be erased simply due to a change in appearance. How should Chen Xi explain this situation? Should he assert that they are, in fact, two distinct individuals? Perhaps it was best for Sylvie to elucidate the matter herself. Yet with so many onlookers, it would be prudent to find a quieter locale. Thus, Chen Xi gestured towards a nearby Chinese restaurant. "Let us converse there and resolve the matters at hand." Chen Xi spoke earnestly, and the Asgardians were willing to grant him this courtesy, following him into the establishment. The Chinese restaurant was spacious, and they quickly settled at a round table, albeit rather tightly. The inhabitants of Asgard fixed their gazes upon Sif. "Loki, you have committed numerous transgressions in the past, and now you dare to remain here, expecting our trust? The throne of Asgard has been entrusted to Chen Xi, and until now, we have heeded only her words. Although we do not fully comprehend your circumstances, your audacity in appearing before us this time shall not go unpunished." Sif languidly interjected, her eyes reflecting a hint of impatience. "I did not slay my brother." Her words rang with undeniable sincerity. Those among the Asgardians, who possessed a keen understanding of truth and deceit, were momentarily taken aback by confusion. What, indeed, was this female version of Loki? Initially bewildered, their expressions gradually shifted as they observed Sif more closely. It became apparent that she did not belong to the same temporal realm as them. Once one individual articulated this realization, the others swiftly grasped the situation. Loki remained Loki, yet not the Loki of their world. Thus, it was clear why she had suddenly transformed into a female. "Since we are not of the same reality, there is no need for further encounters. Return to your own time," Amora declared, rising first to speak. Chapter 128. One Loki has fallen, and now there is a female Loki. Amora, let us not hastily draw conclusions. I implore you to consider my perspective before proceeding. With Amora's initial declaration, the remaining Asgardians contemplated departing. However, a single remark from Chen Xi halted their retreat, compelling them to turn their attention back to her. "What do you mean? Do you have something to say?" Amora raised an eyebrow, a possibility suddenly surfacing in her mind. "You wish for Sif to govern Asgard, do you not?" "I believe if that is the case, not only I, but the others of Asgard would vehemently oppose it." Chen Xi's demeanor remained remarkably composed, as she reiterated sentiments previously expressed by Amora. Entrusting Sif with the governance of Asgard was no trivial matter. On their journey back, Chen Xi and Sif had already deliberated this very issue. Chen Xi could assist Sif, but it would ultimately be up to Sif to exert her utmost efforts. For instance, Sif must accomplish something to earn the respect of her peers. After all, if one cannot even command the allegiance of their own subordinates, they will wield no influence whatsoever. Chen Xi could only provide Sif with an opportunity. Given that Sif had yet to undertake any significant actions, attributing Loki's past deeds to her would be profoundly unjust. Slowly, Chen Xi articulated his thoughts, seemingly addressing Sif. Yet his expression conveyed an entirely different sentiment. The Asgardians exchanged glances, unable to ascertain Chen Xi's true allegiance. Was he siding with Sif? It did not appear so. Was he aligned with them? That too seemed unlikely. Their expressions betrayed a hint of conflict. After a moment of silent communication, they ultimately resolved to sit back down, eager to discern what Chen Xi had to articulate. Their expressions were remarkably composed, their gazes fixed upon him. Chen Xi, undeterred, candidly conveyed his forthcoming thoughts, revealing his current stance. I understand your reluctance to accept Sif. However, she is, after all, one of Asgard's own. Even if we are not of the same temporal fabric, let us proceed thus. She shall remain by my side temporarily to assist me with certain matters. Would this be amenable to you? It was not a request for Sif to take up residence in Asgard, merely for her to stay beside Chen Xi, a proposition to which the others could hardly object. They deemed it unnecessary to voice dissent. Given your decision, we have no objections. So be it, Amora and her companions stated before rising once more, this time without anyone attempting to impede their departure. It appears they harbor significant grievances against me. Is this not evident? Loki is universally unappreciated, and in the eyes of others, particularly those of Asgard, you are no different. After all, despite the change in gender, your character remains unchanged. Observing Chen Xi shrug, Sif fell silent for a moment before swiftly shifting the topic. Then let us proceed with the previous plan. I shall remain by your side until I can assume complete control of Asgard. A new guest had arrived at the household, known as Sif. This individual was somewhat irksome. Despite being a guest, she resided here with an air of ownership, even criticizing the premises and attempting to occupy the master bedroom. The others were at a loss for how to respond. It was Chen Xi, with a bemused smile, who remarked, should you continue to voice your complaints, I shall expel you from this house. On my territory, one must adhere to my rules. We are allies. At present, your alliance holds little weight, Sif retorted. Chen Xi, do not grow too complacent. Are you not aware that you cannot best me? Chen Xi's smile deepened. He had never envisioned defeating this individual. Rather, his aim was to wield her as a tool. As long as she could be of use, that sufficed. Throughout this process, he must ensure that she perceives not a single flaw in his facade. At times, brute force proves futile, Miss Sif. Understand this. Without my aid, you shall find it impossible to establish your footing in Asgard. In such a scenario, do you still wish to oppose me? Asgard was Sif's bottom line, a realm she could not afford to falter in. Upon hearing Chen Xi's words, Sif suddenly found her previous nitpicking behavior rather pointless. Very well, then. Just do not assign me a dilapidated dwelling. By the way, I should find time to bring the destroyer here. Before she could finish, Chen Xi interjected. He cannot be present in our city. I would prefer not to have individuals collapsing on the ground in the place I protect. Chen Xi outright rejected the idea. A being that drains the life force of others, although capable of preventing humanity's complete annihilation, was still an entity that ought not to exist. Sif, her thoughts unclear, observed Chen Xi silently for a moment before diverting her gaze. If the destroyer could not come, then so be it. She did not necessarily need to bring him along. What was imperative now was to swiftly seize control of Asgard. In the distance, Gwen, Wanda, and Jean Grey had been watching closely, relieved to see that the two had not engaged in conflict. What a relief. Initially, they had feared that the encounter would devolve into a protracted struggle, especially as they had just noted the formidable prowess of this woman named Sif. That formidable presence, merely a fleeting glance cast upon them, instilled within them an overwhelming sense of threat. It remained a mystery from whence Chen Xi had procured such individuals. Previously, he had brought back a woman named Iris, who had since been dismissed. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Xi returned with another woman, this time a more perilous figure named Sylvie. As night fell, the group lay together, unable to suppress their hushed inquiries to Chen Xi regarding this matter, which left them utterly astounded. A female Loki? They were certainly familiar with Loki, for it had been he who plunged the entire city and the world into grave peril. Had it not been for Chen Xi's early preparations, the world might have been in dire straits. Little did they know, with one Loki's downfall, another female Loki had emerged, although they bore no resemblance. Their personalities were equally irksome. Chapter 129, Binding Asgard with Human Law. Amidst the peculiar thoughts swirling in their minds, the female Loki, Sylvie, took residence in Chen Xi's home. Upon learning this news, Susan's expression soured. Another woman? Why was fortune not smiling upon her? However, she only briefly entertained this notion before refocusing on her responsibilities. Countless mundane tasks awaited her. Due to Chen Xi's negotiations with government officials, she was now required to assist in the registration of all mutants. This was a monumental task, one that would be challenging to accomplish in a short period. Across all cities, including small towns and remote areas, they endeavored to ensure every mutant was registered, preventing them from wandering aimlessly. Susan diligently followed up on this matter, hoping for no unforeseen complications. Given that Chen Xi had entrusted her with such an important task, she aspired to deliver commendable results. This endeavor was not overly difficult, primarily involving a comprehensive census. The task was delegated to police in each region, and typically, within a week, at most a month, everything would be completed from the grassroots level to the highest echelons. Upon the results' emergence, Susan promptly reported back to Chen Xi. "Well done. I anticipate the politicians will seek me out shortly," Chen Xi remarked in the morning, and by afternoon, those very politicians called him to a meeting. Observing the time, he noted it was still early. Consequently, he rewarded Susan. 2 hours later, he attended the meeting. The politicians awaited him, their expressions betraying a hint of anxiety. Noticing their apprehensive gazes, Chen Xi casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Wasn't registering all mutants a cause for celebration? Why did they appear so woeful? Is there something amiss? Chen Xi inquired with a smile. The progress regarding the mutants is proceeding smoothly, so you needn't worry, Mr. Chen. We are, however, troubled by another matter. Chen Xi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by what could possibly trouble these politicians. The city in the sky above us, known as Asgard, though it occupies no physical territory, falls within our jurisdiction. We believe it should. Indeed, after much discussion, we all concur that they too must be registered. Another interjected. They are not citizens of our nation, and I believe registering them is out of the question, Chen Xi replied. The others did not seem surprised by his response. Perhaps we can classify them not as citizens, but as an embassy of sorts, given their significant activities within our country. Naturally, they must abide by our laws. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. We cannot allow their superior strength to exempt them from our regulations. It became evident that this latter suggestion was their true objective. While previously uncertain, their intentions were now unmistakable. I find the notion of treating them as an embassy quite appealing. You may proceed with that approach, Chen Xi nodded in agreement. We are but ordinary citizens. Such a decision may not find their approval. Thus, we must rely on you, Mr. Chen. We have heard you are managing the affairs, and the Asgardians will surely heed your counsel. As the politicians spoke, their anxious gazes remained fixed on Chen Xi. It was clear they had summoned him for this very discussion. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xi smiled. This is a favorable development. I consent. What he initially perceived as a daunting task turned out to be resolved with just a few inquiries. It was almost unbelievable. The politicians stood momentarily stunned, their eyes reflecting astonishment. Are you truly surprised that I agreed to this? Chen Xi asked with a grin. It is not the incredibility of your agreement, but rather the fact that you had not previously engaged in such matters and often preferred to dance around us, they replied. Many sentiments lingered unvoiced among the politicians, yet having successfully addressed one issue, they were reluctant to provoke Chen Xi's ire. After exchanging glances, they redirected their focus away from him. Then we shall entrust you, Mr. Chen, to expedite this matter, eagerly awaiting the good news you shall bring. The Asgardians exhibited a range of expressions regarding the politicians' arrangements. They convened to deliberate. I have never encountered such a situation. This is indeed a first. Indeed, I am uncertain how to respond. I am reluctant to acquiesce, yet I acknowledge the truth in their words. Accepting it seems reasonable, as they stated. Since we reside in their nation, we ought to comply with their laws governing our conduct. They understood that should their powers erupt unchecked, it could result in widespread devastation. Financial reparations were of no concern to them. They could afford to compensate for any damage incurred. Their wealth, even if depleted over millennia, would merely amount to a drop in the ocean. However, they were acutely aware of this, while others were not. The Asgardians did not deliberate for long. Soon, they reached a conclusion deemed satisfactory. When they relayed this conclusion to Chen Xi, he nodded slightly. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further comment. With that, Chen Xi took his leave, unperturbed by the outcome, for it was precisely what he had anticipated. Even if they sought an alternative conclusion, he would only steer them in the direction he desired. Chen Xi then communicated the results to the politicians. In such a brief span of time, a conclusion has already been reached and deliberations concluded. Mr. Chen Xi, as expected of you, let us promptly proceed to sign an agreement that is mutually beneficial. Quickly, have someone draft the contract at once. A politician bellowed. Their urgency was palpable, driven by an underlying fear that if they did not accomplish this task in a timely manner, circumstances might irrevocably change. Chapter 130. The notarization by the denizens of Asgard. Should the inhabitants of Asgard experience a sudden change of heart, it would pose a significant threat to the citizens of this nation. Even in the absence of such a scenario, it would still spell disaster for these politicians. The politicians worked with remarkable speed, ensuring that Chen Xi remained in place. Hoping he would not depart anytime soon, Chen Xi nodded slightly, and after being served a cup of tea by others, he casually took a seat, awaiting developments. In merely 10 minutes, several drafts of the contract had been prepared, each authored by different individuals. Following this, the politicians engaged in fervent discussions regarding the agreements. Occasionally, they would furtively glance at Chen Xi, who maintained an air of detachment throughout the proceedings. He only interjected when they specifically mentioned his name. Everything progressed smoothly. Exceeding the expectations of the politicians, Chen Xi held in his hands the finalized contract, one that was advantageous for both parties. "I shall make another trip to Asgard, but I will return swiftly," he declared, vanishing from the conference room in an instant. The politicians were left with a complex array of emotions. They felt both reverence and trepidation towards this mutant and hero of humanity. Fortunately, Chen Xi did not harbor ambitions of power. Had he sought to seize control, they, as ordinary humans, would have found themselves at the mercy of these mutants, struggling to survive. Though there were mutants among the government officials, they concealed their identities, likely out of fear of ostracism due to their differences from ordinary humans. The harmonious coexistence of humans and mutants was achieved through the concerted efforts of many. While immediate results might not be visible, gradual progress would surely manifest over time. They believed that through collective endeavor, everything would evolve positively. As Chen Xi had indicated, upon the completion of the contract, he swiftly returned to the politicians' conference room, scarcely 5 minutes having elapsed. Before the politicians could even express their amazement, Chen Xi reappeared. The Asgardians were thoroughly satisfied with the contract, offering no objections. "You may proceed to finalize the agreement," he stated. "Should we not invite representatives from Asgard?" one asked. "Their representative is me," Chen Xi replied nonchalantly. "Is this not common knowledge? Yet, if their true leader were to return one day, would it not raise questions? Perhaps we ought to invite additional individuals for validation?" The politicians, while primarily eager to finalize the contract, could not suppress their concern for Chen Xi, hoping for a favorable outcome for him in the future. "You raise a valid point," Chen Xi conceded, and soon departed once more, returning with a considerable entourage from Asgard. These Asgardians presented a striking array of appearances, some towering and formidable, others slender and extraordinarily alluring. This was the essence of Asgard. Although they had previously gleaned some understanding of the appearance of these beings through various channels, this was their first experience of witnessing such a multitude up close. A blend of apprehension and fear flickered in their eyes, for merely the presence of the Asgardians exuded an imposing aura, distinct from the sense of equality they felt towards Chen Xi. They had always acknowledged Chen Xi's formidable prowess, yet in his presence, they often overlooked this fact, perceiving him as an ordinary individual. However, upon reflection, they could not help but find Chen Xi's apparent meekness quite daunting. His display of vulnerability was clearly a deliberate strategy to divert their attention from his true strength. Should they underestimate him and unwittingly provoke an irretrievable situation, the consequences would undoubtedly fall upon them, instigated by Chen Xi himself. Becoming immensely powerful is a feat easily achieved. Yet presenting oneself as weak while being inherently strong is a far more intricate endeavor. During this period, the nation was fervently engaged in matters pertaining to mutants and Asgard. Every department was in a whirlwind of activity, leaving no room for respite. Alicia, observing from a distance, felt a chill breeze as she silently contemplated Chen Xi's actions. Everything he did not stir any emotion within her. After all, whether Chen Xi contributed positively or negatively to the world had no bearing on her. Deities such as herself perceived matters from a grander perspective, rather than being confined to a mere speck of existence. This thought led her to recall her divine counterpart, a man named Thanos, who was far more efficient than Chen Xi. That man decisively pursued his objectives, annihilating one planet after another to ensure the sustainable development of his universe. Alicia initially contemplated summoning Thanos, but ultimately decided against it. After all, Chen Xi was merely an ordinary individual, and the mutants were merely a handful. It was hardly sufficient to warrant Thanos' intervention, especially as that universe required someone of his caliber. With this thought, Alicia refocused her gaze on the government building where Chen Xi and the Asgardians were gathered. She could perceive them through various obstructions without fear of being detected, not even by the sensitive Asgardians. She was utterly confident in this. However, unbeknownst to the Asgardians, Chen Xi, attuned to the nuances of perception, sensed a fleeting gaze directed at him, likely from Alicia, who had been monitoring him closely. With a light chuckle, he dismissed the concern entirely. Though the Asgardians remained oblivious to that scrutinizing gaze, they noted Chen Xi's demeanor. He appeared somewhat pleased. What could be the source of his joy? Chapter 131. The question of Lady Loki's departure. Chen Xi was undoubtedly elated. How could he not be? The mere attempt at provocation from others was enough to ignite a sense of exhilaration within him, a feeling he found utterly fascinating. However, Chen Xi was no longer inclined to view every provocation as an amusing event. Reflecting on how he had merely stepped out for a fleeting moment, he was now confronted with the grim reality that numerous places were grappling with calamity. The slight upward curve of his lips, which had previously suggested joy, now faded into a somber line. Indeed, all matters had been duly signed and sealed, and coincidentally, he had something to discuss with them. As he gazed at the jubilant politicians, who were basking in their moment of triumph, he continued to speak, gradually bringing a hush over the assembly. Their curious eyes were now fixed upon him, eager to discern what he intended to convey. One politician, emboldened by the silence, interjected, "Mr. Chen Xi, please feel free to express your thoughts. We are all present and eager to understand what is at hand." "My message is quite straightforward," Chen Xi replied. "I urge you to convene a meeting with the leaders of other nations." "A meeting? What kind of meeting?" The response from the assembly was one of confusion. Yet they patiently awaited further elaboration. "What I wish to convey is simple, and I hope you will relay this to other countries," he continued, pausing briefly before proceeding. "Across the globe, in places unseen by us, many are suffering. They may be deprived of food and clean water. Although I have only glimpsed a fraction of these realities, certain aspects have profoundly resonated with me." Chen Xi articulated the limited observations he had made to the politicians, regardless of their true sentiments. He had already undertaken significant efforts on their behalf, leading them to act even if some were reluctant. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen Xi, we will execute your directives impeccably. I have already arranged for mutants to handle certain matters, so you need not worry about that." After a swift contemplation to confirm that all was in order, Chen Xi nodded to a few individuals and then turned to depart, accompanied by a contingent from Asgard who had come here solely due to his presence. With Chen Xi's departure, it was inevitable that they would follow suit. Initially, these politicians had eagerly anticipated the arrival of Chen Xi and his entourage. But now that the task was accomplished, their lingering feelings were overshadowed by fear. As they hastily exited, it was indeed a relief for them. The issues Chen Xi had raised warranted serious attention. The individual who had brought this matter to light was resolute, without someone to advocate for it. Others might simply adopt an indifferent stance, choosing not to assist or address the situation, as no one wished to invite complications into their lives. Yet sometimes, troubles cannot be evaded. Neglecting to address them does not render them non-existent. Although they may not desire to tackle the issue, they were aware of the necessary steps to take. One among them boldly declared, "Why don't I take charge of this matter?" The moment he spoke, the others voiced no objections. "Since you have offered, we shall entrust it to you." The politicians then gathered around the table to deliberate further. Soon, all pertinent discussions were concluded, and there were no dissenting opinions. Walking alongside Chen Xi were the Asgardians. Amora turned her gaze towards him. "We have a question we wish to pose." "What question?" Chen Xi replied, his eyes steadily meeting hers. "Have you truly decided to take in the female Loki?" Amora, along with her compatriots from Asgard, had deliberated extensively on the matter of the female Loki, arriving at the same conclusion each time. They deemed her a perilous entity. Although she hailed from an alternate realm, her connection to Loki rendered her undeniably complex. Amora's assertions held merit. Had they been speaking to anyone else, they might have been taken more seriously. However, as she addressed Chen Xi, he merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement, refraining from further discourse. "It seemed our words do not weigh upon you, yet our counsel remains. If you choose to ignore it, we are powerless to change your mind." Sif, standing on Chen Xi's other side, cast a glance at Amora after delivering this sentiment. Noticing Amora's inclination to speak again, she subtly shook her head, prompting Amora to refrain from further comment. After parting ways with the Asgardians, Chen Xi returned to his residence, where the atmosphere was amicable. Wanda and Gwen exhibited a stark contrast in their demeanor towards the female Loki compared to their interactions with Ellis. The long journey had revealed nothing along the way, until suddenly, a vehicle sped toward them from afar, seemingly in distress. The car erupted in a plume of white smoke as a father and son tumbled out, scrambling for safety. Oh, what dreadful weather! This abominable environment. The father could not contain his grievances, yet in such a desolate area. No amount of complaints would change their predicament. "We are still far from civilization. What should we do now? Walk on foot?" They were unwilling to do so, as it seemed utterly exhausting and intolerable. "Dad, look! Someone's coming over there." "A really huge person?" the child exclaimed with delight, pointing toward the distance. The father, skeptical of his son's claim, could hardly fathom that anyone would be out here in such isolation without a vehicle. "I'm telling the truth," the child insisted, sensing his father's disbelief. Consequently, the father lifted his gaze to where his son pointed. To his astonishment, a figure did indeed emerge, a towering man, easily nearing 3 meters in height. How is this possible? The father pondered anxiously. He had never encountered anyone of such stature. They could not be an ordinary human, but rather one of those mutants. Chapter 132, The Man Carrying a Wild Boar. As the father contemplated this, an involuntary sense of unease washed over him. When the figure finally approached, the father realized that the man was not extraordinarily tall. Rather, he bore a massive wild boar draped across his shoulders, weighing several dozen pounds. It appeared he was merely an ordinary hunter. Yet the absence of any game in the vicinity left the father perplexed. As he and his child caught sight of one another, the man bearing the wild boar seemed to have noticed their presence as well. "Have you encountered some trouble?" he inquired, casually discarding the boar onto the ground. "Our vehicle has encountered a minor issue." "Is that so? Allow me to take a look," the man replied earnestly, promptly beginning to inspect the vehicle for any problems. The father and son expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Unable to contain his curiosity, the father asked the man, "What is your name? Where do you hail from? And where are you headed?" "My name is Hogan. I come from Texas and am on my way to find a man named Chen Xi." "Chen Xi? Oh, he is a truly remarkable individual, having liberated mutants and fostered a relatively peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans, although many humans still struggle to accept the existence of mutants." "Are you also fearful of mutants?" "How could one not be afraid? A single touch from such individuals could spell our demise." The father shook his head, speaking earnestly. "However, the situation is not dire. I have heard that new regulations have been enacted to register all mutants. If they cause destruction or harm to ordinary humans, they will be breaking the law." "Ah, I see. That sounds rather promising." "Indeed, it is quite encouraging. By the way, since you are seeking Chen Xi, why not travel with us? We reside in the city where Chen Xi lives, and we can offer you a ride." The father warmly invited Hogan. Yet, Hogan declined without hesitation, saying, "I prefer to walk and take in the scenery along the way. You have kindly provided me with the exact location, for which I am truly grateful." Having said this, Hogan bent down to hoist the boar's carcass back onto his shoulder, waved farewell to the father and son, and departed without a second thought. In the eyes of the father and son, it would surely take Hogan a considerable amount of time to reach the city. However, in reality, Hogan's pace was exceedingly swift, and he arrived in the city where Chen Xi resided even earlier than the father and son. As he glanced up, he beheld the majestic palace of Asgard. "My comrades, at last, I shall meet you," Hogan murmured, his voice brimming with delight, as he made his way directly to Asgard. His sudden arrival prompted the inhabitants of Asgard to become immediately vigilant. Upon recognizing him, Vandal and Volstagg rushed forward in excitement. They were known as the three warriors of the palace, steadfast companions who had felt a sense of loss when Hogan was absent from this world. "Hogan, what brings you here?" Vandal and Volstagg inquired eagerly. "When the palace of Asgard vanished, I felt a profound unease. Subsequently, a voice informed me that I could seek you out, so I came." "Another voice?" The people of Asgard exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing Hogan's words. "Moreover, I encountered a man whom I believed to be Odin." Just as everyone was astonished by Hogan's reason for his visit, they were taken aback when he mentioned Odin's name. It was utterly incredulous. "Surely you jest. Odin has long since disappeared. He may have entered the cycle of reincarnation, vanished from existence, or perhaps there are other reasons." Their skepticism grew increasingly evident with each word spoken. No one believed Hogan's assertion, even though his expression conveyed utmost sincerity. "Perhaps I misinterpreted," Hogan conceded, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he inquired, "May I meet this man named Chen Xi?" Hogan addressed the people of Asgard. "You have all interacted with Chen Xi, yet I have never laid eyes upon him. I must ascertain whether he is suitable to govern Asgard. He is a part of Asgard, albeit an external entity, yet he holds great significance for it. You may indeed meet him." Since everyone was familiar with Chen Xi, they agreed that Hogan should have the opportunity to meet him. Thus, Hogan set down the boar he had been carrying and proceeded to seek out the man named Chen Xi. Arriving at the entrance of Chen Xi's residence, he encountered a rather peculiar woman, who evoked a sense of familiarity within him, one that stirred a modicum of aversion, a feeling typically reserved for adversaries. Hogan found this reaction perplexing. Logically, he should not harbor such distaste for a woman he had never met before. He paused, suppressing his unsettling emotions, and then inquired, "Hello. Is Chen Xi home? I come from Asgard and wish to speak with him." The woman, Loki, glanced at Hogan before casually responding, "He's inside. If you wish to see him, go on in." With that, she returned to her idle contemplation outside. Hogan took a moment to regard her once more before redirecting his attention to the front door, raising his hand to knock. The sound of movement soon emanated from within, and a strikingly beautiful woman opened the door. Upon seeing Hogan, her eyes betrayed a hint of wariness. "Whom do you seek?" she asked. For Hogan appeared to her as a complete stranger. "I come from Asgard. I have been away for some time due to prior matters. But I have recently returned and learned much about Mr. Chen Xi from my companions. My name is Hogan. Let him in," Chen Xi said from the nearby sofa. Having overheard the exchange at the door, Gwen quickly stepped aside and invited Hogan inside. Upon entering, Hogan was greeted by Chen Xi. "Please, take a seat." Chen Xi gestured toward the sofa across from him. Hogan nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the invitation and soon settling down. "I have only just arrived here and am not yet well acquainted with the circumstances," Hogan began, speaking to Chen Xi. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself mentioning Odin. When he had shared this with his companions earlier, they had dismissed it, but Hogan remained preoccupied with the thought and felt compelled to address it with Chen Xi, his eyes glimmering with a hint of excitement. "If that individual is indeed Odin, what do you intend to do? And if he is not, what course of action will you take?" Chen Xi did not respond extensively to these inquiries, but instead asked with earnestness. Hogan did not fully grasp the precise meaning behind Chen Xi's words, yet he earnestly articulated, "I merely wish to ascertain whether the individual truly embodies my suspicions." However, the current exterior of Odin appears utterly incongruous, which leaves me in a state of hesitation. "What do you mean?" Chen Xi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Before them stood a child of merely 7 or 8 years, adorned with golden locks and emerald eyes. He was accompanied by a young woman, presumably his mother. Yet she was simply an ordinary human. It is inconceivable for a mere mortal to give birth to one endowed with such formidable power. I am aware that this is abnormal. How, then, can you be certain that this person is indeed Odin? I possess a keen sensitivity in this regard. I have previously sensed the same force within Odin. Each individual's power structure is distinct. While some may struggle to discern the nuances, I am adept at distinguishing them. It was merely a fortuitous encounter by the roadside. Had we undertaken this venture intentionally, we might not have been so fortunate. As Chen Xi and Hogan deliberated on this subject, Lady Loki, Sivir, entered the room. She had overheard their discussion and distinctly caught the mention of Odin's name. An expression of ire quickly manifested upon her beautiful visage. "Chen Xi, do not forget our collaboration." Lady Sivir harbored no desire for Odin to be found. Regardless of the truth, she wished to eliminate any possibility of his discovery. "My lady, I believe the content of our conversation bears no relevance to you." Hogan had no intention of directing his ire towards others, yet the mere presence of this woman ignited the flames of his anger with ease. "I dare say, no one is more qualified in this matter than I." Sivir's tone was decidedly unfriendly. Hogan, bewildered by her words, bluntly articulated his thoughts. "Who exactly are you?" "I am Sivir, though perhaps in this realm, you might recognize me more clearly as Loki," Sivir stated simply. Hogan initially failed to comprehend her revelation, but his understanding dawned. His expression darkened. The individual before him was Loki, although he could not fathom why this being had suddenly transformed from male to female. The rationale behind his previous disdain became startlingly clear. He immediately brandished his weapon, intent on confronting Sivir. "Please refrain from quarreling in my presence," Chen Xi interjected lightly. Yet her words swiftly quelled the tempers of both Hogan and Sivir. Sivir barely cast a glance at Hogan, directing her attention solely towards Chen Xi. Regardless of that individual's true identity, the fact that he has not manifested signifies his unwillingness to appear. Sivir was indifferent to Odin. Her sole ambition was to seize Asgard, and no one could thwart her endeavors. "I believe it is imperative to locate Odin," Hogan exclaimed. "The mere fact that you bring this up in Chen Xi's presence indicates that the others in Asgard do not support your claims, perhaps even question their validity. Am I correct?" Sivir scoffed at this notion. "Spare yourself the futility. Focus on what truly matters." With that, she languidly settled onto the sofa, her gaze entirely dismissive of Hogan's existence. Hogan remained poised with his weapon, glaring fiercely at Sivir. Yet, in the absence of any response, he began to feel rather foolish. Consequently, he sheathed his weapon and turned his attention to Chen Xi. "If my memory serves me correctly, Asgard is currently allied with you, yet you harbor this Lady Loki. Are you disregarding our alliance?" It seemed that many matters had been withheld from him by the others in Asgard, and they were fully aware of her presence. Chen Xi spoke slowly, paying no heed to Hogan's simmering wrath. Upon hearing her words, Hogan's anger dissipated. replaced by the realization that his aggressive demeanor stemmed from his companion's failure to communicate effectively. Had they apprised him beforehand, he would certainly have adopted a different stance. It appeared he had also incurred Chen Xi's displeasure. He promptly offered her an apology before turning to leave, eager to inquire with his comrades about what else had been left unspoken. After Hogan's departure, Sivir regarded Chen Xi. We must not allow that person to be located. Even if I do not seek him, he may emerge on his own. Upon uttering this, Chen Xi gently placed a hand on Sivir's shoulder. Consider it from another perspective. Perhaps the Odin who appears now is not the one you once knew. Sivir found no solace in her words, her brow furrowing in agitation. The mere thought of Odin stirred a tumult of emotions within her. She had forever sought his validation, respecting her father deeply. However, after Odin bequeathed his position to Thor, her former reverence and anticipation had vanished entirely. Rest assured, I shall not renege on my promises. You need not harbor any concerns on that front, Chen Xi reassured her. Sivir's emotions were a tangled web as she pressed her lips together. I hope that is the case. I have many matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, she departed, irritation radiating from her. Upon exiting the house, she seemed to head towards an unknown destination. Where could she possibly be going? Surely she wouldn't be seeking out Odin directly? Could she truly ascertain his whereabouts? Jean Grey leaned in, her curiosity apparent. Finding an individual is no trivial endeavor. If that is the case, let us embark as well, Chen Xi declared. Her words left Jean Grey and the others at a loss. What do you mean? Are we also going to search for someone? Odin seems to have no connection with us. Why would we pursue him now? Jean Grey's eyes reflected her hesitation. However, after only a brief moment of uncertainty, they resolved to act, primarily due to Chen Xi's lack of further explanation as she turned to leave. Jean Grey followed closely behind Chen Xi. Given Chen Xi's prior assertion that locating someone is not an easy task, she had mentally prepared herself for such an undertaking. Yet, even with this preparation, the ease of the situation felt somewhat surreal. Jean Grey stood beside Chen Xi as they approached a quaint white cottage. A golden-haired, green-eyed boy stood by the window, gazing out. The sheer coincidence of encountering him in the same city is nothing short of astonishing. Is he truly that boy? Jean Grey observed, finding no discernible difference between him and an ordinary child. She could not detect anything unusual about him. Indeed, he has noticed us, Chen Xi remarked slowly. How is that possible? Jean Grey could scarcely believe it. Yet after Chen Xi uttered a few words, he promptly descended and walked directly before them. Upon arriving in this city, I was well aware that I would eventually be discovered. Odin gazed up at the two of them, his eyes settling on Chen Xi. If you would not mind, might we find a place to converse in a more fitting manner? Odin's speech exuded an air of leisurely confidence, as if he possessed victory and had no cause for concern. Despite appearing as a mere 7 or 8-year-old child, his demeanor was remarkably graceful, embodying the essence of impeccable upbringing. Such poise in a child evokes an incongruous sense. Chen Xi selected a venue, a McDonald's. At the choice made by Chen Xi, Odin merely shrugged, offering no objections. Chen Xi ordered several items favored by children, presenting them to Odin while he and Jean Grey opted for only a drink. When the children's fare was placed before him, Odin hesitated for but a moment before graciously bowing his head in acceptance. It seemed that this was not his first encounter with such food during his time here. What brings you to this place? Or perhaps I could rephrase that. Why do you choose not to return to Asgard, despite seeing it in the sky? Chen Xi rested his hands on his chin, smiling as he posed question after question to Odin. At that moment, Odin was savoring a chicken wing. Upon hearing Chen Xi's inquiry, he casually reached for a napkin to dab at the corner of his mouth. When I relinquished my position to Thor, I never contemplated returning. I have faith in his abilities to elevate Asgard. He is a fine young lad, though I never anticipated such unforeseen events. My presence in this world is beyond anyone's expectations, including my own. I presume you have come seeking me because of that voice. Chen Xi had yet to ask many things, yet Odin responded of his own accord, providing answers with remarkable detail. Jean Grey, unable to contain her impatience, interjected, "And what are your thoughts on Loki? I feel immense sorrow for his plight, yet every individual must bear the consequences of their actions. I shall offer no defense for his behavior. That is his burden to bear. He once had a bright future, yet he yearned for that which was never his, leading to this predicament." Odin spoke these words with a certain coldness, lacking any semblance of compassion. Even Jean Grey could not help but think, it is fortunate Loki is not present, otherwise he would undoubtedly be greatly affected by such remarks. However, unbeknownst to them, not far from this McDonald's, a woman stood with her back turned, having overheard their entire conversation. Her hands were clenched into fists, her expression fluctuating between various emotions. This woman was Sif. She had located Odin before Chen Xi and Jean Grey, yet felt an overwhelming trepidation upon finding him, unsure of how to approach him due to the complexity of her feelings. Thus, she followed discreetly until she arrived at the McDonald's, where she then heard Odin's words, further complicating her emotions. Although she was acutely aware that this Odin was not the same as the one from her world, their thoughts resonated with one another. It was difficult for Sif to remain unperturbed. Was she truly so inconsequential in her father's eyes? Initially, her thoughts lingered only on this aspect, but the more she pondered, the angrier she became. Unable to contain herself, she abruptly stood from her seat. Her short hair fluttered slightly with her movement, creating a noticeable commotion. The noise drew the attention of several patrons in the McDonald's, who regarded her with scrutinizing and wary gazes, whispering amongst themselves. What on earth is going on with this woman? Has she lost her mind? As they spoke, they could not help but point in Sif's direction. Chapter 135, Sif's Fury. Sif was utterly indifferent to the opinions of those around her. She turned to face the 7- or 8-year-old Odin, and under the watchful eyes of the trio, she marched directly to their table. So, to you, Loki is nothing more than an insignificant presence in your heart, merely because he is not your biological son? You treat him as a mere pet, something you can discard at will? Sif's words were tinged with hysteria. She was furious, her mind incapable of maintaining composure. Odin, initially taken aback, finally met her gaze. You and Loki share a kindred spirit, he eventually remarked, yet you are not the same. To me, Loki is a remarkable child. He is mischievous and deeply cares for his parents, yet he has never truly matured. I hope one day he will. Before Odin could complete his thought, Sif could no longer contain herself and interjected. What do you mean by saying he is mischievous and you hope he will mature? You have never given him that opportunity. No, he has already grown, yet you choose to remain blind to it. An argument erupted between a woman and a child, their peculiar exchange drawing the attention of many others. Even a staff member murmured, contemplating whether to intervene. Chen Xi sighed, realizing that lingering here was no longer viable. We should find another location. With that, he paid the bill and ushered everyone away. Odin remained unfazed, while Sif's countenance darkened, clearly indicating her distress. She felt deceived. More precisely, she had never truly understood her father, nor could she ascertain his true thoughts. Now she felt increasingly certain. You are not my child, even though you bear a resemblance to Loki. Upon arriving at a nearby park, where the surroundings were quiet and conducive to conversation, Sif remained visibly enraged as Odin spoke once more, though it would have been better had he remained silent, for his words were hardly welcome. Odin, you are a truly terrifying man. You do not exhibit the seemingly harmless demeanor that you usually portray. Regardless of how your appearance may change, your heart remains unyieldingly cold. You have never treated Loki with fairness, perhaps due to his childlike visage, or perhaps because you have harbored your feelings for far too long. Words that once would have remained unspoken now flow freely from her lips. Her countenance is still shrouded in darkness. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves. Hela clenches her fists and turns to leave. Before departing, she leaves behind a parting remark. Neither Loki nor I will be inferior to Thor. This statement is a portent of impending turmoil, leaving those present momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Yet, no matter how much they might wish to express themselves, it is futile, for Hela has already exited. It is getting late. I must take my leave, Odin stated succinctly before vigorously waving goodbye to Chen Xi and Jean Grey. He then jogged away. To this day, we remain perplexed by Odin's true intentions. Perhaps we can glean some insight from the woman who shares his life. Jean Grey pondered slowly, her mind teeming with thoughts, all waiting for the opportune moment for implementation. Leave the matter concerning Odin to you, Chen Xi remarked with a smile, gently patting Jean Grey on the shoulder. If this issue were not entrusted to Jean Grey, it would likely weigh heavily on her mind. It would be better to allow her to engage with it. Allowing her to intervene, regardless of the outcome, does not seem too detrimental. Upon hearing Chen Xi's words, Jean Grey nodded vigorously. She placed her hand firmly on her chest, declaring, "Rest assured, I will handle this matter." Jean Grey felt a surge of strength coursing through her. She was determined to uncover Odin's true intentions. She was somewhat impatient. Originally, she was meant to return with Chen Xi, but she chose not to. Chen Xi understood her intent and did not compel her to return immediately. He allowed Jean Grey to remain nearby, observing Odin. Chen Xi departed alone, refraining from utilizing any powers, instead strolling forward with his hands in his pockets, seemingly indifferent. A woman appeared to be in considerable distress. Clutching a shopping bag, she stumbled and inadvertently collided with Chen Xi. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she exclaimed hurriedly before attempting to move past him. only to be halted as Chen Xi grasped her arm. You seem to be followed. If you don't mind, you can stay with me, he offered with a smile. Initially, the woman was somewhat irritable, her gaze towards Chen Xi laced with wariness, but his face was unmistakably recognizable. Her vigilance waned, replaced by a dawning realization. I know you. You're Chen Xi. I see you often on television. You're incredible. If it's not too much trouble, could we meet at that store? I have something I need your help with. The suspicion in her eyes dissipated, swiftly morphing into a hopeful expression. Chen Xi, who had intended to assist her, had no intention of declining. He nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. After all, you are the one in need of assistance. So your choice of location is perfectly acceptable. Gratitude flickered in the woman's eyes as she quickly took hold of Chen Xi's arm, leading him toward a nearby cafe. This establishment was a quaint bakery. They swiftly found a seat, ordered coffee and pastries, and the woman promptly introduced herself. My name is Jane Foster, and I am a nurse. Chen Xi had initially assumed he was merely encountering an ordinary woman, yet her revealed identity suggested otherwise. Chapter 136. Jane Foster is being followed. Chen Xi's gaze flickered momentarily before returning to its usual calm. So, what exactly do you need my assistance with? He inquired softly. I'm not sure how it happened, but suddenly one day, I found myself endowed with an extraordinary power. This power is immensely strong, yet I have no idea how to control it. I am just an ordinary person. I have always been this way, and I do not wish for change. The presence of this power compels transformation, and I am uncertain about those who are tracking me. Some appear quite formidable, likely possessing abilities, while others seem merely ordinary. My life has become chaotic due to this power. Can you help me rid myself of it? I do not want it. Jane Foster explained, her urgency palpable. While others often yearned for power, Jane Foster spoke with sincerity in her desire to be free from it. It was understandable. For someone who had never possessed abilities, suddenly acquiring such power could indeed feel like a catastrophe. She likely felt lost and bewildered, especially with someone pursuing her, amplifying her internal turmoil. Moreover, she had not fully considered the implications of her newfound abilities. That power belongs to you, since you have obtained it. There must be a reason you are connected to it, Chen Xi responded, indicating he had no intention of taking it away. It would be far too troublesome. I believe your foremost priority should be to contemplate how to harness this power. It can protect you, safeguard your loved ones, and enable you to perform various good deeds. Power is a valuable asset. Many long for it, yet cannot attain it, while you are among the fortunate few. As Chen Xi spoke, he imbued his words with a sense of strength, gradually calming Jane Foster's previously restless heart. All I see are problems, she lamented, cradling her head in despair, her expression reflecting deep anguish. That is because you have yet to perceive any benefits. After a brief pause, Chen Xi continued, do not worry. I will deal with those who are pursuing you, the ones with unclear intentions. Thank you, but I still feel a profound unease, Jane Foster replied, her brow furrowed. It was not mere sensitivity. Even if Chen Xi were to eliminate those following her, she would still struggle to believe she was truly free from their pursuit, especially since she had yet to gain control over her newfound abilities. She bit her lip, her mind racing as she sought a flawless solution to her predicament. In that moment of contemplation, an idea indeed emerged. Observing Chen Xi, she felt a twinge of anxiety. She was uncertain whether he would consent to her proposal, as it bore significant implications for him. It seems you have something to convey to me. Go ahead. I am here to listen, Chen Xi said, his tone calm, laced with encouragement. I am aware that my forthcoming request may seem somewhat impertinent, yet I sincerely hope you might assist me. Of course, you are free to decline. Jane Foster's fingers fidgeted restlessly, and with a surge of courage, she declared, I wish to reside in your place for a time. As she uttered these words, her voice quivered slightly. Chen Xi was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a substantial request from Jane Foster. Nevertheless, the demand was not unreasonable. He chuckled softly, his demeanor relaxing involuntarily. Very well, but one must offer something in return when seeking assistance. He was not one to extend help indiscriminately. After all, he had yet to perceive anything from Jane Foster that warranted reciprocation. While her potential was evident, Chen Xi was surrounded by many individuals, each possessing their own capabilities. Oh, I currently lack sufficient funds. I will strive to pay for my lodging. Jane Foster felt a pang of guilt for her presumptuous request. It was already generous for someone to provide her with a place to stay, and to expect further charity seemed excessive. She calculated her bank balance and realized that over the years, her savings had dwindled, leaving her feeling particularly self-conscious. Chen Xi, who had no intention of demanding lodging fees, found himself momentarily speechless. His interest lay solely in Jane Foster as an individual. He believed his earlier hints had been sufficiently clear, yet she seemed oblivious to their implications. To articulate it more explicitly would be somewhat excessive. Chen Xi merely sighed, choosing not to pursue the topic further. After all, time was on their side. Living under the same roof, what was rightfully his would eventually come to him. There was no rush. Accompanied by Chen Xi, Jian Fuster soon returned to her apartment and tidied up a few belongings. An exceptionally meticulous individual, her living space was notably neat. Chen Xi, upon her casual invitation, began to explore the room. Aside from traces of Jian Fuster's solitary existence, there was no evidence of anyone else. On a shelf lay photographs of Jian Fuster alongside her colleagues, likely taken at the hospital or its lawn, as she was still adorned in her nurse's uniform. Chen Xi picked up one photograph, intrigued. In her professional attire, Jian Fuster appeared even more radiant, possessing a unique beauty. After gazing for a moment, he set the photograph back in its place without further inspection. Meanwhile, Jian Fuster had finished her packing. She held a large suitcase, which seemed somewhat cumbersome. However, it was not truly burdensome. Chen Xi placed his hand over hers, and with a flicker of spatial manipulation, they found themselves in an unfamiliar dwelling, leaving her astonished. "This is my home. You shall reside here from now on," Chen Xi stated, offering a brief introduction. The others, including Qin Gulei, welcomed Jian Fuster with warmth. Unfazed by their sudden arrival. "Our guest rooms are plentiful. You need not worry about accommodation," Qin Gulei remarked. Perhaps due to her nursing background, Jian Fuster emanated a gentle aura, which immediately endeared her to Qin Gulei upon their first meeting. Still reeling from Chen Xi's earlier display of power, she had yet to regain her composure as Qin Gulei led her luggage toward the guest room. As she followed, Jian Fuster could not help but murmur, "I wonder if one day I too might wield such extraordinary abilities." "Of course you can. Rest assured, everyone living in this house possesses abilities, and we can assist you," Qin Gulei replied, sensing the latent energy within Jian Fuster. This energy, though chaotic, hinted at her uncharted potential. While Qin Gulei and her companions may not be formidable, nurturing a powerful individual was not beyond their capabilities. Jian Fuster's energy was evidently more potent than theirs. "Originally, I had hoped that Mr. Chen Xi would help me rid myself of my powers, but he seems vehemently opposed to the idea. He did not even mention it last time," Jian Fuster confessed, feeling anxious. "I am unsure if I can harness this power effectively. Perhaps I will falter, leaving Mr. Chen Xi disappointed." "How can you feel disheartened before even trying? What would you do then?" Qin Gulei smiled reassuringly at Jian Fuster. "You must give it a shot. For today, focus on resting and acclimating to your new surroundings. Tomorrow morning, we shall begin. How does that sound?" "Ah, certainly," Jian Fuster replied, though trepidation lingered in her heart. She remained uncertain about her ability to succeed in this endeavor. "If you attempt several times and still fail, I will speak to Chen Xi on your behalf. Would that be agreeable?" Qin Gulei's tone softened as she conversed with Jian Fuster. Wanda and Gwen also greeted Jian Fuster warmly, a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor towards Iris and Sylvie. Even Chen Xi was taken aback by their unexpected friendliness. That evening, nestled in Chen Xi's embrace, Qin Gulei explained, "Our amiability towards Jian Fuster stems from her clear identity. She has transitioned from an ordinary person to one with abilities, currently weaker than us, making her easy to manage. Unlike Iris, whose identity was dubious and powers unclear, or Sylvie, whose strength surpassed ours and was uncontrollable, she posed a danger." Such observations were evident, yet seldom voiced openly. Chen Xi nodded in understanding, wrapping his arms around Qin Gulei as they drifted into slumber. The following morning, Qin Gulei eagerly sought out Jian Fuster. Though she had once been an ordinary nurse, Jian Fuster's intelligence allowed her to quickly grasp complex concepts. At first, her control over those powers was clumsy, but as time went on, Jane Foster began to master them with surprising speed. Even more shocking was what happened one day. A weapon suddenly appeared in Jane Foster's hand, one that Jean Grey and Wanda instantly recognized. "Thor's hammer, Mjolnir? Why is Thor's hammer in your hand?" "Jane Foster, what exactly is your relationship with Thor?" Jean Grey and Wanda questioned her from both sides, their gazes sharp. But Jane looked utterly confused. "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know what this weapon is." As she spoke, Jane gave the hammer a strong swing. "I don't know why, but it feels really natural to use it." Just then, Sif emerged from the house. Her expression was complicated, especially when her eyes landed on Jane Foster. Her brows furrowed deeply. Jean Grey and Wanda, who had been smiling kindly at Jane, immediately withdrew their smiles when Sif appeared. They could never quite like this woman, even though she had done nothing wrong since staying here. "I'm going to Asgard today." Even though she noticed Mjolnir in Jane Foster's hand, Sif's eyes showed no reaction. She simply announced her plans to Jean and Wanda. Jean and Wanda nodded. All right, we understand. By the way, Chen Xi is already in Asgard. Maybe you'll see her there. At that, Sif paused for a moment, then casually replied, got it, and departed for Asgard. At that time, Chen Xi was in Asgard, holding a meeting with a group of Asgardians. So, you want to find Thor, and you also want to confront the voice that has been deceiving you. 2 goals in total. Chen Xi wasn't surprised by their intentions. I understand, he nodded. After the meeting, the Asgardians spoke again. We're allies. If you encounter any problems, you can always come to us. No matter the reason, they sincerely wanted to cooperate with Chen Xi, though they wouldn't throw their lives away needlessly. Chen Xi was satisfied enough with their response. After the discussion, another thought crossed his mind, and his gaze shifted toward Hogan in the distance. I wonder, Chen Xi asked, do you have any other comrades who didn't come to this world with you? Hogan had arrived later than the others. Even the rest of them were curious about that, their eyes following Chen Xi's toward him. Chapter 138. The frost giants being stared at by everyone made Hogan extremely uncomfortable. Even if you all look at me like that, I really don't know. There were many Asgardians, and he was practically an outsider. How could he possibly know more than the locals? So, having everyone's attention fixed on him felt completely unreasonable. You're right, one of them admitted. Hogan probably wouldn't know. Maybe we have a better idea. At that moment, Sif suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention to her. Most Asgardians are already here, she explained. But for various reasons, some couldn't stay permanently. They didn't understand the deeper meaning behind Chen Xi's question, but they still answered carefully, weighing their words. After Sif finished, others added their own thoughts one after another. Then, suddenly, an Asgardian burst into the room, his face pale and covered in frost. Something's wrong. Trouble. As he arrived, Sif followed closely behind. Instantly, everyone grabbed their weapons, their eyes filled with tension and killing intent as they glared at Sif. The panicked Asgardian froze, instinctively glancing back at her before furrowing his brows, then quickly relaxing. You're mistaken, he said hastily. The trouble I'm talking about has nothing to do with her. Although he didn't like Sif, he wasn't the type to twist the truth. He explained urgently. Our people were exploring the Frostlands, and now they've all disappeared without a trace. The Asgardians were strong. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any danger for them in this world. And yet, danger had found them anyway. It was infuriating, and worse. No one knew exactly what had happened. Their unease deepened with every word. This is bad, one of them said, voice tight with anxiety. Something dangerous must be there. We have to send a team immediately. He turned to Chen Xi. Mr. Chen Xi, what do you think? Chen Xi hesitated. If it had been someone else's problem, he could have ignored it. But since it was happening right before his eyes, there was no way he could pretend nothing had happened. Let us head out now, he said finally. The group quickly set out in force. As they passed Sif, none of the Asgardians acknowledged her. Only Chen Xi smiled and said naturally, would you like to come along? The Asgardians frowned slightly at that, but didn't say anything. And so, the group used teleportation coordinates to travel directly to the Frostlands. The cold there was unbearable, enough to make anyone shiver uncontrollably. Thankfully, none of them were ordinary humans, or they wouldn't have lasted long. But they didn't realize that, somewhere nearby, a mountaineering expedition was slowly heading in their direction. Since the Asgardians weren't using any powers, they didn't notice the human climber's presence. Not until they heard a sharp, piercing scream. That's when they realized something was wrong. Did you hear that? A scream. It came from the northeast. Yes, I heard it. The sound was high and shrill, unmistakably the sound of someone in danger. There was no doubt about it. Let us go. It might be our comrades. One Asgardian shouted, panic in his voice. Driven by worry, they rushed forward, too agitated to think things through. Unlike the others, Sif spoke with an unusual calmness. They are not your friends, merely an ordinary mountaineering team, and they have all perished. Her assertion was not one that could be readily accepted. Yet, after she voiced her thoughts, the others took a moment to reflect and realize the veracity of her words. The anguished cries they had just heard did not belong to the denizens of Asgard, but to mere mortals. Even so, they felt compelled to investigate the situation for themselves. The entities responsible for harming these innocents were likely the same forces that had led to the demise of Asgard's people. But what manner of terrifying creatures could bring about such tragedy for the Asgardians? They surged forward, one after another, and soon beheld the grim scene in the snow. The corpses were evidently ravaged by some wild beast. However, it appeared that only a few bites had been taken before the remains were regurgitated. If it were not for the knowledge that the ogres had been eradicated, one might easily suspect that a new breed of ogre had emerged from the shadows. Gator let out a heavy sigh. The atmosphere was profoundly dismal. The footprints left behind indicated that the assailants must have been extraordinarily large. They were subtle, easily obscured by the falling snow, and their inconspicuousness nearly led to their complete oversight. What on earth could this be? Who knows? Whatever it is, it must be dealt with. The Asgardians voiced their sentiments in unison. The others concurred. Let us ascend and take a look, Chen Xi stated succinctly before launching into the air. From his lofty vantage point, he could discern details with clarity. He spotted several blue giants advancing step by step towards the tallest mountain. Each giant bore a corpse slung over their shoulder, and the blood that dripped from the bodies was swiftly absorbed by the snow. High above, Chen Xi's expression was almost devoid of emotion. Frost giants. Why have they appeared here? He furrowed his brow, then descended swiftly to rejoin the others in Asgard. Mr. Chen Xi, you must have seen something. Please tell us what you witnessed. Frost giants, he replied. How can that be? Chapter 139. Thor transformed into a frost giant. Chen Xi's revelation was met with disbelief and incredulity from the others. Why would such beings as frost giants manifest here? If indeed they were responsible for the deaths of Asgard's people, that would not be entirely surprising. However, the question loomed, how many frost giants were there? And to what extent had they grown? The mere thought provoked a sense of unease. Could it be that the sound had drawn these frost giants here? Some pondered this in silence. The Asgardians were in a state of panic, treating the frost giants with utmost caution. Had it been any other monster, they might have rushed headlong into battle. Yet, as their gazes inadvertently shifted towards Sif, a palpable tension filled the air. Loki's identity was no longer a secret in Asgard, and it stood to reason that Sif, corresponding to Loki's lineage, bore an equally significant heritage. The male Loki had perished not long ago, only for the female Loki to re-emerge in his stead. Sif, the frost giants are your kin. Are you certain you have nothing to explain at this juncture? Sif's demeanor was cold, and her gaze towards Sif was laced with wariness. It was more than mere caution. A murderous intent flickered in the air. They regarded Sif with hostility. Loki's biological father was the king of the frost giants. Thus, it seemed only natural that Sif's own father would hold the same title. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Sif vehemently denied their accusations, feeling unjustly maligned. How utterly ridiculous. Had I not unexpectedly found myself here today, I would never have encountered those frost giants. She refused to shoulder blame for something that had no connection to her. I believe Sif speaks the truth. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense, Chen Xi interjected. His words slightly alleviated the previously charged atmosphere. The Asgardians fixed their unwavering gaze upon him, ultimately retracting their aggressive postures. Perhaps what you say holds merit, even if they internally harbored doubts. We cannot ascertain the intentions of those frost giants. Our only course of action is to capture one and interrogate them. Chen Xi mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully before addressing the group. You all have no objections to this plan, do you? The Asgardians, uncertain of how to respond, ultimately acquiesced to Chen Xi's guidance. After all, their king had entrusted the fate of Asgard to him. Chen Xi's reasoning was surely sound. Night fell. The frostbitten expanse remained largely unaffected. Leading the group, Chen Xi delved deeper into the icy terrain. At that moment, a system task was activated. A voice, audible only to him, echoed in his ears. Ding. Secret of the Frost Giant Clan triggered. Ding. Various rewards will be granted upon task completion. Chen Xi had always dismissed such tasks, and upon hearing this, he merely raised an eyebrow and pressed his lips together, feeling no particular stir of excitement. He was acutely aware of his own inadequacies in power. Thus, he simply issued commands and pressed onward. His physicality remained too frail. Compared to these Norse gods and other deities, he felt utterly insignificant. His array of abilities was insufficient, prompting him to endeavor earnestly to complete tasks to augment his strength, rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. Although Chen Xi believed that intellect surpassed brute force, he saw no harm in balancing both. As he reflected on this, his eyes sparkled momentarily with determination. His thoughts raced at a pace too swift to attract the attention of his companions. Thus, they proceeded silently, and soon discerned the peculiarities of their surroundings. When they noticed these anomalies, disbelief washed over them. Thor. Despite the subtle differences, they unmistakably sensed the energy signature of Thor. Due to the awareness of their precarious situation, it became exceedingly difficult for the others to maintain their composure. Their breaths grew slightly erratic, nearly betraying their presence. The gazes of dozens of frost giants converged upon the hiding place of the Asgardians, their heavy footsteps echoing ominously as they approached. Initially, when the realization struck them, some of the remaining individuals harbored a flicker of hope, yet now, that glimmer of optimism had completely evaporated. They had been discovered, and there was no denying this fact. Be cautious. Having been exposed, there was no longer any need for concealment. One by one, they emerged from their hiding spots. Asgardians? The enmity between the frost giants and Asgardians was well established. The moment they laid eyes on the Asgardians, the frost giants were instantly fueled with a fierce battle spirit. In the past, Odin had led his people to annihilate these beings, and they had assumed that, aside from Loki, no others from this race could possibly survive. The unexpected nature of the current situation was startling. If the king of the frost giants still lived, it presented a truly terrifying possibility. They could not suppress their thoughts. Why have you taken Thor? What they truly wished to inquire was why Thor was present here at all, for they had all believed he had undergone reincarnation. They had even secretly begun searching for the place of his potential rebirth. The current circumstances were entirely beyond their expectations, especially when they found Thor lying there, dormant, his skin gradually turning a shade of grayish-blue, an unmistakable sign of his transformation into a frost giant. Though the frost giant's intentions remained unclear, the sight of Thor in such a state was profoundly unsettling. "Return Thor to us." The frost giants remained silent, their motives inscrutable, prompting the Asgardians to take the initiative in their demand. Chapter 140. The Disciple-S Abilities, Duplication and Amplification. How could the frost giants possibly relinquish Thor? They turned to face Chen Xi and the others, their heavy footsteps echoing ominously. Yet, when their gazes fell upon Sif, they hesitated momentarily before subtly averting their eyes. They believed their glances were discreet, but Chen Xi was acutely aware. The relationship between the frost giants and Sif was undoubtedly significant, perhaps even collaborative. Chen Xi silently moved his lips and smiled, recognizing Sif as the female Loki, the embodiment of cunning. The words she uttered seemed genuine, and even he found no cause for suspicion. Sif felt a sense of injustice. She was the newly appointed queen of the frost giants. Yet the power of her subjects paled in comparison to what it once was. The drawbacks of her alliance with the destroyers were considerable. Initially, she had intended to seize Asgard through the frost giants and the destroyers, but upon encountering Chen Xi, she began to envision another possibility. Thus, she approached him. As she did, she felt remarkably fortunate to have discovered Thor. Though her initial intention had been to obliterate him, she recognized that Thor's strength was extraordinary. Transforming him into a frost giant might prove far more advantageous than killing him. Chen Xi's gaze fell upon Sif, while Amora noticed Chen Xi's focus. Realizing he was observing Sif, connecting Sif and the frost giants in his mind, Amora suddenly felt she comprehended something significant. However, now was not the time for such concerns. Regardless, they needed to secure Thor's release. The frost giants had yet to make a move, indicating they were likely wary of something. Amora had no intention of opposing them. Although they had once been enemies, that was a matter of years past. With the death of the frost giant king, even though the Asgardians bore no ill will towards the frost giants, it seemed they had no intention of surrendering Thor. Perhaps they should consider capturing Sif, ensuring both sides had a hostage. As the Asgardians contemplated the feasibility of this strategy, they suddenly sensed something amiss among the frost giants. Their collective gaze shifted towards the cave, a formidable pressure emanating from its depths, spreading rapidly. The expressions of the Asgardians changed drastically. Something was very wrong. Sif instinctively retreated, finding herself in Chen Xi's embrace. The tension dissipated as she looked up at him, her cheeks tinged with a blush. "I'm sorry," she murmured. Chen Xi shook his head and lifted his chin slightly. Following his gaze, Sif beheld Thor, his entire form enveloped in a grayish-blue hue, standing at the cave's entrance. Breathing heavily, his eyes glowing with a fierce light. Ding! The exploration of the frost giant's secrets was successful. Rewards are now being distributed. Reward, Justice Points, 20 million. Reward, Ability, Duplication and Amplification. Initially, Chen Xi dismissed the significance of these rewards, but when the powers of duplication and amplification emerged, his eyes widened with astonishment. In the Marvel Universe, if one were to mention the ability of duplication, one must refer to the Disciple. The Disciple was a character from the early comics of Marvel, capable of instantly replicating any ability upon witnessing its use, and amplification allowed for the infinite enhancement of those abilities. With the acquisition of duplication and amplification, he could harness the powers of all superhumans across the globe. While Chen Xi had previously felt he might struggle against the frost giant turned Thor with these newfound abilities, the frost giant Thor would merely be an inferior opponent in his presence. He would not meet the same inexplicable demise that befell the original Disciple. Everyone present was oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Chen Xi's mind. Meanwhile, the frost giant Thor initiated his assault, unleashing a widespread attack of thunder and lightning upon all in his vicinity, including the Asgardians and Chen Xi. As the frost giant Thor struck, Chen Xi retaliated, channeling thunder and lightning, but this time with a magnitude amplified by several dozen times. The resulting force obliterated the frost giants, while Thor collapsed to the ground, utterly still. The turn of events was far too sudden. The others could scarcely comprehend the unfolding reality. They had anticipated a fierce conflict between Asgard and the frost giants. Yet what transpired was utterly unbelievable. The Asgardians stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a single word for an extended moment. Not only were the inhabitants of Asgard utterly astounded, but even Chen Xi himself found the situation hard to fathom. Concerned that his strength might be insufficient, Chen Xi continuously layered his abilities, and within mere moments, he had directly replicated Thor's powers and unleashed them. To his astonishment, the results were beyond extraordinary, truly absurd. Internally, he couldn't help but scoff, subsequently clearing his throat awkwardly and apologizing. "Forgive me, it was uncontrollable." As he uttered these words, the others had already helped Thor to his feet. "It's of no consequence. At least, the concerns we previously harbored have been swiftly resolved by Mr. Chen Xi. Regrettably, however, Hela has managed to escape." They glanced around, only to discover that Hela had vanished. Their attention had been so entirely consumed by the frost giant and Thor that none had the presence of mind to notice Hela's departure. "Let her flee. She will inevitably be apprehended one day," they concluded. Amora, observing Thor cradled in Vandal's arms, bit her lip and voiced her anxiety. "I wonder what Thor's current condition truly is and how we might restore him to his normal state. Thor should have already traversed into the cycle of rebirth. Yet here he was, presenting himself in such a manner." The Asgardians were at a loss for how to react or proceed. Perhaps Chen Xi had left a profound impression on them. Coupled with his effortless defeat of Thor, they now harbored more trust in him than ever before. Chapter 141, The Dark Avengers. Under the intense scrutiny of the Asgardians' trusting gazes, Chen Xi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His thoughts had been solely occupied with the concepts of replication and layering, pondering how best to utilize these powers. His abilities were immensely potent and had been wielded with remarkable proficiency. Although he felt somewhat inadequate in terms of physical prowess, such concerns were trivial in the grand scheme. With the power of replication and layering, he could prevent anyone from approaching him. A slight deficiency in physicality was inconsequential. What he needed to focus on now was replicating the abilities of others as extensively as possible. Replication was not merely confined to the realm of abilities. It could encompass all things in existence. It was time to unleash significant attacks against the exalted five deities. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Chen Xi's gaze flickered momentarily. First, they needed to return Thor to the celestial palace of Asgard and determine how to restore him to his former self. Ensuring his safety was paramount. Chen Xi's thoughts raced, and the others did not have to wait long for his response. They swiftly utilized spatial movement and returned to Asgard. They delivered Thor directly to his original chamber, while Chen Xi made his way back home. His mind brimmed with myriad thoughts and a multitude of tasks he yearned to undertake. The confluence of these matters created an incessant feeling of time slipping away. "Gwen, Wanda," and Jean Grey observed Chen Xi's every action, refraining from interrupting him. He was currently in a state of heightened excitement, preparing to confront the five deities. Although these beings were presently incapable of confronting him directly, Chen Xi remained discreet in his actions. His initial focus was on the Asgardians, not to incite enmity, but to engage with them in combat and replicate their abilities. After all, this cadre possessed some of the most formidable powers on this planet. By harnessing their strengths, he could transcend dimensions and overpower the five deities. Unbeknownst to him, the five deities might have already sensed something amiss, sending forth ever-increasing numbers to counter him. Yet, Chen Xi longed for their presence, eagerly anticipating the arrival of more powerful adversaries. With each new foe, his own abilities grew stronger. He was consumed by a relentless pursuit of absorbing powerful capabilities, expanding his own essence. Everything was spiraling out of control. As the five deities finally recognized the anomaly, they found themselves unable to retract their actions. What could possibly be occurring? Was this man, Chen Xi, siphoning their energy? No, it was not mere absorption, it was replication. Even if he could replicate, it was inconceivable that he could wield powers surpassing those of their original bearers. They were acutely aware that Chen Xi harbored another formidable ability, yet they were unable to discern its nature. In this precarious situation, their sole recourse was to prevent Chen Xi from growing stronger. If they could not uncover the source of his burgeoning power, they would remain perpetually on the defensive. They decided to withdraw all those previously dispatched to this universe. Thus far, this was the only course of action available. However, those already present in Chen Xi's universe showed no inclination to depart. For instance, Hela, the female Loki, was on the verge of seizing Asgard. Why should she leave now? She had no desire for such an outcome. A wicked smile graced her lips, the corners curling upward with malevolence. Led by Norman Osborn, the Dark Avengers commenced their assault on Asgard. Meanwhile, Thor lay unconscious in his chamber, unable to awaken. In this critical moment, Chen Xi appeared alongside Jane Foster. Jane Foster resembled another thunder god. The Asgardians fixated their gazes upon her, and when they beheld the hammer of Thor in her grasp, their expressions of joy intensified. Initially filled with concern, they now regarded this female thunder god as a potential ally. When they had sought out Chen Xi earlier, they had encountered her, but at that time, they had merely perceived her as an ordinary human who had suddenly transformed into a being of power, failing to pay her much heed. Now, they were utterly astonished. "Leave Norman Osborn to me," Chen Xi declared, his gaze ablaze as it locked onto Norman Osborn. He regarded him as a grand quarry, excitement coursing through him. Jane Foster had no objections. Having stood by Chen Xi's side, she had experienced several skirmishes and sensed that this encounter was likely to be a full-scale battle. For reasons unknown, she felt a surge of adrenaline and immediately plunged into the fray, while Chen Xi surged toward Norman Osborn. Norman Osborn remained oblivious to the severity of his predicament under Chen Xi's watchful gaze. As he attempted to harness his abilities, he found himself repeatedly countered by Chen Xi's even more formidable manifestations of the same power, leaving his complexion pale. Suddenly, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene, whisking the despondent Norman Osborn away. It was a member of the Dark Avengers who had intervened. "This man is replicating your abilities, and his copies are stronger than yours. We cannot act before him, but if we refrain from striking first, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage." "How could we be at a disadvantage if we do not strike?" The Dark Avengers continued their discourse, but before their words fully resonated, they were startled by a tremendous rumble, as a colossal bolt of lightning engulfed their position and crashed down with ferocity. "This ability belongs to Thor," one murmured, unable to contain his astonishment. "Not only can he replicate abilities, but can he also utilize those he has successfully copied?" In the face of such uncertainty, the remaining members dared not confront Chen Xi directly, opting instead to evade. Evasion, however, was futile against Chen Xi's current prowess. "We cannot continue to hide. If we do not act, we risk total annihilation." A voice suddenly broke the tension, prompting the others to cease their retreat. They dispersed, their gazes fixed intently upon Chen Xi. Among them, the most formidable was likely the Sentinel. Even if the enemy could replicate abilities, could he do so simultaneously against multiple assaults? Surely, some of their attacks would find their mark on Chen Xi. The Dark Avengers, displaying remarkable coordination, resolved to act immediately. They unleashed their most potent powers, but Chen Xi, with a flicker of his eyes, evaded their onslaught with astonishing speed. A deafening explosion erupted, flames soaring skyward, centering around Chen Xi. "Is he dead?" One of the Dark Avengers could not help but speculate. Their eyes gleamed with hope as they peered into the heart of the explosion, wishing for Chen Xi's demise to fulfill their mission. Yet, to their shock, as the fire subsided, Chen Xi was nowhere to be found. Before they could rejoice, he reappeared. "You have indeed devised a commendable strategy to momentarily perplex me," Chen Xi remarked, his tone light and even tinged with amusement. "I thought I might meet my end. However, just a second before you struck, I had already concealed myself within the fabric of space, even assimilating a portion of your abilities in the process. Otherwise, such a tremendous surge of energy could easily obliterate this world." This was the planet Chen Xi vowed to protect. He could not allow such a catastrophe to unfold. As Chen Xi emerged unscathed, the others could hardly fathom the spectacle before them. Faced with such a predicament, what course of action should they take? "Leave the next steps to me," Chen Xi smiled at them. In the next instant, he wielded their own powers against them. As one by one the Dark Avengers fell, a singular thought plagued their minds. To replicate such abilities is utterly despicable. "Where is your leader, Shivel?" Chen Xi inquired, his gaze fixed upon them. "Shouldn't you be the one investigating her whereabouts?" The Dark Avengers fell silent, each one reluctant to divulge the truth. It seemed they were determined to keep their secrets hidden. Under such circumstances, any further interrogation would be futile. Chen Xi shrugged, displaying indifference. He left the subsequent matters to the Asgardians, departing with a few leaps. Jane Foster had intended to accompany Chen Xi, but the Asgardians welcomed her warmly, prompting her to remain temporarily in their celestial abode. Meanwhile, Chen Xi returned to his dwelling, where Wanda and the others promptly surrounded him with concern. "Darling, was everything smooth?" "Yes, everything proceeded exceptionally well, yet I have new aspirations," he replied with utmost seriousness. "What aspirations?" I wish to embark on a journey. Chen Xi's tone was particularly earnest. He had lingered in this realm for far too long, often in a passive state. The 5 deities had dispatched individuals for him to defeat, subsequently turning their strengths against them. Now, the 5 gods had recognized his growing power, to prevent him from becoming even mightier. They would not send formidable foes until they found a means to vanquish him. This realization struck deeply with Chen Xi. He would not allow such a situation to persist. Since the 5 deities had no intention of sending reinforcements, he would transform his passivity into initiative. What could be gleaned from their intricate schemes? He could grow stronger and confront the 5 deities directly. Will we accompany you on this journey? Of course, Chen Xi affirmed. He could not leave Wanda and the others behind. He possessed the ability to protect them, and thus, they would not remain. As we traverse this path, we must prepare diligently to face a myriad of formidable adversaries. He briefly outlined his forthcoming plans. The girls were instantly filled with excitement. We must not wait for our enemies to approach us passively. Rather, we shall seek them out. When we encounter worthy opponents, we shall engage in contests. But when faced with powerful foes, we must be ready to eliminate them directly. There shall be no room for friendship. They will either be allies or enemies. What is our next destination? Jean Grey inquired, her heart fluttering with both trepidation and anticipation. I have gleaned some information from Asgard and a few insights from Odin. Chen Xi spoke slowly. Wanda and the others gazed at him with eager eyes. Despite the constant presence of the group around him, Chen Xi was privy to many things they remained unaware of. Odin's appearance was not for Asgard, nor for Thor. He was in search of someone. As Chen Xi uttered these words, Wanda and the others were left bewildered, pondering the identity of the person Odin sought. Odin is in search of his exiled brother, a colossal serpent, a being of immense peril. He believes that while he is in pursuit of his brother, the serpent is also devising ways to confront him. Chen Xi engaged in a conversation with Odin regarding the motives behind his quest for the serpent. Undoubtedly, it is rooted in his insatiable desire for the serpent's formidable abilities and the companions that surround it. At this juncture, what Chen Xi desperately requires is to encounter one powerful adversary after another. As the 5 great deities provide him no worthy opponents, he must exert effort to seek them out himself. This endeavor is undeniably fraught with danger. Are you prepared for the psychological toll it may entail? Although Chen Xi refrained from elaborating extensively, he repeatedly underscored the inherent risks involved. Chapter 143, The Man-Eating Valkyries. Wanda, Gwen, and Jean Grey do not fear danger. However, they are deeply concerned that Chen Xi might abandon them. After he reiterated his concerns, they earnestly declared, "We do not dread any peril." Their group set forth, genuinely intent on locating the serpent, yet instead stumbled upon a horde of man-eating valkyries attacking a city. They descended in a dark swarm, voraciously devouring human flesh, evoking memories of the ogres they had encountered not long ago. Indeed, these valkyries are far more formidable than the ogres. From whence did these man-eating valkyries emerge? Could this be yet another ploy by the deities to thwart my endeavors, resulting in such a tumultuous uprising? Chen Xi's mind raced with these questions, albeit he did not dwell on them for long, as they swiftly advanced to confront the valkyries. The cries of anguish echoed incessantly. Beneath the protection of the mutants, ordinary humans quickly retreated to basements. Most fled without sustaining any injuries. Initially, Chen Xi believed that he would need to venture into outer space to find powerful foes. But now it appears this assumption was misguided. How should one navigate such a situation? Why ponder excessively when action is imperative? The Valkyries had been eradicated long ago. These man-eating Valkyries are evidently altered beings, lacking self-awareness. In comparison to others, their abilities are not particularly impressive. If there is one distinction, it lies in their insatiable hunger. Eliminating these man-eating Valkyries should not pose a significant challenge. However, they soon discerned something peculiar. Those manipulating the man-eating Valkyries were scattered across the globe, each wielding a hammer. From the information collected from his companions, Chen Xi deduced that there were 7 individuals possessing hammers. They were a menacing assortment of both genders, each exuding a fearsome aura and proving exceedingly difficult to contend with. Most mutants were no match for them. If even the mutants could not withstand these individuals, what could their true identities be? Chen Xi found their identities both suspicious and vaguely familiar. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Were these not the 7 trusted hammer-bearers under Culberson? It is no wonder he had not considered this earlier. In such chaotic circumstances, arriving at this conclusion was no small feat. He relayed this information to the denizens of Asgard. Although Chen Xi wished to take matters into his own hands, he recognized the necessity of mitigating risks to ensure the safety of both mutants and ordinary humans. I understand now. I shall immediately inform the people of Asgard. He pondered whether they had already become aware of the situation. If they had, surely they would have communicated it to him by now. Since no word had come thus far, it indicated that the denizens of Asgard were yet unaware of the predicament. With this thought, Chen Xi set the matter aside for the moment, resolute in his determination to find Culberson's serpent. With a swift motion, Chen Xi soared into the air, his gaze scanning for any signs. Yet, despite his elevated vantage point, visibility remained limited, unless the adversary intentionally revealed their identity. It would be exceedingly difficult to locate Culberson among the multitude of foes. Mr. Chen Xi, allow me to lend you my aid. Jane Foster spotted him hovering in midair and promptly rushed to his side. With a swing of her hammer, bolts of lightning cascaded downwards, obliterating the fear-constructed man-eating Valkyries almost instantaneously. Chen Xi observed Jane Foster, recalling how not long ago she had been a novice in wielding her powers. Yet now she demonstrated remarkable proficiency. This thought inevitably stirred a mix of emotions within him. However, his attention lingered only briefly on Jane Foster before shifting elsewhere. He had not found the individual he sought, but rather noticed a small boy with golden hair and blue eyes, standing out conspicuously among the adults. Odin. Chen Xi noted the subtle expression in the boy's eyes. Although he was aware that Odin was also in pursuit of Culberson, he had not anticipated his arrival at such a tumultuous moment. Chen Xi blinked and promptly descended towards Odin. Jane Foster followed suit. The presence of a child in such a perilous situation was indeed alarming. Jane Foster could not help but exclaim this sentiment aloud. Before Chen Xi and Jane Foster's arrival, Odin had already taken note of their presence. His gaze lingered momentarily on Jane Foster before swiftly diverting. While I am confident in trusting the search for Culberson to you, I have since reflected that certain matters must be resolved between brothers. He continued, if I conceal him once, I conceal him a second and a third time. Eradicating beings of their ilk is an arduous task, typically necessitating millennia of confinement. Odin had intended from the outset to seal Culberson away. He understood well that even without his active pursuit, Culberson would inevitably seek him out, given the depth of their enmity, despite their fraternal bond. He would continue to spread terror across the world, while others may pose lesser threats. It is imperative that he be found immediately. Odin spoke with an air of calm determination. Chen Xi too wished to locate Culberson, yet he pondered how best to proceed. Capturing or eliminating all 7 hammer-bearers would likely unveil Culberson's whereabouts. Odin's tone was nonchalant as he casually mentioned capturing or eliminating them, as if such formidable decisions were easily within reach. Although Odin provided some information, it was merely a fragment. Chapter 144, The 7 Hammer Messengers. I shall now seek out those 7 hammer messengers. After bidding farewell to Odin, Chen Xi hurriedly departed. Originally, Jane Foster intended to pursue him, but Chen Xi's speed was so swift that he vanished from her sight in an instant, leaving her momentarily stunned and unsure of how to proceed. Previously, she had found it perplexing that a young boy appeared in this realm, but after conversing with him, she came to realize that his identity was far from ordinary, perhaps even more exalted than her own, sharing a similar age and lineage. Have you ever been to Asgard? Just as Jane Foster was at a loss for how to respond, Odin unexpectedly posed a question. Slowly, she came to understand that Odin was addressing her, and she promptly replied, yes, I have been there. I just arrived from Asgard. The inhabitants of Asgard were exceedingly warm-hearted. Ever since they had left her in the celestial palace, they had insisted upon her staying each time she attempted to depart, leading her to a state akin to semi-residence in Asgard. Do you know a person named Thor? Odin inquired once more. Of course, I am aware. Thor, the god of thunder, is the current king of Asgard. However, he has fallen into a deep slumber. You are indeed one of Asgard's people, are you not? After observing Odin silently for a moment, Jane Foster was nearly certain of this fact. My name is Odin, and Thor is my son. The notion of a child declaring that a grown man is his son is somewhat absurd and comical, yet Jane Foster found no amusement in Odin's statement. Instead, she felt an involuntary gulp rise in her throat, as the sincerity of his demeanor made it clear that he spoke the truth. Jane Foster was uncertain how to react to his words. After hesitating for a brief moment, Odin continued, when you return to Asgard, take this to Amora. She will know what to do next. Odin suddenly produced an object from his robes. It was a wooden box, and the contents appeared exceedingly light, at least. Jane Foster felt no weight at all when she held it. Nevertheless, she sensed that the item was of great significance. I understand. Jane Foster carefully tucked the object away, nodding to Odin before hastily departing. As she left, she couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Although her conversation with Odin had been brief, she could feel the immense power contained within his small frame. Speaking with him had filled her heart with trepidation, and now that she had finally distanced herself from him, she felt considerably lighter. Meanwhile, Chen Xi remained oblivious to the myriad of complex thoughts swirling in Jane Foster's mind. He swiftly dealt with two of the hammer messengers, albeit sustaining minor injuries in the process. These hammer messengers possessed extraordinary abilities and exhibited cunning in their movements. Initially, Chen Xi believed that his ability to replicate would render defeating them a simple task, only to realize later that he had somewhat underestimated his opponents. After all, in terms of physical prowess, he could not compare to these hammer messengers. They must have recognized this as well, for some charged at him in close combat, eschewing any use of abilities. They underestimated the extent of Chen Xi's replication capabilities, while he, in turn, underestimated their strength. Both parties sustained injuries due to their mutual underestimations. Yet ultimately, it was Chen Xi who emerged victorious. He licked the wounds on his fingers, silently reminding himself to exercise greater caution in the future. Chen Xi had assumed that Kobelson would remain hidden until the end, but he unexpectedly stepped forth from the crowd. Before Chen Xi could register any change in his expression, Kobelson appeared. Chen Xi pressed his lips together, his entire being on high alert. Suddenly, he realized that his senses had inexplicably vanished. Confusion gripped him as a profound sense of unease washed over him. In the face of this unclear situation, all he could do was continuously enhance his physical defenses, multiplying them by dozens, even hundreds of times. At such a moment, ensuring his safety was of paramount importance, and Chen Xi felt he had made an astute decision. When his senses finally returned, Chen Xi discovered that the surrounding structures lay in ruins. Standing beside him was Odin. Despite Odin's appearance as a mere child, his power remained undiminished, effortlessly restoring Chen Xi to normalcy. I initially thought that your life would be under significant threat when confronting him, but it appears you possess the means for self-preservation, so I need not worry about you, Odin remarked with a notably relaxed tone. However, Chen Xi's expression was grave, his demeanor far from easygoing. Just moments prior, his senses had vanished without warning, leaving him bewildered as to why it had occurred. He found himself unable to replicate anything, and while the ability to render one's senses null was formidable, it was merely effective against those ill-equipped to handle it. In reality, such a power could be deemed rather commonplace. Yet, the very ordinariness of it only deepened Chen Xi's concern. It became evident that he was still lacking in many areas. He must rectify his current state, striving to minimize his vulnerabilities. Odin, do you know what transpired just now? Chen Xi inquired, his tone seemingly calm. Yet anxiety simmered beneath the surface. It was merely a mental attack, Odin replied nonchalantly. Was it truly so simple, just a manageable issue that had ensnared him completely? Chen Xi stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Recently, he had been preoccupied with outward displays of offensive capability, neglecting other vital aspects. Chapter 145, The Serpent Once Again Subdued Beneath the Sea. I was mistaken, Chen Xi murmured softly, a statement unheard by anyone. Yet it served to illuminate a sliver of understanding within him. Do you require my assistance? Seeing the standoff between Odin and Kobelson, Chen Xi spoke up, eager to lend a hand. However, Odin gently shook his head. I am aware of your abilities. Odin gazed intently at Chen Xi, his tone steeped in earnestness as he remarked, my confrontation with him may impart invaluable lessons to you. Chen Xi could not suppress a nervous swallow. What other insights did Odin possess? If he were unaware, how could he so precisely surmise the thoughts that occupied Chen Xi's mind? Why could he accurately predict the nature of Chen Xi's intentions? Chen Xi swallowed again, then swiftly retreated. Let the ensuing events be entrusted to you. In truth, he did not require a direct confrontation with the enemy to replicate their abilities. Merely observing their moves would suffice. The clash between Odin and Kobelson was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. For the former Chen Xi, this would have posed a formidable challenge. Yet the current Chen Xi was evidently a far cry from his past self. There were certain matters that warranted no concern. Now that he was aware of his vulnerabilities, he would certainly not repeat the same mistake a second time. My dear, is there something amiss? As Odin battled Kobelson, Jean Grey and Gwen fell and stepped beside him. Noticing their presence, Chen Xi offered a smile. I feel quite well, with no issues at hand. Upon uttering these words, his gaze shifted back to the combat between Odin and Kobelson. It seems the time has come for me to take action. Chen Xi's tone was remarkably composed. As the conversation unfolded, Jane Foster rejoined them, just in time to overhear Chen Xi's intention to intervene in Odin and Kobelson's struggle. At that moment, she deemed it an exceedingly poor decision. How could you consider such a course of action? It is far too perilous, she exclaimed involuntarily. Do you believe I am utterly incapable of handling this situation? Do you think me weak? Chen Xi's tone was light, yet it bore the weight of immense pressure. Reminiscent of his earlier discourse with Odin, Jane Foster swallowed hard, refraining from further protest. Ultimately, she could only watch as Chen Xi plunged into the fray between Odin and Kolborsen. Odin and Kolborsen had been evenly matched, but with Chen Xi's involvement, the tide appeared to turn with alarming ease. Chen Xi's presence was akin to having two Odins facing a single Kolborsen. Although this notion seemed somewhat convoluted, it was evident that Kolborsen's defeat was all but assured with Chen Xi's participation. Kolborsen let out a furious roar of defiance. No, despite his desperate struggles and extraordinary efforts, he was ultimately sealed by the combined might of Chen Xi and Odin. The two ascended to the surface of the sea. The place where you once resided was deep beneath these waters. Thus, let your imprisonment continue in the ocean's depths, with the hope that you shall never resurface, Odin declared. The emergence of such a being was catastrophic for all living creatures, for Kolborsen epitomized terror. In his presence, humanity would never know happiness. Kolborsen had anticipated that this time he would conquer the world, dominate the universe, yet he found himself thwarted. Having barely emerged, he was once again confined to the ocean's abyss. For him, being sealed deep under the sea was a protracted nightmare, one he wished to evade at all costs. Yet, it was now futile to lament. As he gazed at the surface of the water, he beheld the faces of Odin and Chen Xi, his eyes brimming with hatred. I shall return one day, and then your doom shall be at hand. He still had many followers outside, who would eventually summon him from the depths. When that day arrived, he would rend these two before him to shreds. He awaited that moment with fervent anticipation. As he sank into the darkness, Kolborsen reassured himself with these thoughts. Odin kept his gaze fixed on the ocean depths, fully aware of Kolborsen's vengeful glare. In the beginning, the king of Asgard was not I, but he. Odin spoke, his voice tinged with a raspy sorrow. He was a brother I once held in great esteem, and it grieves me deeply to witness such a fate befall him. Chen Xi, having no connection to either man, felt no trace of the sorrow Odin expressed. Odin lingered at the surface for a considerable time. Chen Xi occasionally cast glances at him, finding the expanse of the ocean vast yet devoid of allure. There remained much to accomplish in the city, and countless needs around the globe. If there is nothing else, then Chen Xi began to declare his intent to depart. But Odin abruptly interrupted him. Wait, I have matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi paused. Speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution, as it only delays us. I am aware that the adversaries you are about to face are formidable. Although your current strength is considerable, I fear you may have chosen an improper approach, and your present abilities are wholly inadequate for the powerful foes that lie ahead. Odin's words, though somewhat veiled, were easily understood. Initially, Chen Xi thought it unnecessary to listen, but he found himself unwittingly attentive. The voice that brought us all into this world is immensely powerful. While it possesses great strength, the abilities at its disposal are limited. I know what you seek. Do you intend to confront them directly? Odin spoke deliberately, laying bare Chen Xi's thoughts. Indeed, for I refuse to be monitored or manipulated, Chen Xi replied, his eyes darkening. If they dare to disrupt my peace, I shall reciprocate in kind. Chapter 146, Another Dimension, Earth's Crisis. The conversation between Chen Xi and Odin concluded swiftly. Through the system, he amassed a plethora of justice points. As the opportunity to exchange for superpowers arose, he understood that the time had come to resist the higher dimensional deities. He felt no hesitation in this regard. I will be away for an extended period. While Chen Xi was confident in his ability to safeguard Wanda and the others, some tasks could not be accomplished solely through confidence. He withdrew his gaze, determination filling his eyes. The women understood that Chen Xi's forthcoming endeavors were of utmost importance. The chasm between them and Chen Xi had widened considerably. Even if they remained by his side, they would only serve to hinder him. They were unwilling to become a burden. Very well, we shall certainly await your return here, several women declared to Chen Xi. Embracing them, Chen Xi turned to depart. His gaze first fell upon the planet Devourer, a being that epitomized fairness, yet had never truly embodied the essence of equity. Possessing energy that surpassed even the cosmos's birth, he was often vanquished due to his incessant hunger. This was the planet Devourer's greatest flaw, one that Chen Xi had directly pinpointed. As Chen Xi strode through the cosmos, traversing various timelines, he resolved to seek the planet Devourer. However, should he encounter the other four deities, he would pause. Regrettably, despite dedicating considerable time, he had yet to uncover their whereabouts. Ultimately, however, he did locate them in an alternate dimension. The planet Devourer was hastening toward Earth at an alarming velocity. Chen Xi sensed this and intended to intercept him en route. To his surprise, he also detected the presence of Thanos. How intriguing, if his memories served him right. Thanos was a favored servant of the goddess of life. Contemplating life, Chen Xi's eyes flickered momentarily. The body possessed by the goddess of life, Iris, had been discovered 3 months later, utterly decomposed, evidently having returned to her original form. Although Chen Xi had previously sought to trace the goddess's path through her vessel, he had been thwarted. Yet now, the circumstances were far more favorable than he had initially envisioned. It seemed Thanos was in the process of collecting the Infinity Stones. Would he confront the planet devourer directly? If so, perhaps Chen Xi could merely observe from the sidelines and witness the spectacle unfold. Meanwhile, satellites on Earth transmitted images of the planet devourer, inciting panic among government officials. What manner of monster was this? Terrifying. If possible, I would gladly sacrifice my life for Earth, yet it was evident that this was beyond our capability to combat. Tony Stark, a hero of Earth who had accomplished numerous noble deeds, now found himself gripped by terror upon witnessing a planet several times larger than Earth. Even if he were willing to take charge, he could not fathom how to proceed. The notion of striking a rock with an egg came to mind. Other nations, aside from the United States, were also pondering their course of action, yet no viable solutions emerged in the short term. The superheroes who had previously aided Earth were now at a loss as well. An international conference convened online to engage in various discussions. Faced with the imminent peril of Earth, both dark forces and nations with historical grievances set aside their animosities to collectively confront this dire situation. They employed advanced technology and various means to repel the encroaching planet devourer. This was the outcome they had hoped for. However, in reality, these efforts proved utterly ineffective against the planet devourer. Typically, the planet devourer feasted upon living planets to satiate his hunger. Among all life-bearing worlds, Earth's flavor was perpetually delectable. The planet devourer frequently traversed alternate timelines to consume other planets, ensuring his own sustenance. He had devoured Earth on numerous occasions, each time with ease. This time, he was confident he would succeed once more. The attacks from Earthlings were ineffectual, causing him no harm whatsoever. Thanos merely observed the planet devourer from the sidelines, refraining from intervening. His sole desire was to obtain the Infinity Stones, indifferent to the fate of humanity. His gaze shifted beyond the planet devourer to Chen Xi. Hovering not far away, his expression tinged with subtle intrigue. To his surprise, another entity existed alongside him. Was this a human? Unlikely. If it were a human, the current situation would not have unfolded as it had. Chen Xi remained still, biding his time, awaiting the opportune moment. He recalled that in the original narrative, a being known as Silver Surfer had sacrificed himself in a final confrontation with the planet devourer. Yet, the circumstances were different now, and he could not ascertain why that entity had not appeared. Nevertheless, Chen Xi was resolute. He would not sacrifice himself. Should he confront the planet devourer, it would have to be a decisive strike. Meanwhile, despair deepened among Earth's inhabitants. They were utterly bewildered, unsure how to respond to this situation. Having exhausted all their means to no avail, they could only watch helplessly as the planet devourer drew ever closer. During this anxious observation, they suddenly perceived something amiss. There were two figures. Someone gasped in disbelief. Initially, most spectators believed the two black dots merely belonged to the planet devourer. However, upon this revelation, they recognized the gravity of the situation. Quick, magnify the image. A leader urgently commanded. The technicians promptly complied, magnifying the two dots. Soon, they discerned the details within. One figure was unmistakably extraterrestrial, while the other appeared to be an ordinary human. As they uttered the latter, their voices faltered. For the presence of an ordinary human in outer space was simply absurd. Chapter 147, The Planet Devourer's Dismay. What could this possibly mean? Were they attempting to confront that planet? We must prepare for the worst. Perhaps they were not opposing the planet devourer, but were, in fact, allied with him, orchestrating our world's destruction. Initially, excitement filled their hearts at the prospect of assistance against the oncoming colossal planet. Yet now, their thoughts had shifted dramatically. What should we do? Wouldn't that worsen our predicament? The observers grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, the one who resembles an ordinary human is making a move." As Chen Xi occupied a realm unfamiliar to him, one devoid of his existence, they were entirely unaware of who he was. However, witnessing Chen Xi take action, not against them, but for some purpose, ignited a flicker of hope within their hearts. It was he. In the midst of the fervent excitement surrounding them, a beautiful woman in one corner displayed a glimmer of complexity in her gaze. "Chen Xi, I never anticipated that we would meet again." The individual who recognized Chen Xi was Valeria, the daughter of Susan and Franklin's sister. She had once shared a fleeting romantic connection with Chen Xi. Upon returning to her own timeline, she believed the possibility of seeing him again was extinguished, yet here they were, encountering one another in such an unexpected manner. Valeria exhaled softly, dismissing the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind, and straightened her posture with determination. Everyone need not worry. I understand the current situation. That person is Chen Xi. I know him well. He possesses formidable abilities, and with him here, Earth will remain safe. Valeria spoke these words with an air of calm assurance. As a highly skilled technician within their organization, she typically maintained a low profile, rarely speaking, but when she did, her words were undeniably true. The others were left in the dark about how Valeria had acquired such precise information or when she had come to know such a remarkable man. Some could not resist whispering inquiries around her, but Valeria continued her work, unfazed by their curiosity. Regardless of whether it was the leadership or her colleagues seeking answers, she remained steadfastly silent. In this atmosphere, the rest of the team gradually settled into a state of calm. No matter where Valeria had gathered her intelligence from, or how she discerned the significance of this man, they were saved. With this thought, their hearts found tranquility. Everything around them cooled, alleviating their worries. Let us share this news so everyone can find solace, someone suggested, and soon enough, the word spread. The planet Devourer loomed ominously above, casting a shadow over them. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to it, awaiting the outcome, hoping for Chen Xi to strike and, ideally, vanquish the monstrous entity. Initially, the planet Devourer had hardly regarded Chen Xi, but now, upon seeing him, its mood shifted subtly. To its surprise, it was this very individual. The planet Devourer recognized Chen Xi, for it had been observing him alongside 4 other deities from another dimension. If it weren't for its gnawing hunger at that moment, it would have continued to fixate on Chen Xi. I never even had to make a move. You've come to me, it sneered. A murderous intent creeping into its thoughts as it gazed at Chen Xi. Chen Xi merely smiled gently. The sheer size of the planet Devourer was staggering, and its words resonated within its own mind. Through that connection, it could discern the true sentiments swirling within its adversary. It seems you harbor intentions of harm against me. How fortuitous, for I find myself feeling the same way. Chen Xi uttered these words lightly, as if exchanging pleasantries. Yet, such a statement infuriated the planet Devourer. It had always acted with impunity, viewing others as mere insects beneath its gaze. Deep down, it had resented the caution shown by the other deities towards Chen Xi. After all, he was just a human. Eliminating him before he fully matured would have been a simple task. Endless discussions bore no fruit. And the only reason it refrained from acting was due to eternity deeming it unreliable, always having to clean up the mess when circumstances demanded a reset of the universe. It had received numerous warnings, yet its hunger was overwhelming, and it had no desire to act in such a manner. Perhaps it feared the complications that would arise from a reset or believed that Chen Xi would only grow stronger post-reset, which is why the others forbade any action against him. In truth, under these circumstances, a reset could have been avoided altogether. But alas, eternity governed such matters. And whether it wished to or not, it had to comply. Now that Chen Xi had approached it directly, it felt a surge of delight. After defeating Chen Xi, it would finally indulge in a satisfying feast. What a splendid day this would be. The planet Devourer could not help but revel in this thought. However, Chen Xi merely advanced, delivering a single, powerful strike toward the planet Devourer's form. In an instant, a surge of azure energy erupted from his fist, shattering half of the planet Devourer's body and obliterating its inner joy. Chen Xi's strike was a simple motion, effortlessly executed. Yet it was enough to contend with the planet Devourer. The creature itself could hardly believe what was unfolding. How could this be? Absolutely impossible. It was merely a human. It had observed Chen Xi numerous times before, deeming him weak and unworthy of concern, yet why could he so easily create a gaping wound in its form? The planet Devourer sensed its body struggling to recuperate, a flicker of fear igniting within, though it was but a fleeting feeling. Chapter 148, God of the Universe, Conclusion. The planet Devourer attempted to retaliate, but Chen Xi's speed was unparalleled. Just as the thought of attack flickered in its mind, its entire being was ensnared by a massive surge of lightning. The thunderous roar reverberated as it felt its strength draining away, dwindling to nothingness. In mere moments, the planet Devourer was utterly eradicated. The colossal monstrosity had vanished, and it would no longer pose a threat to us, or so it seemed. Cheers erupted. Although the event transpired before their very eyes, the people of Earth remained incredulous. Time ticked away. Finally, they realized this was their reality. Wonderful. We are saved. We are still alive. Those nearby embraced one another, elated, finding it impossible to maintain composure in such a jubilant moment. For the inhabitants of Earth, the ordeal had concluded. But for Chen Xi, it was far from over. He had annihilated the planet Devourer, drawing the attention of the other four deities. He felt their loathsome gazes upon him. Chen Xi's fists alternated between clenching and relaxing. He had employed millions of times the compounded strength, yet even as he dealt with the planet Devourer, his knuckles still tingled slightly. He recalled the mightiest among the five deities, annihilation, to eradicate them completely. As Odin had previously conveyed to him, one could transform the powers of others into their own, duplicating and amplifying them before ultimately consuming them. Just moments ago, the energy of the planet Devourer had been replicated, devoured, and assimilated into his own essence. However, the moment this power was utilized, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sensation of hunger, a hunger so intense that it was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary individual. Should he wish to wield the capabilities of the planet Devourer, he would be beset by a hunger that multiplied exponentially, far beyond what his body could endure. The only recourse available to Chen Xi was to temporarily seal the abilities of the planet Devourer. Chen Xi had pondered this predicament for an extended duration, and while he had not yet achieved complete clarity, nearby, Thanos casually clapped his hands twice. To his astonishment, you managed to defeat the planet Devourer. Your power is formidable. Yet it is merely that. Thanos spoke these words with an air of calmness, laced with a hint of amusement. The limitations of the planet Devourer's abilities were evident, especially as it languished in a state of hunger. Thus, dealing with it was remarkably straightforward. Not only you, but even I would find it an effortless task to vanquish it. Thanos observed as Chen Xi decisively dispatched the planet Devourer, yet he regarded it with indifference. It is only natural for a strong individual to possess confidence in their own might while dismissing the capabilities of others. Thanos saw nothing amiss in his attitude. In truth, I have not regarded you as a significant concern. Chen Xi replied coolly. Perhaps I would feel a modicum of excitement in the presence of the five celestial deities. But not before you. Is that so? Then allow me to witness firsthand whether your words hold any truth. Thanos was incensed by Chen Xi's nonchalant demeanor. His fingers were adorned with gemstones, each imbued with powers that could contend with anything. Yet, he soon realized that the man before him, known as Chen Xi, was formidable. The latter had replicated not only his abilities, but also the power of the gems. Initially, Thanos dismissed it as superficial replication. However, when he felt his own powers and the abilities of the gems being amplified tenfold and beyond, he was taken aback. How could this occur? In the fleeting moment before his body dissipated, Thanos uttered these words, unable to accept that such a fate could befall him. Yet, this was reality. No matter how he wished to deny it, it existed. Thanos' abilities were indeed impressive. Chen Xi's gaze was fixed upon the few replicated gemstones in his possession. These infinity stones bore a striking resemblance to the primordial powers of the deities, facilitating his swift pursuit of the remaining deities. Chen Xi did not linger in this realm for long, soon vanishing from sight. Those on Earth who had been vigilantly observing, even wishing to express their gratitude to Chen Xi, witnessed the colossal and terrifying planet vanish, along with the alien presence, until finally, Chen Xi himself was gone. The sky was silent, as though all that had transpired was merely a collective nightmare. Upon awakening from this dream, their lives would proceed unchanged, unaffected by the events that had unfolded. The true nature of these occurrences may forever remain beyond their comprehension. In another dimension, Wanda, Gwen, and Jean Grey awaited news of Chen Xi. Seasons changed, and time inexorably moved forward. Each day was spent in longing for Chen Xi. Jane Foster would often visit to keep them company, while Susan would drop by under the pretense of inquiring about Chen Xi's whereabouts. The Asgardians announced that matters had concluded, and they intended to return to their original timeline, for there was war and many souls in need of rescue. One day, Jane Foster gently remarked to Wanda and the others, "However, this world still harbors many places in need of our assistance. Chen Xi is yet to return." How could that be? Wanda shook her head in disbelief. Why would the Asgardians possess knowledge that we do not? It was Odin who spoke of it, Jane Foster replied. The mention of Odin's name ignited excitement among Wanda and the others, as they fervently hoped that all Odin had foretold was indeed true. More than a month later, Chen Xi returned. His arrival was quiet, seemingly indistinguishable from the moment he had departed. When he reappeared, Wanda and the others could not contain their overwhelming joy and rushed to embrace him. Chen Xi smiled gently, assuring them, "Do not worry. This time, I shall never leave your side, for all matters have been resolved." They would no longer be the targets of those wretched deities, subjected to their scrutiny and interference. For all power now lay within his grasp. He was the god of the universe, even should mightier foes emerge in the future. He possessed the strength to protect them all. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this, please subscribe and give a thumbs up to support. Until we meet again in the next tale.